Chapter 1. Year 1489 of the Sea Circle Calendar. The world of One Piece trembled with the legacy of Captain Joel D. Rogers' treasure. Countless dreamers flocked towards the Grand Line, driven by aspirations that were profoundly simple. As one advances towards their desires, others will inevitably follow in their wake. Now, after the passage of several years, the East Blue remains the last bastion of tranquility in a world otherwise tumultuous. In a certain region of the East Blue, a wooden barrel aimlessly drifts upon the waves. Inside this barrel, rather than spirits, resides a person. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep, when Kai awoke to find himself trapped within the confines of this barrel. A faint light penetrated the darkness, and he felt fortunate that the barrel was not leaking. He could barely discern the interior's state. Before him lay a narrow space, occupied solely by himself and a lump of mud. This peculiar mass, a dark purple hue, exuded an unsettling odor. Oh dear, I wish to return home. When Kai was merely an ordinary otaku, fond of anime like One Piece and Naruto. That day he had excitedly tuned into the latest episode of One Piece, only to be abruptly engulfed by a blinding light, and then nothingness. Now, inexplicably, he found himself ensconced in this barrel, unable to escape, accompanied only by a foul-smelling purple mass. When Kai felt rather unfortunate and, in a fit of frustration, struck the lump of mud, only to discover it was, astonishingly, alive. How can mud move? And it truly reeks. Suddenly, a cold voice resonated in Wenkai's mind. Ding! Pokémon storage system activated. User level 1. Access to first level Pokémon granted. Wenkai sighed, realizing he had indeed been transported to another world. Yet what was this Pokémon storage system? Never mind, I shall adapt. For now, I shall refer to it as Warehousekin. Why is it that my first experience in this new realm finds me confined within a barrel? Wenkai inquired, a hint of discontent in his tone, hoping for a response from Warehousekin. User is fortunate this is the world of One Piece. Wenkai's initial reaction was one of exhilaration. What extraordinary luck to find himself in the realm of pirates. Here, myriad men chase their dreams. Countless devil fruits grant extraordinary powers, and thrilling tales unfold amidst beautiful companions. A gesture of encouragement. The high-powered world of pirates bestowed upon him a level 3 Pokémon, Grimer, now in the user's possession and can be captured with a level 1 Pok. Ball. Wenkai felt a whirlwind of emotions as he cradled this purple creature. Grimer, with its face and 2 short arms, gleefully exclaimed, "Grime, Grime, Grime." It appeared that Grimer was quite fond of him. Surprisingly, Warehousekin was not as rigid as he had anticipated. Although Wenkai wore a frown, upon closer inspection, Grimer was rather endearing, albeit a tad clingy and somewhat odorous. By the way, Warehouse Master, are all the Pokémon stored in our warehouse? Wenku inquired with curiosity. Indeed, the Pokémon Ball warehouse encompasses a total of 7 tiers of Pokémon from various regions, and the user's highest level can correspondingly reach level 7. After completing a certain number of time-limited tasks, your level will naturally increase. So I encourage you to exert yourself diligently. The warehouse master patiently elucidated. How can I obtain tasks, or when are they released? Wenku questioned the warehouse master. Users need not fret. The necessary tasks for the storyline will be issued as time-limited missions. Upon fulfilling these missions, you will gain eligibility to draw from the Pokémon Ball, and completing 10 time-limited tasks will augment your rewards with a grand prize spin. The warehouse master assured. Wenku nodded, appreciating the mechanism as it effectively incentivized user engagement. By the way, warehouse master, where exactly are we in the pirate world, and when shall we encounter the protagonist, Luffy? Wenku felt this was of utmost importance. In the vast expanse of the pirate world, individuals like Luffy, who hold significant connections, are undeniably invaluable allies. Wenku believed that embarking on Luffy's ship would be the optimal choice for entering the Grand Line. It was not that Wenku failed to recognize the merits of the Navy, the bounty hunters, and other pirates. Rather, Luffy's captivating charm from countless shows in his past life led him to aspire to be a good pirate, adventuring alongside Luffy and his crew. Users need not worry. Our current location is the East Sea of the pirate world. Please be patient for half a day. Once Luffy's storyline commences, we shall also begin to release tasks. The warehouse master reassured Wenku. Wenku, cradling his Grimer, gently asked, Warehouse master, I need to return Grimer to its Pokeball. Where might I obtain that Pokeball? The user's Pokeballs are stored in a miniature space. Whenever you think of a specific Pokemon, its corresponding Pokeball will materialize before you, the warehouse master explained. Very well, let me give it a try. Wenku thought of Grimer intently. Poof! Before Wenku, a purple Pokeball indeed appeared, harmonizing beautifully with the purple Grimer. Just as he was about to capture Grimer, The creature stubbornly crawled onto Wenku's face, the overwhelming stench nearly causing him to faint. Grimer, Grimer, Grimer. Grimer was resolute in refusing to enter the Pokeball, and Wenku could not compel it to do so. Could tea that moment. Wenku pushed Grimer away, tears welling in his eyes. He recalled that the first Pokemon of his mentor, Jigu, was the illustrious Pikachu. Not to mention Pikachu's cuteness. At least it had an appealing appearance. Why was his first Pokemon a Grimer? It was not that he was particular about appearances, but having a lump of sludge perched upon his shoulder felt rather peculiar. This warehouse master was also quite exasperating despite being the one most knowledgeable about Pokemon characteristics. It had bestowed upon him a Grimer. By the way, wasn't Grimer supposed to be gray in my childhood memories? Why is this one purple? Wenku pondered curiously. He embraced Grimer, temporarily resigning himself to the fact that he could not return Grimer to its Pokeball just yet. The Pokemon provided to the user are exclusive to the warehouse, each one significantly stronger than their original counterparts. However, the personalities and temperaments of all Pokemon remain unchanged, and it is hoped that the user will treat each Pokemon with kindness. At this moment, the warehouse guardian stepped forward to explain. Wenku nodded in agreement, as he held strong views on this matter. Pokemon are indeed living beings, each possessing unique traits, individual temperaments, and their own thoughts. It is difficult to imagine the level of intelligence that those god-tier Pokemon might possess. Now that Wenku has acquired this warehouse, it can be considered a substantial safeguard and a trump card in the world of pirates. Behind every Pokemon lies a distinct set of abilities. With matters clarified, Wenku could only patiently await the unfolding of the narrative. He lay back in the wooden barrel, the initial flutter of excitement in his heart gradually settling. This marked the first day of his arrival in the world of One Piece. It was an ordinary day, yet to him, it felt extraordinary. Regrettably, no one was there to welcome him. He was accompanied only by stinky mud. Yet Wenku believed that one day, he too would rise to greater heights, gazing down upon the boundless sea and conquering this era of pirates. He would become a formidable figure whom others looked up to. Lost in these thoughts, Wenku soon succumbed to slumber once more. Meanwhile, aboard a passenger ship traversing the ocean, Nami, dressed in an elegant gown, stood by the window, gazing melancholically out at the sea. She wondered how Cocoa Village was faring. The once tranquil scene was abruptly interrupted by the blaring of a steam whistle, followed by a series of grappling hooks clinging to the ship. It turned out that the pirate ship of Alrita had boarded the passenger vessel, causing chaos to ensue. Nami, having escaped to the deck, quickly changed her attire, a smile gracing her lips as she contemplated her next move. On the opposite side of the deck, a bespectacled young man was struggling to maneuver two heavy barrels, their contents unknown yet undeniably weighty. KB was secretly laboring, the weight of the barrels causing beads of sweat to cascade down his brow. KB, what are you doing here? Three pirates suddenly approached, questioning him loudly. The timid young man explained the peculiar barrels to them. Let me lighten your load a bit. You won't tell Lady Alrita, will you, KB? One of the pirates, with a mouth full of yellowed teeth, threatened him. Just as the pirate prepared to indulge in a hearty drink, a swift movement caught his eye and an unexpected fist collided with his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Wow, that was a refreshing nap. A man in a straw hat emerged from the barrel, stretching his limbs. Luffy laughed heartily, having lost track of time while resting inside the wooden barrel. Why were you hiding in that barrel? The two pirates were taken aback, yet they felt Luffy resembled a pirate hunter. Without hesitation, they swung their swords at him. KB shut his eyes in fright, and upon reopening them, he discovered Luffy unscathed. While the pirates' swords shattered into pieces, the bewildered pirates inquired, "Who on earth are you?" "Monkey D. Luffy," the young pirate replied with a smile. The two pirates, terrified, fled in haste, leaving Kobe in a state of shock. Such a trivial whirlpool is hardly worth mentioning. "By the way, what is your name?" Luffy inquired of Kobe. Kobe, you can call me Kobe," he stammered, his eyes darting behind his spectacles. Luffy tugged down his straw hat, which had begun to emit a rumbling sound from his stomach. Frustrated, he wondered why he was hungry again. "Kobe, where can I find some meat?" "Huh?" Kobe was taken aback by Luffy's question. Deciding to forego further inquiries, Luffy hoisted Kobe onto his shoulder, compelling him to lead the way. Unbeknownst to them, another barrel lay nearby. This barrel, which had rolled into the ship's hold, remained silent until Luffy and Kobe had wandered far away, at which point the lid was forcefully kicked open. At that moment, Wenku emerged, clutching a purple, foul-smelling sludge, and stood up, stretching his back. "I am utterly exhausted. I can never stay in a barrel again," Wenku exclaimed, drenched in sweat as he held the putrid substance. Inside the barrel, The temperature fluctuated uncomfortably, and the persistent rolling of the sludge had inadvertently bolstered Wenke's endurance. Ding! Time-limited Mission 1. Assist Kobe in overcoming his fear of Aurita and regain his courage. Reward: 1 opportunity to draw a level 1 Pokémon. Wenku recalled that this seemed to be Luffy's doing, and now it was his turn. He had only one chance to draw, but for someone just starting out, it was an invaluable opportunity. He had to complete the task. Thus, Wenku stealthily made his way toward the warehouse. Waiting for the moment when Luffy would encounter Aurita, it would be reasonable for him to emerge then. Inside the warehouse, Luffy was already seated, voraciously consuming food. Kobe, astonished, exclaimed, "Luffy, are you also a pirate?" "Yes, but I haven't found my crew yet for now. I'm all alone," Luffy replied, matter-of-factly. "What is your ultimate goal in setting sail with all your might?" Kobe asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, Luffy erupted into joyful laughter. "I aim to be the Pirate King." "The Pirate King?" Kobe was left speechless. "You mean the one who dedicates his life to pursuing One Piece, claiming the entire world for himself?" Wiping his glasses, Kobe gazed at the exuberant Luffy, pondering whether this man could truly achieve such greatness. Boom! Before Kobe could pose another question, the overhead planks shattered from the impact, and a cloud of dust enveloped the area as an exceedingly plump, pockmarked woman rose. Resembling a small mountain. It begins. Wenku, hearing the commotion, seized a rope he had just found and ascended to the upper deck. Ding! Time-limited Mission 2. Assist Luffy in defeating the crew members of the Iron Rod Aurita, requiring the defeat of at least 20 crew members. Reward: 1 opportunity to draw a level 1 Pokémon. Wenku smiled faintly. Luffy was indeed worthy of his allegiance. To fulfill the mission, he too must engage in battle. Upon ascending the deck, the first sight that captured his gaze was the burly Aurita, followed closely by the straw hat-clad young man, Luffy. It was only then that he noticed the timid figure of Kobe, who was cowering behind Luffy. Aurita appeared to taunt Kobe, her expression laced with mockery, while Kobe knelt on the ground, fear etched across his face. Wenko sensed that his moment had arrived. He moved closer to Luffy. "Rather than languish here as a mere bystander, why not pursue your dreams? Is that not so, Kobe?" Wenko suddenly bellowed, brandishing a rope towards Kobe. Kobe, startled by the outburst, turned to look at Wenko. "Do you know what your dream truly is? To be a Marine? Have you forgotten your childhood aspirations? A true warrior is one who faces their fears head-on. Have you forgotten all of this? Stand up, Kobe." Wenko continued to encourage him. Kobe removed his glasses and slowly rose to his feet. Indeed, his dream had always been to become a Marine, dedicating his life to the cause of justice. That fateful day, he had innocuously gone fishing, only to find himself inexplicably aboard Aurita's pirate ship, enduring countless brutal beatings that nearly extinguished his hope. But today, seeing Luffy and hearing Wenko's words of awakening, Kobe struck himself across the face. "Kobe, what are you truly afraid of? She is not the Grim Reaper. She is but an ugly, rotund woman. Aurita, you wretched, hideous hag." Kobe finally cast aside his fear of Aurita, breaking the shackles of his heart, and boldly declared his feelings to her. Ding! Limited time task 1 completed. Would you like to draw a Pokémon? The notification from the warehouse attendant coincided with Kobe's shout. Success! Wenko did not respond to the warehouse attendant, but instead turned his attention to the deck, where Luffy was now confronting Aurita. Kobe's words had twisted Aurita's face in fury. She raised her iron club and aimed a vicious blow at Kobe. Luffy positioned himself in front of Kobe, bracing for the full force of her strike with his head. Meanwhile, the number of pirates surrounding Wenko had swelled to at least 30, each one muscular and wielding long blades, exuding a menacing aura. Stinky Mud. A purple Stinky Mud leapt forward, standing nearly 1.5 meters tall, and assumed a combat stance before the pirates. The pirates regarded this unfamiliar creature with cautious wariness, having encountered nothing like it except for the various sea beasts of the deep. Ding! Would the user like to draw a Pokémon from Task 1? Wenko fixed his steely gaze on them, brandishing the rope, and calmly uttered a single word, draw. Draw. Wenko swung the rope, internally communicating with the warehouse attendant. Ding. Limited time task 1 completed. Initiating the draw for 1 level 1 Pokémon. Reward: a Pidgey. The reward has been recorded in the miniature space. A flying-type Pokémon. Pidgey. Wenku felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the lottery Bobo's evolution into Pidgeotto was a formidable flying-type Pokémon, acquired by Ji during his early adventures. Warehouse Master, as long as it pertains to Pokémon in this stage, I can wield their moves, correct? I need you to inform me of the abilities they possess. Wenku recalled an important matter. He required insight into the characteristics of these 2 Pokémon. The knowledge had already been uploaded into the user's mind. As long as they were Pokémon of this phase, all moves they could learn would be accessible, significantly reducing the time required for mastery. The warehouse products were of impeccable quality, leaving users without any concerns. Excellent. Release the ball. A white Pokeball materialized in Wenke's hand. Go forth. Pidgey. The Pokeball emitted a radiant beam of light, revealing Pidgey. This creature resembles a small bird, its wings originally of unremarkable hue. Yet crafted by the system, they gleam as pure as freshly fallen snow. Only the feathers on its abdomen and the tips of its wings are tinged with gray. Its black eyes are imbued with a hint of ferocity, and both its beak and claws are white, adorned with 3 tufts of white feathers atop its head. The extraordinary summoning of Bobo by Wenku stirred everyone on the deck. Who was this enigmatic figure? The pirates, having never encountered such a spectacle, recoiled in unison. Their mouths agape in astonishment at Wenku's bizarre invocation. How could a creature emerge from a sphere? KB, equally astonished, murmured. Could this person be a wielder of the devil fruit's powers? Just as Luffy deflected Alrida's iron rod, he witnessed Wenku summon Bobo. His eyes sparkling with excitement as he exclaimed, "Incredible! What a magnificent bird! This person is truly remarkable." Meanwhile, Alrida was momentarily taken aback. Yet she had not yet dealt with the rubber man before her. She had to defeat Luffy first. I have resolved to become the Pirate King. So even if I perish in battle, I will have no regrets, Luffy declared earnestly, gazing up at the towering Alrida. Then you shall meet your demise, Alrida proclaimed as she hoisted her heavy iron rod once more, bringing it down upon Luffy with all her might. Boom. A cloud of dust erupted as Luffy nimbly evaded the rod's trajectory, the point of impact collapsing under Alrida's assault. He deftly dodged her fierce onslaught. Meanwhile, Wenku was engaged in a dominantly overwhelming fight. Stinky Mud lunged forward to employ its grasping technique. Though the purple sludge was somewhat flaccid, it did not diminish its gripping strength. In an instant, it leaped onto the face of a pirate, delivering a lightning-fast slap with its muddy hand. The pirate was silenced before he could even scream, forcefully pinned to the ground, shattering the deck beneath him. Most of the surrounding pirates, filled with trepidation, hesitated to advance, while only 2 or 3, stubbornly bold, brandished their cutlasses against the Stinky Mud. To their dismay, as the blade penetrated halfway into its form, it was abruptly halted by an unseen force, preventing it from advancing further. What? The attacking pirate gasped in terror. Wenku bellowed, "Stinky Mud, restrain the blade and unleash your venomous assault." The foul-smelling mud emerged, dissolving the blade within its belly, and as the pirates lowered their guard, it struck with its noxious appendage, leaving deep impressions upon the bodies of the marauders. Some pirates gushed blood, while others were sent flying. Ding. The user is currently 80 away from completing Task 2, having defeated 4 pirates. You little brat, we'll deal with you first. Among the pirates, some possessed cunning. Despite the mud wreaking havoc, its summoner, Wenku, appeared alarmingly frail. If they could eliminate him, their troubles would vanish. However, would Wenku acquiesce to their wishes? Bobo. Use Lightning Strike. The creature Bobo surged forth like a bolt of lightning, diving at the pirates with its beak. The pirates in its path felt as if they had been struck by bullets, a sensation far beyond mere bloodshed. With just one impact from Bobo, several pirates were sent crashing to the ground. Ding. The user is now 50 away from completing Task 2, having defeated 10 pirates. Bobo. Stinky Mud. Continue the assault. Wenku scoffed, thinking how these individuals were merely cannon fodder in the East Blue, let alone in the Grand Line. If he couldn't triumph over such weaklings, perhaps he should forego joining the Straw Hat crew and simply perish. Rubber Rocket. A fist, fully extended, struck Arlida's abdomen with tremendous force and momentum. Arlida was unprepared for Luffy's swift rubber punch, feeling a meaty impact that sent her soaring into the air, blood not gushing forth, but her body was propelled upward. KB stood dumbfounded. Luffy had been evading the iron rod's attacks, yet with a single punch, he had sent Arlida, who could lift a 100-pound iron rod, flying. What manner of monster was Luffy? Luffy, unfazed, grinned widely and turned to observe Wenku's battle, showing no inclination to intervene. Meanwhile, Wenku's fight neared its conclusion. With fewer than 10 pirates remaining, the rest groaning helplessly on the ground. Stinky Mud. Use Adhesion and unleash your venomous strike once more. The Stinky Mud moved with remarkable agility, and the remaining pirates, now terrified of the creature, found themselves paralyzed by fear. Merely staying put was a testament to their courage. As they struggled to grip their blades, as their numbers dwindled, the remaining pirates could bear it no longer and fled, discarding their weapons in desperation. Wenku has not relentlessly pursued the fleeing adversaries. Instead, he has successfully vanquished 20 pirates, if not more, thereby fulfilling his time-sensitive task. Ding. Time-sensitive task 2 completed. Would you like to draw a level 1 Pokémon as a reward? At this moment, the storage system also reported good news. Drawwinka naturally did not hesitate. Ding. Time-sensitive task 2 accomplished, commencing the draw for 1 level 1 Pokémon. Reward, a Squirtle. The reward has been stored in the miniature space. Excellent. Wenku has always held a fondness for this classic Pokémon, which remains one of the mainstays of Ji Ye's early adventures. At that moment, a Pidgey perched upon Wenku's shoulder, its chirps unusually endearing, while Wenku cradled his Grimer once more. As long as this Grimer learns to control itself, the so-called stench can be minimized. Suddenly, a rubbery hand grasped Wenku, and Luffy leaped directly in front of him, his starry-eyed face barely concealing his excitement. Wow. What is your name? You were truly impressive just now. Luffy bounced around Wenku like a monkey. I am Wenku. Wenku smiled back at Luffy. Hello. I am Monkey D. Luffy, are you also a devil fruit user? Luffy inquired, poking at Grimer's skin with curiosity. I am not a devil fruit user. You may refer to me as a Pokémon summoner, Wenku explained. A Pokémon summoner? I'm not sure what that is, but you are incredible, Wenku. Would you like to join my crew? Luffy, as straightforward as ever, posed the question. Kaiba looked on in astonishment, wondering if Luffy was truly this direct. Of course. I have long awaited this moment, my captain. Wenku responded eagerly. Oh, fantastic. My first crew member has been born. Luffy laughed joyfully, like a child. Wenku, join the Straw Hat Pirates. In a certain area of the vast East Sea, a small boat is moving slowly. It is none other than Luffy, Wenku, and Kobe. After their victory over Arlong, they set sail, but without a navigator or a map, their provisions have dwindled significantly. Had it not been for Wenku's steadfast determination to preserve their limited supplies on the first day, Luffy would have likely consumed everything in a single meal. Wenk could hardly bear the presence of a glutton aboard the ship, observing how the young Kaby appeared so gaunt. The recent scarcity of provisions brought to light the pivotal roles that a sturdy vessel and a skilled cook play. Both are indispensable. For the threat of starvation at sea is a grim reality. Wenk, I'm on the verge of starvation. Have you caught any fish yet? Luffy lamented. Sprawled across the bow, his voice feeble. I'm fishing. Captain, please don't rush me. Wenk felt exasperated by this captain, who had an insatiable appetite, yet contributed the least. When would a hard-working individual like Wenk ever truly eat to satisfaction? Roronoa Zoro, where on earth are you? In the past, Wenk had thought that meeting characters from the anime would be effortless, resolved in a single episode. Yet, reality dictated that one must navigate through various towns. When will Nami arrive? The navigator is equally vital. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until Luffy and his crew finally reached the town overseen by Captain Monka. Wow. We've finally arrived at the naval base town. After feasting on fish for so long, I'm utterly sick of it. Luffy exclaimed, bounding onto the shore. Laughter spilling forth. At last, we're here. Wenk's eyes brimmed with tears of relief, expressing gratitude for their temporary escape from hardship. The trio made their way to a restaurant for a hearty meal, yet once again, it was Wenk who footed the bill. Throughout their journey, he felt as though Luffy, aside from his fighting prowess, contributed little else, which was quite frustrating. Let us finish up and move on. We still need to visit the naval base to see that bounty hunter, Wenk stated calmly, wiping his mouth after the meal. Are we really going? KB asked anxiously. They say that person is a demon in human guise. With us around, you'll be just fine, Wenk reassured him, and KB relented. In a short span, the three arrived at the outskirts of the base. The execution ground lay barren, with a tall man wearing a green bandana bound to a post, his eyes half closed. Resembling a corpse, the trio observed silently until a young girl named Leisha appeared, carrying meticulously crafted rice balls. Aside from KB's intense reaction, Wenk remained calm, awaiting the unfolding of the plot. Soon after, Belmare appeared, crushing the rice balls underfoot, and Leisha was tossed aside, only to be caught by Luffy. Reading an article is akin to revisiting an anime. The true essence lies ahead. When gradually approaches the man alongside Luffy Roronoa. As Wenk scrutinized him, Zoro was equally observant of them. With a calm demeanor, Zoro methodically chewed and swallowed the soiled rice ball, producing a distinct crunch. You will surely starve like that. Luffy remarked with a cheerful grin, convinced that Zoro might indeed face hunger. Because I will undoubtedly survive, Zoro replied, lifting his gaze. His hoarse voice carried a magnetic allure. while his bloodthirsty gaze left Wink momentarily entranced. Truly, he was a man destined to influence the world, emanating an aura so formidable even now. The big brother is genuinely kind. He aided my mother and me, willingly allowing himself to be captured by Lord Belmare. He is a good person. Little Li Xiang wept at this moment. When gently patted Li Xiang's little head and reassured her, "Do not weep, Li Xiang. We shall surely rescue that big brother." Ding. A limited-time mission has been reissued. Mission 1. Rescue the pirate hunter Rorno Azaro. Reward. A level 2 Pokémon. Penalty for failure. Retrieval of a Stunky. The warehouse keeper has finally come online. It has been quite some time since one last heard that familiar voice. Yet, what is this punishment? Has the warehouse keeper gone astray? The purpose of this visit was indeed to join Luffy in rescuing the future second-in-command, Zaro. Perhaps the warehouse keeper recognizes Zaro's significance to the overarching narrative and dares not treat the matter lightly. Ding. Limited-time Mission 2 has been issued. Encounter Nami. Assist her in obtaining the sea chart. Reward. A level 1 Pokémon Bulbasaur and a 10% basic ability potion. Penalty for failure. None. Wenku was utterly astonished. Setting aside the unexpected encounter, what exactly is this ability potion? The very name evokes an air of grandeur. When a user employs this potion associated with a particular Pokémon, they can temporarily acquire the abilities of that Pokémon. Such a delightful surprise? Could it be that the warehouse keeper, feeling a sense of pity, has decided to bestow such benefits? However, users are advised against complacency. The revolution has merely commenced. The ability potions are categorized into 4 tiers: Basic Ability Potion, Intermediate Ability Potion, Advanced Ability Potion, and Permanent Ability Potion. The warehouse keeper patiently elucidated. One could not help but nod, recognizing the significance of this potion to his current self. After experiencing the minor skirmish at Yerlita, he had come to appreciate the formidable nature of Pokémon battles, yet his own vulnerabilities had become glaringly evident. Wink's close combat abilities are nearly non-existent. As a time traveler, he retains his original physique, which renders him less capable than a novice pirate. The thought of encountering close combat devil fruit users or hockey masters is daunting. A single punch from such individuals could end his life before he even has the opportunity to retrieve his Pokeball. Among the Navy's 6 techniques, the ones he yearns to master the most are Shave and Moonwalk, yet he finds himself at a loss regarding where to acquire such skills. Therefore, it is imperative for Wink to heed the counsel of the Warehouse Lord and proceed methodically. By the way, Warehouse Lord, are there any restrictions on this ability potion? Wink is no fool. He requires a comprehensive understanding of the potion's functions and characteristics. The ability potion allows the user to harness the powers of various Pokémon, including those of advanced Pokémon of level 5 and above. However, the potion is time-sensitive. A basic ability potion lasts for 1 hour, a medium potion for 1 day, and a high-level potion for 1 month, unless one can obtain a permanent ability potion. The Warehouse Lord is inclined to refer to this potion as a life-saving elixir. In critical moments, it could very well save his life. Splendid. Wenku prepared to encounter Nami. He initiated his physical enhancement regimen, first retrieving the remarkable Bulbasaur's ability potion. Bobo, keep vigil over the fortress from the air. Bobo, with a call that echoed like a melody, spread its wings. Though not large in stature, it possessed remarkable agility and grace, soaring into the sky and circling the modest base. Wenku, your bird is quite obedient. When will you get me one? Luffy remarked with a grin while watching Bobo. Hearing the captain's nonsensical chatter, Wenku's expression darkened. He instructed Lisha to leave and return home to find her mother, advising her not to return until their battle was concluded. He then turned to Luffy and KB, saying, "We shall split into 3 groups. I need to infiltrate the naval base for certain tasks. Luffy, seek out Zaro's sword. KB, head back to the execution ground to keep an eye on Zaro." With plans firmly established, Wenku felt a sense of relief. He stealthily climbed the wall and stealthily infiltrated the naval fortress. Luffy and KB exchanged glances before each tending to their respective missions, with the primary objective being to rescue Zaro. Meanwhile, an orange-haired girl wandered within the fortress, none other than Nami, who had escaped from the passenger ship. She was preparing to steal the treasure map, hoping not to disturb the stationed naval officers. On the other side at the execution ground, Zaro continued to endure the relentless sun. Within the naval fortress, tensions simmered beneath the surface. In Colonel Monka's quarters, the orange-haired girl rummaged through boxes in search of the so-called treasure map. At that moment, a dark-haired man stealthily entered, Wenku, who sought to meet Nami. Upon securing the door, Nami greeted him with a smile. "Who are you?" Are you with the Navy? How do you know my name? Nami asked cautiously, taking a step back. I am not affiliated with the Navy. I am a pirate, and my name is Wenku. He replied with a smile. But you are a navigator, aren't you? Oh, pirates are equally detestable. You should leave. I won't pursue the matter of how you know my name, Nami said, eyeing him coolly. Do you not desire the treasure map? I am here to assist you in finding it, Wenku said, stepping forward to rummage through the boxes. How do you know about the treasure map? Nami questioned, puzzled. That I cannot disclose. Ah, found it. This must be it, Wenku exclaimed, holding up a piece of parchment adorned with a large red nose before tossing it to her. With an unflinching demeanor and a playful jest, Wenku remarked that there were neither navigational charts of the Grand Seas nor treasure maps in sight. However, this particular blueprint held the key to unlocking the latest chapter of their saga. It was at that moment that the indomitable Nami, her countenance grave, prepared to embark on her journey. What is the matter? Are you afraid to go? Wenku provoked her. Humph. Why should I be afraid? Just don't follow me. Nami retorted with a scoff, casting a disdainful glance at Wenku before departing with determination. How infuriating. This little wildcat truly shows no gratitude. Not even a simple thank you. With a sigh, Wenku completed the time-limited task. The reward, a level 1 Pokémon Bulbasaur and a bottle of 10% basic ability potion, now safely stored in the miniature space. Although the process felt somewhat awkward and difficult to articulate, the task was accomplished, and Wenku dared not linger, hastily making his way towards the execution ground. At the execution site, a crowd had already gathered. Huh? A rubber man? You shall perish. A heavy axe swung relentlessly towards Luffy. The axeman Monka, a naval colonel, regarded this place as his absolute domain. Today, however, Luffy's act of vandalizing the statue had shattered Monka's grandiose image, fueling his rage as he pursued Luffy to the execution ground. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat dodged left and right, occasionally firing his rubber pistol at Monka's face. Luffy, too, felt a twinge of frustration. He was merely searching for a sword, and who could have foreseen that he would inadvertently create such chaos? No wonder Wenku had been so apprehensive about him. Soldiers, execute that pirate hunter first. Monka, aware that prolonging the situation would only be detrimental to him, hastily commanded his naval soldiers to shoot Zoro. At this moment, the sword still rested in Luffy's hand, yet he was ensnared by Monka. While Zoro remained bound to the pillar, with Kobe desperately working to untie him, hundreds of dark muzzles were aimed at Zoro, and his pupils constricted. Was this to be the end? Finally, Wenku arrived at the execution ground, witnessing hundreds of naval soldiers training their weapons on the bound Zoro. Meanwhile, Luffy was still entangled with Monka, unable to break free. What was happening? This was not how the story was supposed to unfold. Wasn't Luffy meant to shield against the bullets? Win, exasperated, hurled the foul muck he held into the vicinity of Zoro. Bang! A barrage of bullets surged forth, placing Zoro in peril. The foul muck, utilizing its viscous nature, intercepted the projectiles. When roared, foul, 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 a vast expanse of mud erupted skyward, momentarily erecting a barrier, causing the Navy's bullets to become ensnared within the mire. What on earth? The mud creature bewildered Monka, leaving all the Navy soldiers present in utter confusion. Zoro, astonished, turned to one. At that moment, the ropes binding him had been pecked apart by Bobo, revealing clear red imprints around his wrists. Zoro had thought that Luffy, being a rubber man, was already astonishing, but he was equally taken aback by the capabilities of the individual beside him. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. A grin spread across the man's face as he declared, "Straw Hat Pirates." With determination, when grasped an ethereal blue treasure ball and tossed it into the air. In an instant of radiant light, a pure blue Squirtle emerged, its tail a captivating spectacle, swaying rhythmically. Squirtle looks rather dashing, when mused, truly a product of the warehouse. What kind of Navy are you to shatter Kobe's dreams? At that moment, Luffy was relentlessly pummeling Monka's face with his fists. Monka's chin, forged of iron, was contorted from the blows, his eyes bloodshot, struggling to accept the reality of his defeat. You brat. At last, I've got a hostage. You better stop. Monka's son, Belmeber, had taken the dazed Kobe hostage, threatening to shoot him if Luffy continued his assault on Monka. When gestured for Squirtle to move behind, Squirtle, curling into its shell, swiftly rolled towards Belmare. I command you to cease. Otherwise, I shall end his life. Belmare screamed like a madman, his legs trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Luffy cast a curious glance at Belmare and momentarily halted, while Monka spat blood, forcefully discarding Luffy and kneeling, gasping for air. Do not stop, Luffy. Keep pummeling Monka. when urged with a smile. Despite witnessing Kobe's life threatened by a gun to his head, Luffy felt reassured by Wen's smile, trusting that Wen would rescue Kobe. Subsequently, the Straw Hat Boy tipped his hat, turning his beaming face toward Monka, while Zoro, by his side, brandished his swords menacingly at Monka. You all better stop. Did you not hear? The hostage is in my possession. If you wish for him to live, cease this at once. Monka, rising with a sinister grin, raised his massive axe with his right hand. Shut your mouth. I shall send you home first. Squirtle, use the rocket headbutt. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, and a small blue figure darted forward like a bolt of lightning, striking Belmeber with such force that his face contorted. He was propelled several meters away. KB trembled, lowering his head in shock. A rubber gun. A triple strike. At the same time, a red and green assault intertwined, leaving Monka pale, ultimately causing his body to collapse and raise clouds of dust. Victory! Luffy cheered with unrestrained joy. Zoro, however, did not pay attention to the foolish Luffy. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Wink, his eyes reflecting a newfound softness and gratitude. Wink had played a significant role in his rescue. Ding! Time-limited task 1 completed. Does the user wish to claim a level 2 Pokémon reward? Why not? Claim it. The moment of the lottery has finally arrived. Akin to sitting by the television in anticipation of the weekly animated series, the excitement has been long awaited. Ding! The limited time task 1 has been completed, and the selection of a level 2 Pokémon begins. Reward: 1 crying tree. The reward has been recorded in the miniature space. When Karen was utterly astonished. The crying tree at level 2? Is it truly available at such an early stage? The potted Pokémon, known as crying tree, is not deemed inferior due to its abilities. Rather, it astounds others through its remarkable mimicry. This sensation is somewhat akin to a double blessing, as the rescue by Sora, combined with the addition of the crying tree, fortifies the entire Straw Hat Pirates. Users need not fret, for a new template will soon be unveiled in the warehouse. And once trained, the issues you face will be alleviated, thereby enhancing the synergy with your currently utilized Pokémon. Splendid! Although the warehouse master may not claim to be omnipotent, his services are indeed comprehensive. Currently, Zoro has been rescued and has joined, while Nami should have already made her way to Buggy. At the harbor, both Luffy and Zoro have embarked on a small boat. Meanwhile, Kobe is beginning to realize his aspirations by enlisting in the Navy. When Ko felt a genuine joy for KB. Just before their departure, the little girl ran up eagerly, presenting them with the rice balls she had lovingly prepared. Brother Wenku, will we be able to meet again in the future? Li Xiang's innocent eyes were fixed upon him. We shall certainly meet again someday, Wenku reassured as he gently patted Li Xiang's head. Yet, a heaviness lingered in his heart. A temporary farewell is still a form of separation. If one day the Straw Hat Pirates were to arrive in Wano, returning to the East Blue would be an uncertain journey through many years. Perhaps by then, Li Xiang might no longer remember the brothers who once aided her against the local bullies during her childhood. This longing, it seemed, was destined to remain unfulfilled for a long time. Wenku is not a melancholic individual. As the small boat drifts away from the harbor, the figures of Rika and the others gradually fade into the distance, the sea breeze gently caressing his cheeks. At this moment, in the town where Captain Buggy is anchored, Nami, with a nautical chart in hand, has already arrived. That detestable Wenku, that wretched pirate. I shall surely make you aware of my prowess. Nami silently curses Wenku as she strides towards Buggy's fleet. Achoo! Achoo! At this instant, Wenku, who is engaged in fishing, finds himself inexplicably sneezing. Damn it! Who is cursing me? He is irked, for he remains a mere laborer, yet his workload has doubled. Meanwhile, Zoro and Luffy, those two rascals, indulge in eating and sleeping without a care in the world, utterly indifferent to Wenku's arduous fishing toil, only concerned with whether the fish he prepares is delectable. Wenku turned to glance at the two pigs, who had once again succumbed to slumber. A wave of exasperation washed over him. He finally began to comprehend the greatness of Sanji. Ding! The new warehouse template has officially launched. Does the user wish to learn more? After a prolonged silence, the warehouse master finally spoke. Yes, I would like to know more. With little else to occupy his time, Wenku decided it prudent to familiarize himself with the new template. Ding! This template is titled Pokémon Training Camp, designed to aid users in understanding the unique traits of each Pokémon and enhance the collaborative synergy of their teams in practical scenarios. What are the traits of Pokémon? Wenku pondered, perplexed. Perhaps it would be best to enter the training camp first. The voice of the warehouse master grew increasingly distant. Wenku initially intended to inquire further, yet his thoughts swiftly shifted, inexplicably transporting him to a vast expanse of 100 square meters enveloped in pure white. Is this truly the Pokémon training camp? Wenku stretched his limbs and surveyed his surroundings. A mechanical voice, distinct from that of the warehouse keeper, resonated throughout the space, welcoming the user to the subspace Pokémon training camp and inviting them to summon their Pokémon. Wenku could only proceed methodically. The four colored Pokeballs, purple, white, blue, and green, were cast forth. Stinky Mud, Pidgey, Squirtle, Crying Tree, come forth. In an instant, the four Pokémon stood side by side. Firstly, the user must familiarize themselves with the attributes of their Pokémon. A beam of white light descended, enveloping Wenku. As the fundamental data regarding these four Pokémon surged into their mind, Stinky Mud's first ability, Stench, when using an attack against an opponent, there is a 10 chance that the target will become flinched, activated. Pidgey's first ability, Keen Eye. The accuracy of its moves cannot be diminished by any means. Disregarding the target's evasiveness enhancements, activated. Squirtle's first ability, Torrent. When HP falls below 1/3, the power of water-type moves increases by 5 times, activated. Crying Tree's first ability, Thick Fat. One-hit knockout moves are ineffective against this Pokémon, activated. It is essential to understand that we are currently in the world of pirates, where certain abilities may be rendered unusable. Nonetheless, these attributes remain immensely beneficial. The user must allow their Pokémon to undertake training in their respective abilities independently. Wenku nodded, expressing his satisfaction with the training camp. Currently, his user level stood at 1, granting him limited privileges, as he could only assign a single ability to each Pokémon. Suddenly, he noticed 4 shadowy Pokémon ahead, resembling his own companions but cloaked in darkness. These were the Shadow Warriors of the training camp, capable of flawlessly replicating any Pokémon, regardless of individual temperament. Users must strive to overcome these 4 Shadow Warriors with their own Pokémon, for the key to victory lies in the synergy of abilities and teamwork. Wenku could calm the hearts of the 4 little ones, casting a smile towards the 4 shadowy warriors. Who fears whom? Let the challenge commence. Meanwhile, the external Wenku stood motionless, unresponsive even as the fish took the bait, as if time itself had become an eternal moment. At that instant, Monkey D. Luffy awoke from his slumber. Wenku craved meat. He rose and stretched, but in a moment of distraction, his straw hat was whisked away by the wind. Ah, my straw hat! Luffy bellowed, causing the small boat to sway precariously, and as his feet lifted off the ground, he accidentally tumbled overboard. Splash! The surrounding waves erupted in a flurry. Zoro opened his eyes briefly before slowly shutting them again. Shortly thereafter, Wenku emerged from his training reverie, only to find Luffy had vanished. Where did Luffy go? Wenku queried, perplexed, directing his question towards Zoro. Zoro, reluctantly opening his eyes, replied, "The captain has fallen into the water." "Ah, the captain has fallen into the water," Wenku exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Given the captain's abilities, he should be able to swim to shore, Zoro calmly remarked, his bleary eyes closing once more. Damn it, Zoro truly is Luffy's steadfast supporter. But alas, he has consumed a devil fruit. He cannot swim. Understanding that Zoro is unreliable, he silently recited the name of Squirtle, and a blue Pokeball materialized in his hand. Squirtle, come out and get some fresh air. Wenku is not a character like Zoro, who tends to act recklessly. After the incident at the execution platform, he sensed that certain details of the original storyline had diverged due to his presence. He feared that the events would not unfold as scripted. If Luffy were to truly drown, he would be condemned as a historical villain. Gynigian, the turtle, extended its neck, awaiting Wink's command. Gynigian, please dive into the depths of the sea and assist in locating Luffy, Wink instructed, revealing the position where Luffy had fallen. Without hesitation, Gynigian plunged into the water, causing bubbles to rise to the surface. Time passed, and eventually, the little turtle managed to drag the submerged Luffy back to safety. Wink hurriedly began administering CPR. With a forceful sputter, Luffy expelled a significant amount of water. How are you, Captain? Wink inquired with concern. My hat. Where is my hat? Luffy murmured, barely opening his eyes. It seems that the straw hat is more precious to him than his own life. If Shanks were present, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of shame. One could hardly speak. Jenny, the beloved Jenny Turtle, approached and graciously handed a hat to Luffy. Thank you so much. Jenny Turtle, Luffy said, beaming with gratitude. At this moment, one could turn his gaze towards the slumbering Zoro, nearly exasperated to the point of fury. How could he possibly sleep through such a crisis, neglecting the call to rescue? As they neared the nearest town, Wenku continued to assume the role of a devoted father figure, ensuring that both Luffy and Zoro were comfortably catered to, striving to prevent them from feeling hunger. During this time, they encountered 3 pirates. Wenku, well-versed in the narrative, recognized them as members of Buggy's pirate crew. Knowing that these 3 could lead them to meet Buggy himself, the plot thickens with the jester Buggy. One could only wonder how that wild girl Nami was faring. In a moment of whimsical thought, Zoro, unusually awake, sought a sparring session with the sludge monster from Wunk. Seeing that he had little else to occupy his time, Wunk acquiesced and released the sludge monster. The 3 young pirates gazed at Wunk as if witnessing a deity descend from the heavens, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. As Zoro engaged in combat with the sludge monster, the small vessel began to sway increasingly, exacerbating the already confined space. One could no longer restrain himself and stood up abruptly, retrieving the foul-smelling mud. He delivered a series of sharp taps, causing Zoro to faint in relief. Meanwhile, Luffy stood by, grinning foolishly, and the 3 little pirates imitated his silly laughter. One was quite pleased with their demeanor. Thus, after a long journey, the 6 of them finally arrived at the quaint town where Captain Buggy's fleet was docked. The streets lay desolate, evidently having suffered an assault from pirates. Ding! A time-sensitive mission has been reinstated. Mission 1. Humiliate Captain Buggy thrice. Ensure that each instance leaves him utterly embarrassed. Taking care not to employ the same method more than once. Reward. 1 level 3 Pokémon of the fairy type. Penalty for failure. The loss of both Grimer and Squirtle. Wenku's pupils constricted. Indeed, the very concern he dreaded had come to pass. The warehouse master began to issue peculiar tasks. Ever since that initial encounter with Nami, where the task was inscribed with the word serendipity, Wenku suspected that the warehouse master had strayed from conventionality. To his astonishment, the penalty was quite severe. Should he fail, he would forfeit his 2 trump cards. The trio was being led by 3 pirates to the docking area of Buggy's fleet. Zoro had never intended to go, but with the others in attendance, he reluctantly acquiesced. Meanwhile, Luffy found the prospect rather amusing, while Wenku was solely focused on fulfilling his mission. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a scene of an orange-haired girl battling a multitude of pirates. The pirates wielded their blades against her, yet they did not seek to kill. Rather, they toyed with her as a hawk might play with a chick, resulting in utter chaos. "Ah, Nami, you are indeed here," Wenku exclaimed, filled with delight. Upon spotting Nami, Luffy smiled, for he too had shared fleeting glances with the orange-haired girl on several occasions. Conversely, Zoro remained notably composed, having never encountered Nami before. Suddenly, the pirates ceased their antics, and one of them, adorned with a large red nose and a clownish visage, turned to gaze in Wenku's direction. "Oh, quite dashing. I must say, this man must be the illustrious Buggy." One exchanged amused glances with Buggy. "Who are you?" he inquired. Buggy scoffed. Nami, upon observing this, fixated her gaze upon one, her eyes sparkling with urgency as she leaped to join him and his companions, apprehensively surveying the surrounding pirates armed with blades. "When? You must save me. These people intend to kill me," Nami candidly exclaimed. "What? Must you prefix my name with Stinky?" One replied with a wry smile. "Oh, so you are associates of Nami. It appears there will be more corpses today," Buggy said, licking the blade of his dagger with a bloodthirsty grin. "Big nose. I am not afraid of you," one retorted with a smile. A profound silence enveloped the scene, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. Nami, feeling distressed, contemplated escaping. Foolish Win, you should never have called Buggy Big Nose in his presence. Meanwhile, Luffy laughed heartily, rolling on the ground, finding Win's analogy amusing, while Zoro scratched his head, struggling to comprehend its significance. Buggy roared, his clownish visage nearly contorted with rage, his red nose twitching. "You brat! Are you tired of living?" he bellowed. "A devil fruit user? Red nose. A jester!" When shouted defiantly at Buggy. Taken aback, Buggy ceased his fury, merely offering a cold smirk in response. "Care for a fight, little red nose? I need not use my hands to defeat you," when narrowed his eyes, noting Buggy's body tremble slightly. Buggy lowered his head, his tone growing increasingly menacing. "You are rather arrogant, aren't you?" he remarked as he spun his twin daggers, advancing toward one. When cast a sidelong glance at Luffy, who, oblivious to her meaning, simply stared back with his usual carefree demeanor. Exasperated, When sighed, "Oh, foolish captain." She then tossed a violet Pokeball into the air. Amidst a dazzling burst of white light, the creature known as Stinky Mud made its grand entrance. Aside from Luffy and Zoro, the rest of the assembled crowd was utterly captivated by Wen's display. summoning a creature nearly 1.5 meters tall with just a throw of a purple ball. Nami gazed at Wen in astonishment, questioning if she too might be a creature of extraordinary abilities. Meanwhile, the advancing Buggy halted in his tracks, staring at Wen and Stinky Mud with wide eyes, and hesitantly inquired, "Are you also a devil fruit user?" Wenku smiled, acknowledging to some extent that he could be referred to as a Pokémon summoner. The Stinky Mud pointed at Buggy, beckoning him with a taunting gesture. Luffy and Zoro observed quietly, displaying no intention to intervene, as they respected Wenku's desire to battle alone. Through their interactions over the past few days, they had come to understand the peculiar strengths of Wenku's four strange creatures, with the Stinky Mud being the most formidable among them. If it were the Stinky Mud, Buggy, despite being a devil fruit user, would undoubtedly lose. Zoro's confidence in this conclusion stemmed from his first-hand experience of the Stinky Mud's terrifying capabilities. The Stinky Mud was nearly immune to sharp weapons, and with its foul odor, Zoro, a three-sword-style practitioner, was at a loss as to how to approach it. However, this did not imply that Zoro could not defeat Wenku, for Wenku's own combat skills were notably lacking. "Come at me, you monster. Prepare to meet your demise," Buggy shouted frantically as he lunged forward. The Stinky Mud merely picked its nose, feeling a slight itch in its belly. And with its muddy hands, it effortlessly pulled Buggy's two short swords towards itself, the blade sinking into its body as the Stinky Mud regarded Buggy with the bemusement one would reserve for a fool. "What is happening? What kind of monster are you?" Buggy exclaimed, astonished, for he had never encountered anything like this before. "Enough of this game. Time to wake you up with a mud bomb." The Stinky Mud opened its wide mouth and launched a moderately sized clump of mud, which splattered across Buggy's face, coating him in dirt. "A red nose? You can't even handle a lump of mud? And now you're covered in it. Haha. I told you I wouldn't even need to use my hands to defeat you." Wenku mocked Buggy in pursuit of his mission. Buggy, taken aback, watched as the Stinky Mud, without hesitation, swallowed its own sword, then hurled another clump of mud at his face. "What kind of fight is this?" The gathered pirates pointed and murmured, unable to believe that the undefeated Captain Buggy was experiencing such humiliation for the first time. Buggy wiped the mud from his face. Feeling the stares of doubt and mockery from the crowd, a long-forgotten sense of inferiority surged within him, and he gazed at Wenku with increasing malice. The jester turns out to be me. I underestimated you. Ding. Buggy's performance was successful. The progress for the time-limited task reached 13. Wishing the user continued success, Wen nodded, affirming his resolve. At that moment, Buggy abruptly retreated, issuing a loud command to his crew. "Load the cannon. Blast them to smithereens." A cannon, approximately 1 meter in caliber, turned towards the Straw Hat Pirates. Wen nearly forgot that Captain Buggy possessed such a formidable weapon. "Luffy, surely you can withstand a cannonball?" Wen urgently turned to Luffy. "Ha ha ha, I'm not afraid of cannonballs." Luffy confidently patted his chest and stepped forward, brimming with self-assurance. "Wen, have you lost your mind? How can you allow your captain to face death?" Nami exclaimed anxiously. "Just watch, you'll witness Luffy's might," Wen replied nonchalantly. Fire. With a resounding boom, a black cannonball hurtled towards the Straw Hats. Buggy was ecstatic, eagerly anticipating the moment when one and his crew would be reduced to ashes. Rubber balloon. Luffy puffed air into his mouth, causing his body to swell like a large balloon. Upon impact, the cannonball collided with Luffy's form. Its force swiftly dissipated, and it was ricocheted back. It's dangerous. The pirates scattered in a panic. With a thunderous bang, a shockwave surged forth, obliterating Buggy's cannon. And several pirates were grievously injured in the blast. Buggy, fixated on Luffy, questioned, "Are you also a devil fruit user?" "Indeed, I am a rubber man," Luffy proclaimed. Returning to his original form, fist raised, laughing heartily. Nami felt as though the world had turned upside down. Why were all the individuals she encountered today so monstrous? Buggy's mind was a tumultuous sea. His most trusted weapon, the Buggy Ball, had failed him. At that moment, Nami suddenly turned to leave, saying, "I have no time to play with pirates. Feel free to fight amongst yourselves, but I shall not partake." Fear gripped her. What manner of creatures were these? As an ordinary person, was it truly safe for her to be here? Wenku shook his head, fully aware that Nami was merely concocting excuses to seize Captain Buggy's treasure. In truth, this girl was quite unfortunate. She desperately sought to amass a fortune of 100 million, only to realize that it was merely a trap set by Arlong, a futile endeavor akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket. Ding. A time-limited mission has been issued. Protect the pet shop of the little dog, Chi-Chi. Additionally, defeat the beast tamer, Machi. Rewards, 1 level 1 Pokémon. Penalty, confiscation of a potion. It was at this moment that the warehouse manager suddenly dispatched a task, prompting Wenku to recall the matter concerning the little dog Chi-Chi. However, he was already stretched thin, and although Buggy was furious, he had begun to contemplate retreat. Should the situation turn dire, he would undoubtedly flee. Yet, the mission remained unfulfilled, and he could not allow Buggy to escape. Luffy, Zoro, I entrust you with Chaochu. You may practice your skills with these pirates while I attend to an urgent matter in town, Wenku informed his companions. Sure, go ahead, don't worry about us. Luffy replied cheerfully, and Zoro nodded in agreement. Chaochu, keep a close watch on Zoro and Luffy, and ensure Captain Buggy does not slip away while I am gone. Wenku instructed as he patted Chaochu. Chaochu seemed to acquiesce. In truth, Wenku's concerns might have been unfounded. For Buggy was exceedingly greedy and would likely disregard his crew but would never abandon the treasure he had painstakingly gathered. Thus, the prospect of fleeing was too perilous for him. As Buggy observed Wenku inexplicably depart, a sense of unease washed over him. Yet, upon catching sight of Chaochu's unwavering gaze, he dared not make a move. One could not help but trot along, finally arriving at the pet shop depicted in the narrative. Outside the entrance stood an elderly man accompanied by a small white dog. They must be the mayor and his charming little companion, Chio. Wank patiently listened to the mayor's story, quietly awaiting the arrival of Machi. Due to the hunger of his pet lion, Lychee, Machi, the beast master of the Buggy Pirates, had come to this town to procure some food. As he spotted a pet shop, he noticed a dark-haired man standing at the entrance. Who could this man be? Machi was taken aback, recognizing him as the individual who had humiliated Captain Buggy, an event he had witnessed but had discreetly fled from. However, a thought struck Machi. The terrifying mud monster was still stationed at the pirate's hideout. This meant that the man before him was now devoid of the mud monster's presence. Instantly, Machi's confidence surged, the deep-seated fear he harbored towards Wink dissipating. At that moment, Wink saw someone riding a lion approach, his heart racing with anticipation. Beastmaster Machi? At last. You have arrived. Quickly defeat him. There are pressing matters yet to attend to. It must be noted that the little dog, Chio, remained steadfast in upholding the pet shop for the sake of the old shopkeeper's promise, and this loyalty and sense of responsibility filled Wink with admiration, strengthening his resolve to protect the establishment behind him. Kid, are you still going to stop me from entering the pet shop? Machi challenged. Chio barked fiercely, eyes ablaze with animosity. Silence. You wretched dog. I'll dispose of you shortly. Machi retorted angrily. Machi, do yourself a favor and leave. I shall not allow you entry into this pet shop. Wink glared intensely at Machi. Machi scoffed. What's this, kid? You no longer have that lump of mud beside you. How could you possibly defeat me? Who said I only had that stinking mud? Wink chuckled. Come forth. Squirtle. Pidgey. Weeping Willow. He tossed 3 distinct Pokeballs, which descended in 3 beams of white light. Machi focused intently, yet upon recognizing these 3 Pokémon, he couldn't help but mock. Is this what you summoned? A mere turtle, a bird, and a tree? No wonder that thing was a lump of mud. You, as a summoner, are rather peculiar, conjuring such bizarre creatures. You won't be laughing for long, Wink replied with a smile. Machi leapt down, commanding Lychee to charge at Wink. Lychee, rush forward and bite that person. Squirtle, use water gun, aim for Lychee. Pidgey coordinated with Squirtle, employing quick attack to create a distraction. Weeping Willow advanced from the side, executing a decisive move with its signature attack, Mountain Crush. The instructions were issued at a leisurely pace. The Squirtless had undergone extensive training at the camp, and their sense of teamwork had ascended to a new level. How could the lion-like Lich of Machi withstand such prowess? In a matter of moments, it was brought to the ground. Lich, my Lich, Machi lamented. Cease your wailing. You are no better off. Squirtle, utilize the rocket headbutt. No, you cannot treat me this way, no. Ding. Time-limited task 2 completed. Would the user like to claim the reward? Claim it. One had already grown accustomed to this. Ding. Time-limited task 2 completed. Reward. 1 level 1 Pokémon, Charmander. The reward has been stored in the microspace. Goodness, could a little dragon be so feasible? Winka's visage was one of astonishment. The mayor need not intervene. We shall await the moment we triumph over Buggy. At this juncture, after soothing the mayor, Winka hastily returned. Upon his return, he discovered that the 2 factions were no longer at a standstill, but rather embroiled in a chaotic melee. At that moment, Zoro remained unscathed, wielding his 3-sword style with remarkable speed and agility, leaving countless pirates fallen in his wake. Meanwhile, Luffy and the stinky mud were locked in a stalemate with Buggy, their unique abilities rendering the outcome uncertain. Wink approached Luffy, who was elated to see her return. In contrast, Buggy felt an overwhelming sense of pressure upon her arrival. With a playful glint in his eyes, when scrutinized Buggy, his mind swirling with mischief, he began to contemplate how best to tease Buggy. In a sudden burst of inspiration, he tossed forth a crimson Pokeball, and in a dazzling flash of white light, a fiery red dragon emerged, its tail ablaze with an unquenchable flame. Wow, how cool. Is this a new species? Luffy exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as it was his first encounter with the little fire dragon. The surrounding pirates momentarily halted their actions, each stepping back cautiously, while Zoro too ceased his movements, directing his attention towards one. At that moment, Buggy, brimming with bravado, approached to inspect the little fire dragon. Is this a dragon? Buggy queried, perplexed. One could not help but smile. Why not test its power? He chuckled. What can such a trinket possibly do to me? Buggy adopted a disdainful demeanor. Wink suddenly exclaimed, Little Charizard, unleash your flames upon Captain Buggy's head. With a powerful whoosh, a torrent of fire erupted from Charizard's mouth, singeing Buggy's hat as he stood perilously close, the flames ultimately spreading to his hair. Oh, put it out. Put it out. Buggy leaped up in distress, calling for help as several pirates rushed over to extinguish the flames. Thus, a new Buggy emerged, originally adorned with blue hair. Buggy's locks were capable of regeneration due to the powers of the Chop fruit, allowing them to reconstitute even when severed. However, the fiery onslaught from Charizard transformed his long tresses into a frizzy explosion, with a portion truly singed away, giving him the appearance of a clown complete with a red nose, undeniably comical. Uffed. Ha ha, Buggy, my little Charizard has styled your hair. Wink chuckled, laughter bubbling forth. Nearby, Luffy rolled on the ground, pointing at the bewildered Buggy, his laughter echoing, while Zoro wore a subtle smirk. The crew of pirates struggled to suppress their laughter, finding their captain inexplicably endearing in that moment. One could never anticipated that Charizard would make such a remarkable debut, thereby accomplishing a significant feat. This mission is nearing completion. Wenku, you shall perish. You must die. I have never harbored such a desire to eliminate someone. And your dragon, I shall extinguish its life as well. You are all utter fools. Complete imbeciles. Baki, once bewildered, transformed into a furious tempest, directing his ire towards Wenku. Image? Ever since encountering Wenku, has he retained any semblance of dignity? Ding. Baki has successfully completed the secondary mission. The progress of the time-limited task stands at 23, wishing the user continued perseverance. In the final game, the inclusion of Luffy is essential for achieving perfection. The afternoon has already passed. Baki is drenched in cold sweat, not due to the sun's rays, but because of Wenku's devilish grin. So, what now? How could I, the illustrious Captain Baki, ever quake in fear before a mere nameless wretch like you? Wenku still harbored the hope that Luffy would send Buggy flying, fearing that his impetuous interference might disrupt the overarching narrative. His greatest advantages in this world were, firstly, the Warehouse King, and secondly, his comprehensive understanding of the entire plot. Thus, he turned to Luffy and inquired, Captain, do you wish to engage in a duel with this devil fruit user? He had long desired to send him flying. Luffy adjusted his hat and replied, all right. Consequently, when Ku, along with Luffy and Zoro, devised a plan, Luffy would face Buggy, Zoro would contend with the acrobat Kabeji, and when Ku would take on the crew of pirates. Naturally, Zoro voiced his discontent, loudly questioning the strategy. But when Ku silenced him with a reminder of their daily reliance on his contributions, which served as a veiled threat regarding future fishing trips. Thus, the battlefield descended into chaos reminiscent of a Roman Colosseum. Before long, Nami appeared around a corner, burdened with a large bundle. Did you finish gathering the treasure? As when Ku commanded the weeping tree and the little fire dragon. A smile graced his lips as he turned to Nami after they had dealt with the small pirate soldiers. How did you know I had the treasure? Nami stammered, genuinely perplexed by the enigmatic man before her. It was merely a guess, when Ku replied with a chuckle. Nami fell silent, her gaze shifting back to the battlefield. At that moment, Zoro was locked in combat with Kabeji, while Luffy clashed with Buggy, their moves weaving a tapestry of chaos and fervor that left Nami spellbound. Acrobatics, fire-breathing old man, three-sword style, fragmentation escape, rubber pistol. The four figures darted and collided, unleashing a torrent of energy. As Zoro faced Kabeji, he executed an acrobatic maneuver, divine wind spiral top. Kabeji instantly unleashed a multitude of wooden tops, attempting to obscure Zoro's vision. Zoro addressed Bobo above him. I'm counting on you, Bobo. Since every Pokémon had grown familiar with Luffy and Zoro, a tacit understanding had begun to form, which was Wenku's intention to bolster the strength of the Straw Hat crew. Among them, Zoro shared the closest bond with Bobo, making it hard to imagine that the future Grand Swordsman would develop a fondness for birds. Bobo, aside from Wenku, frequently emerged from its Pokeball to spend time with Zoro. Bobo, comprehending the situation, summoned a whirlwind, unleashing a fierce gale. All the tops were thwarted by the wind, crashing to the ground. Damn bird. Kabeji fumed, his rollerblades propelling him to the walls as he climbed. Zoro leaped with agility, his three swords glinting as he charged at Kabeji, with Bobo providing cover from the air. Acrobatics, suspended will slash. Die. Kabeji, suspended mid-air, swung his blade toward Zoro, who merely smirked, waiting for him to descend. With a sudden leap, Zoro drew his blades in a quick draw, summoning a whirlwind that clashed against Kabeji's attack. The dual blades sliced through, shattering Kabeji's waist. Roronoa Zoro, victory. Meanwhile, on the other side, Buggy found himself cornered by Luffy and Smoker. Fragmentation cannon. Buggy's wrist shot forward, aiming directly at Luffy. In an instant, Smoker lunged onto Luffy's back, absorbing Buggy's assault. Thanks, Smoker, Luffy grinned. Smoker chuckled in response, aside from Zoro and Bobo. His bond with Luffy was the strongest, as Luffy often used his rubber pistol to massage Smoker's back. Observing from the sidelines, Wenku exchanged glances with Nami, who understood immediately, taking cover in the ruins to await the moment when Buggy would be forced to split apart. Realizing his predicament, Buggy resorted to his ultimate move, fragmentation cut. The dagger slashed and stabbed in all directions, while the stinky mud merely shielded Luffy's back. Yet, several gashes still marred his chest. Rubber pistol. Luffy, unfazed, unleashed a barrage of punches upon Buggy, like raindrops falling incessantly. Suddenly, the stinky mud leaped forth, targeting the slowest part of Buggy's body, his feet. In a moment of dread, Buggy felt his feet being pinned down. His expression changed drastically. For if his legs were immobilized, the potency of his devil fruit abilities would diminish significantly. The splintering carnival. Sensing the impending danger, Buggy's body fragmented like a blossoming flower, scattering countless chunks of flesh in all directions, hoping to obscure Luffy and his companion's vision. Now is the moment, the final game. One can ascertain that as long as Buggy's feet are bound, he becomes considerably easier to contend with. Otherwise, Buggy proves to be quite a formidable opponent. And Stinky Mud can only hope to hold its ground, for its adaptability and speed pale in comparison to Buggy, the seasoned trickster. Stinky Mud. Restrain Buggy's feet. Oh, Buggy. Upon merging, realizes that aside from his feet, most of his arms have also vanished. What on earth is happening? Buggy inexplicably transforms into a diminutive figure, and a footless one at that. Oh, searching for his body? Here it is. Nami emerges from the ruins, casting a bundle of items onto the ground. Wenku chuckled. Hello, Red Nose. Take a good look at that bundle. What is it? Little Buggy focused his gaze, and his expression turned furious. Well, Wenku, you little rascal. It's bad enough that you've got my feet, but you also had Nami do this? Rubber rocket cannon. At that moment, Luffy extended his arms to their utmost limit, launching a full-force assault. I will definitely return. Buggy cursed incessantly, glaring resentfully at Wenku, only to be sent flying by Luffy's rocket cannon the next second. Captain Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates emerged victorious, when gazed at the increasingly distant figure of Buggy until it ultimately faded into a mere speck. Feeling a profound sense of satisfaction, the red-nosed captain would return, and if he had to endure some hardships, so be it. Captain Buggy, the grand voyage still awaits you. Ding. Time-limited mission 1. 3 encounters with Buggy accomplished. You have also earned the title, Jester Terminator. Time-limited mission 1 completed. Reward, 1 level 3 Pokémon, Hercross. The reward has been stored in the miniature space. At that moment, a cacophony erupted behind the Straw Hat crew. Win and his companions turned to see the townsfolk rushing toward them, armed and intent on rescuing their mayor. They pointed at Luffy and his crew. Look, pirates. They are the ones who seized our town. Capture them. Charge. Run. Run. When called to Zoro and Luffy to flee hastily, while Nami, reluctant to part with Captain Buggy's treasure, hurriedly followed with the sack of riches slung over her shoulder. Having successfully evaded the townspeople's pursuit, the four escaped to the dock. Nami, we must depart now, when urged earnestly as he boarded the ship. Luffy adjusted his straw hat, casting a kind glance at Nami. Zoro remained silent, his eyes closed. Nami stood frozen, not grasping Wen's meaning. Aren't we comrades? Wen smiled, basking in the sunlight, his demeanor as gentle as the breeze. Nami felt a sudden warmth in her eyes, having not heard such words in a long time. All right, we shall go together. Two small ships emblazoned with Buggy's flag sailed across the sea. Beneath the tranquil waters lay the serenity of the surrounding ocean. Inside the vessel, when inquired about their course. What is the situation? Where to next? He asked. If we continue south, there will be a populated island where we will need to find a more suitable ship. Nami replied, pointing to a location on the sea chart. The narrative must ensure that the plot remains coherent. Usopp, the sharpshooter of the Straw Hat crew, must board the ship. All right, thank you, Nami. I shall go fishing now. Wink exited the cabin to continue fishing, but in reality, a new message had been dispatched by the warehouse master. Ding. The user is currently required to undertake new training. Therefore, the training camp has introduced a new training mode. At last, there are no shadow warriors. Wink let out a sigh of relief, then concentrated his mind and returned once more to the training camp, which remained a vast, white expanse. Wink silently murmured, conjuring a black Pokeball that materialized in his hand before he hurled it into the air. A colossal Heracross emerged amidst a blaze of white light. This formidable creature, currently Wink's second third-level Pokémon, stood nearly 1.7 meters tall. Its entire body was enveloped in a dark, grayish exoskeleton, with a pair of hardened wings adorning its back. Most strikingly, a robust horn protruded from its forehead, measuring at least half a meter in length. Its forelimbs resembled the digging appendages of a rhinoceros beetle, robust and powerful, while spines adorned its wrists and thighs. Heracross stood proudly, as Winka subsequently summoned Grimer, Squirtle, Charmander, a Weeping Tree, and Pidgey. At present, Winka had amassed 6 Pokémon, 2 third level, 1 second level, and 3 first level. A chime echoed through the air, announcing the initiation of a new training mode. Would the user like to proceed? Warning: this mode carries certain risks. If the user does not possess a high degree of confidence, it is advisable not to attempt it. The voice was devoid of emotion. A stark reminder that it was not the warehouse lord speaking. Winku has ultimately decided to give it a try. The Shadow Warrior is no longer sufficient for the enhancement of Pokémon. He requires new training to strengthen his Pokémon. Ding. Users are advised to exercise caution. For these 3 stone golems are products of the Pokémon training camp, representing power, speed, and defense respectively. The training camp has augmented their capabilities tenfold, making their strength formidable. Red 1. Power increased tenfold. Orange 2. Speed increased tenfold. Red 3. Defense increased tenfold. These 3 stone golems are rather extraordinary. One can closely observe the tricolor stone figure emerging from the mist. The challenge is time limited to 1 hour. Should the time elapse, the user is deemed victorious. However, if the user succumbs to death during the process, the challenge ends in failure. 1 hour? Wenku had initially dismissed the situation. However, negligence often leads to dire consequences. Suddenly, number 2 sprang into action with astonishing speed, closing in on Wenku with blinding swiftness. Caught off guard, Wenku's pupils dilated in shock as he was struck in the abdomen by a powerful punch from number 2. He coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. Nearby, Squirtle, witnessing Wenku's injury, unleashed a water gun attack, but number 2, with an uncanny agility, deftly evaded the assault and returned to the sides of number 1 and no. 3, untouched by a single drop of water. Should a participant perish in the training camp, it could result in a sudden and temporary amnesia for those outside. The victor claims the title, while the vanquished are deemed the outcasts, such is the nature of this realm. Amidst the mechanical sounds reverberating through the air, one could sense an overwhelming indifference and ruthlessness. One can be fiercely scolded, yet it seems that Warehouse Kuin cherishes and loves me. You, mere second-hand goods, only know how to torment others. The 3 little stone statues each enhance strength, speed, and defense tenfold, for they are aware that one is the weakest in the team. A moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophe. Safeguarding oneself for an hour is the greatest triumph. Heracross. Utilize Horn Attack. The mighty beetle directed its gaze at the trio of adversaries, only to discover its efforts were in vain. Grimer, unleash Mud Bomb. Envelop them. Grimer launched its sludge in all directions, encircling the golem. Suddenly, the third one surged forward, shaking off the encroaching mud. The third, Wenku discerned its defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, the first one lumbered slowly towards Wenku, its robust stone arms revealing its formidable strength. Heracross. We shall employ Tackle. Roar. The mighty beetle charged fiercely at the first, which caught Heracross in its stone arms, the contest of strength resulting in a stalemate. Wenku's expression shifted. After all, Heracross is renowned as a powerhouse. Yet this golem exhibited remarkable strength. Double edge. Heracross lifted the first one. The beetle held its breath, muscles quivering, and with sheer determination, hoisted the golem, casting it aside. Thud. When Ku was suddenly struck by the second entity, sent sprawling like a broken kite to the distance. The other Pokémon, filled with anxiety, rushed to Wenku's side, encircling him while casting wary glances at the second entity. Yet, it moved with an uncanny swiftness, like a specter. Damn it! Wenku rose to his feet, blood streaming from his forehead. That last blow had left him teetering on the brink of death. This second entity posed the gravest threat. He needed to devise a way to bring it down. The training camp, how much time remained until its conclusion? Ding. There are 37 minutes left until the training ends. Damn it. He must endure. Heracross, be cautious, and continue to restrain the first entity. The large horned beetle was equally astute, each time using its horn to hurl the first entity out of the combat range. When endured the pain in his abdomen, gradually retreating, Squirtle withdrew into its shell, utilizing Bubble to encircle us in a protective sphere. As Squirtle spun rapidly within its shell, a multitude of bubbles was unleashed, spreading outward. At this moment, the second individual halted, for the path ahead was obscured by bubbles, leaving no trace of Wen. Wenku lowered his head and whispered a few words to the little fire dragon, which then stealthily dashed out. Subsequently, Wenku addressed the Weeping Tree, instructing, Weeping Tree, when the moment is right, release the parasitic seeds on that number 2. The Squirtle cannot continuously unleash bubbles. It will eventually find a fleeting gap and strike. Yet, Wenku deliberately allowed it to enter. Weeping Tree. Now, utilize the parasitic seeds. Instantly, several seeds adhered to the rushing number 2, and the vines that sprouted immediately ensnared its body. Wenku continued to retreat several meters. Little fire dragon, deliver the final blow. Flame vortex, engulf it. Wenku shouted. And the little fire dragon leapt from the shadows, its fierce flames illuminating half the world, trapping the immobilized number 2 in a searing whirlpool. However, unexpectedly, number 3 leaped into the vortex, tackling number 2 and disrupting the flames, preventing them from penetrating deeper. The fire could only dance upon the surface. Such formidable defense. Wenku had not anticipated that number 3 would leap in to protect number 2. Even in coordination, they could easily overpower Wenku and his companions. Just as time seemed to stretch, a sudden cloud of smoke enveloped the area, causing the 3 stone figures to vanish without a trace. Meanwhile, Heracross also collapsed momentarily, exhausted from the hour-long stalemate. Ding! The new training session has concluded. Phew! Wenku slumped down, his back drenched in sweat. Ultimately, he realized he was still not strong enough. Well, Wenku, why is the fish so salty today? Nami complained loudly, clearly displeased with the evening meal. Perhaps I added too much salt, Wenku replied with a smile, though his expression changed upon tasting. Ha ha ha, I think eating fish every day isn't ideal. We should find a chef later. Luffy doesn't care about the seasoning. As long as it's meat, he'll eat it. Indeed, a chef is crucial, Wenku sighed, wondering how to proceed without Sanji's storyline. Meanwhile, the musician Luffy, with his mouth full, mumbled incoherently. Musician? Zoro burst into laughter. At that moment, the 4 of them dining on the small boat shared a warm and harmonious atmosphere. 3 days later, Luffy and his crew finally reached the nearest small island in the south. As they disembarked, a cloud of dust surged from the cliffs above, revealing a chaotic scene of rudimentary pirates everywhere. Usopp, when Qianxiao observed, it appears this is the island. I advise you to abandon your assault on this village. For my 80 million subordinates shall not spare you. Suddenly, a man with an elongated nose emerged, pointing at Luffy and his companions, exclaiming loudly. Luffy, in an expression of utmost astonishment, stretched his mouth to its limits, genuinely taken aback by the revelation. The narrative elicits a mix of laughter and bewilderment, as Nami is left utterly astonished by Luffy's peculiar thought process. Zoro, too, exclaims, Are you truly our captain? 8 million? Surely, you jest. Nami, ever astute, attempts to extract information from Usopp without revealing her own ignorance. To her surprise, Usopp naively falls into her trap, his astonishment evident as his mouth gapes wide enough to accommodate an egg, rivaling Luffy's own astonished expression. Look, Nami exclaims, exasperated. What nonsense. I am a man of immense pride. Thus, I am known as the arrogant Usopp. My slingshot is swifter than your bullets, Usopp boldly declares, aiming his slingshot menacingly at Zoro. Yet, Zoro remains impassive, even loosening his grip on his sword. For he perceives no murderous intent from Usopp. Those devoid of malice are not worthy of his attention. As both parties find themselves at an impasse, Usopp begins to sweat profusely. "So, who is Jesus Burgess to you?" Luffy inquires, abandoning his pretense of ignorance and scrutinizing Usopp with curiosity. Usopp's tone and battle cry oddly resemble those he learned from Shanks, coupled with his resemblance to the man known as Jesus Burgess aboard Shanks' ship, prompting Luffy's inquiry. At this moment, Usopp, overwhelmed by the pressure of Luffy and his crew's presence, loses his footing and slips from the cliff above, staring at Luffy in shock. "Do you know my father?" Once Usopp discovers that the Straw Hat crew does not embody the ruthless nature of pirates like Buggy, he sets aside his worries and leads Luffy and the others to a tavern in Syrup Village for a meal. The five engage in extensive conversation, with Usopp sharing numerous tales about himself, while Luffy, more interested in feasting, hardly pays attention. Only Nami and the others listen intently. Throughout, Usopp leaves an impression of self-absorption and boastfulness. However, Winkai is unfazed, chuckling to himself, for this long-nosed individual is destined for greatness. A prominent member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Suddenly, Usopp expresses a desire to depart, bidding farewell to Winkai and the others. Winkai remains silent, understanding that Usopp may be off to find Kaya. Soon after Usopp's departure, the tavern door swings open, and 3 children, likely around 11 or 12 years of age, rush in. It seems these 3 youngsters must be the trio known as Green Pepper, Radish Head, and Onion Head. Wynn maintained a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. "Are you pirates? Speak. What have you done to our captain, Usopp?" The children's voices, still youthful and innocent, bore no hint of menace. Zoro, having indulged in a bit of drink, sported a slight flush and deliberately adopted a fierce expression, declaring, "Your captain has already been devoured by us." "Ah, Mother Nightshade." The 3 children cried out towards Nami. At that moment, Nami erupted in a torrent of scolding, swiftly silencing the 3 little rascals. Meanwhile, Wynn, who was sipping his drink, chuckled heartily, thoroughly amused. Thus, the Straw Hat crew reveled in merriment throughout the afternoon in Syrup Village, and before long, the moon had ascended into the night sky. In a lavish mansion somewhere in Syrup Village, a girl with playful golden hair lay languidly upon her bed, occasionally racked by bouts of fierce coughing. Usopp, renowned as the village's greatest braggart, spun tales that were but fabrications, yet they stirred excitement in those who listened. "Miss Koya, please refrain from meeting with Usopp again," urged a bespectacled man, adjusting his glasses as he offered her a glass of water. The pale-faced girl suddenly became animated, exclaiming, "No, Clyador, Usopp is a good person. He merely tells me stories to make me happy. That is not permissible. Miss Koya, you must trust your butler's counsel," Clyador retorted, his gaze penetrating and sharp. The girl felt a sense of injustice, closing her book and turning her face towards the night sky, where the stars continued to shine brightly. Zoro truly can hold his liquor. One had indulged in a bit of wine and, stepping out of the inn, sought a level patch of ground to lie upon. The traces of intoxication danced across his face, while the surrounding area was a tangle of wild grass. Tomorrow, he would be searching for Kuya, wouldn't he? It is evident that Klo has assumed the guise of the steward Krahater, solely to rightfully inherit the estate of the Kaya family. Perhaps it is Klo who has been the cause of Kaya's illness over these past few years, for indeed, Klo is a formidable strategist. Ding. A time-limited quest has been issued. Defeat Captain Klo and thwart his nefarious scheme. Reward: 1 level 2 Pokémon. Penalty: randomly revoke 3 level 1 Pokémon. Ah. Dear Warehouse, you are the only confidant who truly understands your plight in this world. Ding. A second time-limited quest has been announced. Persuade Kaya to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Reward: 1 level 3 Pokémon. Penalty: revoke her across and reduce luck by 10%. It appears that Warehouse has been holding back for quite some time, preparing to unveil all these quests. However, when Ku found it hard to believe as he gazed at the task panel, the sheer volume of information overwhelming him. Why was this happening? Wasn't it undermining the narrative? When Ku questioned the Warehouse Master, harboring a sense of unease within him, for his arrival had already diverted the storyline from its original path. Users must firmly believe that One Piece is a tangible world, where each character is a living being. The narrative is merely a narrative, and the inherent unpredictability of the future has long since disrupted the original storyline. We must forge ahead, regardless of the outcome, be it favorable or unfavorable. Very well. Let us respond to change with steadfastness. When gradually calmed himself, his singular focus now was to accomplish the mission and to enhance his own strength. Ding. Permanent Task 1. Silver level remedy Koya's physical ailment, assist her in becoming a physician, and ensure she possesses at least 1 formidable skill. Reward: a level 6 Pokémon. Penalty: none. Consequently, yet another task panel materialized. One can gaze in astonishment. A perpetual task? Is there truly no time constraint? Indeed. The sole distinction between a perpetual task and a time-limited one lies in the aspect of restriction. However, in comparison, the former presents a greater challenge yet promises far more substantial rewards. The warehouse keeper invariably offers patient explanations. Treating Kuya's ailment is a trivial matter. Yet this formidable task poses a considerable challenge. One cook could only manage a wry smile. Faced with the sudden onslaught of 3 tasks today, he felt little excitement or exhilaration. Instead, a hint of gravity weighed on his heart. Though the road ahead may be fraught with difficulty, it is imperative to persevere. The following day, the Straw Hat crew arose, and after several fruitless attempts to locate Usopp, Carrot suggested that their captain might be at Miss Kaya's residence. When chuckled at the thought of visiting, and to his surprise, Nami concurred unexpectedly. As they journeyed onward, the Straw Hat crew gradually caught sight of an expansive estate in the distance, stealthily guided by the mischievous Onion Boy. The Western-style architecture, resplendent and grand, only served to accentuate its nobility. The estate was immense, and no words could adequately capture its vastness. The playful blonde girl was none other than Lady Kaya, an affluent young lady. She possessed a gentle demeanor and an ardent love for reading, endearing her to many local gentlemen, including our captain. Indeed, their captain was, as expected, present in the scene. The green pepperhead pointed helplessly at the tree above. As Luffy and the others looked up, they spotted Usopp boasting to Kaya. Usopp, noticing Luffy beneath the tree, made a point to introduce them to Kaya. She waved in greeting and when smiled. She was quite a remarkable girl, indeed, and a splendid addition to the crew. There was little they could do. They had brazenly trespassed into the estate. Suddenly, the butler, Clador, adjusted his glasses with an air of disdain as he rounded the corner from the main gate, delivering his remarks with a frosty tone. When turned to the butler, his expression turning cold. You are Kuro? Subsequently, Kuro indeed delivered a speech filled with righteous indignation, not neglecting to ridicule and mock Usopp and his father. Clador, you are to apologize to Usopp. At this moment, Kaya could no longer bear it and hoped her butler would extend an apology to Usopp. Why should I apologize to such a savage man, miss? Kuro's demeanor was grave. You may choose not to believe me. Yet, pirates are indeed brave warriors. Usopp declared loudly to Kuro. Kuro scoffed. Pirates are brave warriors? That assertion is rather absurd. You lack the standing to make such a claim. At that, one stepped forward, casting a cold gaze at Kuro, leaving Usopp momentarily stunned. Kuro's eyes held a profound depth, and he fell silent. The atmosphere grew tense and awkward. Eventually, both parties departed in displeasure, but not before one glanced back at Kuro, who stood on the steps. Is it Kuro of 100 plans? Do your schemes stand a chance against someone like me, who has traversed worlds? One sneered. That evening, in the inn, one noticed that Luffy had yet to return, prompting him to venture with Nami and Zoro to the coastal cliff in search of him. Nami and the others were puzzled as to why they would go to the cliff, yet they trusted one, and the trio took a stroll along the way. Eventually, they discovered Luffy asleep in a hollowed-out area. Upon awakening him, Luffy was bewildered, piecing together fragmented memories along with one's imaginative embellishments. Revealing a simple narrative of past events, Kuro had tightly secured the mansion's doors and made his way to the coast via a pathway, where he discussed the whereabouts of treasure with his subordinate, Zango. Later, Usopp and Luffy overheard their conversation, and Zango put Luffy into a hypnotic slumber, causing him to tumble down the cliff, though Kuro refrained from harming Usopp. One nodded, and matters continued to progress in a favorable direction. However, one still needed to be prepared for contingencies, as Klo possessed an exceptionally high intellect, rivaling that of Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates. Wank candidly chose to confront the situation, revealing Captain Kuro's nefarious scheme to Nami and Zoro, both of whom were taken aback. Luffy, in a state of bewilderment, found it hard to fathom that the miserly and confrontational butler could deceive even his own master. Nevertheless, given that this information came from Wank, Zoro opted to place his unwavering trust in him, while Nami remained somewhat skeptical, selectively inquiring of Wank, if that is the case, then Miss Kaya is in grave danger. What are your plans for tomorrow? On the shore, Wank shared his strategy with both Nami and Zoro, leaving Luffy scratching his head in confusion. Our esteemed strategist is truly remarkable. Even if I don't understand, we shall follow his lead. Luffy could only cheer him on. At this point, Wank had firmly established his position within the Straw Hat Pirates, and Luffy occasionally referred to him as the strategist. Matters of strategy and intricate planning were generally entrusted to Wink by the entire crew, including Nami. At this moment, Wink silently recited a mantra, summoning blue and white Pokeballs that appeared in his hands. He handed the Pokeball containing Pidgey to Zoro and entrusted the one with Squirtle to Nami. And Captain, here is your Grimer, Wink said, casually tossing a black Pokeball, which Luffy caught and promptly wiped clean. Wink, why don't you just give me the Grimer? Luffy chuckled. Upon seeing Wink's exasperated expression, he smirked and refrained from further comment. It was peculiar how the boisterous Luffy consistently behaved like a child in Wink's presence. Yet his concern and protectiveness for Wink were unreserved. Despite his carefree nature, he could sense it. In Luffy's heart, Wink held a position second only to his brother Ace, and he harbored immense trust in him. With everything settled, Wink gestured for Luffy and the others to leave, as he had matters to attend to. Watching their retreating figures, Wink addressed the nearby thicket. Come out, it's just me left. A figure emerged from the bushes, trembling visibly. Upon a closer inspection, it was revealed to be Usopp. Who are you? And how is it that you possess such knowledge? What manner of sorcery allows you to conjure a sphere out of thin air? Are you a magician? Usopp gazed at Wenku with astonishment. Although the dark-haired man appeared rather frail, for some inexplicable reason, Usopp felt an undeniable pressure. He clearly had not been present at that moment. Could it be that he possessed the gift of foresight? Without offering any explanation, he merely gazed at him, articulating slowly, we are but noble pirates. Tomorrow we shall unite. Yet, alas, the fair Kaya does not believe me, nor do the villagers. Is this still the village I hold dear? How has it come to this? Usopp wept bitterly, kneeling on the ground. As Wink looked at the tearful Usopp, he felt a surge of empathy. Every time the wolf came, until one day, a wolf truly appeared. However, the shepherd who had repeatedly cried wolf would no longer be trusted. Usopp would learn a lesson. He needed time to adapt. Wink could have exposed Kuro earlier, but he also had a mission to fulfill, allowing the plot to unfold as it was meant to. Whether it was Usopp's transformation or the future inclusion of Kaya, this narrative remains significant. Here, take this, it's called the Weeping Tree. With it, you shall venture to rescue Kaya tomorrow, Wink said, tossing Usopp a green treasure ball before turning away. Can we truly win? Usopp murmured to himself, gazing at the treasure ball in his hand. It felt surreal to him, who was inherently timid. Yet, amidst the blur of reality and illusion, who could truly discern the truth? Nonetheless, Wink was certain he would tear apart Kuro's hypocritical facade the following day. Let us see who is truly scheming against whom. Night fell, the crescent moon rising high. At that moment, within the luxurious mansion of Kaya's family, the once tranquil scene was disrupted by the sound of metal scraping. What are you saying? Melee, a servant of the Kaya household, could hardly believe that Butler Clydell had concealed his true intentions for 3 years, all to claim the young lady's inheritance under the guise of legitimacy. This revelation was hard for the usually gentle and wise Butler to accept, as he had turned out to be so wicked. It was not too late to realize the truth. Kuro approached stealthily, a gust of wind following him, his claws glinting coldly in the moonlight. Miss, run. The hanging lamp above shattered, silencing Melee's voice. Only blood flowed from the claws, appearing strikingly vivid. The following day, what seemed an ordinary day was filled with an unusual tension. As dawn approached, it was highly likely that those ruffians would arrive from either the northern or southern coast. Wink had not slept all night, wandering along the edge of the shore. Even though he was prepared, he felt an undeniable unease. In the original story, Zhang Ao led a pirate crew invading from the northern coastline, but with his unexpected intrusion as an outsider, the plot had deviated from its original course. And it was entirely possible that Zhang Ao would change his plans to invade from the south. After much contemplation, Wink resolved to establish a well-defined defensive strategy. Given Zoro's penchant for oblivion and Luffy's lack of discernible intellect, it was imperative for Wink to ensure that these two pivotal combatants were dispatched to the battlefield without delay. Consequently, he decided on a temporary division of their forces. Zoro would be paired with Nami, while he would team up with Luffy. Usopp, on the other hand, was assigned a solitary mission to rendezvous with Kaya and safeguard her well-being. Wink harbored concerns that the narrative might deviate, noting that the only routes leading into Syrup Village were the northern and southern coastlines. Wink decided that Nami and Zoro would guard the southern slope, while he would accompany Luffy to the northern shore. Once the tasks were assigned among the four of them, Nami departed with Zoro. The wait during this time was excruciating. As they observed the sun rising ever higher, Wink concluded with certainty that Zhang Ao and the others must be advancing along the southern coast. They truly did not approach from the northern coastline. One had contemplated the possibility that this group of individuals might deviate from the narrative, yet he still harbored a glimmer of hope. However, these pirates failed to materialize along the northern coastline. Fortunately, one had made prudent preparations in advance, several hours earlier. Zoro and Nami had already taken positions to defend and ambush at the southern ramparts. "Let us go. Luffy, we head south." One grasped Luffy's hand and began their journey southward. In stark contrast to the tranquility of other regions, the South Bank slope was engulfed in fierce conflict. "Slay them. It's merely a woman. Charge forth." Zhang Ao, consumed by rage, commanded his subordinates to advance up the slope. Initially, Crocodile had conferred with him, intending to launch an assault on West Ra village from the north. However, Crocodile abruptly changed his mind, ordering an attack from the southern bank. Aware of the dire consequences of defying Crocodile's command, Zhang Ao had no choice but to comply. At that moment, Nami, positioned on the slope, called out to her Squirtle beneath her feet, "Squirtle, defeat them." With a puffed cheek, Squirtle unleashed a torrent of water, striking the pirate horde below, eliciting cries of agony. "Damn turtle," they shouted in frustration. "We won't be deterred. We shall overwhelm her with sheer numbers. She's but a solitary turtle." The pirates, seasoned in battle, began to mount an overwhelming offensive up the slope after sustaining some casualties. "That fool Zoro. Why isn't he keeping up? He's so slow," Nami lamented, anxiously awaiting reinforcements. Meanwhile, one was making his way to the southern bank when he unexpectedly encountered the lost Zoro. One could sense the gravity of the situation. It was evident that something was amiss. Nami and Zoro had gone astray, which meant that only Nami remained to defend the southern shore. Urgency surged through him. The Straw Hat Trio, guided by Wenku, hastened towards the southern bank. "Klahadore, where are you?" Kaya awoke abruptly in the morning, only to find herself alone. She descended the stairs in search of her steward. To her horror, she discovered the servant, Mary, lying unconscious in a pool of blood. "Mary, Mary, please wake up," Kaya cried, tears streaming down her face as she desperately tried to rouse him. At that moment, Mary's eyelids fluttered, and with great effort, he managed to gaze weakly at the weeping Kaya. Kuro had shown a modicum of mercy. After all, they shared 3 years of camaraderie. He had even gifted him glasses. Pirates may be ruthless, yet they are capable of compassion. Ultimately, Kuro spared Mary's life. When Kaya learned that her steward, Klahadore, had intended to kill her and had attacked Mary the previous night, disbelief washed over her. She recalled Usopp's warning from yesterday and felt a surge of regret for having rebuked him. Kaya, open the door. Please, let me in." A familiar voice suddenly called from outside. Kaya and Mary froze. "Is that you, Usopp?" Kaya hurried to open the door, and there stood Usopp along with 3 little rascals. "What are you doing here, Usopp?" "I'm so frightened," Kaya exclaimed, her tears mingling with relief. Usopp's brow furrowed with determination as he grasped Kaya's hand, urging her to flee. "We must leave now. Your steward is a villain." "I'm sorry, Usopp. I should never have doubted you." It's of no consequence. We must hurry. I came here to protect you." Usopp tightened his grip, glancing around anxiously to see if Kuro had returned. In truth, Kuro had already headed towards the southern shore, impatiently waiting for Zango and his crew. Even if he were to return, it would not be at this hour. "No, Usopp. Mary is still here, and he is injured. I cannot leave him," Kaya implored. Kaya felt a wave of shame wash over her. She had realized that Usopp had returned this morning, still thinking of her. Her cheeks flushed, and an inexplicable thrill coursed through her. Upon entering, Usopp was taken aback by Mary's grievous condition, his astonishment quickly transforming into fury. To safeguard Mary, he and the trio of little ones carefully placed him in a hidden corner. Kaya remarked, "Klahadore desires my inheritance. We could negotiate with them." "Negotiate?" Usopp was puzzled, believing such a course was futile. "How can we know unless we try? This is our village, after all. Haven't you always wanted to protect our home?" Kaya urged, her grip tightening on his hand. Usopp, dreaming of becoming a hero, pondered, what harm was there in fighting for his home? "We can go, but you must stay behind me. I will protect you. Kuro is utterly powerless against you." Usopp donned his goggles and wielded his slingshot, embodying the spirit of a true man. However, Kaya transformed her tears into laughter. "Indeed, my great hero, I shall never doubt you again." Meanwhile, on the southern slope, Nami confronted a multitude of pirates alone, and the situation grew increasingly dire. In the shadows, Zanga orchestrated the chaos, sending a flying blade ring hurtling towards Nami. Just as the ring was about to strike, it was deflected by the imposing horn of Heracross, who had arrived in the nick of time. They have finally arrived. The rubber machine gun. The triple blade technique. In an instant, it subdued the pirate onslaught. As we observe the multitude of pirates, we catch sight of the renowned Zhang Yao. Donning his small sunglasses. Ah, so this is Zhang Yao? If he is spared this time, we may very well encounter him again during the war on the top. The fact that Zhang Yao has joined the Navy is quite a trivial matter. The stalemate in the battle has been disrupted by Luffy and his companions. Zhang Yao squints and summons the Catman duo. Upon noticing them, Zoro's eyes gleam with intrigue. What's up, Zoro? This chubby one and the lean one are rather peculiar. Interested? Wink chuckles. Of course, you all must refrain from intervening, Zoro declares as he leaps forth to challenge them, closely followed by Bobo. The nature of the ensuing battle becomes increasingly evident. This time, Luffy is not lulled into slumber and refrains from meddling in Zoro's fight, unleashing a barrage of rubber projectiles in all directions. Ku and Zhang Yao exchanged glances, and indeed, Zhang Yao did not dare to hypnotize Luffy. I had waited for quite a while when suddenly a bespectacled man emerged from the forest. Ku turned around, and to my astonishment, the pirates of Zhang Yao's crew collectively halted their actions, most of them displaying expressions of fear. It turned out that Crocodile could no longer tolerate the sluggishness of Zhang Yao and his crew and had taken the initiative to seek out his own team. What is happening? Zhang Yao? Crocodile adjusted his glasses with a flick of his wrist, deliberately ignoring Ku and the others, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yao. Though Crocodile's voice was barely above a whisper, it struck Zhang Yao's heart like a hammer. The cat duo, filled with disdain for Crocodile, assumed that after 3 years apart, his strength had diminished, yet they found themselves thoroughly outmatched by him. I give you 5 minutes to eliminate these people, Crocodile declared, his glasses reflecting a glint of coldness. You should concede. You cannot win. Ku beckoned Nami to stand behind him, addressing Crocodile, while Helicross and Little Fire Dragon stood ready for battle. Luffy merely picked his nose, chuckling as he landed a punch on one of the pirates, knocking him out cold. It was only then that Crocodile turned his gaze towards Ku, offering no reply. The cat duo charged at Zoro with frenzied aggression, exuding a murderous intent. 5 minutes to deal with this green-haired swordsman, shouted Zoro to Bobo. Bobo, sword, Zoro called out loudly. In an instant, Bobo summoned 2 fallen swords from the ground with a whirlwind. Zoro leaped into the air, merging his 3 swords. The term 1 sword and 3 swords transcended mere semantics. It was, in fact, Tiger's Hunt. Zoro executed a series of leaps, his 3 swords slicing through the air, creating a vacuum as swift as a tiger descending from the mountains. Sam, small of stature, was pierced by the 3 swords, while the corpulent figure of Sam, despite being punctured, remained alive. Zoro, be careful, that fat man isn't dead, Ku shouted. Now, Zoro stood resolutely with blood dripping from his 3 swords. Bobo perched on his shoulder as he turned to face the ever-expanding figure of Bujin. This left Zoro utterly perplexed. Exclaimed vehemently, "You despicable Zhang Yao! What right do you have to employ hypnosis?" Time was slipping away, with only 4 minutes remaining, compelling him to act decisively. Zhang Yao, in a state of panic, was acutely aware of the terror that Klo instilled, and thus could not afford to let Klo take action. "I will eradicate you," hypnotized Brook. Though Brook was corpulent, his speed was astonishing. In mere seconds, his 10 claws lunged towards Zoro. Zoro managed to parry with his blade. Yet he could not withstand the sheer force of Brook's onslaught, being sent hurtling away as the impact tore through his garments, exposing his bloodied flesh. At that moment, Bobo was exceedingly anxious. Aside from one, Zoro was his kin and friend, and he could not permit any harm to befall him. Thus, Bobo surged towards Brook's back, employing a rapid movement coupled with a fierce charge. The inexplicable pain that shot through Brook's back ignited his fury, and as he turned, his right hand swung fiercely, sending Bobo crashing away, feathers scattering in the air. "Bobo, you wretched glutton!" Zoro's heart ached deeply. He forcefully countered Brook's assault, previously dismissing this ailing feline as a trivial threat, only to witness the injury inflicted upon his beloved Bobo. "Damnable cat!" Zoro leaped into action, his blades poised for lethal strikes as he clashed with Brook, with a pale complexion. Ku prepared to withdraw Pidgey when suddenly beams of white light erupted from its body, enveloping it completely. Bougie stepped back, hesitant to move, while Zoro remained at a loss beneath the radiance. White light. Could it be that Pidgey was evolving? Sorrow transformed into joy. This evolution was of profound significance. It marked the first Pokémon to transcend the confines of its level and evolve independently in the external world. Pidgey was on the verge of becoming Pidgeotto, having reached level 2. Even the warehouse keeper was astonished and brimming with excitement. The Pokémon storage had a limitation. Originally, level 1 Pokémon could not ascend to level 2, nor could level 2 Pokémon rise to a higher tier. Yet, Pidgey had miraculously shattered this constraint. It seemed I needed to reorganize our storage thoroughly. Ahem. Only Zoro leaned on his sword, anxiously gazing at the white light suspended in the air. Pidgey. The Black Cat pirates ceased their assault on the ramp, even Kuro squinting at the luminous spectacle. What could it be? The radiant orb pulsated, gradually shrinking until it vanished, revealing the silhouette of a large bird, approximately 1 meter and 30 to 40 centimeters in length. Zoro, this is Pidgeotto, the evolution of Pidgey, your companion. When Ku shouted exuberantly, the intense pain radiating from Zoro's chest had diminished to a mere sensation. As he focused on the transformed Pidgeotto, his heart swelled with joy. Pidgeotto descended, an embodiment of Zoro's bond. Pika Pika. Pidgeotto now appeared twice its original size, resembling a great raptor. Its feathers had turned entirely white, with muscular wings and abdomen, its eyes sharp and piercing, and its call resonating with power. In this moment, Pidgeotto exuded an imposing presence, distinct from that of Pidgey. Let us fight together. Zoro's gaze softened unusually, and Pidgeotto, already possessing a semblance of sentience, nodded in agreement. I care not about your bird. Die for me. Cat's tread. Bougie scraped his fingers against the ground, howling like a tempest, as he surged forth at breakneck speed. Leaping nearly 10 meters, the gust of wind trailing behind him. Pika. Pidgeotto was undaunted, swift as lightning, evading with a spin, unleashing countless air blades in the process. A flash of electricity sent Bougie hurtling through the air, shattering the surrounding terrain and raising clouds of dust, rendering him momentarily immobile. Pika. Pika. Zoro comprehended the cue and dashed towards Bougie. Dual Tiger Hunt. 3 strikes, elusive as the wind, each slash distorting the air, imbued with overwhelming might. Kill. A cross-shaped spray of blood stained the air as Bougie's eyes rolled back. His ribs were severed one by one, and he was left lifeless. Pika. At that moment, Pidgeotto perched upon Zoro's shoulder. In the distance, when Ku smiled, gazing at Zoro with admiration, beads of cold sweat trickling down, while even Kuro appeared visibly shaken. Hurry. So swift. The tide of battle had once again turned. Half of the mountain had crumbled into dust, while the earth cracked under the pressure of the treatment. Sigh. Sheathing his sword, Zoro gently caressed the soft and comfortable body of the BB bird with his left hand. However, the BB bird, now standing at a height of 1 meter 34, could no longer perch on Zoro's shoulder, although it had restrained its claws. The weight still caused Zoro's shoulder to ache slightly. Kuro lowered his head to support the mirror, feigning rest with closed eyes. Only 3 minutes left. Zhanghao's mind was in disarray, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Meanwhile, the remaining pirates rushed down the slope, keeping their distance from Kuro, fearful as they were aware of his gentlemanly facade hiding a murderous nature. This led to an eerie stillness, with one and the others refraining from making any reckless moves. The seconds ticked away slowly. Just 2 minutes left. At that moment, an inexplicable commotion arose in the forest, footsteps echoing chaotically from behind. I detest having someone at my back. Kuro suddenly opened his eyes, his silent steps menacing as he advanced toward the approaching Usopp and Kaya. Danger. Usopp's pupils constricted as he instinctively shielded Kaya, throwing himself to the ground. Hiss. Kuro's hands, like claws, raked across Usopp's back, sending sharp pain coursing through his nerves, leaving clear marks after tearing his collar. Usopp, why did you do that? Kaya stood up, confronting Kuro. Isn't that the girl from the villa? Zhangao pondered from a distance. So, that means the girl is the ultimate target? We need not venture into the village any longer? Among the pirates, there were indeed those with keen minds. One stout pirate attempted to inquire. Then why don't we just kill her? Another lean pirate scratched his head, asking. How about one of us pretends to be lying down? A pirate murmured to another. Zoro cast a glance at them. The 2 pirates continued to feign unconsciousness. We're doomed. We're doomed. The green-haired one has seen us. Tears welled in their hearts as they lay there in feigned tranquility. Meanwhile, Kaya shouted to Kuro from uphill, negotiating. Please leave this village. Kuro, I will give you all my possessions. Please just go now. In that case, I shall accept without hesitation, but I desire one more thing. Kuro smiled, exuding the demeanor of a refined gentleman. Kaya was taken aback. What I seek is peace of mind. Peace of mind? Kaya still did not grasp Kuro's meaning. Yes, I merely wish for tranquility. I have spent 3 years earning the villagers' trust here. It was truly a delightful and comforting sensation, Kuro remarked, but Kaya understood how twisted that smile was. The negotiation had failed. Ultimately, Kuro shattered Kaya's last struggle. Thus, I wish to possess this peace of mind forever, Kuro said, rubbing his clawed hands as he slowly advanced. When gazed intently, yet remained still, sensing that Kuro would not strike, especially with Luffy still present. Subsequently, Kaya drew a pistol and aimed it at Kuro, only to be swayed by his flowery rhetoric, resulting in her relinquishing the firearm, unaware that Kuro's claws were now intertwined, harboring murderous intent. Bang! Kaya, hurry. Usopp, enduring pain, rose to his feet and retrieved the fallen pistol, firing a shot. Worthless. Kuro scoffed, effortlessly employing his silent steps to alternately approach and seize Usopp, believing that ending this boastful fool's life would be akin to slaughtering a mere dog. Bah! If you have the guts, kill me. Usopp, now emboldened, pointed a finger at Kuro, hurling insults. Kuro, thoroughly exasperated by Usopp's incessant prattling, felt the stirrings of malice within him, when suddenly, without warning, a powerful punch struck his face. Thud. The wound remained, a testament to Luffy's furious blow. One couldn't help but let out a chuckle, leaving Nami bewildered, questioning whether her esteemed strategist had lost his sanity. At that moment, Kuro suddenly took flight, crashing several meters away. Usopp collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Hurry over here, we will protect you, when urged Usopp and the others. Thus, Kaya rose to her feet and embraced Usopp, aiding him as they approached, while the three little rascals were shielded by Nami. Ouch, that stings a bit, Kuro remarked as he stood up, his glasses slightly cracked. We are still a good distance away, but your arm movements were quite impressive. You must be a devil fruit user, Kuro squinted and inquired. Luffy grinned. I consumed the gum-gum fruit. Usopp and Kaya snapped back to reality, their eyes wide in astonishment as they stared at Luffy. Very well, a rubber man. However, you have 1 minute. Kuro's tone was as cold as ice, his patience waning with Kaya's presence. Luffy, in 1 minute, send Kuro flying. When called out to the straw hat, Luffy began to stretch and warm up, nodding at one. Now then, One Ku adeptly calmed Nami and her companions before making his way towards Zango down the slope. Defeating you should take no more than a minute, right? One Ku remarked, casting a glance at Zango. Oh, such confidence, my lord? You must realize that in a minute, we may all find ourselves lifeless. Zango, skeptical in his heart, was not familiar with One Ku's name. If someone of note existed in the East Sea, he would undoubtedly have been aware, and the Navy would have placed a bounty on him. If One Ku were truly formidable, he would possess some reputation. Yet, that was not the case. Do you truly consider me an unknown? One Ku felt a pang of irritation as Zango brandished a hypnosis ring. One Ku instructed his little fire dragon, you smoke screen incessantly. Take this, brat. I declare strong go 1, 2, 3. Sleep now. Go play by yourself. The little fire dragon unleashed a smoke screen to disrupt Zango's hypnosis. One Ku retreated sharply as the little fire dragon exhaled a thick cloud of black smoke, obscuring Zango's vision. This is bad. Zango found himself engulfed in the smoke, unable to see One Ku, and the hypnosis required face-to-face contact for 3 seconds, which One Ku had deftly countered. I told you, defeating you will only take a minute. Per cross. Use tackle. One Ku's ghostly voice echoed from within the smoke. Before Zango could comprehend, he was struck in the chest by a black-horned beetle, sent flying like a bull, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. With a resounding boom, another section of the mountainside collapsed, burying our esteemed Zango beneath the fallen earth. No need to head up any longer, Zango. This place shall be your home from now on. As the smoke cleared, the little fire dragon coughed incessantly, while One Ku cast a cold gaze at Kuro. Kuro, expressionless, clicked his claws, patiently counting down the time. 18, 5, 2. Time's up. In an instant, Kuro lunged forward, while Luffy engaged in close combat, delivering blow after blow, unperturbed by the black cat. Rubber pistol. Luffy's agile rubber arm struck Kuro, leaving varying depths of dents, causing Kuro to spit blood, the sound of impact overshadowing the tearing flesh. Kuro felt somewhat disheartened by Luffy's reckless approach, retreating several meters to evade the onslaught. Luffy, however, pressed on relentlessly. Suddenly, Kuro ceased his attacks, his claws drooping as he stood silently. This peculiar behavior halted Luffy, but the experienced pirates several hundred meters away cried out in desperation, pleading with Kuro not to employ that move. Scoop death. Captain Kuro is about to use scoop death. We're doomed. Nami, anxious, attempted to advance but was stopped by One Ku. This is Luffy's battle alone, We must not interfere, Wenku explained to Nami. Zaro, too, merely tended to his sword, showing no intention to intervene. Scoop Death is Kuro's most powerful technique. Once unleashed, it will indiscriminately attack both foes and allies alike. Usopp, Kaya, come here. Come over here with these 3 little imps. Gather around, Wenk called out, then turned to instruct the horned beetle, Hercross. You must protect them at all costs. I'm counting on you. Upon hearing Wenk's command, the beetle unfurled its massive wings, enveloping Nami and the others in a tight embrace of protection. Suddenly, the mountainside was marred with countless scratches as Kuro moved at an astonishing speed, his clawed hands launching increasingly rapid assaults. Tear. Unbeknownst to Wenku, a sudden and fierce grasp on his shoulder elicited an excruciating gasp of pain. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, the pirates were inexplicably under attack, their anguished cries echoing incessantly. What do you take your comrades for? Luffy shouted in fury. Wenku, use the stinky mud to protect yourself. If he comes over, we must find a way to capture him. Wenku exclaimed, only to feel another strip of flesh torn from his knee. No, Wenku, I cannot allow this stinky mud to be harmed any further. I can defeat him on my own. Luffy vehemently rejected Wenku's suggestion, disregarding the increasing number of wounds as he keenly spotted a flaw in Crocodile's stance and seized his foot. Got you, Luffy declared, executing a shoulder throw that sent Crocodile sprawling. Yet, Crocodile promptly performed a backflip, regaining his footing. It's futile. I will slaughter everyone present. I detest those who do not cherish their comrades. Luffy instantly elongated his arm to seize Crocodile. It's useless, you fool. At that moment, Crocodile vanished once more, his speed surpassing that of before. Due to the indiscriminate assault, the Black Cap pirates, as well as the Straw Hat crew, suffered varying degrees of injury. Not a chance. Luffy discerned another opening and stretched his arm with all his might. Crocodile, unable to evade, found himself ensnared by Luffy's limbs. When captured, Klo would be at his wit's end. However, in a departure from the original narrative, one of Klo's hands could still move, albeit with great difficulty. In a frenzied state, he clutched Luffy's back, causing the latter to bleed profusely due to his rubbery physique, as Klo's claws dug into him mercilessly, with a hand pressed against the wound. When called out to Usopp, who was sprawled on the ground, Usopp, quickly, distract Kuro. Usopp hesitated for a moment. Hurry, don't you want to be a hero? When shouted with fervor, all right. I heard you. Usopp mustered unexpected courage, darting to the side of Kuro beneath his goggles. Kuro, receive my ultimate move. Powder Star. The lead bullet shot forth from the slingshot, exploding upon contact with Kuro's face, releasing a thick cloud of smoke that obscured his vision. Although it lacked lethal force, it momentarily halted Kuro's struggles. Rubber clock. At that moment, Luffy's head soared back from hundreds of meters away, the impact instantly rendering Kuro unconscious, shattering his glasses as he fell, allowing Luffy to release his hold on him. Usopp collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. We won. That Straw Hat truly defeated Captain Kuro, the remaining pirates exclaimed in disbelief. A collective sigh of relief filled the air, more akin to the gratitude of surviving a calamity. Ding. Timed mission 1 complete. Reward, level 2 Pokémon. Will the user claim the reward? At that moment, the warehouse spirit appeared, bringing good news to one. Claim it. When nodded, ding. Reward, 1 level 2 Meowth. Bestowed with the ability to speak human language, the reward has been stored in the miniature space. Meowth? When chuckled, amused. Let us hope it's not that Rocket Team's version. That would certainly be amusing. Meanwhile, the pirates on the battlefield lifted the unconscious Kuro and prepared to sail away. Luffy gazed at them from a distance, lost in thought. Behind him, Usopp hesitated, reluctant to turn back and face Luffy. His heart had been captivated by the small crew of the Straw Hat pirates. Though the past 2 days had been filled with peril, they had also fostered Usopp's growth. He yearned to inquire, not as a plea, but to see if he might join them. Yet, his timid nature left him feeling conflicted and apprehensive. So, what is the status? Have you collected all the treasure? When asked, smiling at Nami, yes, it's all been gathered. Oh, and I'm returning the Squirtle to you. We truly owe it to him for this battle, Nami replied, pulling the blue Pokeball from her pocket. You keep it. You need its protection more than I do, when said, unexpectedly dismissing it. Nami gazed at the Pokeball in her hand, feeling the ice and heavy stone in her heart diminish significantly due to this man's kind concern. As the Black Cat pirate ship slowly sailed away, Kaya felt a profound sense of loss. Perhaps Kurohad's 3 years of deception had truly taken a toll on her. Usopp, standing beside her, dared not speak. "This is your moment to shine, Usopp." One approached Usopp with a smile and said, "You know, my dream is to become a true warrior of the sea, which is also my mother's wish." Usopp sighed, gazing at the drifting clouds above. A profound realization washed over him, and tears welled up in his eyes, shimmering with light. "My mother in the heavens is watching over me. I must not cry. I shall hold back my tears, for I am determined to become the person I aspire to be." Wenku felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The lofty aspirations of a pirate resonate equally for those with ambition. Perhaps the timid Usopp remains distant from his dreams, yet his personal growth continues unabated. The pursuit of a pirate is remarkably simple, amidst the vicissitudes of life and death, honor and disgrace. This encapsulates the world of pirates, where brutality coexists with warmth. 2 days after the battle, the Straw Hat crew prepared to embark once more. During this interval, Kaya sought Wenku to discuss certain matters. "Is there something on your mind, Miss Kaya?" Wenku inquired with a smile, feigning ignorance, as he wished to observe whether Kaya would express her intentions. "I hope to join the Straw Hat Pirates," Kaya said, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. As the ship's strategist, Wenku had long been trusted by Luffy, prompting Kaya to approach him first to articulate her desire. "Such delightful news. We are eagerly anticipating your inclusion in the Straw Hat Pirates, Miss Kaya," Wenku responded, thrilled by her proposition and readily acquiescing. Earlier, Usopp had also been invited to join, much to everyone's delight. Kaya's servant, Mary, had a lifelong passion for shipbuilding, and the Going Merry was the finest vessel he had crafted over the years. Given that Luffy and his crew were without a ship, at Kaya's request, Mary presented the Going Merry to them. Upon seeing the completed ship, Luffy was immediately enamored. He wished to embrace the Going Merry every night. Nami also felt elated, recognizing that a fully equipped sailing ship was one of the paramount assurances for their journey along the Grand Line. Before their departure, Kaya entrusted Mary with the task of preparing the necessary provisions for their voyage and requested that he explain the operation of the Going Merry to Nami. While packing, Kaya took a considerable number of books, as she cherished reading, particularly medical texts due to her health condition. Ding. Time-limited task 2 completed. Reward, level 3 Pokémon. Will the user draw? With Miss Kaya boarding the ship, it was a moment of great joy, so why not draw? "Let's see what we get," Wenku suggested. Ding. Reward, level 3 Pokémon Scyther. The reward has been recorded in the miniature space. Scyther. Wenku is astounded. In a previous life, he harbored a particular fondness for the flying mantis, as this extraordinary creature possesses a rather striking appearance. The reward is commendable, and Wenku feels quite pleased. Subsequently, as everyone embarks on the ship and departs, Wenku observes the Merry, with the sheep's head figurehead standing out remarkably. It is known that the Merry, the ship, boasts a special seat located at the bow, characterized by a sheep's head, which has always been Luffy's exclusive spot. At this moment, Luffy comfortably perched on the sheep's head, exclaimed loudly to Winkai and the others, "From now on, this shall be my special seat." Nami and the others were unable to tolerate Luffy's occasional childish antics, leaving Winkai both amused and exasperated. Subsequently, with Nami at the helm, the Golden Merry gradually departed from Syrup Village, continuing its journey towards the Grand Line. "Oh, and we need a pirate flag." Luffy leapt onto the ship's deck and took it upon himself to design the flag he envisioned, drawing the attention of his companions. Before long, the pirate flag was completed. "Well, this flag is absolutely hideous." Usopp voiced his disapproval loudly. He simply could not bear to look at the crooked, uneven lines of the pirate flag Luffy had created. Disregarding the artistic aspirations he had ascribed to himself, Usopp dismissed the failed creation, removing it and diligently refining a new flag, his face beneath the goggles displaying utmost seriousness. Winkai and Koya soon joined in to lend their assistance. After several hours of labor, the Straw Hat Pirates flag was finally completed. Thanks to Winkai's contributions, modern elements were woven into the design, rendering the flag even more vibrant than its original depiction. "Wow, what a beautiful pirate flag. I love it," Luffy shouted with enthusiasm. And Nami and the others expressed their satisfaction as well. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was afternoon. Eventually, with everyone voicing their hunger, Winkai began preparing a meal for them, despite his culinary skills being somewhat mediocre. One could place the pot of dishes on the table, tears still streaming down his face. Alas, the storyline of the seaside restaurant is finally unfolding, and Wenku could not contain his joy. As for our esteemed chef Sanji, how much longer must we endure a life of meager sustenance if you do not join us? Ding. The warehouse offers a permanent benefit to its users, the favorability wheel. This allows users to gauge the affections of those around them. Oh, could it be that I am being deceived? Is there truly such a marvelous item? Wenku inquired with curiosity. In fact, each time a user levels up, they unlock a permanent benefit, which is rather splendid, isn't it? However, to prevent any arrogance, this benefit is only revealed now, patiently explained the warehouse. Well then, I must extend my gratitude to the warehouse. Wenku's heart brimmed with joy. He had not anticipated that this warehouse possessed such remarkable capabilities. Although the favorability ratings may seem trivial, they provide insight into how others perceive him. Ding. Does the user accept? Accepted. Wenku felt as though his mind had acquired something new. An indelible numerical will imprinted in his consciousness. By the way, how is this favorability data quantified? Wenku needed clarification. Ding. The favorability ranges are as follows. 130 indicates a stranger relationship, akin to mere passers-by with no connection. 3160 signifies an acquaintance, comparable to classmates or friends. 6189 represents a deep familiarity, similar to that of brothers or close confidants, explained the warehouse. What about a favorability score exceeding 90? That is a different matter. Relationships above 90 are quite intricate. A score of 9,095 suggests a deeper emotional development akin to a secret admiration, while 9699 signifies an elevated stage, reminiscent of a passionate romance, indicating affection. What is a perfect score of 100 entail? Wenku was intensely curious. The highest stage is love, however, as I am not human. I cannot fully comprehend such profound affection. Steadfast loyalty and vows of eternal devotion are but mere concepts to me. Wenku smiled gently. It seems that Warehouse Cohen has transformed into a literary youth. Ding. Shall the user have a try? Well, why not? Just as they were conversing, Wenku stepped outside the cabin and spotted Zoro leaning against the wall, sound asleep, which brought a faint smile to her lips. Warehouse Cohen, could you please assess Zoro's feelings towards me? Soon, the affection level analysis revealed that Wenku had instant access to Zoro's sentiments. Zoro's affection, 88. Oh my, that's quite high, isn't it? 88 is akin to being very close friends, Wenku thought, feeling a warm glow in her heart. It appeared that Zoro held a rather favorable view of her. Encouraged, Wenku proceeded to investigate the affection levels of the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. They were as follows: Usopp's affection, 77, Nami's affection, 72. However, she found herself perplexed by Luffy and Nami's affection levels. Why on earth does Luffy have a score of 89? 5? Well, to put it simply, I cannot guarantee anything. In the future, Luffy may develop feelings for you. I mean the future, Warehouse Cohen stammered in response. Wenku was taken aback. What on earth is going on? After all, his affection level had yet to reach 90. And even Warehouse Cohen seemed uncertain, suggesting they observe how their relationship would evolve. What about Nami's affection level? Wenku pondered. After all, the wheel had indicated a score of 90. This is indeed a cause for celebration. It signifies that Nami currently harbors a budding crush on you. The revolution has yet to succeed, so please continue your efforts, dear user. With a wry smile, when pondered, did Nami really harbor feelings for him? How could that be possible? The Mary, steadfast in its journey along the Grand Line, had long departed from Syrup Village. Life aboard the ship was orderly and unhurried. Luffy delighted in sitting atop the Ram's head, gazing out over the vast expanse of the East Blue. Kaya, currently serving as the ship's physician, had filled her quarters with an abundance of medical texts, occupying nearly half the room. She showed no concern for the clutter. It was not merely a love of reading, but a genuine passion for medicine. Usopp, the ship's sharpshooter and secretly enamored with Kaya, often visited her chamber to regale her with tales of their piratical exploits, boasting that he was the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Each time, Kaya would smile and bid him farewell, while Usopp, feeling bored, would then seek out Luffy to engage in playful banter. Luffy could absorb anything, but the competition for the title of captain would invariably stir his frustration. Wink serves as the esteemed strategist aboard the ship, often referred to in private as the vice captain. He continues his daily fishing endeavors while secretly honing his bond with his Pokémon. Meanwhile, the navigator Nami steadfastly steers the ship, managing all nautical affairs. She also takes the opportunity to train her synergy with Squirtle, although her thoughts occasionally drift to Wink, which inexplicably infuriates her. On several occasions, she has taken out her frustrations on him, leaving Wink rather unfortunate, as he spends his days fishing and cooking, only to be bewilderingly tormented by Nami. The most leisurely among them is undoubtedly Zoro, whose daily routine consists solely of slumber, devoid of any battles. The Mary, their ship, has journeyed to the renowned Treasure Island, a place steeped in tales of hidden riches, where many pirates who sought treasure have mysteriously vanished. These legends speak of divine beings residing there, except for Wake. The others are filled with curiosity regarding the lore surrounding this treasure island, with Luffy and Nami being the most animated. After enduring tumultuous storms and obstacles, the Mary successfully reaches Treasure Island, and the Straw Hat crew disembarks. This land is thickly forested with ancient trees that obscure the sun, and the lush vegetation is a tangle of life, truly a remote and undeveloped isle. Ding! A time-limited quest has been issued. Unravel the mystery of the treasures of Treasure Island. Reward: 30 intermediate ability potion for a level 3 Pokémon, Whalemare. Penalty: none. The warehouse keeper has announced a new mission. As they ventured deeper into the realm, the group encountered increasingly bizarre phenomena. After several confrontations, they fortuitously stumbled upon Cayman and his extraordinary beasts. The sight of this man ensconced within a treasure chest left Luffy and his companions astonished. Upon learning of Cayman's experiences over the past 22 years, they were filled with a profound sense of empathy. Once Cayman realized that the Straw Hat crew harbored no intentions of plundering the island's treasures, all conflicts and misunderstandings dissipated. With their assistance, Cayman successfully sought out the rumored treasure. However, when he excitedly opened the chest, he was met with an empty void. It became apparent that Cayman's ambitions over the decades had amounted to little more than a stagnant puddle. The fabled treasure was, in fact, non-existent. Cayman was struck by a blend of shock and disappointment, yet a heavy burden within him suddenly lifted, as the pressures of his 22 years melted away in an instant. The legend of the Treasure Island was a fabrication. There truly was no wealth to be found. Nami felt a twinge of disappointment, but in truth, the real treasure lay in the extraordinary beasts surrounding them, rather than in gold and jewels. Wink smiled, believing this to be the essence of significance. Cayman nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. Luffy then cheerfully inquired, "Uncle Cayman, now that you have resolved your inner turmoil, are you willing to continue pursuing your dreams? We need companions like you." Upon hearing Luffy's invitation, Cayman shook his head in refusal and, with a serene smile, responded, "Wink is right. I have resided here for over 20 years. This island, along with these remarkable beasts, is something I cannot forsake. While I may no longer chase my dreams, I can still protect my home." With the matter of the Treasure Island settled, the Straw Hat crew had alleviated Cayman's burdens, and it was time for them to depart. Ding! The limited time task 1 has been completed. Reward: level 3 Pokémon, Whale Lord, and a 30 intermediate capability potion has been issued into the miniaturized space. When Ku and the others boarded the ship in an orderly fashion, must we truly leave the uncle behind? Ku felt a pang of sorrow. This was her first venture at sea, and encountering such a situation had a profound impact on her. It became evident that some individuals resolutely cling to their dreams. The uncle had his own family here, and the rare beasts of this island were akin to kin for him. When Ku patted Kuya, offering her comfort, "Farewell, Uncle Cayman," Luffy called out, waving his straw hat. The crew, inspired by Cayman, found their resolve to pursue their dreams strengthened. "Luffy, you little rascal, you must carry my dreams forward." Cayman wiped away his tears, gazing at the Golden Mary as it set sail with the beasts. Perhaps the vastness of the ocean was not the only thing that remained unclear. There were also those who could not realize their dreams. Their aspirations would be carried away by the winds, grasped by those who dared to dream, continuing their voyage, while journeying towards the Grand Line. The feeble Mary was nearly wrecked by Usopp and Luffy, two formidable beings whose antics drew trouble. Following a bout of chaos, two uninvited guests boarded the Mary. One stood, while the other lay down. The standing man shouted threats to annihilate the entire crew, only to be effortlessly subdued by Luffy. Soon after, Zoro emerged from the cabin. The distinctive green hair allowed the man to recognize him instantly. "Brother, how did you end up on this pirate ship?" A bird perched on Zoro's shoulder was roused by the man's shouting, casting a cold glance in his direction. With a disdainful sniff, Zoro expressed his discontent. "What is it?" "Johnny? You wake my bird and then dare to ask such a question?" It turned out the man's name was Johnny, and he had a brother named Joseph, both of whom shared a bond with Zoro. At that moment, Johnny shed silent tears. "Brother Zoro, what has happened? Is our long-standing friendship worth less than a bird?" Johnny wielded a curved blade, with an inscription etched upon his visage, prominently displaying the character for C. Through Johnny's elucidation, it became apparent that both he and Joseph were bounty hunters. Kaya expressed her desire to attend to Joseph's ailment first, and Johnny guided them accordingly. At that moment, Joseph appeared pallid, his eyes rolled back, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Kaya swiftly discerned his affliction, revealing that he had succumbed to one of the ocean's most perilous maladies, scurvy. She instructed Usopp and Luffy to procure limes to remedy the situation. Before long, the individual named Joseph began to recover, and upon regaining consciousness, he and Johnny commenced a whimsical dance. The raucousness of their antics provoked an irate squawk from the parrot, BB, which drew the attention of the two men. In his earlier haste, Johnny had overlooked BB, but upon closer examination, he realized the bird possessed an undeniable coolness. They curiously approached, pointing and commenting on BB. Zoro nearly drew his sword, exclaiming, "Hey, what are you two doing? That is my bird." BB, feeling uncomfortable under their foolish scrutiny, scratched the wooden surface with its sharp talons, leaving several marks. The ambience surrounding me is delightful, and as I silently recite my thoughts, a yellow orb materializes in my hand. Let us take a breath of fresh air, meow. In a flash of white light, a standing cat appears. Approximately 1 meter in height, with a glimmering oval coin affixed to its forehead, radiating brilliance. Nami gazes at the coin, her eyes wide with amazement. "Where is this place?" The cat inquires, tilting its head and playfully rubbing its ears with its paws. "Wow, this cat can talk," Luffy exclaims, stretching his mouth to absurd lengths and stuffing an apple inside. Nami swiftly delivers a sharp punch, and Luffy, realizing his folly, dares not act out again. Wenku jested, suggesting that they should first get acquainted with the people present, for they would soon become family. Meow Meow nodded in agreement, as the leader's words were always correct. Only Johnny and the others looked on in astonishment at Wenku, but Koya offered an explanation, allowing them to temporarily grasp the concept of a Pokémon summoner. "By the way, this Meow Meow could serve as our pirate crew's mascot. What do you think, Wenku?" Luffy suddenly stood up, struck by a brilliant idea. "I would rather not. This king shall not be a mere mascot." Meow Meow protested, turning its head away, while Wenku squatted down, chuckling as he patted Meow Meow. At that moment, Luffy grasped Wenku's arm, pleading for him to acquiesce to his request. Suddenly, Wenku recalled Luffy's affection level of 89. 5. Observing Luffy's affectionate demeanor caused a shift in his expression, yet he did not wish to hurt Luffy's feelings. Thus, despite Meow Meow's objections, he reluctantly agreed. As the group chatted, Johnny provided the Straw Hat crew with a recommendation for a delightful restaurant in the East Sea. After heading northeast, they finally arrived at their destination, the barrel.A, a marine restaurant. The establishment resembled a colossal ship, adorned with fish-shaped bows at both ends, and its hull was embellished with intricate patterns. Inside, numerous small boats were distributed in an orderly fashion. What a splendid structure! So this is the marine restaurant. Wow. Meow Meow could hardly contain itself, saliva dripping everywhere, and even Wenku found it quite off-putting. Who could have anticipated the unexpected arrival of uninvited guests? It was the Navy. Usopp was so frightened that his eyes nearly popped out. The group witnessed a naval warship aiming its 2 cannons at the Mary. Wenku thought to himself, this can't be good. Wasn't there only 1 cannon in the original story? How did it become 2? Boom. Boom. The cannons fired. Nami's face turned pale. 2 cannonballs are coming our way. Even Zoro was startled, immediately standing up. "Luffy, block one." In this moment of peril, Wenku shouted urgently to Luffy. He swiftly threw a green Pokeball. "Scyther, use air slash to cut through the other cannonball." Scyther, approximately 1.5 meters in length, with its menacingly reflective scythe-like arms, leapt up and executed a swift strike, slicing through the incoming cannonball mid-flight, resulting in an explosion in the air. Meanwhile, Luffy utilized his rubber body to rebound the other cannonball, but miscalculated the direction, causing it to crash into the marine restaurant. Boom. The 2 deafening explosions echoed like thunder. Luffy stared blankly at the collapsing corner of the restaurant, utterly bewildered. "You've caused a mess, Luffy. Hurry and apologize to the owner." In a bid to advance the plot, Wenku kicked Luffy off the ship. He fell alone onto the outer deck of the barrel.A, where several chefs forcibly dragged him away. "Isn't this a bit excessive, Captain?" Meow Meow expressed her concerns, observing a moment of silence for the Straw Hat Captain. Acknowledging one's mistakes is essential, and in this regard, Luffy remains a good child. Wenku spoke earnestly, leaving the others speechless. The Straw Hat crew, excluding Luffy, along with the comically inept bounty hunter duo, comprised a total of 7 individuals. Upon disembarking, they pushed open the grand doors of barrel.A. The restaurant's decor was indeed opulent, and despite it being merely noon, the number of patrons was already considerable. Indeed, this establishment was quite spacious. Wenku beckoned the group to find a corner to settle down, suggesting they first enjoy some water while they sat. With Luffy absent, he took full responsibility for matters concerning the Straw Hats. Plop. While they were resting, a man suddenly overturned a table in the midst of them, scattering soup and food all over the floor, while the woman next to him gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. The man in question is recognized as the naval officer who had just fired upon them, seemingly known in the original text as Captain Iron Fist. Did you not hear my admonition against wasting food? A man in a suit, characterized by his curly blonde hair and arched brows, forcefully kicked the individual who had slammed his fist on the table, effortlessly lifting the arrogant captain from headquarters, all due to the latter's act of overturning the soup. As when Ku and his companions indulged in their drinks, they observed the turmoil unfolding nearby. Nami gestured for silence, while only Meow Meow, munching on a biscuit, turned to Wenku and inquired, "Boss, is Sanji that dapper fellow in a suit?" "Meow, what do you think?" Wenku's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sanji, my esteemed chef, you have finally made your entrance. This time, I must ensure you join us. Get lost. Never let me witness you waste food again." Sanji flung aside Finbudi, the so-called Navy lieutenant, whose gaze toward Sanji was filled not only with fear, but also with humiliation. Suddenly, the door of the barrel.A restaurant was kicked open, and a ragged figure entered, brandishing a gun. This individual was undoubtedly a Kijin. One may speculate upon the narrative. Despite Akin's weary appearance, with wounds adorning his brow, his gaze remains strikingly sharp, indicating that his mind is still relatively lucid. The chef of the restaurant, Pity, exhibits a marked disdain for the impoverished. Upon discovering Akin's inability to pay for his meal, he resorts to force, unceremoniously ejecting Akin from the establishment. After finishing my meal, I ventured outside and, to my surprise, spotted Luffy, Akin, and Sanji gathered together. Understanding the situation, I promptly retraced my steps. As I settled back into my seat, the long-awaited warehouse lord announced a new mission. Ding. Limited time mission 1. Assist Luffy in defeating Admiral Click. Reward, 1 level 3 Pokémon. Penalty, randomly reclaim 1 level 3 Pokémon. Ding. Limited time mission 2. barrel.A defense battle. Prevent the further destruction by the Click pirates and ensure that the damage to barrel.A remains below 10%. Reward, 1 level 4 Pokémon. Penalty, randomly reclaim 1 level 3 Pokémon and 3 level 1 Pokémon. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. It is noteworthy that this task marks the first limited-time mission offering a level 4 Pokémon as a reward. However, the stipulation of keeping the damage below 10% does seem rather challenging. In Winkerson's heart, there lay an unutterable anguish. Just the subordinate, Kliku, could potentially wreak havoc to the extent of 10%, let alone Kliku himself, who was akin to a war machine. It was unclear how much time had passed when Luffy, in a flurry, rushed down the stairs bearing a tray, assuming the role of a server. Usopp and the others erupted in laughter at his antics, yet Luffy, indignant, soon joined in their playful revelry. The restaurant owner, Zepp, had descended at some point, quietly observing the Straw Hat crew and nodding in approval. He turned to Sanji and inquired, "Hey, Sanji, what do you think of them?" Sanji lit a cigarette, remaining silent. "You should join them. I no longer require your services here." "You old coot. What nonsense are you spouting?" Sanji retorted, twisting his mustache, feeling somewhat irked by the ruckus created by the Straw Hats while he tidied the dishes. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Nami, and in that instant, Cupid's arrow struck his heart. Oh, what a stunning girl. Sanji, having somehow procured a bouquet of roses, approached Nami to profess his feelings. Nami, looking at Sanji, felt a flicker of annoyance and, inadvertently, glanced at Wenku's reaction, only to find him watching her as well. Flustered, she hastily turned away, feeling an inexplicable mix of shyness and irritation, and delivered a punch to Sanji's head. "Ah, Miss Nami hit me. I'm so happy." Sanji's head swelled with a large bump, and he fainted, wearing a serene and blissful expression. Kia and the others stifled their laughter, while Wenku found himself in a state of bemusement. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed at the entrance of the restaurant, surpassing even the earlier noise made by Akin. The sound abruptly ceased, and all present turned their attention to the door. There stood an extraordinarily tall figure, at least 2 meters in height, clad in golden armor. His face gaunt from prolonged starvation, yet his hawk-like gaze revealed a fierce demeanor. Akin, unable to move the towering individual, was effortlessly thrown aside. As the words "Can you squint your eyes?" click echoed, Sanji abruptly awoke, casting a grave glance towards the individual before him, his gaze narrowing upon Akin. "I'm sorry. I couldn't stop the Admiral." Akin confessed, feeling utterly ashamed to face Sanji again, burdened by the weight of countless debts of gratitude. Moreover, he was well aware of his superior, Click, whose character left much to be desired. At that moment, Click limped onto the outer deck of barrel.A, the wooden planks creaking beneath his weight. Having endured the most harrowing experience of his life, this maritime tyrant had lost even his most basic sharpness and courage. Initially, when entering the Grand Line, Click had brimmed with ambition, eager to carve out a successful venture there. But all of that had been severed by a single sword from one of the warlords of the sea. That sword had descended like a cataclysm from the heavens, sweeping across the vast ocean and rendering his fleet of 5,000 a mere jest, with countless souls meeting a gruesome end. Many reduced to mere fragments by the sword's sheer force. Click could not fathom the existence of such formidable power in the world. Thus, he retreated, knowing that his remaining crew required sustenance. Due to Akin's plight, Click had come to barrel.A. Upon hearing Click's request, Sanji felt a flicker of compassion, hoping to persuade Patty and the others to acquiesce to Click's demands, but they vehemently disagreed, nearly turning against Sanji. It was only after Zeph delivered 100 portions of food to Click that Click shamelessly set his sights on Zeph. He had heard of Zeph's legendary status. After all, Redleg Zeph was renowned for having navigated the Grand Line for a year and returned unscathed. In Click's mind, Zeph must possess invaluable secrets and methods pertaining to the sea routes, and thus he declared, "Zeph, your ability to survive the Grand Line for a year surely means you have some secrets of the trade. I shall take your navigation journal." "On what grounds?" Patty interjected loudly, challenging Click. "You should be grateful that we Haven-T let you starve, let alone make demands." The other chefs at barrel.A echoed in agreement. "Indeed. How dare you? That man is your savior." Do you even comprehend the caliber of existence you're addressing? Zeph, do you dare refuse me what I seek?" Click retorted, visibly displeased, believing these chefs to be ungrateful, considering himself, the East Blue's tyrant, entitled to their assistance. "That is not permissible, Admiral. The food they provide is a gift. You cannot act in such a manner, as it contravenes moral principles," Akin murmured. Though he was often cold-hearted, he maintained his own principles regarding loyalty and gratitude. Now, with his superior, Click, poised to violate these principles, Akin found himself in a deep conflict. Firstly, I do not possess any navigation journal as you claim. Furthermore, should you force your way into barrel.A, we shall engage you in battle, Zeph stated calmly. "Very well then. I shall not hold back," Click declared. Click, seething with rage, temporarily retreated to his flagship. He resolved to first satiate his subordinates before embarking collectively towards barrel.A. As the narrative unfolds, it becomes evident that a battle is imminent. Zephyr, stroking his mustache, addressed Luffy beside him. "Luffy, should you and your crew succeed in driving away Krieg, I may contemplate sparing you from menial tasks." Luffy, filled with exuberance, realized he could not afford to squander a year engaged in trivialities. The Grand Line was the destination he yearned for. Wenku must also be prepared for battle. Arise. Hercross, Scyther, Charmeleon. After 3 beams of light, the 3 Pokémon stood in a row, fully prepared. The remaining Pokémon had all been assigned to the crew, and Wenku reminded Meowth to protect Koya. Upon witnessing Wenku's actions, Japu did not exhibit the same astonishment as Sanji, yet his eyes revealed a profound depth. Just before Klika's assault, Wenku recalled a significant matter, the imminent arrival of Hawkeye Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, which would pose a tremendous challenge for Zoro. Amidst the turbulent clouds and surging tides, a mere small boat drifted by, although it was nothing more than a simple vessel. At its center lay a throne adorned with a cross-shaped sword, and a candle burned mysteriously atop it. "Ah, that is the man. Only those who have endured pain can cast shadows." The Klika pirates were thrown into chaos, as if they had encountered a kingly sea monster or some other terrifying entity. Klika's eyes were bloodshot. "Why? I have escaped, yet he has followed me." Whoosh. The sound of Mihawk's sword sliced through the air, thunderous and tumultuous, shattering Klika's ship into splinters. The remnants of Klika's crew held in despair, experiencing the terror of Hawkeye for the second time, while cold sweat drenched Klika. Only Zoro marveled at the brilliance of this swordsmanship. He instructed Pidgey to keep its distance, for a battle was imminent. Zoro, yearning to defeat the world's greatest swordsman, boldly extended an invitation to Mihawk for a duel. The narrative unfolds without hindrance from the protagonist, for this confrontation bears immense significance. Zoro requires such a defeat to fortify his strength. Regrettably, Mihawk pays little heed to Zoro as a swordsman, yet to maintain the spirit of the duel, he unsheathes a small knife from his chest. Only the protagonist is aware that this is no ordinary blade. Insulted, Zoro unleashes his ultimate move, the Demon Slash. With a swift thrust, the outcome is determined. How could this be? Zoro is initially bewildered. However, as the knife pierces his chest, the excruciating pain and Mihawk's composed demeanor become undeniable. How could such a blade? He has been defeated. Zoro realizes that if he succumbs to fear, it would only bring sorrow to Konoha. Hence, he must not falter. In the end, clarity dawns upon him, dispelling the despair of defeat, an emotion he wishes to banish, for it signifies a loser. His indomitable spirit forbids him from embracing defeat. What a formidable heart! Would he rather perish than be vanquished? Even Mihawk shows a glimmer of surprise. Young man, state your name. Roronoa Zoro. I shall remember you. A long-lost warrior. With that, Mihawk draws the great sword from his back. The pupils constrict. Could that be the supreme swift blade? The great black blade of night. Currently the most formidable dark sword in existence. In honor of the swordsman, I wield this swift blade of darkness to guide you on your journey. As the eagle eye knows how to respect a true swordsman. Thank you, the world's foremost. At this moment, the profound silence resounds. Zoro does not dwell on the value of a swordsman's existence, for he knows that defeat equates to death, and he is prepared to embrace his fate. This is the final strike. A true swordsman fears not death. Kuina, may you transform into the sword in my hand, guiding me to soar across the world. The ultimate technique of the three-sword style, 3,000 worlds. The fervent obsession of three blades surges forth like a tide. The cleaving stone and flowing clouds shatter the heavens. The 3,000 worlds are not merely a distant chill. Eagle Eye marvels at the wonders of the 3,000 worlds, yet the chasm between them remains insurmountable. Quality unchanged by quantity. Zoro, almost coughing blood, feels his blade being severed inch by inch. The mournful cry of the bird echoes through the air, yearning to protect Zoro's side. Is this the power of the world that dictates defeat? Zoro's vision blurs. It is not the weakness of fatigue, but rather a new kind of spiritual exhaustion, a rebirth. The scars upon his back are the disgrace of a swordsman. Zoro turns, smiling despite the blood, resolutely exposing his chest, yearning only for Eagle Eye's strike. Remarkable. Eagle Eye responds with a smile. The brave swordsman has truly stirred his spirit. Years of solitude among the strong have allowed Eagle Eye to glimpse the dawn once more. Do not rush to meet your end, young swordsman. Night falls and rises, ultimately. Zoro plunges into the sea. Wunk, Johnny, and the others urgently dive in to pull Zoro ashore. The surroundings fall into silence. Each person gripped by awe towards the world's strongest, while the defeated Zoro fades from conversation, met with mockery and derision. The vicissitudes of life are but this. When Zoro resolved to become the strongest swordsman in the world, he had long since cast aside the fear of life and death. The criticisms of others only served to fuel his relentless pursuit. Fear not, that man yet lives, Eagle Eye reassures a charging Luffy. The bloodstains on Zoro's chest intermingle with the seawater, a testament to the blood he has shed and the depths he has traversed. Yet he retains a flicker of consciousness. Solely for the sake of this world's strongest. You wish for death, but it is still too soon. I am Dracula Mihawk. See yourself clearly. Understand the world. Grow stronger. Surpass this sword, Roronoa Zoro. Eagle Eye shouts, acknowledging Mihawk. Have I caused you worry? If you do not become the strongest swordsman in the world, you will feel troubled, will you not? Therefore, before I conquer him and become the great swordsman, I shall never falter again. Do you have any objections? Pirate King. Zoro shouts fiercely. None. Luffy replies with a smile. When gazed at Zoro, acknowledging that the path of growth ahead was still long, yet it would not deter Zoro's strides. Ding. A permanent mission was announced, golden level before Roronoa Zoro achieves the title of the Great Swordsman. Procure for him 1 supreme Great Blade and 2 Great Blades. Reward, 1 level 7 Pokémon and 1 level 6 Pokémon. A Super Charizard X with a 70% permanent enhancement potion. Penalty, none. When felt an overwhelming urge to curse, this task seemed nearly impossible to accomplish. Firstly, the Supreme Great Blade was known to be forged by the 12 Masters, and even one, as a time traveler, recognized that the original Onitora was such a blade. While the others remained a mystery to him. Where could one possibly find such a supreme great blade? Did it require defeating the 5 Elder Stars? This truly was a task for the ages, and it was no surprise that it was classified as a golden level permanent mission. One was brought to tears. Meanwhile, Cliquey foolishly attempted to retain Mihawk, only to find that Mihawk paid him no mind. Eventually, Under Kleeky's frenzied bombardment, Mihawk vanished. But when sensed he might have departed or was lurking in the shadows. Ah, Usopp. Nami, it's up to you. Luffy called out loudly to Usopp aboard the Mary. This was prompted by Nami having left the crew with the treasure. Usopp pounded his chest in assurance, while Kaya was diligently tending to Zoro's wounds. Wen's thoughts were consumed by Nami's departure. That orange-haired girl carried an immense burden. Yet, for now, they needed to defeat the formidable Diamond Bachelor, Kleeky, the East Blue's overlord, with a bounty of 17 million berries. The duel of swordsmen was merely a prelude. The real battle was just beginning. Men, once we seize that ship, the Grand Line will hold no terrors. Kleeky commanded his pirates to assault Barrel.A. Sanji rallied the chefs to unveil the fish fins. As special measures were required in these extraordinary times. Chef, the fins are about to be revealed. A massive underwater deck slowly ascended from the depths of Barrel.A, ultimately assembling into a large wooden platform centered around the restaurant. Upon seeing this vessel, Kleeky understood it was designed to avoid damaging the establishment, which only deepened his admiration for the ship. This incited further anger among the chefs, who, in response, dispatched formidable naval weaponry to confront him. The weaponry employed by Patty consisted of 3 heavy cannons. After a simultaneous volley, it became apparent that Kleeky remained unscathed, likely due to the impressive hardness of his golden armor. I am the strongest, Kleeky declared, feeling deeply insulted by Patty's attack. With a single hand, he lifted the heavy naval weaponry, weighing over 1,000 pounds, and hurled it away, leaving even one in awe of this individual's remarkable prowess. The narrative suggests that Wank may advise Luffy to refrain from intervening, as he intends to confront Kleek first. Heracross, the formidable creature, gazes at the formidable Hornet. Can you contend with him? The Hornet nods, exhibiting no fear of Kleek, and boldly advances to engage in close combat. What a colossal insect! Is that little rascal also a fruit user? Quite peculiar indeed. Kleek, unwilling to tolerate any challenge to his authority, relentlessly unleashes his diamond fist upon Heracross. Behold, a massive insect battling against the leader. Who shall emerge victorious? The watching pirates are on edge. Heracross ascends and descends with his super horn attack. Wank observes that although Kleek's assaults are fierce, his speed is lacking. Spotting an opening, he instructs Heracross to unleash his ultimate move. The enormous wings lift the heavy body. While Kleek fires a barrage of cannonballs skyward, the explosions resonating like a series of firecrackers. Heracross deftly evades the countless shells soaring upward, ensuring that his downward thrust strikes with unparalleled force. Realizing that Heracross has dodged all his shots, Kleek abandons his aim and prepares to absorb the full impact of the Hornet's assault with his own body. Boom! As Kleek braces himself against the descending attack, he is forcefully submerged into the water, creating tumultuous waves that splatter in all directions. Gradually, the surface of the water returns to tranquility. As the spectators anticipate the outcome, a shadowy figure is propelled from the depths, revealing Heracross, who lands heavily on the Barrel.A deck, gasping for breath, his left arm grazed and bleeding profusely. What happened? Wank approaches to inquire. The Hornet remains silent, its gaze fixated on searching for Kleek's whereabouts. Soon after, Kleek climbs aboard the wrecked ship, equally astonished as he regards the Hornet, grappling with disbelief. That was perilously close. That beast possesses strength comparable to mine. How can this be? I am the sovereign of the world's oceans. Kleek's eyes bulge with rage, while Wank, from a distance, keenly observes that the right shoulder of Kleek's golden armor has been shattered. Well done, Heracross. You've worked hard. Wank begins to tend to Heracross's wounds. Luffy, for now, I need you to deal with Kleek. Wank calls to Luffy, who is scaling the rigging. The ungrateful wretch has harmed my dear Wank's Hornet. I shall bring you down. Upon seeing Heracross injured, Luffy's fury ignites. It is common knowledge that users of devil fruits fear water. A landlubber, indeed. Kleek, dismissing his apprehension of the Hornet, shows no regard for the rubber man. In this advantageous setting, Kleek believes Luffy stands no chance against him. Leader, allow me to join in the fray. A man clad in iron armor ascended to the outer deck of Barrel.A. Kleek nodded, acknowledging that he too required a moment of respite. Iron Wall Baru. Upon witnessing the blood, inexplicably ignited in flames, which gradually spread down the deck, inciting panic among the chefs. Oh, the flame of Baru's grand special. I'm an impregnable fortress. My defense is unparalleled, Baru proclaimed, striking his shield with an air of arrogance that matched Kleek's. Yet, with each surge of his confidence, the flames grew fiercer, simultaneously heightening his exhilaration. The fire scorched a corner of Barrel.A, stirring a deep-seated anger within Sanji. Barrel.A shall not be violated, Sanji exclaimed, executing a spinning kick technique that unleashed a powerful gust to extinguish the encroaching flames, though some parts continued to blaze brightly. Ding. Time-limited mission 2 completion alert. Current damage level of barrel.A restaurant, 5. The likelihood of failure has significantly increased. Users are advised to proceed with caution. When cast a fierce glance at the blazing figure, resolutely declaring, I shall not let you escape. Sanji, we cannot allow him to assault barrel.A any further. All right, here I come. First meet shoot. At that moment, Sanji extinguished his cigarette, exerting force through his legs, propelling himself upwards with a rush of air that surged skyward. The formidable strength of his legs extinguished the flames engulfing barrel.A. Flying Mantis Strike. Cross Scissors. When Ku, undeterred, summoned his Mantis. Soaring into the air and slicing through it in a cross-shaped formation. The air collided with itself, amplifying the force of his strikes. With a resounding clang. Two distinct sounds of friction and impact reverberated from Baru's chest. Sanji's footwork, elusive as a shadow, struck with the swiftness of lightning, shattering Baru's chest shield. Meanwhile, Winka's aerial Mantis executed its crosscut with the precision of scissors, cleaving through the iron with seamless unity. The conjunction of the crosscut and Sanji's foot technique rendered Baru's shield into mere fragments. The excruciating pain nearly sent Baru into unconsciousness, yet Winka's ferocity was undeniably formidable. Little Fire Dragon. Baru's flames were not to be underestimated. With a fierce flourish, he unleashed a fiery vortex, compelling Baru to witness the true essence of fire. The little dragon inflated its cheeks and unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing Baru and forcefully incinerating him into the sea. A thick steam enveloped the area. And the extreme heat, surpassing 100 degrees, introduced Baru to the inferno of the human realm. Even submerged in water, the residual heat caused Baru to scream in agony. Devoid of a shield, he lacked fire resistance, revealing his inherent vulnerability as merely a mortal, reliant on advanced equipment. Huh, how arrogant you were, mocked Sanji, observing Baru's plight. You strutted about like a peacock, while Klee hesitated to damage this vessel. Yet, you seemed all too eager to transform its iron fortifications into scrap. Lighting another cigarette, Sanji expressed heartfelt gratitude for Winka's assistance. Without it, his current foot technique would have merely inflicted superficial harm on Baru. Humph. I should have dealt with the worthless trash sooner, Klee remarked, disdain and arrogance filling his gaze as he watched Baru's anguished descent to shore. This self-proclaimed maritime overlord was now compelled to take matters into his own hands. Baru's defeat had rendered the battlefield increasingly enigmatic. Just as Klee prepared to rise and engage, Ajin stepped forth. Chief, please wait. I need to settle matters with Sanji, Ajin asserted. Wielding two weapons resembling hooks with iron balls at their ends. His voice was grave, piquing Klee's interest, who granted him permission to duel Sanji. In this scene, we witnessed the encounter between Akin and Sanji. Initially, the two engage in a calm conversation, but for reasons unknown, they soon find themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. Ultimately, however, Sanji's leg techniques prove insufficient against Akin, who triumphs and knocks him to the ground. When Klee commands Akin to eliminate Sanji, Akin unexpectedly kneels down. Expressing his gratitude for the kindness the barrel.A has shown towards the Klee pirates, beseeching Klee to refrain from further attacks on barrel.A. This heartfelt plea evokes a sense of astonishment among the onlookers, who hesitate to act. You are indeed my loyal subordinate, otherwise. How could I have recruited a fearsome warrior like you to my crew? Wouldn't you agree, Akin? Klee remarked with a calm demeanor. Despite kneeling, Akin shows no fear towards Klee and continues to plead passionately. This, however, only serves to incite Klee's wrath further, as a familiar ferocity reemerges on his face. Klee raises his hand, preparing to unleash a poisonous gas bomb, intent on eliminating his own subordinate first. Akin, everyone quickly dive. The Captain Klee is about to launch the gas bomb. The visage of Klee was utterly repulsive, embodying a ruthlessness that resorted to inhumane tactics in pursuit of victory. Employing poison gas shells. Is this the conduct befitting a true warrior? Klee, the leader, why do you find yourself so perplexed? The dead cannot comprehend. And I have no further need of you. Perish alongside the chef. As Klee sneered, he unhesitatingly launched a shell of moderate size. However, all the pirates privy to the situation gaped in shock, swiftly submerging their heads beneath the water. In this moment of dire peril, Akin equipped Sanji with a gas mask, while Luffy in the distance similarly donned protective gear. Fool, you must not perish just yet. Sanji, secure your mask properly. At that instant, Wank dashed forward, dragging Akin underwater. Plunging into the depths of the sea. With a resounding explosion, the shell detonated, releasing a cloud of purple, unknown gas. The surface outside was engulfed in a toxic haze, while Click, donned in a mask, wore a smug grin beneath. The M.H.5 poison gas shell, a mere whiff sufficient to induce fatal poisoning, had long been prohibited by the Navy as a weapon of war. Who would have guessed that this so-called overlord of the East Sea was but a petty clown, harboring a peculiar fondness for such gas shells? Once the toxic fumes dissipated, barrel.A remained unchanged. As the gas gradually cleared, the group resurfaced, and Wank valiantly pulled Akin back up. At this juncture, Akin was weak and breathless, perhaps overwhelmed by heartache. He could not articulate the sensation, only that it was excruciating, rendering him nearly breathless. Click, I have given you the loyalty you demanded, but what of what I desire? Have you granted me that? Ultimately. Akin's internal voice faded into silence, yet Luffy was determined to fight, and he must inform Luffy of Click's more terrifying weapon. Luffy, beware of the great gun. It is an exceedingly fearsome weapon, he cautioned. As Luffy removed his mask, Sanji gazed at Akin with a complex expression. The captain has lost his mind. I am sorry for you all, for I have brought this calamity upon you. Yet, I implore you, do not take his life, grant him a chance at redemption. I, Akin, shall be eternally grateful, willing to serve you in any capacity. Akin's face was sorrowful, his voice choked with despair. Even though he had been rescued by Wank from the assault of the poison gas, he was utterly exhausted from his battle with Sanji. When gazed upon the weeping Akin, his heart a tumult of emotions. What a loyal soul he was. Creek, your lack of talent ensures that you shall never ascend to the ranks of true strength. This is a consequence of your arrogant and selfish nature. At this moment, the battlefield was alive with the dazzling and deafening explosions unleashed by Creek's artillery. Yet they had inflicted minimal damage upon barrel.A, maintaining a mere 7% deterioration. However, one could not afford to be complacent. At least Creek retained a semblance of rationality. He understood that his era of naval supremacy had come to an end, and barrel.A was the best vessel available for his potential resurgence. Deep down, he was reluctant to destroy it. To think you are still alive is truly unfortunate. Creek, witnessing Akin's rescue, felt a surge of discontent and admonished himself to remain composed. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, with all eyes fixated on the outcome of this battle, a struggle that would determine the fate of the floating restaurant. Rubber pistol. Suddenly, Luffy elongated his arm and leapt onto the deck where Creek stood. His powerful fist struck the sword cloak of Creek, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, Luffy too bore significant wounds. Ultimately, I am the victor. No one can defeat me. Creek's voice resonated deeply as he slowly rose, shedding the pierced cloak of sorts. His body grew increasingly agile, and the bloodshot veins in his eyes seemed capable of devouring everyone present. When called out from a distance, Luffy restrained Clique with the stinky mud. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Luffy released the stinky mud, which plopped down onto a floating piece of debris. Stinky, stinky, stinky mud. Use the mud to attack in conjunction with the petrification technique. Try to trap Clique. Do your utmost to limit his movements. Having learned numerous techniques from when regarding the stinky mud during their training aboard the Mary, Luffy had developed a strong synergy with it. At that moment, the stinky mud unleashed an enhanced version of the petrification technique towards Clique, but due to its sluggish speed, the mud only managed to ensnare Clique's feet. However, this presented the greatest opportunity. Thank you, stinky mud. Luffy unleashed a barrage of rubber punches, striking with fervor, unaware of how many times his rubber fists connected. The sound of clanging echoed as he relentlessly battered Clique's golden armor with swift and powerful blows. Enraged, Clique freed his feet and retaliated against Luffy. Explosive projectiles filled the air, shaking the very ground beneath them. Luffy had no choice but to rely on the remnants of the ship to maneuver, while the stinky mud, being ill-suited for water, softened upon contact. Nevertheless, the sudden mud assault managed to temporarily bind Clique's feet once more. The battle had reached a stalemate. Regardless of Clique's despicable nature or his formidable equipment, prolonged combat was proving unfavorable for Luffy. After several clashes with Clique, he had lost considerable blood and felt his legs growing weak. At this moment, when Ku was truly on the verge of unleashing a torrent of invective, the sheer audacity of a scoundrel like Clique elicited nothing but disdain from one Ku, whose contempt was further intensified by the character's even more loathsome portrayal compared to the original narrative. Meanwhile, Clique reveled in his triumph, relishing the sight of Luffy struggling for survival. To stoke the flames of battle, he merged two shields, transforming them into a formidable spear-like weapon. The battle spear. Such prodigious strength was unfathomable, with the combined weight of the shields nearing a ton. This was precisely why he was deemed the strongest among them. A lanky pirate gasped in astonishment. Cleek wielded the spear with a ferocity that stirred violent explosions wherever it struck, forcing Luffy to evade repeatedly. His situation growing increasingly dire. As Luffy pondered how to vanquish this formidable weapon through an unexpected strategy, a gaunt figure charged directly at Cleek, drawing perilously close to the battle spear, and seized it. Cleek swung to dislodge the figure, landing another thrust that pierced the silhouette. A Gene. Sanji's pupils widened in shock. "Stop. Do not attack," they cried in unison. The figure that had been impaled by the battle spear was none other than a Gene, who clung tenaciously to the spear's shield, refusing to let go. "Get away from here, you traitorous wretch." Cleek seethed with rage, utterly bewildered by a Jin's self-sacrifice. He attempted to wrench him away, but a Jin's grip was unyielding. "Desist. Do not act foolishly." A Jin's strength waned. With a resounding crack, the one-ton battle spear broke during their struggle, its tip remaining lodged in a Jin's abdomen. "You shall perish," Cleek bellowed, lifting a Jin and unleashing a barrage of blows. A Jin spat blood repeatedly. "Cease." When Ku, Sanji, and Luffy shouted in unison, bound by loyalty. It was unfortunate that Cleek paid no heed to a Jin's plight. A Jin's loyalty had led to his demise. "You have chosen the wrong side. What right do you have to treat Jin this way?" When Ku's fury ignited, he unleashed the Herculean cross, executing a hellish thrust combined with a mighty horn strike aimed squarely at Cleek. This was a full-force assault fueled by Wenku's wrath. With a resounding impact, Cleek's golden armor shattered under the overwhelming force, scattering glimmering shards of gold. Second-grade meat grinder. Sanji's rapid kicks struck with such velocity that they ruptured the air, relentlessly battering Cleek until he began to roll his eyes in defeat. Rubber rocket cannon. Luffy followed suit with a powerful punch that propelled Cleek into the water, generating towering waves that surged several meters high. Regardless of whether Cleek is alive or deceased, his aspirations of dominance have been irrevocably shattered. Success and failure may define a hero, yet a scoundrel is unworthy of such distinctions. Wenku gently cradled the lifeless body of a Jin, wishing for his soul to find peace. The fate of one who fell amidst the fray, a gifted individual unrecognized by a worthy master. A Jin. May your journey be serene. The sea breeze caressed the air, heralding the dawn after the battle, yet the valiant souls who perished, regardless of their allegiance, remained forgotten. In the aftermath, the remnants of the Click pirate crew scattered, fleeing in every direction, and the Baratai could be deemed safe. At this moment, Wenku observed the chefs as they tidied the battlefield, indulging in a sip of strong liquor during their respite, before pouring a measure into the sea. Ding. Time-limited task 1 completed. Reward. A level 3 fairy-type Pokémon. Would the user like to claim the reward? Ding. Time-limited task 2 completed. Reward. A level 4 fairy-type Pokémon. Would the user like to claim the reward? The warehouse attendant reported each detail meticulously. Why not announce them together? Wenku retorted coldly. Each time the completion of tasks led to a reward draw, Wenku would typically be filled with joy, yet today was different. The death of a Jin had profoundly shaken him. He pondered that should he ever assemble a Pokémon legion, they might conquer the world of the Pirate King. For Pokémon, like a Jin, are unwaveringly loyal. A fine blade deserves a worthy hilt, just as a good soldier deserves commendable leadership. Ding. Time-limited tasks 1 and 2 have been completed simultaneously. Rewards. A level 3 Pokémon, Swellow. A level 4 Pokémon, Vaporeon. The rewards have been allocated within the microcosm. Swellow. Vaporeon. Wenku felt remarkably fortunate, for when considered separately, the Pokémon in his possession amounted to merely 3, Heracross, Scyther, and Charmander, along with one of each member of the Straw Hat crew. Of course, Meowth, being a mere mascot, did not count, having entrusted Pidgey to Zoro. The arrival of Kingler compensated for Wenku's lack of a flying-type Pokémon, while Vaporeon remedied his deficiency in water-type Pokémon. Nami had taken the treasure, the ship, and even his Squirtle, along with his emotions. Well, bah? What emotions? With the merry-go piloted away by Nami, Usopp and Kaya had already set off in pursuit. And when Ku and the others needed to follow suit, that fish, Arlong, dared to bully Nami, and he would certainly pay the price. Before leaving, Sanji had already conferred with Zeph. Since the ship lacked a cook, Sanji decided to accept Luffy's invitation aboard. This was the culmination of years of resentment. Awaken, Sanji. Patty and the other chefs had long to deal with Sanji, as he consistently disregarded the rules when cooking, treating all guests, regardless of their wealth, with equal disdain. Yet these individuals harbored feelings as well. They did not wish for Sanji to depart. Nonetheless, Sanji was merciless, kicking them away with vigor. "Boss Seth, I have long been indebted to your kindness. I shall never forget the time I bowed my head to the ground, weeping bitterly. A man ought to part quietly." Seth, sequestered upstairs, had never felt such anguish over the decades. Sanji was like a son to him. The departure of such a young man naturally brought sorrow. And so, they set sail. Luffy boarded the small boat, loudly calling for Sanji, while Wenku stood beside him, equally beaming with joy. "Farewell, you little rascals." Sanji wept inconsolably but forced a smile. "Ha ha, I remain optimistic about life. Thus, old man, I shall certainly help you bring back that shared dream of all blue in my lifetime." Having just emerged from a fierce battle with the Clockwork Pirates, Wenku and his companions hastened their pursuit of the Merry Go in their small boat. Wenk sat at the bow of the boat, gazing anxiously into the distance. He understood Nami's predicament, which was why he felt an inexplicable discomfort. "Ding. There is a matter that has not been communicated to the user. Would the user like to take a look?" The warehouse responded to Wenk, indicating that there was something to discuss. "Is there anything else I need to address?" With a perplexed mind, Wenk chose to take a look. Ding. Viewing content, as the user has completed 10 tasks. They are granted a Grand Roulette reward. After every 10 time-limited tasks, a Grand Roulette reward will be unlocked. The roulette is divided into 5 major modules: medicine, ancient history, food, evolution, and weapons. When the pointer lands on one of these modules, it will randomly provide an item from that category, wishing the user good fortune. For details about the Grand Roulette, please refer to Chapter 1. Oh, Warehouse Lord, you almost made me forget this matter. You have done another good deed, and you may now withdraw. Ding. Shall we now unlock the reward? Why not? Open it for me. This roulette, much like the previous favorability roulette, shares the same presentation and location. It is indeed produced by the same factory. At this moment, Wenku began to scrutinize this novel roulette. The roulette consists of a pointer and 5 modules, which are colored white, brown, yellow, gold, and red for medicine, ancient history, food, evolution, and weapons, respectively. Ding. Does the user wish to spin the pointer? Just spin it. The roulette commenced its rotation, whirling back and forth as Wenku patiently awaited the outcome. As the pointer slowed to a halt on brown, Wenku grew anxious. Robin had yet to board the ship, and ancient history would be of no use now. Subsequently, the pointer shifted left, pausing at yellow, and Wenku's agitation heightened. There was a voracious eater aboard the ship. What good would acquiring food do? Finally, the pointer continued its leftward movement, but miraculously came to rest on gold, ceasing its rotation. A brilliant golden light radiated forth. Wow, a golden legend. Wenku nearly squinted in astonishment. Ding. Congratulations to the user for obtaining the evolution plate. Reward details. The user may designate one Pokémon to undergo its first evolution, with a restriction of level 3 or below. Astonishing. A tremendous profit indeed. Truly a golden legend. It is hard to believe that in a past life, I possessed the misfortune of purchasing 10,000 lottery tickets without a single win, and even the likelihood of falling into a manhole while walking. In this world, however, fortune seems to be remarkably in my favor. Wenku is ready to commence planning, having dismissed Heracross and Scyther. Both prominent figures are sufficient for now, and there is no need for further upgrades. Meanwhile, the newly acquired Kingdra and Vaporeon, at levels 3 and 4 respectively, do not require this reward either. Thus, it is the humble Charmeleon, at level 1, that necessitates an evolution to enhance its prowess. The previous evolution of Pidgey was serendipitous, and Wenku lacks confidence in encountering such fortune a second time. Hence, external evolution remains the preferred choice. Warehouse, I intend to allocate the reward to my Charmeleon, directly evolving it into a Charizard. Ding. Request from the user accepted. Rewards are being dispensed. Charmeleon is evolving. Ding. Evolution complete. Congratulations to the user for obtaining a level 2 Pokémon, Charizard. Excellent. Wenku silently muttered the name, and a fiery red Pokeball was tossed forth. Under the radiant white light, a creature emerged, larger than a Charmeleon by 2 circles. Luffy and Sanji approached to observe the fire dinosaur. Its skin tone was deeper than that of Charmeleon, and its eyes sparkled with intelligence. A horn-like protrusion had begun to grow atop its head, and the flames of its tail blazed more fiercely. Cool. Wenku, is this a new species? Luffy exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Wenku. His face pressed close in curiosity. No, it's just our Charmeleon evolved. Ah, my Wenku is so impressive. Luffy replied enthusiastically. Wenk felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he reclaimed the fire dinosaur. Meanwhile, Luffy remained fixated on Wenk, incessantly engaging him in trivial chatter. Sanji leaned against the side, observing the intimate exchange between the two. Why did the atmosphere seem to be permeated with an aura of camaraderie? Simultaneously, aboard another small vessel pursuing the Mary, a heated argument erupted. Usopp, we need to speed up. Haven't you eaten? Meow Meow urged Usopp to paddle faster. You insufferable cat. Can't you see I'm exerting myself? Usopp retorted, his arms nearly cramping, his ears growing weary from the strain. I, the great king, would never row alongside a petty pirate like you. Only the captain and Luffy can command me. My aspirations reach for the stars and the sea. Meow Meow waved its arms passionately. Why should Luffy be able to command you? I am the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Usopp exclaimed in frustration. Haha. What a grand delusion. Meow Meow laughed, pointing at Usopp. You should remain in your place. You're merely a mascot, little kitty. Usopp shot back with a mocking tone. Ah, how dare you mock me? Meow Meow leapt onto Usopp, unleashing a flurry of scratches. Usopp was left in tears, appearing as though he faced an insurmountable challenge. Enough. Enough. Don't wake Zoro. Kaya interjected as a peacemaker, prompting a brief lull in their antics. Suddenly, Zoro rose, slapping Usopp and Meow Meow on the head with both hands. How are you? Whoa, a zombie. You scared me. The sounds of Kaya's laughter mingled with the cries of the beaten. Meanwhile, on the vast ocean, a moderately sized ship with a sheep's head sailed towards Cocoa Village in the East Blue. An orange-haired girl, feeling the sea breeze, gazed into the distance. It was Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, who had stolen the ship and taken the treasure. As the Mary sailed steadily, Nami wore a stoic expression. Yet her heart was filled with concern over whether the dragon would keep his promise. Suddenly, Wink's image flashed in her mind. This may be the last time I think of you. As time progressed, Usopp and his companions were the first to arrive at Cocoa West aboard the Mary. Kaya, await our captain's arrival. Johnny, Joseph, ensure Kaya's safety. Should any harm befall her, I will not let this matter rest, Usopp declared. He anchored the ship in a relatively concealed spot, preparing to venture into the village first to scout the terrain. You can't abandon me. I am a cat of great significance. Meow Meow insisted on accompanying Usopp. Reluctantly, Usopp acquiesced. Upon entering the village, they encountered the patrolling officer, Ju, a favored subordinate of Arlong, accompanied by 4 or 5 fishmen, exuding arrogance. These fishmen, brimming with hubris, approached Usopp to interrogate him. However, Usopp had no intention of complying. He fled with swiftness surpassing that of a rabbit. Ju sensed something amiss, recognizing Usopp as an outsider, and his instinct prompted him to dispatch 3 of his fishmen to pursue Usopp. As Usopp and Meow realized they were being relentlessly chased, they hurriedly fled. You two are under the command of Wink. Your strength should not be lacking, Usopp remarked, contemplating whether to showcase Meow's combat prowess. How absurd. I'm not a combat-type Pokémon, Meow Meow quipped, retreating to perch atop Usopp's head, hoping he would hastily escape. You useless cat. Who needs you when you're such a burden? Remove your claws from my head, Usopp exclaimed. Even amidst their flight, he couldn't resist bickering with Meow. Meow? They are closing in. Run, Usopp. Hurry. Meow Meow urged, striking Usopp's head in a panic as the 3 fishmen pursued them. You foolish cat. Run, Usopp shouted. Nearby, a villager was brutally kicked by Officer Ju, blood gushing from his head, teetering on the brink of death. Ju seized the villager by the throat, lifting him. Where's that human? The battered villager spat defiantly at Ju's face. You seek death. Ju tightened his grip and slammed the villager to the ground. The unfortunate soul coughing blood before succumbing to his injuries. Suddenly, Ju turned to see a figure tumbling from the cliff, a long-nosed individual. The very one the fishmen sought to capture. Usopp, indeed unfortunate, could not evade his fate of capture. Yet Meow, clever enough, used Usopp's head as a stepping stone to escape the impending fate of being caught. Much later, Luffy and his crew finally landed on Cocoa West. Prior to their arrival, they fortuitously encountered the sea cow, Moo, whom Luffy, with a single punch, sent weeping, prompting it to flee in distress, when observed the group waiting at the dock. Yet there was no sign of Usopp and Meow Meow. Where is old Wu taking the mascot? Luffy inquired, scratching his head. Usopp had mentioned he wanted to scout ahead, and Meow Meow accompanied him. They had yet to return. Kaya felt a deep concern for her childhood friend Usopp. In that case, let us disembark. Johnny, Joseph, assist your captain, she suggested. One remained silent. While the main storyline persisted, the details increasingly diverged. Oh no, this is a calamity. Meow Meow exclaimed as they made their way towards the village, having finally found them. You're back. But where is Usopp? Kaya asked anxiously. That is precisely what I'm saying. Usopp has been captured by a group of little fishmen. I, the great king, am no match for them and had no choice but to return for reinforcements. Meow Meow recounted, gesticulating animatedly. Let us proceed to the village. Usopp is fortunate and resilient. It is not yet his time to perish. Upon reaching the village entrance, the Straw Hat crew noticed a middle-aged man observing something intently. One scrutinized the middle-aged man before him. His face was marred by scars, and atop his hat was a pinwheel. By his features, this individual must be a djinn. As the guardian of Coco West, he had consistently safeguarded the villagers' safety. To Nami and Nojiko, he held a paternal significance. Although Coco West had recently endured the shadow of a fishman invasion, it did not hinder the flourishing growth of the orange trees, with verdant underbrush thriving abundantly. Who are you? What brings you to Coco West? A djinn inquired coldly. Sir, we are here in search of our companion, Luffy replied cheerfully. Companion? Coco West has only orange trees, not companions. Be on your way. A djinn resolved to expel them. Our companion is Nami, and another unfortunate soul has also gone missing. They are somewhere on this land, when interjected. Ah, Nami's companion. A djinn was momentarily taken aback. His expression shifting to one of contemplation as he observed the serious faces of the Straw Hat crew. Gradually, his demeanor softened. Nojiko, lead them into the village. At that moment, a blue-haired beauty appeared around the corner, beckoning the Straw Hat crew. Come with me into the village. In the Dragon Empire's palace, a group of fishmen gathered together. May the Empire's ambitions flourish. They proclaimed, regularly offering prayers, envisioning a world where fishmen ruled over humans. Brother, I have brought the intruder. This fellow has some connection to Nami. Geo tugged at Usopp's nose as he reported back to their leader, Arlong. It seems Nami has been absent for a while, allowing some room for mischief. It is time to put her in her place, Arlong sneered. Subsequently, Arlong summoned Nami, instructing her to execute Usopp herself. Nami hesitated, unable to bring herself to harm her comrade. What is the matter? Nami unwilling? Arlong's face darkened. And Nami sensed the ominous shift in his mood. Reluctantly, she resorted to a trick, injuring her own hand to protect Usopp from being killed. The fishmen, unaware of her true intentions, began to rebuild their trust in her. Moreover, with a navigator of Nami's caliber, her value was too great to disregard or set aside. Arlong regarded her with a smile that only deepened her revulsion. Those fishmen spared no one, be they old, weak, or in swaddling clothes. However, Usopp's capture posed little threat, as he continued to curse vociferously, damn cat, before Nami was forced to take action against him. This indeed left Arlong and his cohorts perplexed. However, it was of little consequence now, for Nami had vanquished that human, and no invaders remained. After departing from the Imperial Palace, Nami quietly tended to the wounds upon her hands. Usopp, flee as far as you can, but never return. Within the majestic confines of the palace, the weight of Nami's endless suffering and anguish lingered. The shadow of Arlong loomed over her like a mountain, pressing down for far too long. Since the death of her adoptive mother, Belle Emery, she had grown silent, only to rediscover fleeting moments of joy upon meeting the Straw Hat crew. Yet, there remained a plea. Wanko, I implore you, do not come, forget me. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew followed Nokigo, as Ghost Town had recently been ravaged by Arlong, leaving behind a trail of death. Nokigo expressed to Wanko, his words heavy with bitterness and resentment. One was acutely aware of Aaron's wickedness, yet he never anticipated it had escalated to such depths. Upon arriving at a modest cabin, Noki let out a sigh of relief, shedding his shirt and engaging in conversation with Luffy and the others. It was then that when inadvertently caught sight of the dragon tattoo adorning Naka's arm, an understanding dawned upon him. When Nami joined the Arlong pirates, she bore the mark of their insignia on her arm, yet internally, she must have been tormented beyond measure. To alleviate Nami's anguish, Noki, fearing that Nami felt inferior because of her tattoo, chose to inscribe one upon himself as well. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Noki urged everyone to remain silent and opened the door, revealing a child accompanied by a long-nosed figure. It was Usopp, when turned to see the long-nosed fellow, who exclaimed with joy, Mother, when? I've missed you so much. Usopp, covered in dust like a weary traveler, beamed with delight upon seeing Win. "Ah, everyone's here," Usopp exclaimed as he entered, his happiness palpable. His gaze swiftly scanned the room, searching for a certain someone. "You scoundrel! I told you not to abandon me." Finally, Usopp spotted Meow Meow, who was hiding behind Koya, and his fury erupted. He vividly remembered the last kick Meow Meow had delivered, so he marched over, yanked Meow Meow out, and delivered a fierce kick in return. "Meow! Usopp, how dare you kick the Great King? I will scratch you to pieces." Meow Meow leaped up, unleashing a flurry of scratches across Usopp's face, prompting him to wail for mercy. Shortly thereafter, Nami arrived, but her cold demeanor nearly rendered her unrecognizable to the Straw Hats. Had it not been for Usopp's revelation that Nami had rescued him, they might have genuinely feared she had turned to the dark side. "You lot! Why haven't you left yet? I will give you the going merry, but you must depart." Nami's words dripped with a chilling indifference. As one observed Nami at that moment, he pondered how much more suffering she must endure. After Nami was unable to persuade the Straw Hat crew, she departed abruptly. Ding! A limited-time mission was announced. Save Kokoyashi and defeat Arlong. Reward, a level 4 Pokémon. Penalty, randomly lose 2 level 3 Pokémon. The storage manager sent a message at that moment. Later, Nami, devastated by the collusion between the Navy and Arlong, wept bitterly, realizing that her fragmented hope of saving the villagers of Kokoyashi with a bounty of 1 million berries was merely a fleeting dream. How could this be? Arlong, we must seek vengeance against them. Indeed, we cannot allow them to exploit little Nami any longer. But to death, what is there to fear? Let us go. The villagers of Kokoyashi understood the sacrifices Nami had made for them. This betrayal ignited their fury, compelling them to confront the Arlong pirates in a decisive battle. Better to shatter in glory than to live in shame. Thus, Aiken and Nojiko, disregarding Nami's pleas, led the villagers of Kokoyashi boldly towards the Dragon Empire Palace. Please don't go. I'll find another way. I beg you, don't go. You will die. In a frenzy, Nami began to slash at the tattoo on her arm with a dagger, years of effort seemingly reduced to nothing. At that moment, a figure appeared from behind, grasping her hand to prevent her self-harm and tossing the dagger aside. Nami turned to see a silhouette she had dreamt of, accompanied by her former companions. Why have you returned? Nami trembled, tears blurring her vision. Go away. Leave. You needn't come back. Nami shouted childishly at Win, wishing for him to depart. Fool. Came a hoarse voice that pierced Nami's ears. How could I let you suffer alone? Since they are ruthless, we shall wage war. The Straw Hat pirates have never feared anything. Win gently stroked Nami's head, embracing her tightly. I will make sure to return the pain you have endured for 8 long years, Fishman. Win held Nami close, as she wept uncontrollably. Nami had once envisioned such a moment. But could they truly win? I told you not to return. It will lead to death. To die unyielding. How many can truly achieve that? But enough is enough. Everyone has their limits. Win helped the fallen Nami to her feet and asked Koya to assist in bandaging her wounds. Luffy. Win looked towards Luffy, and they shared a silent understanding. It's time to set off. I will send Arlong flying. Luffy tugged at his straw hat, taking the lead. It was about time we did this. Zoro caressed his sword, fastening the hilt. At your service, my lady. Sanji extinguished his cigarette. I too refuse to back down from the fishmen. Let us see what they're made of. Usopp donned his goggles. Nami's sister is in trouble. The Straw Hat pirates cannot remain idle. Kaya has acquired a trace of the pirate spirit. She cannot bear to see Nami in such sorrow. All right, let us make him wish he were never born. Meow 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 shouted loudly. Everyone. Nami's face was streaked with tears. Faced with no alternatives, she declared, then let us wage war. At this moment, the gates of the Dragon Empire Palace stood resolutely closed. Johnny and Joseph had gone ahead to block the entrance, determined not to allow Akin and the group of villagers to pass. Johnny spoke in a low voice. What we seek is the downfall of Arlong. That is why we have come to challenge him, yet we find ourselves halted at the threshold. I'm sorry, but we cannot permit unarmed individuals like you to pass through this door. Joseph echoed Johnny's sentiments, firmly denying Akin and the villagers entry. However, there would inevitably be a few men who would confront them. If they could not even defeat this handful, then the entire East Blue would surely be engulfed in terror. Johnny continued to elaborate, expressing his need to await the arrival of Luffy and his companions. Akin and Nojiko exchanged glances, struggling to believe that anyone could truly vanquish Arlong. This was no mere game. Their arrival was, in essence, a march toward death. Yet after 8 years of mere survival, they had grown weary. Who were those men? Nojiko queried, puzzled. Ah, they are, oh, here they come. Johnny hesitated, his gaze turning toward the southeast, where he spotted Luffy and the others approaching, prompting him to leap with excitement. Akin and the others turned to the southeast, where 7 figures marched side by side. Nojiko exclaimed in astonishment, so it is them. Her eyes sparkled upon seeing Nami. At this moment, 3 members of the Straw Hat crew, empowered by the collaboration with Wonko's spirits, had become even more formidable. Luffy alongside Stinky Mud, Zoro with Beak Bird, Usopp with Crying Tree, and Meow Meow. The Flying Mantis aided Sanji, while Water EV and King safeguarded Kaya and Nami. The entire Straw Hat Pirates crew had assembled. At this moment, one supported Nami, whose tears had yet to dry, while you had already tended to the wounds on Nami's arm along the way. One cast a cold gaze upon the striking architecture. Arlong is Arlong, and you are you. You have harmed my dear Nami and caused the demise of countless innocents. Your end is imminent. Not even the gods can save you now. The Dragon Empire Palace loomed large. The Straw Hat crew gathered with Johnny and the others. Yet amidst the throng, only Nami appeared despondent and anxious, for she understood the terrifying prowess of Arlong and his subordinates. Luffy forcefully breached the massive iron gate, leading the Straw Hats into the Empire. After a series of exchanges, the 2 factions seemed on the brink of collapse. Arlong's gaze towards Nami grew laced with amusement and malice, instilling a sense of dread within her. As the conflict appeared inevitable, when contemplated another matter, he resolved to utilize the potion he had acquired on Treasure Island. It was a level 3 Pokémon potion, granting 30% of Waylard's intermediate abilities, sufficient for one to maintain for a day. Ding. Should the potion be employed, the user would temporarily gain 30% of Waylard's abilities with 5 available techniques: Water Pulse, Roar, Water Gun, Dive, and Mist. Does the user accept? Wenku inclined his head in tacit approval. Transform. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, his voice resonating with power. In an instant, a brilliant light illuminated the surroundings, its radiance captivating all onlookers. Was Wenku about to summon a new spirit? Luffy, picking his nose, glanced skyward, inquiring of Zoro and the others. At that moment, within the dazzling glow, Wenku's bones crackled and his muscles swelled as if inflated, a sharp pain piercing deep into his marrow. Alas, had he known such agony awaited him, he would have never dared to experiment so recklessly. It felt as if someone were carving into his flesh, severing his very bones. At this juncture, his shirt, unable to withstand the transformation, burst apart, yet miraculously, his trousers remained intact. As the light faded, a circular figure emerged before the crowd. Wow! Wenku had transformed into a rotund blue figure. Luffy nearly fainted from shock, and all present stood in a daze, with Nami's eyes wide with astonishment. Soon, Wenku's form grew to a certain threshold, only to rapidly shrink back, ultimately returning to human shape. However, his skin had taken on a striking azure hue, and the large fin on his back remained, its wrinkled texture evenly distributed, while 2 gas vents adorned his head, marked with ochre spots, releasing bursts of gas. Wenku descended to the ground, observing the transformation he had undergone. At this moment, his voice shed its former raspiness, becoming melodious and clear, resonating like a sweet chime. Astonishing. Even my voice has changed. Wenku was taken aback. The effects of this ability potion were remarkably potent. I have long asserted that users should not underestimate the Pokémon storage. As one's level increases, so too does the extent of privileges, yielding ever greater benefits to the user. The storage entity regarded Wenku's transformation with a degree of satisfaction. Perhaps due to this being his inaugural metamorphosis, Wenku's limbs felt somewhat constricted, unable to fully extend. Are you also a fishman? Along observed Wenku with complexity. At first glance, there were indeed similarities to a fishman, yet upon closer inspection, the fins on Wenku's back were extraordinarily vibrant, adorned with patterns that seemed utterly incongruous with this world, evoking a sense of both reality and illusion. I am not one of your fishmen, I am human. Wenku felt no trepidation. Even though 30% of the capabilities of the roar whale had been extracted by the potion for his use, that fraction was sufficient to contend with Along. Oh, in that case, you must be a user of a devil fruit. Along deduced that Wenku had likely consumed a certain type of paramecia fruit, which made sense of the situation. The other fishermen officers and subordinates nodded in agreement, similarly concluding that since Wenku was human, he must indeed be a devil fruit user. Wenk remained unresponsive, his azure eyes fixed upon the Straw Hat Pirates. He noticed Usopp and Meow Meow staring intently, their eyes wide with astonishment. As the captain's offspring, he was taken aback to discover that he could transform as well. Meow Meow's mouth was large enough to swallow the gold coin perched atop its head. Zaro tightened his grip on his sword, a flicker of surprise gleaming in his eyes. It appeared that the first mate possessed several hidden talents. Indeed, he should not have been underestimated. The one who reacted most dramatically was Nami, who held little hope for this battle, having witnessed Arlong's terror firsthand. Yet now, Wink had manifested a power resembling that of a devil fruit. Presenting himself in this extraordinary form, this sparked a glimmer of hope within her heart. Perhaps, just perhaps, Wink and his companions truly could emerge victorious. At that moment, Luffy, using his elastic arms, ensnared Wink and pulled him closer. So cool. So cool. Is it typical for a summoner to be this impressive? Luffy exclaimed, curiously pinching Wink's face. Captain, focus on the battle, not this. Wenku felt a sense of indignation as his carefully cultivated noble image was so effortlessly tarnished by Luffy. This was intolerable. You hold racial discrimination as your guiding principle, and I harbor a profound disdain for you in my heart. Therefore, I trust you won't mind if I eliminate a few more of your fishmen brethren? Wenku disregarded Luffy, directing his cold remarks at Arlong. Humans are the most cowardly creatures in this world. It is only natural for us fishmen to dominate them. No matter how you disguise yourself, you remain human. Ultimately unable to contend with the greatness of fishmen, Arlong, once astonished, had now regained his composure. Wenku raised the corners of his mouth, articulating clearly. Come and try your luck if you dare. In a world unparalleled, there exists no other creature like the howling whale. Wenku harbored no intention of conceding to the native fishmen of this realm. A long wave of his hand summoned several fishmen armed with knives and forks to charge at Wenku. Luffy, be good. Step back and watch the battle. It was a rare occasion for Wenku to assume the role of the captain, and this time, the title of vice captain and chief strategist must be upheld. Luffy, intrigued by Wenku's transformation, obediently retreated to observe the fray. White mist. A substantial plume of steam erupted from the two vents atop Wenku's head, dispersing into the surroundings. This white mist, infused with energies from another world, rendered the fishman's keen eyesight utterly disoriented, reducing visibility to a mere half-meter. What on earth? The fishmen, in unison, swung their weapons in an attempt to disperse the fog, yet their efforts proved futile against its relentless density. Wenku smiled faintly. Like a specter concealed within the white mist, the ripples of water commenced their dance, visibly emanating from beneath Wenku's feet, a timeless echo of dust and distance. These ripples granted Wenku a 10% increase in speed while submerged, equally applicable within the realm of his crafted fog. In my domain, death is the inevitable fate of any intruder. Once more, a pair of deep-set eyes emerged from behind a merman subordinate, who, caught unawares, had his neck swiftly snapped. As he moved with fluid grace, Wenku continued his relentless slaughter, the merman falling without warning. After approximately half an hour, Arlong outside the mist grew increasingly impatient. He had dispatched over 20 elite mermen to capture Wenku, yet none had returned. Meanwhile, Luffy remained calm, pondering the newly acquired technique of the rubber windmill. Suddenly, Arlong noticed the white mist retracting rapidly, revealing the lifeless bodies of over 20 subordinates sprawled on the ground, devoid of breath. You dare to slay so many of my men? Arlong seethed with fury. Arriving in the East Sea, he had found his numbers dwindling, and each merman soldier was worth a dozen humans. The loss of such rare assets weighed heavily on him. This is merely the beginning. You are the main course. Wenku chuckled. In the distance, Nokigo and the others cheered, this initial victory greatly uplifting their spirits. Nami gazed at Wenku, her heart racing. Perhaps they truly could emerge victorious. Arlong's glare fixed on Wenku, the sight of the fallen merman inflaming his rage. They had always been the predators. Today, they had become the prey, slain by these inferior beings known as humans. In response, his subordinate, Xiaoba, summoned the sea beast Moo Moo, who, upon spotting Luffy, was terrified and prepared to flee. Arlong ground his teeth, bloodlust simmering as he threatened Moo Moo, who then charged at Wenku and his companions. Luffy, utilize your rubber fruit ability. Send that bull flying. Wenku instructed. All right, just the right moment to try out my new technique. Luffy grinned, baring his teeth as he plunged his feet into the ground, his body twisting into a spiral. His hands instantaneously elongated to grasp Moo Moo. Rubber windmill. His form spun powerfully, disorienting Moo Moo, whom Luffy hurled away with remarkable strength. The villagers gasped in astonishment at the sight of such a creature being tossed aside. Arlong fell silent, realizing that the Straw Hat himself was also a devil fruit user. With 2 devil fruit users in a single team, he instinctively included Wenku among them. Oh no, Wenku, I can't pull my feet out. Luffy swayed, his feet firmly stuck. Baka, idiot, Zoro shouted, as everyone prepared to assist in freeing him. No Kigo, Uncle Jin, help pull Luffy out. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, those officers require your attention. Before Luffy extracts his foot, I shall confront Arlong. Wenkai swiftly organized everyone's tasks. The group exchanged glances and promptly agreed. Thus, Zoro approached Shachi, Usopp set his sights on Jayabura, and Sanji drew near to Karubi. Dividing forces for battle? Very well, we shall entertain you, Arlong proclaimed, as he casually plucked out a tooth with his left hand. Only for another row to sprout forth instantaneously. Iron Tooth Technique. The continuous regeneration of teeth is a characteristic of the Saw Shark, and with this ability, he has claimed the lives of innumerable humans. He stood tall, exuding an unstoppable force. Water gun. Wenkai's cheeks swelled momentarily, and he unleashed a jet-like assault akin to a high-pressure water gun that struck Arlong, halting his advance and countering the impact of the water pressure. How do you like that? Wenkai paused, grinning at Arlong. Huh, a child's trick, Arlong retorted, yet hesitated, his feet wavering in uncertainty. Ding. A limited-time mission has been issued. Please defeat Arlong in the water, instilling fear within him. Reward, 1 store voucher and the title of Fishman Terminator. Penalty, none. What is a store voucher? Warehouse coin. You really have no time to concern yourself with that now. I shall explain this wonderful item after the battle concludes. Let us fight in the water. Wenkai promptly leaped into the depths, with Arlong, unwilling to back down, swiftly following suit. With the aid of diving and the undulations of water, Wenkai's speed in the water surged by 15%, a feat far beyond Arlong's expectations. The level 3 roaring whale. In the water, represents a formidable force, not merely reigning supreme but also capable of self-preservation. Little Arlong, I shall make it so you cannot even see my backside. Wenku smiled lightly, the fins on his back blurred as they flexibly moved, rendering their trajectory increasingly ambiguous. This left Eren, who was in pursuit, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. You dare to toy with me? Shark on darts. At that moment, Eren surged forward like a water balloon, aiming directly at Wenku. A dense mist. A substantial cloud of white mist mixed with seawater burst forth, although its intensity was diminished. Wenku still managed to maintain visibility at around 1 meter amidst the rolling tide. Eren halted his charge, scanning the white surroundings, with iron teeth in hand. He began to drift about in search of Wenku's trace. I am right here. A sudden assault from behind caught Along off guard as a powerful fist struck his back, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of cracking bones and a surge of pain. Damn humans. Along gritted his teeth and relentlessly bit at Wenku, finally tearing away a piece of flesh from his waist. Wenku's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to flee. Along launched another attack, but Wenku's speed was astonishing, vanishing like smoke into the mist. Have the courage to stand and fight. You despicable, shameless coward, cursed human. Along seethed with impotent rage. If I possessed even half your shamelessness, I would be overjoyed. Here is my counterattack. Let out a roar. A thunderous bellow resonated, releasing a wave of white sound that permeated the water and struck Along directly. With a resounding splash, Along was propelled backward by the shockwave, soaring through the air for several meters before crashing down. What just transpired? Johnny and the others watched anxiously. Having heard a roar followed immediately by Along's defeat. Wenku leisurely emerged from the pool, gazing at the fallen Along in silence. At that moment, Along's mind was clouded as if struck by a violent blow. He lay on the ground for a considerable time before slowly rising, shaking his head and regarding Wenku with a hint of trepidation. Ding. Time-limited task 2 completed. Awarded the title of Fishman Terminator. Rewards have been sent to the miniature space. Along, filled with determination, stared at Wenku but hesitated to approach. His thoughts were in disarray. Although he had been thoroughly defeated in the water, he believed that as long as he could maintain the morale of his fellow fishmen on land, there was still a chance of victory. Now, even as Wenku stood there, Along dared not make a rash move. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and drew forth his ultimate weapon, the chainsaw of decapitation. How could we fishmen ever lose to you humans? I refuse to believe it. Along shouted, brandishing the weapon as he charged forward. At this moment, he could only resort to bluster, attempting to quell his own inner fears. You unrepentant wretch. Roar. A more thunderous roar erupted from Wenku's 2 air vents, sending shockwaves that struck Along and the surrounding cadre like a heavy hammer. The visible white sound waves formed a gust of air that propelled Along away, crashing him into a wall dozens of meters away, causing it to collapse under the force. Jin and the others covered their ears, staring in disbelief at Wenku. That same technique again, it's too powerful. Along, utterly defenseless, was effortlessly blown away, leaving Nuachi in shock, covering his mouth. Nami and Koya hid in a corner, silently observing the unfolding situation. Nami, who do you think will win? Wenku. Nami replied firmly, her gaze unwavering from the distant figure of Wenku. You bastard! You bastard! You scoundrel! Along crawled out from the rubble, cursing Wenku. Wenku paid no heed to the furious Eren, instead urging Noki and the others to hasten their efforts in releasing Luffy's feet, while he continued to confront Eren. All the while discreetly tending to the bite wound on his waist, his expression grave. Can one truly sustain injuries while submerged in water? It appears that some training is in order to enhance my practical experience. The ability to suppress Eren this time was largely due to the novelty and uniqueness of my techniques, which caught him off guard. Has it not come to the point where I am the one being dominated? Perhaps we should plunge back into the water for some more fun? Wenku remarked with a smile towards the distant Eren, who was rendered speechless at that moment. Indeed, Wenku's terrifying sonic attack and his strength, which far surpassed that of the fishmen, had nearly brought Eren to his knees, the audible sound of bones fracturing leaving him in a state of shock. It evoked an unsettling feeling that he himself was the imposter. 1, 2, 3, pull. 1, 2, 3, pull. Behind Wenku, Norki and others continued to tug at Luffy's feet, while Luffy, with an amused expression, picked his nose and surveyed the situation. What was happening with his brother pinning Arlong down? Meanwhile, the battlefield on the other side was profoundly dull and peculiar. You with those dead fish eyes. Come here, Usopp. The Great, proclaimed the king. I have no desire to bully you. I found you irksome for quite some time. Meow, come here. Irksome. Meow, it's coming. Usopp, run. Meow adeptly climbed onto Usopp's shoulder, delivering vigorous taps to his head. What a familiar sensation it was. You wretched cat, how dare you act this way? Usopp nearly lost his composure. Upon seeing Chu approaching, he was so startled that he almost lost his wits and hastily utilized his agility. Wait, Usopp, why are you running? Use the weeping tree that the captain gave you. Meow struck the coins on Usopp's head, urging him to halt and confront the challenge. You reminded me. Yes. The weeping tree. Come forth. Usopp summoned the weeping tree, causing a brilliant light to emerge and dissuading Chu from pursuing, who gazed at the medium-sized potted plant with curiosity. Weeping tree. Enhance your form with tearful eyes. No, that was wrong. It should have been a rockfall, and victory would have been assured. Meow, I shall not do that. Do not heed the words of this mascot. Weeping tree, execute a surprise attack. No. Weeping tree, sacrifice yourself. Meow, and Usopp engaged in a heated argument, causing the weeping tree to become flustered and distracted by the conflicting commands. Consequently, before the weeping tree could act, Chu advanced and delivered a kick, sending it flying. What is this nonsense, obstructing my path? Chu observed the squabbling Usopp and Meow with intrigue. When Usopp finally reacted, he was utterly terrified. Oh no, Usopp. If you cannot wield my captain's weeping tree, then do not use it. This is simply a gift. Meow was dumbfounded, truly embarrassed to collaborate with such a fool. You insufferable cat. If you hadn't interrupted constantly, could we have achieved this? Usopp shouted at Meow, completely oblivious to the approaching kick. Bang! Chu delivered a powerful kick, sending Usopp flying into the dirt. Once more. Water gun barrage. This provided Chu with the opportunity he sought, as he unleashed a torrent of water bullets towards Usopp, who trembled in fear, shielding his head. Meow also positioned itself behind Usopp. One of the water bullets struck Usopp, propelling him away. After a few convulsions, the body lay still. Chu did not check if Usopp was dead. He simply left, deeming it unnecessary. Unbeknownst to him, Usopp had slowly propped himself up. How embarrassing it was. Luffy, Nami, Zoro, and Sanji were all valiant warriors aboard the ship, while he, Usopp, felt like a mere mascot, tears welling in his eyes, blurring his vision behind his goggles. I too should not have run away. I no longer wish to be a mere mascot, Meow. Nico, too, bore a bitter expression, feeling humiliated by this battle. You attack from behind. I will distract him, and then you throw this at him. Usopp devised a plan, retrieving a bottle of liquor and a hammer from his bag for Nico to launch a surprise attack. Stay right there, you foul fish. After conferring with Nico, Usopp began to shout insults at Chu from behind. What is going on? Not dead yet? Chu turned back, looking at Usopp after taking only a few steps. Of course not. Your gun is feeble. How could we possibly lose? Usopp sneered, thumb pointing downward in disdain. Imagine the scene of a lion hunting a rabbit. Even the mighty can suffer unexpected misfortune, let alone the insignificant. Chu charged at Usopp with all his might. It seems the life of lower beings is quite resilient. Usopp smiled, seeing a glimmer of victory. It's over. Chu raised his left hand, ready to finish Usopp. You scoundrel. Take this. At that moment, Nico leapt from the nearby bushes, hurling a bottle of liquor at Chu, who swiftly caught it. What is this? Ultimate technique. Lead star. Below, Usopp ready to slingshot. Aiming at the bottle, he released a lead pellet, shattering the bottle and splattering liquor all over Chu. Damn humans. Water cannon. Chu retreated to the pond, drawing in water with all his strength, his body swelling. Now is my chance. Usopp raised his slingshot, preparing to unleash a lethal strike. Farewell. Ultimate technique. Flame star. The explosion of gunpowder ignited the liquor, scorching Chu's surface in agony. Water. I need water. I'll let you off this time. Behold the hammer of Nico, the warrior. Take this. Nico, wielding Usopp's miniature hammer, jumped and struck Chu on the head with all its might. Clang. The blow stunned Chu, sending him crashing into the pond. You miserable cat finally did something worthwhile, Usopp said, beads of sweat dripping down as he smiled at Nico. Of course. Nico replied confidently, clutching the mini hammer without a hint of fear. You two scoundrels will not escape my wrath. Chu's eyes reddened, a large lump on his head smoking as he struggled to rise again. Huh? How can he get back up again? Usopp's eyes nearly popped out. I didn't tell you to get up. Stay down. The hammer of the Meow Meow warrior. Meow the Meow Meow jumped onto him, delivering a series of blows. Usopp's hammer. Usopp climbed to his feet and pulled out another large hammer to finish the job. The hammer of the Meow Meow warrior. Meow bang. Usopp's rubber band bang. The rubber band of the Meow Meow warrior. Meow bang. Thus, under countless merciless strikes, Cho foamed at the mouth and lost all ability to resist. Ha. I have defeated the fishman. Usopp tossed aside the hammer, fell to the ground, gasping for breath while laughing heartily. Don't forget about me. I am the main force. Meow Meow tossed aside the hammer, adjusted the gold coins on his head, and muttered. By the way, where did you get that mini hammer? Meow Meow queried, puzzled. You should thank me, the great Usopp. That little hammer was specially made for you. I just never gave it to you. No need to thank me. Usopp replied without a second thought. Meow Meow paused for a moment, and in his gaze towards Usopp, there was a hint of tolerance and affection. The little hammer is quite nice. I'll keep it for hitting people. You've got a good heart, Meow Meow said. Ha, of course. Who am I? Usopp? All right. Let's hurry back to check on the captain and the others, Meow Meow said. The scene shifted back to the battle between Zoro and the cadre, S.H. Hachi. At this moment, S.H. Hachi had not changed his wicked ways and was just as brutal as Arlong. The octopus showed no fear of Zoro, flaunting his power and toying with him. Zoro, already severely injured by Mihawk, was now beginning to run a fever. He had hoped to recover quickly, but the fever only worsened. Zoro's steps became sluggish, and his mind was somewhat hazy. Wank, save Zoro, Nami shouted, her voice urgent. Wank glanced sideways and saw S.H. Hachi attacking faster, Zoro beginning to falter. Wank stepped forward, ready to interrupt S.H. Hachi. Wank, this is my battle. Please step back. Zoro roared. Wank was taken aback, observing the fire of battle in Zoro's eyes, and stood still, granting his unspoken consent. Ha, how foolish. If you don't let someone save you, you will die? S.H. Hachi relentlessly struck at Zoro with 6 swords, leaving Zoro with no choice but to defend himself. BB Bird repeatedly flapped above, anxiously flying behind S.H. Hachi to use air slashes as a distraction. Although S.H. Hachi was fierce, he was also cautious, listening intently and skillfully dodging the air slashes while continuing to attack Zoro. How can you defeat me, wielding only 3 swords against my 6? The cacophony of clashing blades rang out, as Zoro found himself relentlessly suppressed by Shuba. How gravely mistaken he was. At this moment, Zoro's visage appeared almost delirious. Yet it was merely the flush of fever that painted his cheeks crimson. In a swift maneuver, Shuba thrust Zoro upwards, while the avian creature, BB Bird, attempted to seize him. Instead, Zoro leaned closer to Shuba, aligning perfectly with Shuba's intentions. 6-sword style. Ultimate technique. 6-sword waltz. Shuba wielded his 6 blades with such finesse that it bordered on the ethereal, the whirling edges resembling a meat grinder. Ha, just one touch, and you'll be utterly obliterated. Shuba's gaze fell upon the fallen Zoro, his eyes brimming with mischief and exhilaration. Brother, Johnny cried out in anguish. In an instant, Zoro opened his eyes, ready to counter with 3 blades, his dual swords descending rapidly towards Shuba as they spun. Ah, that scoundrel. He just flipped over my blade while following my rotation. He even wounded my hand. Shuba seethed with rage, now harboring a deeper fury towards Zoro. I shall truly slay you. Johnny, witnessing this scene, momentarily sighed in relief, only to feel his heart race again at the next spectacle. Brother seems to be in great pain. Perhaps his wounds have reopened. Joseph lamented. Like a cornered beast fighting for survival, Zoro was perilously close to defeat. Wenk could hardly contain his anxiety over the unfolding narrative, nearly rushing in to assist. Yet, Zoro's gaze conveyed a silent message: trust in him. Even with injuries that would incapacitate an ordinary person, he would not fall, for Mihawk awaited him. 6 sword style. Octopus pot technique. This ends now. Shuba closed his 6 blades and charged towards Zoro. To conquer the extraordinary Mihawk, I too must transcend the ordinary. Zoro beheld the BB bird hovering above, which was equally fixated on him. A silent understanding passed between them. Suddenly, BB bird unleashed a tempest, spinning rapidly in a clockwise direction with the intensity of the storm. Zoro stood resolutely in the eye of the storm, slowly closing his eyes as Shuba advanced, his steps wavering as he looked upwards in bewilderment at the whirling BB bird. With the radiant moon piercing the storm, I shall clear this forsaken land. Path of the wilderness. Zoro abruptly opened his eyes, his blades harmonizing with the clockwise winds generated by BB bird. He leapt into the air, spinning at full speed, synchronizing his rhythm with that of the bird. The storm unleashed its fury, casting a dim light as the clouds swirled ominously. As the transparent vortex surged towards Shuba, fear gripped him, compelling him to flee. Yet, the surrounding winds barred his escape, the powerful currents piercing into Shuba's very being, while the swirling blades shattered the 6 swords in his grasp, drawing ever closer. Xiaoba's 6 hands flailed about, all severed in unison, blood staining his entire being and splattering into his eyes, rendering his vision a blurred crimson veil, beneath which only the swirling winds danced incessantly. Please. Xiaoba trembled, unable to utter a word. Weak and unsteady, he was swept off his feet by the fear scale, his anguished cries fading into the distance, echoing like the wails of tormented souls. With a decisive flourish, Zoro sheathed his sword, releasing 3 blades simultaneously from both hands, half kneeling as he gasped for breath. The strain of intense exertion, compounded by the relentless heat, had thoroughly drained Zoro's strength. Miraculously, he had triumphed over Xiaoba. With a soft thud, the BB bird ceased its spinning and gracefully perched upon Zoro's shoulder, gently tapping his ear with its beak. The scene was utterly terrifying. Those present witnessed Zoro drawing a circle with a radius of 3 meters around himself. The ground beneath him gouged a half-foot deep, marked by countless scratches. Suddenly, a shattered figure plummeted from the heavens, crashing to the ground. Zoro stroked the BB bird, exhaling a heavy sigh as he struggled to rise. Casting a fleeting glance at Xiaoba, having unleashed his strength with such fervor, he was uncertain whether Xiaoba still drew breath. Cough, cough. I never anticipated losing to the 3-sword style. I concede, Xiaoba lamented, his condition dire. All 6 of his hands were severed, his feet gone, and his body marred by innumerable scars. His breath came in ragged gasps, the prospect of survival hanging by a thread. Now you finally comprehend the disparity in the weight of our swords, as well as the strength of our bonds. Are you satisfied? Zoro stated gravely. Xiaoba closed his eyes, utterly exhausted. Xiaoba. Along's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze fixed intensely on Zoro, his teeth clenching without pause. At that moment, when Ku approached, and Along retreated as if confronted by a plague. What is the situation, Zoro? When Ku inquired with concern. When Ku, it's going relatively well. Zoro replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, though his steps were unsteady. What truly delighted Zoro was the realization that his 3-sword style seemed to glimpse a broader path ahead, filling him with hope for a future victory over Mihawk. I have declared that until I become a great swordsman, I shall never be defeated. As Wonk approached Zoro, he called upon Johnny and his companions to assist Zoro in departing from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Wonk's gaze remained fixed on Arlong, vigilantly monitoring his actions to prevent him from succumbing to rage and attacking the villagers. At this moment, the conflict between the 2 pirate crews became increasingly evident. The scene then shifted back to Sanji's perspective, in front of the Imperial Palace, witnessing the grievous state of Little 8. It was not only Arlong who felt profound sorrow. Kruby too was engulfed in anguish. Little 8 had been his comrade for many years, battling alongside the dragon pirates through numerous trials, and now, With his life hanging in the balance, Kruby was consumed by a fury like no other. The man before him, smoking nonchalantly, only served to heighten Kruby's wrath. Sanji found himself engaged in combat with Kruby, who proclaimed, "Humph, I am Kruby, a master of fishman karate at the 40th level, here to seek your counsel and, incidentally, to claim your head." Knowing full well Sanji's adherence to the chivalric code, Kruby continued undeterred. Suddenly, Sanji leaped into the air, charging towards the incoming Mantis. "You dare challenge me, you little insect?" Kruby retaliated with a swift kick, yet the Mantis, undeterred, executed rapid movements and a double strike, demonstrating no fear of Kruby's prowess. Realizing the disadvantage of prolonging the fight, Kruby resolved to evade the Mantis and eliminate Sanji first. Ultimate move: Thousand Blades of Justice. Kruby's fists moved at a velocity approaching the speed of sound, creating a whirlwind of air as he struck. Sanji narrowed his eyes and retreated repeatedly, evading Kruby's onslaught, but bleeding profusely due to his inadequate speed. Yet, he remained composed, analyzing the intervals between Kruby's strikes, refusing to be disheartened by the relentless attacks. "Such speed in your punches. But you will never surpass that old man. If your karate is at level 40, then his leg techniques must be at 400. With newfound speed, Sanji surged forward, his kicks piercing through the air with unmatched intensity. In that moment, his half-closed eyes sparkled as his left leg precisely intercepted Kruby's fist. How is this possible? How can anyone be faster than my fists? Kruby was incredulous, his confidence in his martial skills shaken as he faltered before an obscure pirate. In a frenzy, he unleashed a barrage of punches, while Sanji remained stoic, facing each blow with unwavering calm. At this juncture, the Mantis, positioned above, signaled, and Sanji managed a nod amidst the chaos. Based on some hidden strategy, Sanji retreated sharply, prompting Kruby, oblivious, to press forward, believing Sanji was on the verge of defeat. However, Sanji merely discarded his cigarette. "You are indeed formidable, and that cannot be denied, but do not provoke a chef. Take this lesson to heart. Shoulder meat shoot." Sanji executed a swift sidekick, striking Crocodile's left shoulder, causing him to halt his punches instantly, the sound of bones cracking resonating through the air. Although no fracture occurred, a slight dislocation ensued, compelling Crocodile to pause his Thousand Cherry Blossom fist. The next move, a powerful shoot. Sanji's enchanted leg followed swiftly, ensnaring Crocodile's neck and propelling him upwards with forceful precision, launching him into the air. The final blow, chest shoot. Sanji delivered another upward kick, leaving Crocodile utterly defenseless, his eyes bulging and bloodshot from the deep-seated fractures he had sustained. Yet, this was not the end. The flying Mantis awaited its prey in mid-air, instantly dividing itself into 4 shadowy forms, encircling the suspended and descending Crocodile. They commenced their dance of blades, a swirling tempest of lethal strikes, the Mantis mercilessly slicing towards Crocodile from all angles. The initial screams abruptly ceased. In mid-air, only the remnants of shredded flesh remained. Crocodile was no more. Sanji did not gaze upwards. Instead, he lit a cigarette and began to smoke. Perhaps the scene was too gruesome, but the chef, accustomed to blood, regarded Crocodile merely as a transient foe. Never underestimate a chef, and remember, in the next life, strive to be a good person. With Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp achieving successive victories, Arlong truly found himself isolated. This fostered a burgeoning hope among the villagers of Cocoa Village, and within Nami, a voice echoed, assuring her that they would prevail. "Usopp, you're back. How did it go with that officer?" Kaya turned to see Usopp and Chocobo returning, rushing to inquire. "Haha. I did not fail my mission. That officer was nothing remarkable. We will eventually defeat these fishmen," Usopp declared proudly, his chest puffed with heroic bravado. Indeed. Indeed. Kaya, you should have seen our valiant stance." Chocobo chimed in agreement. At that moment, Kaya exhaled in relief, her heart swelling with a newfound joy and satisfaction from adventuring alongside someone she cherished. Meanwhile, Luffy, having finally extricated himself from his predicament, exclaimed, "Ah, my feet feel so good. I'm free at last. Watch me send Arlong flying." Luffy beamed with excitement, stretching his limbs. Wanko, nearby, sighed in disbelief. "Well, there you go. We've nearly finished the battle, and you just got free." Observing the demise and injuries of his comrades, Arlong was engulfed by the humiliation reminiscent of years past. He realized that this time, he must unleash his full fury. Behind him lay his dragon empire and his paradise, just as he had once dominated the East Blue. He was now on the verge of losing his stronghold to these nameless pirates. How could this happen? The notorious Arlong of the Straw Hat Pirates had never been heard of before. Such strength should not remain obscure. However, pondering this now served little purpose. For Luffy's sudden punch had altered the course of events, striking his face with unrelenting force. Gum Gum Pistol. Bang. In an instant, Arlong was propelled away by the sheer impact, crashing into the palace and shattering several walls in his wake. That little brat, I dare not kill. And you think I would hesitate? Arlong sneered, brandishing his sword. Shan Feng. Gum Gum Pistol. With his arm extending once more towards Arlong, the latter deftly evaded, sinking his teeth into Luffy's arm. Water shot. When Ku remained vigilant, constantly observing the battlefield. Upon noticing Luffy in peril, he swiftly unleashed a torrent of water towards Arlong. Arlong hastily raised his blade to deflect the attack. Yet his grip faltered slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy retracted his arm, revealing two distinct rows of bite marks, from which blood began to seep. Thank you, Wenku. That was truly perilous. The text does not convey any spoken words, for during this time, new tasks have been incessantly and frantically released one after another. The text did not utter a word, as a flurry of new tasks commenced to be unleashed in rapid succession. Ding! Announcing time-limited Task 3, Shatter the Drawing Room. And break the chains that bind Nami's heart. Reminder, the user must personally execute the destruction. Reward, a level 4 Pokémon, Onyx. Along with a 50% advanced ability potion. Penalty, the user will forfeit half of their Pokémon. Ding! Announcing time-limited Task 4, Defeat Captain Mouse. Reminder, the user must collaborate with Nami. Reward, 1 level 4 Pokémon. Penalty, the retrieval of 1 level 3 Pokémon. Ding! Announcing time-limited Task 5, Golden Level Hidden Task for the user is required to sever the serrated nose of Arlong to gather materials. Indeed, the user did not miss here. Remove Arlong's serrated nose and take it away. Reward, 1 level 5 Pokémon. Penalty, the user will be stripped of all their Pokémon. The text expresses a sense of genuine bewilderment regarding the fifth task, specifically questioning the necessity of removing Aaron's nose. The response is that this is a concealed mission, with no further explanation required, as it is a legendary golden level hidden task. The protagonist has struck it rich. Upon successful completion of this golden level hidden task, one could summon a Pokémon of level 6 or higher and would be endowed with a universal key that grants access to the life treasure chest. A privilege that necessitates special permissions, which will be disclosed later. Furthermore, it would endow the individual with a random ability, which could potentially open boundless opportunities on their journey to the pinnacle of the world. However, such tasks are buried within time-sensitive missions, with odds of nearly 1 in 10,000, meaning that one would need to undertake 10,000 time-limited tasks to stumble upon a hidden mission. Indeed, you are exceptionally fortunate. The character, Warehouse Cohen, has transformed from a previously indifferent demeanor, now brimming with enthusiasm, as if invigorated by a stimulant. After much deliberation, he attempts to maintain an air of restraint and profundity. Wenku felt an overwhelming allure towards the rewards of this task. It was no surprise. A series of top-tier rewards would captivate anyone's interest. The challenge was undoubtedly more formidable than that of permanent tasks, yet perseverance would ultimately prove worthwhile. Warehouse Master. Did you not mention that hidden tasks are elusive? This one is labeled the fourth, indicating there are others. What should I do next? Do not concern yourself with that. Hidden tasks are quite extraordinary. To a certain extent, they are no longer under the warehouse's jurisdiction. In simpler terms, a module for hidden tasks has emerged, and these modules will seek you out like brothers. All you need to do is wait for the announcement. Ah, I see, Wenku acknowledged, feeling reassured. It seems I have indeed stumbled upon a stroke of luck. This is not merely luck. It is the fortune accrued over several lifetimes. In a high-stakes world like that of One Piece, even the Warehouse Master cannot guarantee your journey's conclusion. However, now that you have drawn a hidden task, I am confident in my ability to forge you into an invincible being. Certainly, in the short term, it may seem impossible, but we must look to the long term. Wenku replied with a bittersweet smile. Meanwhile, outside, Luffy and Arlong were still engaged in their fierce battle. The Empire was on the brink of collapse. Arlong resembled a monarch on the verge of defeat, fighting with desperate resolve in his final stand. One, suddenly regaining her senses, rushed directly towards the drawing room. How dare you strip away a person's freedom? Nami has suffered so much, all because of this wretched place. With that, one kicked open the door. Her gaze filled with fury as she beheld the somewhat antiquated chamber. Destroy it. It must be obliterated. Two vents of anger on Wen's head unleashed their full force, sending shockwaves that shattered the room and the blueprints within. At that moment, Arlong was engaged in battle with Luffy, but upon witnessing the chaos unfolding in the drawing room above, he was taken aback and hurriedly abandoned his confrontation with Luffy to rush upstairs. Luffy, however, did not pursue him. Arlong burst into the room, only to find Wen demolishing her own blueprints, and his fury ignited. "How dare you?" he exclaimed, advancing with a slashing attack aimed at her. Wen deftly evaded his strikes, her shouts simultaneously assaulting both the drawing room and Arlong, who was sent crashing backward by a powerful gust of energy. The exterior walls of the drawing room crumbled under the impact of Arlong's collision and the force of the cries, revealing the interior to the outside world. Nami stood in disbelief, her heart racing. She had seen it. She witnessed when demolishing that drawing room. Only the echoes of Wen's frenzied shouts and Arlong's frantic howls resonated in her mind. Suddenly, a table was hurled by one, scattering blueprints across the floor. "Why?" Nami screamed, her heart yearning for the freedom she so desperately craved. "What gives you the right to deprive me for 8 long years? Let me shatter this room today." Wenku inhaled deeply, unleashing a piercing cry that reverberated throughout the palace, causing it to tremble. The onlookers were momentarily frozen in place, while Luffy remained transfixed by Wenku's desperate struggle. Suddenly, Luffy clutched his chest, bewildered by his own emotions. Why did he feel sorrow for Wenku? At that moment, Wenku appeared utterly deranged. "Let me shatter this room and grant Nami her freedom." With a thunderous roar, an endless wave of sound surged forth, relentlessly battering the palace until it crumbled under the onslaught. Only Arlong, who had been continuously bombarded, gazed in despair at the ruins of the palace. "My empire is gone." Meanwhile, Nami, with tears streaming down her face, knelt on the ground, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Thank you, Wenku. Thank you." The image of the blue figure demolishing the drawing room was seared into her mind, and the haunting memories of her childhood, the dark confinement, and the thorns that obstructed her path flooded back. "Belmare? When will we meet again?" "Silly child, we will always be together." "Mom, the bad man. Let go of my mom." "Ha ha, she is of no use now. Help me kill her." "Ha ha ha, from now on, this will be your new home. You will draw for me every day, and you are forbidden to draw anything other than maps." "No, no, no. Ha ha, I miss you, Mom." At that moment, Nami's gaze was fixed on Wenku, who stood defiantly amidst the ruins. The ice within her heart melted entirely due to him, and tears flowed uncontrollably. This was the path to freedom, the path that Wenku had forged for her. The fallen palace of the Dragon King represented the collapse of Arlong's psychological stronghold. As he beheld the figure standing amidst the rubble, Arlong's pupils constricted, and a wave of fear surged through him, refusing to subside. Years ago, after being effortlessly defeated by Admiral Kazuru, that same feeling of humiliation resurfaced following this crushing defeat. With no will to fight left, how could he muster the courage to resist? Alas, the Straw Hat Pirates would not spare him, nor would the villagers of Kokoyashi. At that moment, Sanji's deadly kick had arrived. Yakiniku shoot. Arlong barely had time to react, letting out a grunt as he was struck by Sanji, stumbling backward. Rubber shotgun. Luffy followed closely behind, launching a powerful punch at Arlong. Using all his strength, Arlong evaded, spinning his body with ferocity, his sharp teeth aiming to bite Luffy. Shark on gear. Danger. White mist. Wenku dashed in front of Luffy, 2 exhaust vents on his head releasing a torrent of gas. He then turned, pressing Luffy's head down to the ground just as Arlong whirled past, the sound of slicing air ringing in Wenku's ears. "Damn it, I missed." Arlong widened his eyes. "You have no more chances left." Let out a cry. Wenku coldly regarded the returning Arlong. Roar. A powerful shockwave, accompanied by a cacophony of roars, surged forth. And once again, Arlong found himself unable to withstand it. He was propelled into the air before crashing down to the ground, while the chaotic sound waves relentlessly assaulted his mind, causing him to crouch down, clutching his head. "Luffy." Winks signaled to Luffy. Luffy understood the cue and extended his legs upward, targeting Arlong with a decisive strike. Rubber battle axe. Arlong inexplicably sensed an upward force just as he prepared to evade, only to be crushed beneath the descending axe. And then, there was nothing more. Boom. A gust of air erupted, sending dust swirling about, which lingered for an extended period before finally settling. Centered around Arlong, a circular depression approximately 1 meter in diameter formed, the result of the ground sinking. And Arlong lost consciousness, his fate uncertain. Phew. At last, it is over. Wen sighed deeply and stepped forward, wrenching away Arlong's serrated nose. At that moment, the completion sound of Task 5 echoed. Ding. Time Task 3 completed. Reward, Level 4 Pokémon, Onyx, with a 50% advanced ability potion. It has now been retracted into the miniature space. Ding. Time Task 5, Golden Level Hidden Task 4, completed. Reward, 1 Level 5 Pokémon. Does the user wish to claim the reward? The warehouse spirit reported the good news. Wen, without hesitation, decided not to claim it for the time being. Gazing at the serrated nose in his hand, he might have felt some sympathy for Arlong's demise. However, enmity had been firmly established, and one side must inevitably perish. It must be acknowledged that, from the original Sun pirate crew to the now notorious Dragon pirate crew dominating the East Sea, Arlong indeed possessed the demeanor of a formidable leader, yet lacked the requisite capabilities of one. The brutal slaughter and discrimination merely sowed the seeds of conflict. His death would evoke no lamentation, no sorrow from anyone. With Arlong's fall, the villagers of Kokoyashi were as if living in a dream. We defeated Noki. One murmured. We bested A Jin. Another could hardly believe. We truly won. All the villagers of Kokoyashi erupted in jubilant cheers, while Nami wiped her tears. Her heart filled with boundless clarity. Arlong was dead. Arlong Park was destroyed. We are liberated. Nami approached, wanting to embrace Wen but hesitated and halted her steps. Amidst the moment of celebration, there were always those who sought to disrupt. This ends here, you lot. It was none other than the previous Captain Mouse, leading a couple of Navy soldiers to survey the situation. Hee, what a stroke of luck today. Thank you for allowing me to witness such a splendid battle. Albeit by chance. I truly did not expect the fishmen to fall to you nameless pirates. Luffy scratched his head, remaining silent. However, thanks to you. The money originally meant for Arlong and the treasure hidden within this Arlong palace now belong to me, ha ha ha. This declaration filled Captain Mouse with immense pride. Nami narrowed her eyes, glaring at the mouse. And your contributions will be claimed by me, Captain Mouse of the Navy's 16th Division. Uncontented, Captain Mouse greedily attempted to appropriate the Straw Hat Crew's achievements. Shut your mouth. Allow me to deliver a punch. This provided Wen with the opportunity he sought. As he charged forward and landed a punch that contorted Captain Mouse's face. Wen followed up with a series of kicks, rendering his subordinates incapacitated. Who are you? The mouse lay on the ground, pointing at Wen. Wen eagerly sought Usopp's hammer, preparing to unleash a relentless barrage of strikes. Bang, 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 bang. As the hammer resounded through the air, for significant swellings emerged upon the rodent's head, leaving its mind blank and teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. The text depicts a scene where a character, suffering from severe injuries, is being roused from unconsciousness. Their swollen face renders them nearly unrecognizable. A commanding figure, referred to as Colonel Mouse, trembles with uncertainty as he contemplates his next move. At that moment, Nami approaches and crouches down, confronting Mouse about the injuries inflicted upon Noki Gao and the chaos wrought upon Belmer's Orange Grove. With a swift adjustment of Mouse's collar, she delivers a powerful blow to his face, sending him flying and creating ripples in the water. Thank you, Nami. I feel much better, Noki Gao remarks with a smile. Give me 1,000 more punches. Ajian exclaims loudly. Remember this. You foul pirates. You will face dire consequences for provoking my wrath. There is no turning back now. Colonel Mouse, trembling with fear, dares not approach again and can only retreat with threats akin to a cornered rat. Is it just a bounty? When Ku remained indifferent. Ding. Task 4 completed. Reward, 1 level 4 Pokémon. Will the user claim the reward? No, I shall wait until later. When Ku shook his head, gazing upon the radiant smiles of the villagers of Coco West, when Ku felt that this battle was indeed worthwhile. At the Navy's 16th branch, Colonel Mouse returned bruised and battered, anxiously reporting to his superiors. Is this Straw Hat Pirates a newly emerged crew from the East Blue? The creature on the other end of the transponder snail was entirely unaware of the Straw Hat Pirates. Yes. 3 individuals warrant attention. One is their captain, Luffy. Another is the former bounty hunter, Zaro, who has joined their ranks, and the last is a fellow named Wenku, who possesses considerable strength and harbors a profound dislike for Mouse. The colonel emphasized the core members of the Straw Hats, covering his face as he recalled Wenku's ruthlessness, causing a shiver to run through him. Mouse, harboring resentment, hoped to genuinely issue a bounty for their capture. Only if the information proved accurate would a bounty be placed. The other side temporarily reassured Colonel Mouse. He sighed in relief, yet a lingering gloom shrouded his eyes. Meanwhile, Coco West was reveling in a celebration. set to last 3 days. Aha! Everyone, dance and revel. The villagers joyfully danced and cheered, laughter echoing throughout. After feasting, they prepared to depart. Luffy devoured meat voraciously, leaving no plate untouched. Usopp found a tall tower and began to sing his Usopp song, while Meow Meow joined the villagers in a peculiar dance, to the delight of the crowd. At that moment, when Ku and Sanji were merrily engaging in a drinking game, their laughter resonating. The only place on the island that remained tranquil was the infirmary. How is he? Nami, preparing to get a new tattoo, chanced upon Zoro still lying there. His fever has finally subsided. You need not worry. Koya emerged from behind, holding some antiseptic supplies. Nami sighed with relief, grateful that the crew would not be complete without any of its members. As night fell, the moonlight bathed the ground. Where is Wenku now? Nokigao? Nami approached with a cup of specially brewed hangover tea. Oh, why is little Nami suddenly so concerned about Wenku? Nokigao chuckled, holding a drink. Don't say that, sis. I care for everyone the same, Nami replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, though the darkness concealed her embarrassment. All right, just head east. Old Buji's house is that way. He is likely inside, probably drunk and still asleep. Nokigao pointed in a direction before ignoring her. Nami smiled wryly and set off in search of Wenku. Creek. Upon discovering the abode of the venerable family of Old Buji, it became evident that they were absent. Thus, with a gentle tug, she unlatched the door and stepped inside, only to find Wenku slumbering peacefully. Nami set down the detoxifying tea and quietly approached Wenku. The moonlight streaming in illuminated his face with clarity. She crouched down, drawing nearer to him, tenderly caressing his visage and smoothing his short, dark hair. It became apparent to her that, while he may not fit the conventional mold of a handsome man, his countenance possessed a certain captivating charm. As Nami gazed, she found herself lost in reverie, murmuring softly, "You are like a beacon, a lighthouse guiding me towards freedom." In that moment of shattering within the drawing room, your azure silhouette stood resolute like a god of war. When you embraced and encouraged me, I never once contemplated letting go. Your gentle nature often leads you to share your spirit with your companions, and indeed, I have taken good care of Squirtle. So there is no need for concern. Although your fish dish may be rather ordinary, its flavor is surprisingly delightful. I have come to realize that you often anticipate my thoughts before I even voice them. Truly, I wish for you to be solely mine. I should have understood my feelings long ago. Alas, when Ku remains oblivious in his inebriated state, it seems he is listening, yet he comprehends nothing, unable to restrain herself. Nami suddenly lowered her head, her lips brushing against Wenku's cheek, before quickly raising her head, her face flushed. She hastily covered him with a blanket and departed. In the late hours of Cocoa West, most were still reveling. The stars twinkled brightly, obscuring the direction yet revealing the essence of humanity. As the morning sun cast its radiant glow, illuminating the sky, the Straw Hat crew boarded their ship, prepared to venture forth into new adventures. Though their stay had been brief, this island was indeed a treasure trove of cherished memories. Usopp, filled with nostalgia, reflected on the days spent here, realizing he had truly lived like a hero, when chuckled, expressing his gratitude for the care bestowed upon him by his elder companions. Indeed, it is so. We must return to our original vocation as bounty hunters. Johnny and Joseph came forth to bid farewell to the Straw Hat crew. They noticed the absence of Nami, prompting a flurry of speculation among the group, with Noki and Ajian exchanging glances. Only one remained unfazed, confident that Nami would undoubtedly arrive. Just as the Straw Hats prepared to set sail, a commotion erupted from behind. "Hey, you little rascal! How much of our money did you steal?" A figure darted and weaved through the crowd, leaping onto the Going Merry. With a gentle smile, Nami still yearned for adventure alongside them. As she lifted her garments, a cascade of coins fell like rain. "Ah, Miss Nami, splendid work," Sanji praised, giving a thumbs up, while Luffy laughed heartily beside him. When gazed at the pile of wallets, instinctively reaching into his pants pocket, only to discover it empty, a sense of urgency washed over him as he called out to Luffy, "Luffy, have you seen where my wallet has gone?" As I carefully recollect, I find that there is no trace of memory from my drunken state. At that moment, Nami leapt up from below and, with an air of righteous indignation, jested at my expense. "Why do you take even my share?" I exclaimed loudly, nearly driven to exasperation by this madcap girl. "Not just now, but in the future as well, your funds shall be regarded as mine. Henceforth, any purchases you wish to make must be discussed with me first. I have decided this unilaterally. Do you agree or not?" Nami stood with her hands behind her back, observing my reaction. feeling a slight pang of anxiety as she awaited my response. Wenku was momentarily taken aback. Should he acquiesce to this girl? After all, he recalled that both Luffy and Zoro entrusted their finances to Nami, and indeed, this young lady exhibited remarkable prowess in managing money. After a brief silence, Wenku spoke. Very well, I shall heed your guidance. From now on, you shall oversee the finances, and all the earnings I acquire will be entrusted to you. Does that suffice? Nami shuddered with joy. Her face flushed as she sprinted away. Ah, Nami, could you manage my finances as well? At that moment, Sanji leapt in pursuit, only to be struck down by Nami's swift blow, causing his nose to bleed profusely. Goodness! Koya, please assist him, Wenku implored. Of course. Miss Koya's ministrations invigorate me. Sanji's nose bled even more, inciting Usopp's ire. Dare to flirt with Koya? You lecherous cook, keep your distance from her. Sanji and Usopp began to bicker, each asserting their claims. A renowned flower may belong to another, but if it is unclaimed, is that not an opportunity for me? Opportunity knows no bounds. With a sigh of exasperation, the unreliability of these individuals escalated to an entirely new level. At that moment, Wenku suddenly felt compelled to test the affinity wheel. Curious about his companion's current perceptions of him. Warehouse keeper, please bring forth the affinity wheel for me to assess. Certainly, it will be ready shortly. Before long, the irreplaceable numerical wheel, etched in his mind, reappeared once more. The literary evaluation can commence. First, we have Zoro, an impressive 89. This represents the pinnacle of his brotherly affection. Splendid indeed. Subsequently, the wheel continues to turn. Usopp's self-regard stands at 87, while Nami's is at 84. Sanji, having joined later, has yet to cultivate a deeper rapport, resulting in a current affection score of 79. Thus, we proceed. When gazed at Luffy and Nami, one was animatedly boasting to Usopp, while the other diligently tended to the branches of an orange tree. What was the matter? The user pondered whether it was necessary to continue assessing the affection levels between the Straw Hat crew and Nami. Perhaps it was best to postpone this for another time. To be honest, when felt somewhat apprehensive, Luffy and Nami's previous affection levels had already been quite high, and now it was uncertain how much they had evolved. Very well. User, the warehouse has reclaimed the affection gauge. We look forward to your next visit. Alas, how lamentable it is. Sigh, I am indeed a coward, hesitant and timid. Another day unfolds, ordinary and unremarkable. The Mary continues its journey towards the Grand Line. At this moment, Luffy stealthily wipes his hands and, on tiptoe, prepares to pluck an orange to savor. However, Sanji catches him and sends him flying with a kick. No, Luffy, this is Nami's orange grove, and I will not permit anyone to pilfer the fruit. Ah, why not? I just want to eat one. Luffy protests, visibly dissatisfied. Nami, my vigilance against romantic advances is infallible. This orchard is under my protection. Sanji suddenly breaks into a dance, while Wink, exasperated, sees Luffy's pleading gaze and, feeling a pang of compassion, tentatively addresses Nami. Nami, is it all right if I have just one orange? Wink could simply take one, and Sanji needn't intervene. Nami, smiling joyfully, readily acquiesces to Wink's request. What? I feel like I've become just a tool for you, Sanji, he mutters. It's fine. Just give Wink two, Nami instructs Sanji. Thus, Wink effortlessly acquires 2 oranges. Luffy, here you go. Wink tosses one to Luffy. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Wink. Luffy exclaims with delight, but as he clutches the orange, he struggles to peel it, intending to swallow it whole. Silly boy, Wink remarks, reclaiming the orange, peeling it for Luffy, and handing him the succulent segments. Luffy, overjoyed, takes his time, savoring each piece. Why has the newspaper price risen again? Nami inquires of a nearby pigeon. The pigeon expresses its own helplessness. It's just 100 berries. Are you truly impoverished, or merely pretending? If Nami were to overhear, she would undoubtedly scold. If you're unaware of the rising cost of daily necessities, refrain from speaking such nonsense. While the pigeon remains silent, Usopp grumbles a few remarks. What? At last. I can earn some money for myself. I refuse to be a destitute pirate with no funds even for attire. After retorting, Nami reclines back in her chair. This world grows increasingly tumultuous, she reflects, perusing the latest newspapers for updates. Suddenly, 3 bounty posters tumble out, and with a puzzled expression, Nami picks them up, gasping in astonishment. Everyone, come quickly. Thus, the group gathers to examine the posters. The 3 bounty notices are as follows. Monkey D. Luffy, bounty, 50 million berries. The cover features a beaming visage of Luffy, with Usopp's silhouette in the lower left corner. Wank, the summoning master, bounty, 28 million berries. The cover displays Wank in profile, his face obscured, but notably, Heracross is prominently featured. Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter, bounty, 15 million berries. A green-haired swordsman is depicted, wearing a headscarf and bandages, his face also hidden from view. Ah! Usopp exclaims, his mouth agape. My goodness! The captain is also on the wanted list. Meow, the delightful surprise of meowing. How impressive! Even though it was merely a silhouette, seeing Usopp first brightened the young lady's spirits. Hooray! We have become fugitives. Luffy laughed heartily, and when Wank took out his bounty notice, he felt a surge of joy. This was the sensation of being wanted for the very first time. Ah, I am also a wanted man. Zoro grinned upon seeing his own bounty notice, feeling quite pleased within. Alas, it seems you have yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. This signifies that they have set their sights on your lives, Nami said in a flurry, when conveyed that she need not be overly concerned. However, how could one not worry? It seems that leisurely days in the East Sea are now a thing of the past. The bounty on their heads stands at an astonishing 93 million berries, necessitating heightened vigilance against impending dangers. Surely, numerous individuals would be intent on taking their lives. Nami's expression grew increasingly grave. Wenku smiled, undeterred, adapting to the circumstances. For the path ahead remains long. Meanwhile, within a certain naval division, KB was engaged in cleaning duties. By chance, he glanced at 3 bounty posters affixed to the wall. Imagining Luffy and his companions still striving for their dreams, he felt profoundly inspired. Luffy and Wenku are truly remarkable. However, should we meet again, we might find ourselves as adversaries. With a hint of determination, KB adjusted his glasses. KB, come here. I can't finish this alone. A voice echoed from the corridor, prompting KB to hasten his departure. On a ship sailing somewhere in the East Sea, the defeated Black Cat, Kuro, quietly examined Wenku's bounty notice. Clutching the paper tightly, his thoughts swirled in his mind. I should never have underestimated you. Next time, we shall compete again, Wenku. He then issued orders to set sail for the Grand Line, in search of the Straw Hat Pirates. At the barrel.A restaurant, boss, look at the bounty posters. There are 3. Patty rushed to find Zeph. After reading the 3 bounty notices in silence, Zeph walked outside to the restaurant's periphery, letting the sea breeze envelop him. Go for it, Sanji. All blue. At that moment, the old man smiled faintly as he gazed into the distance. Subsequently, aboard a small Navy vessel adorned with the naval insignia, sat the former naval captain, Iron Fistful Body, who had been demoted to a commander of an outer sea division due to bringing shame to the Navy. As he looked at the 3 bounty notices delivered by a newly received pigeon, he mused, isn't this the Straw Hat Pirates we encountered at barrel.A? Haha. Fate has bestowed upon me such a splendid opportunity to escape this monotonous hell. Capturing these individuals should be a simple task. Just wait. I will ensnare you all. Little did he know, an encounter with the Straw Hat Pirates awaited him, wherein he would be sent flying by Luffy, a trivial detail in the grand scheme of things. Haha. It's not easy for Mihawk to visit, especially during a feast. Come, drink up. Shanks, with a flushed face, urged Mihawk to indulge. Mihawk, in silence, downed his drink. Haha. Luffy is now a wanted man. This delights me even more. Let us drink to that. Shanks, in high spirits, began to laugh boisterously. On another front, the once defeated Elrita encountered Captain Buggy, leading her to reflect on the bounty notices of the newly arrived Straw Hat Pirates. Elrita held Luffy's and Winka's bounty posters, but she initially set Luffy's aside, gripping Winka's notice with fervor. You will wait for me, won't you? A sinister smile curled upon her lips, her eyes glinting with a peculiar intensity. Wenku, I will surely kill you. I will certainly kill you. As Buggy glimpsed the bounty notice for 28 million berries on Wunk, memories of his previous humiliation surged forth, prompting him to furiously tear the notice apart in a fit of rage. He proceeded to the Grand Line, exclaiming with disdain, let us capture Wunk. Upon returning to the Mary, Wunk remained unruffled, casually peeling an orange. He kept half for himself and offered the other half to Nami, who sat beside him. Where are we now? Wunk inquired. Nami, with a smile, accepted the orange and began to analyze the nautical chart. We are nearing the Grand Line. Ahead lies Logtown, and thereafter, the reverse mountain. The Grand Line can only be traversed this way. One pondered silently, Logtown? The town of beginnings and endings? With less than 100 miles to Logtown, the Mary sailed steadily towards its destination. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew busied themselves with their preparations, while one continued his fishing. ostensibly extracting rewards from the Arlong Arc Ding. Time-limited task 1. Rescue Coco West has been completed. Reward: 1 level 4 Pokémon. Shall the user draw? When Ku had originally intended to draw everything together, so today shall be the day of selection. Rewards await. The first time-limited task has been accomplished. The reward: a level 4 Pokémon, Venusaur. The reward has been successfully recorded in the miniature space. When Ku is quite pleased with this little creature. Ding. The fourth time-limited task, defeating Colonel Mouse, has been completed. Reward: 1 level 4 Pokémon. Shall the user claim the reward? When nodded, eagerly anticipating the emergence of the second level 4 Pokémon. Limited time task 4 completed. Reward: 1 level 4 Pokémon, Arcanine. The reward has been recorded in the miniature space. Arcanine, indeed a most dependable Pokémon, brought a spark of joy to One Ku. It had once rescued Ash and his companions in the animated series. Ding. Limited time task 5, golden level hidden task 4, break Aaron's sawtooth nose completed. Reward: 1 level 5 Pokémon. Would the user like to claim the reward? Upon hearing the final task, One Ku promptly gestured for it to be drawn. Ding. Limited time task 5 completed. Reward: 1 level 5 Pokémon, Jengar. The reward has been recorded in the miniature space. Jengar. How formidable. One Ku stood up and paced, thrilled that Jengar would be his first level 5 Pokémon, a stroke of extraordinary fortune. A shadow Pokémon, possessing a fragment of psychic abilities. Jengar was not to be underestimated, rivaling the capabilities of ancient beasts and surpassing ordinary devil fruit users. Jengar was akin to a powerful tonic for One Ku. Ding. 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 Jengar refuses to enter the miniature space. Please enter the Heart Dream Realm. The voice of the storage entity abruptly echoed again, its commanding tone leaving no room for dissent. What is this? The Heart Dream Realm? When Ku was engulfed in confusion. What was happening? Was Jengar not being recorded? Ding. Preparing to transport the user to the Heart Dream Realm, the voice of the storage entity grew fainter, and in an instant, When Ku found himself in a strange new world. If the training camp resembled a vast white expanse, this place was the realm of darkness, surrounded by an impenetrable blackness. The ground devoid of any flora. It felt like a space of death, silent and lifeless. The darkness stirred the deepest fears within the human heart. Wen's pupils constricted as she crouched down to maintain her composure. Users are urged to locate the phantom conjured by Gung Gue within this ethereal dreamscape. Merely capturing it will allow you to return. Suddenly, the voice of the warehouse keeper echoed, yet it felt as though it was hindered, coming through in fragmented bursts. Remain calm, remain calm. At this moment, When Ku must maintain composure. To strike the heart of the matter, one must first target the source of the issue. It is futile to wander aimlessly in search of Gung Gue. One strives to recall how Ash and his companions managed in the past. Yet, his mind feels muddled. Having lingered in the world of pirates for over 6 months, he is on the verge of forgetting even the neighborhood of his former home, let alone the details of the anime he cherished in his childhood. He can only remember the general storyline. Who has the inclination to ponder the minutiae? Blast it. Warehouse Cohen. Is there not a single hint or piece of assistance you can offer? When Ku shouted towards the sky. The realm of the Heart's dream possesses the ability to visualize thoughts, urging the user to maintain tranquility and focus. The voice of Warehouse Cohen, neither too loud nor too soft, served as a gentle reminder to One Ku. Visualize and calm the mind. He must consider the perspective of Gung Gue and ponder what it might desire. Gung Gue revels in playing with human fears. If One Ku continues to harbor ignorance, might it emerge to join him in this game? One Ku finally recalled its fondness for mischief. Imagine, as One Ku closed its eyes and gradually calmed its mind, it began to mentally sketch certain objects. Suddenly, a street lamp, a toy car, and a burlap sack appeared before One Ku. One opened his eyes, filled with astonishment, marveling at the enchanting dreamscape of his heart. He began to arrange street lamps, for with these lamps, the so-called darkness was kept at bay. The light of dawn embraced everything around with its warmth. Under the glow of the streetlight, One Ku crouched down, adjusting the angle until he could behold his own shadow. He began to gently push a toy car, a cherished relic from his past life, the most delightful aspect being its ability to emit sound. The toy car, moving slowly forward, produced a mechanical ringing that resonated in the silent world, creating a jarring contrast. While One Ku was absorbed in his play, a plump little figure stealthily approached from the darkness, its curious red eyes fixated on him and his toy car, though it felt somewhat uncomfortable in the light. An overwhelming desire to play surged within. With a mischievous giggle, the little mischievous spirit seemed to conceive an amusing idea. Leaping into the ground to draw nearer to One Ku, leaving only a short, pointed tail exposed. As boredom enveloped Wenku, he pondered the absence of the mischievous ghost. Perhaps it was time to explore alternative methods. Casting a sidelong glance at his own shadow, he was taken by surprise as a dark figure melded into it. Ah! The little creature has arrived. A smile crept upon his lips, for it seemed his efforts had borne fruit. No longer gripped by fear, Wenku leisurely resumed his play, feigning ignorance of the unfolding events. Initially, his shadow remained still, but in an instant, it began to rise, revealing a pair of crimson eyes peering back at him. Sensing that he had not noticed its presence, the ghost chuckled mischievously and leapt forth, intending to startle Wenku, only to be ensnared midair by a large sack. "Huh! You've truly fallen for it, little one," Wenku exclaimed, hastily binding the sack and watching his tiny hands thumped against the fabric from within. Ding! Congratulations. The user has completed the heart's pace dream, and the ghost is being sent to the withdrawal warehouse, a voice chimed in. Suddenly, Wenku felt a weight in his head, and in the blink of an eye, his consciousness returned to the realm of reality. Phew! I nearly thought I would be trapped there forever, Wenku chuckled. Ding! Congratulations. The user has once again experienced an extraordinary stroke of luck. Rarely, you have gained the ghost's acknowledgement, allowing you to randomly learn a skill from the Shadow Clan and transform it. Wait? Haven T explained why a heart's pace dream suddenly materialized, Wenku inquired. Yet he still had unanswered questions, for he truly knew nothing. This is a mechanism set by the warehouse system. Among Pokémon of level 5 and above, a portion may refuse to obey their user and attempt to flee while being recorded in the miniaturized space, to prevent elite Pokémon from being lost. The warehouse system established the existence of the heart's pace dream to assist users in recapturing runaway Pokémon. The condition is simple. If the user can catch it, they will gain the Pokémon's acknowledgement and be rewarded with the ability to learn one of the skills inherent to that Pokémon. Could it be that this accidental encounter with the fleeing ghost would indeed bestow upon him a power of the Shadow Clan? The literary work is eagerly anticipated. One may consent to acquire skills. Thus, the warehouse master has directly enumerated 3 skill modules. Users are encouraged to select one skill from these 3 categories, and the warehouse will derive and enhance it to create a technique suited to the user. A choice among 3? Furthermore, enhancement is possible? How considerate. Module identifications. 1. Tongue Lick, paralyzing enemies through licking, proving remarkably effective against speed-oriented devil fruit superhuman users. Drawback, requires physical contact with the enemy. 2. Eye for an Eye, a charged attack capable of doubling one's strength within 10 seconds. Drawback, none. 3. Shadow of the Night conjures terrifying phantoms, inflicting damage equal to that of an opponent of the same level. Drawback, none. How does one choose? One may begin to analyze the merits and demerits of each technique. Although the ability to lick with the tongue possesses the capacity to counter fruits, this technique necessitates physical contact with the enemy, rendering it impractical. After all, if one could make contact, there would be no need for tongue licking. The technique of tit for tat also proves to be ineffective. Firstly, Wen is akin to a mere muggle, devoid of any fruits or haki, and with rather unimpressive physical attributes. While this technique could enhance strength, it is of no use at present. It appears that the consensus leans towards my selection of the third option. Warehouse-san, I am prepared to choose the third technique. Shadowy Phantom. Ding. The Shadowy Phantom is being selected and is currently infusing the user with an enhanced skill, Shadow Puppet Clone. In an instant, a warm current gently flows into the bloodstream, ascending towards the head, and Wen's mind becomes enriched with the introduction and techniques for utilizing the Shadow Puppet Clone. Since Wink acquired this repository, he has consistently regarded it as remarkably reliable. After reviewing its contents, Wink couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What extraordinary prowess! The Shadow Puppet Clones can summon between 5 to 10 shadow duplicates, governed by the user's consciousness, and inflict a 3-second immobilization effect on adversaries. Note, the stronger the enemy, the weaker the effect. This is quite impressive. The Shadow Puppet Clones, derived from Jengar's skill, Nightshade, can be considered a formidable technique within the realm of shadow arts. The repository owner also felt a deep sense of satisfaction when Ku resumed his reflections, only to realize that the Mary was docked. Well, is this Road Town? All he could discern was the clamor of Luffy's exuberant voice. When Ku stood resolute, asking, "Have we arrived at Roach Town?" Indeed, a vast town unfurled before their eyes. Subsequently, the Straw Hat crew disembarked, preparing to temporarily part ways. However, Zaro and Wenku were both fixated on Nami. After all, as the treasurer, She was in charge of the funds, and who could blame them for their impatience? Nami, calm and composed, handed Zoro some money, which brought a smile to his face. Yet when it came to Wenku, Nami suddenly withdrew her generosity, insisting that Wenku accompany her on a shopping spree. Despite his reluctance, familial duty prevailed. Thus, the group split, and Wenku embarked on a tedious and prolonged shopping adventure. All done. Wenku, how does this look? Nami twirled in a strikingly beautiful dress for his appraisal. Each time, Wenku would smile, though inwardly he felt exasperated. Nevertheless, with her enviable figure, Nami indeed looked exquisite in anything she donned. Finally, after Nami was satisfied with her shopping, Wenku resolved to procure a few items for himself. However, he needed to make a detour to the execution platform first. Upon reaching the central street, he beheld the very platform where Roger had once met his end and spotted some long-lost friends. "Ha! Prepare yourselves for a spectacular performance," exclaimed his old acquaintance Buggy, brandishing a knife at Luffy's throat. Beside him stood the stunningly transformed Alvida, undoubtedly the embodiment of a complete metamorphosis. At this moment, Wen gazed at Luffy's smile. A smile reminiscent of a fearless warrior, where life and death held no significance. It embodied a spirit of openness, an absence of fear. Truly, you are indeed the Luffy I have always known. In a fleeting moment, one could glimpse the future Pirate King. He remained the dreamer who ventured forth for the sake of adventure. At that moment, Luffy knelt upon the execution platform, surveying the crowd below. Spotting Wenku in the distance, he broke into a broad grin and called out, "Wenku, I am about to meet my end. Wenku, Bucky." And Yalata turned their gazes toward the direction in which Luffy was looking, and they beheld Wenku, who was also watching them, eliciting varied reactions. Bucky, incensed, had his hat nearly blown off, revealing the hairstyle singed by the previous encounter with the small fire dragon. That cursed Wenku, whose devilish smile haunted Bucky's dreams, had compelled him countless times to craft voodoo dolls and prod them with long needles. "Ah, you wretched scoundrel, you finally revealed yourself. I shall slay your captain first, and then subject you to 1,000 tortures." Bucky seethed with rage. In stark contrast, Yalata exhibited an entirely different demeanor, one that diverged significantly from Bucky's fury. She pursed her lips, her eyes brimming with the image of Wenku. "My Wenku, when your captain struck me down, I was ever so captivated by your gallant figure. This time, I shall reclaim you." Who could have anticipated that the former rotund Yalata, having consumed the slippery fruit, would transform into a stunning beauty? Yet, in Wenku's heart, she evoked no stirrings. "You are no longer a little sister. Nami is far more appealing." As for Luffy, Zoro, who had been elated upon acquiring the snow walk in the sand Ikatetsu, found himself drawn to a woman reminiscent of Kuina. Approaching the execution ground amid a throng of onlookers seeking excitement, he was taken aback to discover that the captive was none other than his captain. The sky darkened ominously, punctuated by intermittent rumbles of thunder. Rain was imminent. Wenku gazed upward, gradually finding solace within. Bucky raised his blade, his face alight with exhilaration and madness at the prospect of vanquishing his arch-nemesis. Thunder boomed. A brilliant flash illuminated the sky. The crack of lightning tore through the heavens, heralding the dawn of a new era, casting light upon the execution platform. Bucky fell tragically, as it seemed the lightning favored only those of the D family. Luffy, indeed, was an admirable insulator. Wenku gazed around, pondering the whereabouts of Luffy's father. Not having spotted the one he longed to see, he hastily beckoned Luffy and Zoro to depart. "No, I cannot permit you to leave," Wenku exclaimed. "Do not go, Wenku." Behind him, Yalata pursued, licking her lips as she closely followed. Wenku sought to avoid unnecessary complications, prioritizing her escape. Just as Yalata was closing in, a sudden billow of white smoke enveloped her, effectively trapping her. At that moment, a man clad in white, puffing on a cigar, approached slowly, accompanied by a woman and a group of naval soldiers following closely behind. Glancing towards the direction of Wenku's flight, it became evident that the notorious Straw Hat Pirates were nearby. The cigar-smoking man, a user of the smoke fruit ability, transformed into smoke and rapidly pursued Wenku's escape route. Meanwhile, as Wenku fled, a notification from the warehouse suddenly appeared. Ding. Issuing time-limited mission 1. Stop smoker from pursuing the Straw Hats. Ensure the safe departure of all members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Reward, 1 level 4 Pokémon. Penalty, randomly revoke 1 level 4 Pokémon. Smoker, the wielder of the smoke fruit ability. Luffy, Zoro, you go ahead. I will hold them off. Luffy, initially anxious, chose to place his unwavering trust in Wenku upon seeing her resolute gaze. when turned to face the opposite direction, his shoulder demon ceasing its restless movements. As he gazed upon the approaching white figure, this marked his inaugural encounter with a user of a nature-type devil fruit. Meanwhile, when intercepted Smoker, preparing to hold the line, Smoker scrutinized one from head to toe. "Are you the Straw Hat's vice captain with a bounty of 28 million? Wenku did not respond, but instead unleashed a new technique against Smoker. Clone technique. 3 seconds of shadow. Ghost of the Lost. 8 dark figures emerged from the ground, while another 8 shadows materialized from the puppets, converging upon Smoker. "Are you a devil fruit user?" Smoker questioned in confusion, choosing not to evade the dark masses, only to experience the repercussions. At that moment, Smoker's expression turned blank, for he found himself utterly immobilized, unable even to perform the most fundamental elemental transformation. The text is astonishing. This technique is quite remarkable. The shadow puppet clone immobilizes the target for 3 seconds. However, its drawback lies in its limited effectiveness against true powerhouses. Yet, for someone like Smoker, who has not harnessed Haki and whose fruit abilities remain underdeveloped, this technique proves exceptionally useful. White Gale. After 3 seconds, Smoker regains his strength and charges forward with the White Gale. Seize the opportunity. Exploit his weakness. At that moment, Jengar emerges. Upon spotting Jengar, Smoker intends to capture it first. His ethereal, smoke-like arm reaches out to grasp Jengar, only for it to slip away effortlessly. Attempting the same maneuver again yields no different results. What is happening? Smoker feels as though he is trying to grasp a peeled egg, remarkably slick and elusive. Wenku's keen eyes discern the purplish-red gas emanating from the gungue, momentarily taken aback by its presence. What could this substance be? Yet, there was no time to ponder such questions. Wenku swiftly rolled toward Smoker. Shadow puppet clone. Smoker's pupils contracted, revealing 5 duplicates this time. Retreat. White smoke elementalization. Smoker deftly evaded the gathering mass of shadows on the ground, having learned from his previous encounters to steer clear of those ominous clusters. With focused determination, the 5 shadow puppets charged towards Smoker, who transformed into a plume of white smoke and surged directly towards Wenk. Capture the leader to apprehend the thieves. Smoker understood that Wenk was the mastermind orchestrating these bizarre maneuvers. If he could seize him with Seastone, all would be resolved. Just waiting for your arrival. This time, Wenk exhibited a mastery of timing far superior to before, achieving a flawless execution. An opportunity. Jengar. As Smoker's Seastone-laden attack approached, a small shadowy figure, Jengar, burst forth from the ground and unleashed a hypnosis attack on Smoker, whose gaze became eerily distorted as Jengar's crimson eyes shimmered in front of him. Smoker stumbled aimlessly, his eyes devoid of their usual spark. Go. Jengar. Wenk swiftly scooped up Jengar and fled the scene, while Smoker remained rooted in place, repeating his staggering motions. Meanwhile, the port was drenched in a persistent drizzle. It's over. The ship has departed. What shall we do? Zoro shouted at Luffy, while Usopp and Sanji, who had yet to leave, wore anxious expressions. Luffy appeared oblivious to Zoro's words, fixated instead on the direction Wenk had taken, patiently awaiting his return. It was only when he finally caught sight of Wenk sprinting towards them that Luffy broke into a wide grin and began to stretch his arms to their limits. Wait. Zoro's face paled. Could it be? Sanji pondered. I have a foreboding sense of dread, Usopp said gravely. It's over. Wenk remained unfazed. Haha. Rubber rocket. Ah. And thus, the 5 of them launched towards the departing Going Merry. Shortly thereafter, Smoker and Tashigi arrived just in time. Smoker gazed at the retreating ship, murmuring to himself, Straw Hat crew. Wenk. Ah. Thanks to Luffy's rocket-like propulsion, Wenk and the others safely caught up with the vessel. One by one, they tumbled onto the deck, with Wenk ending up at the bottom of the pile. My back. Wenk lamented, tears streaming down his face. Are you all right, Wenk? Nami rushed over, her concern evident. Ah. When did Miss Nami start caring about me? Sanji rose, clutching his chest in feigned agony, only to be promptly punched by Nami. Seeing that everyone was unharmed, the Straw Hat crew resumed their usual antics. As night fell and the crew slumbered soundly, Wenk sat alone on the deck, basking in the sea breeze. He conversed with the warehouse spirit about the day's battle insights. Warehouse spirit. Today I realized that the powers of the Shadow Clan might not necessarily falter against mere devil fruit users. Of course, this excludes Smoker's lack of Haki and his lower level of fruit mastery. I sense that with a few more Shadow Clan techniques, combined with Shadow Puppet clones, I could even best him. Indeed, one must not underestimate the world of Pokémon. These creatures are not mere pretenders, In reality, regardless of their strength, they possess a fundamental understanding of the Dao veins. Dao veins. What exactly are Dao veins? Are they akin to the shadow Dao? The narrative indeed possesses an air of peculiarity. For instance, during the encounter with Smoker, it became apparent that the smoke fruit was incapable of restraining Jengar. What then? Was the purplish red gas that enveloped Jengar's form? It could not possibly be Haki. Could it be that there exists a profound and enigmatic Dao vein? In the realm of Pokémon, even the most ordinary creatures, upon undergoing the baptism of life water in the warehouse, naturally evolve their own Dao veins. The Dao vein of Pokémon is not inferior to the Haki and fruits of this world. The most potent life, Dao vein, possesses the ability to summon souls from the realm of the dead, ensuring that life flows eternally like a river. Even a being like Jengar can manifest a shadow Dao vein, which in this pirate world enables it to evade all restraints imposed by natural-type devil fruits. Moreover, certain Pokémon possess even more extraordinary abilities, with their derived Dao veins rivaling or even surpassing Haki. Thus, I hope you can attain a truly formidable power. Your current shadow puppet technique is merely a common maneuver within the shadow Dao vein. You still lack your own Dao vein. It has come to mind. Zoro once recounted to me that one night, while asleep, he conversed with a Pidgey in his dreams. The Pidgey even imparted to him the techniques of the Harvest Dao swordsmanship, which could be regarded as a form of Dao vein inheritance. This prompted one to make a significant leap in understanding, recalling Zoro's peculiar dream that had transpired recently. Notably, on that night, Zoro dreamt. And upon waking the next day, he found himself capable of executing those sword techniques. He did not share this with the other crew members. Yet the Pidgey was a gift from one, so on that day, he recounted the truth. In theory, this counts as a form of Dao vein inheritance. Dreams serve as shackles connecting to reality. Zoro's opportunity to engage with the Dao vein of the Harvest Dao is indeed more fortunate than yours. The Pidgey lineage merely represents a branch of the Harvest Dao. When your Pidgey was sent, it was unexpected that it had already encountered the Harvest Dao vein. The exploration of Dao veins is an endless journey. Even the simplest Dao vein can give rise to hundreds of distinct techniques and combat styles. Dao veins are not fruits. Although they may initially seem weaker in combat power, they inevitably rise to prominence in the later stages. Indeed, the warehouse has revealed another crucial piece of information regarding Zoro. At that time, Zoro's combined technique with the Pidgey, the Storm Tornado of Harvest, contained a hint of the Harvest Dao's essence, which, when paired with the original work's implementation of the tornado, doubled its power. My heavens, no wonder it nearly turned Little Aid into a mere stick. The original work was not so severe. If Zoro awakens Haki in the future, combined with the inheritance of the Harvest Dao, his achievements will surely surpass those of the original Zoro. One muttered to himself, that may be true, yet the comprehension of the Dao vein is far more arduous. His path will indeed be more laborious, lamented the warehouse. So what should I do now? Simply focus on completing your tasks. The opportunity for your transformation has not yet arrived. Even without Haki or a fruit, the warehouse shall not neglect you, ensuring you possess the capability to step into the Grand Line. Her eyes gleam with brilliance, reminiscent of the twinkling stars in the firmament. The sea breeze caresses my cheeks with a delightful comfort. It has been over 6 months since I arrived in this world. The pathways of destiny, the fruits of labor, and an aura of dominance. The forthcoming new world is destined to witness a tripartite balance of power, or perhaps the ascendancy of a singular force. Time may be a variable, yet I have unwavering faith in the capabilities of the warehouse keeper. As we continue our journey towards the Grand Line, I must claim the rewards for the new time-limited mission. Ding. Time-limited mission 1. Intercept Smoker to ensure the safe departure of the Straw Hat Pirates. Completion required. Reward. A level 4 Pokémon. Would the user like to claim the reward? Claim. Ding. Time-limited mission 1 completed. Reward. A level 4 Tauros. The reward has been added to the miniature space. Tauros is quite admirable, though its temperament can be somewhat tempestuous, being a bull Pokémon and all. Having nearly completed the East Blue Saga, I have earned the title, Novice Adventurer. The warehouse is set to advance to level 2, unlocking new privileges. Upgrading in progress. At this moment, the warehouse keeper is about to undergo an upgrade. Oh, an upgrade is imminent? The text may evoke surprise. In that case, let us allow the warehouse to gradually upgrade. As Wink withdrew his thoughts, setting aside his fishing rod, he prepared to fetch a drink from the cabin. His gaze fell upon Nami, who was peacefully napping in a reclining chair, causing him to momentarily lose his train of thought. It seems that Nami has yet to reach adulthood this year, having only turned 17. This young girl undeniably possesses a natural talent in various aspects. She is destined to blossom into a stunning beauty in the future. Upon concluding his musings, Wen promptly set out to procure some wine. It is worth noting that he has recently developed a remarkable capacity for drinking. Upon entering the cabin, he found no sign of Sanji, who, at this hour, was likely occupied with cooking. Without further contemplation, Wen acquired the wine and resumed his fishing. This activity provided him with a sense of tranquility, a calmness that served to alleviate the fears he harbored since arriving in this unfamiliar realm. He took a generous swig, the icy liquid swirling and igniting a warmth within his stomach. The recent rain had left the boat somewhat chilly, but soon, Wen's body began to warm rapidly. Ding! Congratulations, user. Your level has increased to 2, and you have been granted a permanent benefit of level 2 privileges, the pet miniature world. The voice of the storage spirit, long silent, had finally spoken. A pet miniature world? Details of the privilege can be found in Chapter 17. Is this truly a world? It seems rather implausible. Wen Ku expressed some skepticism. Is the small world akin to a store selling items? No. Users must attain level 4 to unlock the treasure shop, while level 2 grants access to this small world. The user's Pokémon can venture beyond their Pokeballs to inhabit this realm, where traces of a life force can be felt. Within this world, Pokémon can grasp the essence of this life force more swiftly, enabling them to evolve autonomously. The warehouse master elaborated comprehensively. Wow, that's marvelous. Does that mean if I place a level 1 Squirtle into the small world, it will inevitably evolve into a Blastoise one day? Wen Ku inquired with excitement after hearing the warehouse master's explanation. Indeed, and upon evolution, the chances of enlightenment will increase. The water path of the Squirtle lineage is not to be trifled with in the later stages. This small world is designed specifically for evolution, otherwise, it would lose its very purpose for existence. At this moment, Wen Ku wore a smile on her face. The secondary permissions had been activated. Although there was only a single privilege, it was indeed a magnificent gift. With this small world, the issue of underpowered low-tier Pokémon was no longer a concern. They could now ascend to higher levels with their own dedication. Wen Ku immediately thought of placing her lowest level Charmeleon into this small world. Warehouse keeper, how do my Pokémon and I enter the pet small world? Wen Ku inquired eagerly, unable to contain her excitement. The method of consciousness transmission to access the pet small world was fundamentally similar to that of the training camp. Thus, Wen Ku summoned Charmeleon and attempted the consciousness transfer. And to her astonishment, Charmeleon vanished into thin air. Ding! At this moment, the capacity of the pet small world was 1100, and Charmeleon had been successfully transported into it. Wen Ku could hardly wait to transfer herself into the small world, and she found herself wandering into this verdant paradise, as if living in a dream. It resembled an ancient era. Here, there were no barren lands, but rather towering peaks, and the majestic mountains of the pet world stood proudly, their ridges winding and interlaced. Lush vegetation flourished abundantly. At that moment, Charmeleon approached her, extending its arms in a request for a hug. Wen Ku embraced it, noticing its evident satisfaction and joy in this new environment. Indeed, it was far superior to the confines of a Pokeball. This was truly a place where Pokémon could thrive. All right, go play, Wen Ku said gently, scratching Charmeleon's chin before letting it wander off. Warehouse keeper, this small world is simply too beautiful. I feel a strong urge to reside here, Wen Ku mused. If it were not for that thread of life force, how could such a realm exist? Unfortunately, aside from the user, no other humans were permitted entry. Only flora and fauna were allowed. Flora and fauna. Wen Ku pondered and suddenly had a thought. What if the flora and fauna from the world of pirates could be brought into this small world? Theoretically, it should be possible. The warehouse rules do not stipulate that external creatures cannot enter. You might as well try it next time. If successful, the creatures from the pirate world could contribute to this small world. Great. Wen Ku was acutely aware of the immense value this small world possessed. It was a priceless treasure, destined to become a sanctuary for Pokémon in the future. Heracross, Scyther, Vaporeon, Swellow, Venusaur, Arcanine, Gengar, Tauros. Come forth. Wen Ku enthusiastically released all her existing Pokémon from their Pokeballs. She planned to retrieve a few Pokémon from the Straw Hat crew on her next visit, to see if they could evolve and undergo transformation in this small world. As Wen Ku contemplated many things, she heard a commotion behind her and turned in confusion, only to find her entourage of Pokémon eyeing Gengar with keen interest, surrounding it eagerly. Wen Ku was perplexed. Why were they surrounding Gungue? The wind speed dog explained to Wenku. Upon hearing the reason, Wenku couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that Gung-Gue had a penchant for mischief, and they feared for their own safety. Wenku gently lifted the Gung-Gue, who typically wore a mischievous smile, but this time appeared somewhat despondent, feeling disheartened by the lack of acceptance from others. Do not worry, Gung-Gue is quite obedient, Wenku reassured the assembled spirits. After his earnest explanation, the Finsa dog and the others reluctantly accepted Gung-Gue, albeit with lingering concerns. I must take my leave now. You all should live well and cultivate diligently while I am gone, Wenku said, waving goodbye before departing. Alas, it is unfortunate that I am the only human permitted in this world. Otherwise, I would truly wish to show my companions. Wenku felt a tinge of regret. Little did he know that after his departure, Gung-Gue transformed from its previously aggrieved demeanor, wreaking havoc among the spirits, giggling mischievously. With the master gone, it was time for pranks. It had been a considerable while since they left Rog Town, and Wenku certainly wouldn't indulge in baseless speculation about the passage of time. Just as he was fishing, Luffy stealthily approached him. Luffy, what brings you here? Are you off to snatch some oranges again? Wenku chuckled. No. Ha ha ha, Wenku. I have a secret to share with you. I had a dream yesterday, but you must promise not to tell anyone. Luffy crouched beside him, leaning in close. Of course, I wouldn't betray your trust. Wenku maintained his smile, gazing at the childlike Luffy. Having never entered the world of pirates, Luffy once had a cousin who affectionately called him brother, sharing a similarly carefree personality. Thus, Wenku had always treated Luffy with kindness, and in return, Luffy trusted him deeply. Wenku, let me tell you, I dreamt about the stinky mud you gifted me. Strangely, it could talk. I had a delightful chat with it. And then it began to teach me things. Luffy spoke animatedly. What? Wenku's eyes widened. How is that possible? Isn't that akin to Zoro's experience? Unperturbed by Wenku's astonishment, Luffy continued. Then it mentioned that it was a branch of the poison earth path and asked if I wanted to learn. I thought to myself, the stinky mud is my friend, so I agreed. At this moment, Wenku was already engrossed in discussions with the warehouse spirit. My goodness. The poison earth path? Coupled with the previous wilderness path, both are among the 12 great paths. The warehouse spirit expressed in awe. Luffy and Zoro were indeed fortunate. Wenku felt a sense of envy towards the poison earth path, yet he bore no jealousy. After all, it was well deserved by Luffy. Thankfully, they could only inherit one path. Otherwise, they would surely be overwhelmed. Why can they only establish one connection? Wenku pondered aloud. Isn't it obvious? They are not the masters of Pokémon. The initiative lies with you. If they wish to learn, they must inherit that specific path. Or else the Pokémon of that path would not permit them to learn. Am I also limited to establishing just one connection? Wenku shared the same concern. Others can only forge a single connection, but you are different. As the host, you need not inherit a path. Instead, you may learn the skills of the Pokémon lineage. However, you cannot grasp the core techniques of their path. That is why I tell you, there must be an opportunity for you to acquire your own path. When nodded, acknowledging that this is somewhat akin to the act of taking advantage without giving in return. However, does this not imply that one would only acquire marginal skills? Such an approach would inevitably lead to suffering in the forthcoming new world. The text is quite clear. If Pokémon possess ley lines, they would merely need to rely on the pet world to grow increasingly powerful. But what about when he lacks charisma, lacks the fruit of power, and is merely an ordinary individual? Unless I can create my own ley lines. The narrative unfolds with a character engaging in self-reflection, contemplating the continuing saga surrounding him. The Straw Hat crew is destined to encounter formidable adversaries. He yearns for strength as he aspires to enhance his own capabilities, whilst also needing the power to protect his comrades. Thus, a catalyst is essential, for its emergence will enable survival within the vast expanse of the Grand Line. Remarked the warehouse keeper coldly. Wenku felt a slight sense of reassurance. Thank you, warehouse Kuan. I merely feel that ever since I arrived here, everything has gone remarkably smoothly, which leaves me feeling somewhat uneasy. Your encouragement serves as my greatest support. Over the past 6 months, Wenku has been truly grateful for Warehouse Kuan's attentive assistance. However, this time, Warehouse Kuan did not respond. Simultaneously, he withheld a statement. The emergence of a pivotal moment is a test of life and death to attain rebirth. The outcome rests in your hands. Do not let me down, Wenku. This was a sentiment Warehouse Kuan would never disclose to him, which is why he intentionally guided him to forge his own path. He could not directly express that the complexity of creating one's own pathway is destined to be a road of no return. Warehouse Kuan merely wished to experiment. For traversing from countless dimensions to this pirate world is no small feat. Encountering Wenku, who hails from a different time and space, is undoubtedly a fateful encounter. However, should this host perish, it would surely sadden Warehouse Kuin. This time, it was he who deceived Wenku, yet he also hopes for his growth and strength. While the external Luffy rambles on, Wenku remains engrossed in contemplating the matter of pathways. Having heard that Warehouse Kuin mentioned the possibility of continuing to learn combat techniques through the communication of pathways, Wenku was eager to try. How can I communicate with the internal pathway inheritance of Gungue? Wenku inquired of Warehouse Kuin. The user must engage in dialogue with Gungue. When furrowed his brow, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Did one truly need to inquire in such a manner to engage in conversation? Genuine dialogue does not necessitate dreams or other convoluted methods. This realization had narrowed the paths of Zoro and Luffy. The warehouse contained a construction seal, yet it required a purchase, a matter to be addressed after reaching level 4. As explained by the warehouse attendant, when found himself at a loss for words, after all this, he was presented with nothing but an empty promise. Nevertheless, he decided to dismiss the matter, for he possessed a shadow puppet clone, which was certainly preferable to starvation. When subsequently withdrew his thoughts, coincidentally, Luffy had just finished speaking, and amidst his incessant chatter, one had not absorbed a single word, feeling somewhat guilty for not acknowledging Luffy's earnestness. Luffy, blissfully oblivious, failed to notice one's distraction throughout. Thus, when gently patted Luffy on the shoulder and earnestly declared, "Young man, your future is boundless," Luffy erupted into laughter, relishing the praise from one. The two continued their conversation. With Luffy in full flow, his enthusiasm seemingly insatiable, to the point where one began to feel a bit overwhelmed. Just then, one heard Usopp shouting from the observation deck, beckoning them to join him. "Hey, come quickly. I've spotted a flock of migratory birds in the distance. There's a ship down below, and it seems there is someone on it." Usopp called out loudly. The Straw Hat crew gathered, resolving to investigate. To their surprise, they discovered a young girl aboard the vessel. Upon discovering her in a state of unconsciousness, Wenku requested Koi's assistance to check on her. Shortly thereafter, the little girl awakened on her own. Nami poured a glass of water for the young girl and settled down with a sense of reassurance. Who is this little brat? One pondered from the corner, stroking his chin in confusion. Who are you calling a little brat? You're the brat, the girl retorted, glaring fiercely at Wenku. Little sister, what is your name? Wenku was truly unaware of this character from the world of pirates. Perhaps she was merely a lost traveler. Humph. I won't tell you my name is ABIs. The realization dawned upon Wenku, recalling a subplot from the original narrative before reaching Red Line, which involved the story of the Millennium Dragon and ABIs. Observing the girl with her sandy-colored hair styled into 2 small braids and her youthful, delicate features, he finally understood. So you are ABIs? Not at all. Early that morning, Wenku noticed Nami still poring over the nautical charts and nodded slightly. The girl is quite diligent. By the way, when will we arrive at Naval Island? After rescuing ABIs, Luffy had decided to take her home. Who could disregard the captain's words? Furthermore, Wenku was quite curious about the legend of the Millennium Dragon. Could it be that dragons truly existed in the world of pirates? At that moment, Nami was studying the sea charts, observing the windless weather and the calm sea, repeatedly cross-referencing the landmarks on the map, her pupils constricting as she urgently summoned the entire crew to gather. Meanwhile, ABIs had just awakened and, through her observations, noted that these pirates were rather amiable, treating her kindly and often offering her delicious food, far better than the navy that had captured her. This ship also housed many wondrous creatures, at least in her eyes. Among them, the talking fortune cat astonished her the most, as it was her first encounter with a being capable of normal conversation without the use of devil fruit powers. Of course, beneath the surface of this idyllic experience lay some imperfections, particularly in the form of Wenku, who often irked ABIs. Although he treated her reasonably well, discounting the time he spent fishing and ignoring her, his occasional jabs did get under her skin. Stop lounging around. We have entered the doldrums. Hurry and row the boat to return to our previous course. Nami shouted. Yes, Nami-san. Sanji was indeed the most eager among them. Zoro and Usopp, having never experienced the doldrums, voiced their skepticism. Just let it be. We must go back. Otherwise, we're in serious trouble, Nami yelled. Listening to Nami, it was clear that the doldrums were indeed perilous. Wenku stated solemnly as he took the oar and began to row. The others exchanged glances. They trusted Wenku. the ever-reliable strategist, even more than Nami. Without further ado, they began to row the boat. Thus, one might wonder, why the need to row? Luffy truly did not comprehend the gravity of their situation. The doldrums is a region devoid of wind and ocean currents. A tranquil expanse that poses a dire threat to sailing vessels reliant on the breeze. Unable to endure Luffy's incessant inquiries, Nami began to elucidate the matter with emphasis. Luffy, feigning understanding, remained oblivious to the captain's failure to grasp the concept. Row. Everyone, row with all your might. If you don't, do not blame me for turning hostile. When Ku declared, resolutely commencing to paddle with fervor. Is it really that peril is here? Usopp asked, raising his hands in confusion, while Kaya beside him expressed her astonishment. Perilous? Sea Kings. This is the very lair of the Sea Kings, Nami exclaimed, just as immense marine creatures surged forth from the depths. Gasps of horror escaped the group. And when Ku was overwhelmed with despair, sailing alongside such unreliable companions necessitates an acceptance of the inexplicable dangers that lurk ahead. Why does the narrative still adhere to the original script? As one could beheld a colossal frog, nearly 40 meters in height, leaping towards them. A cold sweat trickled down his back. By the heavens, that frog is colossal. At that moment, ABI's lost her footing and plummeted towards the abyss, screaming in terror. Luffy extended his arm with all his might, catching the falling ABI's. Ingeniously, ABI's seized the opportunity presented by Luffy's elastic limb to pluck a nostril hair from the gigantic Sea King below. What an impressive little girl. Alas, when Ku, observing their ascending vessel, could not help but smile broadly. What a magnificent spectacle! Suddenly, the Sea King unleashed a mighty sneeze, sending a tempest that effortlessly propelled the Going Merry forward. Once they had distanced themselves from the doldrums, the crew exhaled in relief and resumed their quest for the fabled battleship island. At last, through a shroud of fog, an island resembling a warship emerged. Elated at the sight of Battleship Island, ABI's disembarked first to communicate with the armed villagers awaiting them on the shore, thereby averting a potential conflict. Meanwhile, Luffy was invigorated at the mention of meat buns, and when Ku, hands clasped behind his back, felt an overwhelming sense of weariness concerning his captain. As the moon hung high in the night sky, casting its luminous glow, they continued their journey. When Ku, clutching a bottle of wine, concealed himself in the shadows, awaiting the arrival of someone, he observed a petite figure enter the kitchen, diligently preparing dumplings, and smiled, recognizing that the little girl was destined for Qin Nian Long. At that moment, Luffy happened to wander into the kitchen in a dreamlike state. As he fell asleep once more, ABI's managed to evade him and hurriedly exited. Just then, Nami arrived at the kitchen, and when Ku noted that the time was ripe for him to make his presence known. When Ku, what brings you here? Nami exclaimed, her eyes lighting up upon seeing him. Haha, I came to the kitchen in search of some wine, but I didn't expect to find you all here. When Ku deftly deflected her curiosity. Later, upon noticing that not a single meat bun remained, Nami assumed that Luffy, sprawled on the floor, had devoured them all and began to scold him. Look at the ground, when Ku remarked, deliberately pointing out the drag marks on the floor. Nami and Luffy exchanged glances, and the three of them set off in pursuit of the trail. After a series of twists and turns, they entered a cave and beheld the legendary dragon. One can ponder upon the text. Is this a dragon? It resembles more closely a western dragon, a verdant, furry creature. One was unclear, having never encountered a dragon. The creature was referred to as Lord Dragon by ABI's, and Luffy's ability to comprehend Lord Dragon's speech inadvertently revealed Abi's powers. Could it be that you possessed the abilities of a devil fruit? Nami inquired, puzzled. ABI's replied with a smile. Indeed, I consumed the fruit known as whispering words, which granted me the ability to hear the thoughts of animals. Nami gasped in astonishment. No wonder you mentioned that the wind was about to blow. ABI's also informed the Straw Hat crew that the Navy was actively searching for dragon bones, emphasizing her need to return and protect Lord Dragon. Eternal life? What truly exists of immortality? Who among us can evade death? Ultimately, every life meets its end, and the pursuits we chase often culminate in a disheartening conclusion. One remains silent, listening intently from the sidelines. Ding. A limited-time mission has been issued. Golden Level Hidden Task 8 users are required to acquire the Dragon Claw Powder from the Millennial Dragon. Indeed. Retrieve some Dragon Claw Powder to take with you. Reward: an egg of a Pokémon of unknown level. Penalty: the user shall forfeit all their Pokémon. As expected. It is lamentable that this is the 8th task. How many more hidden mission modules remain? Why is there a singular focus on collecting these peculiar items? The narrative is perplexing. Therefore, I am determined to find the dragon's lair, even if it means dedicating my entire life to the quest. Obby's gaze is resolute. All right, let us embark on our search for the dragon's lair. Luffy responds to ABI's with a cheerful smile. Nami, however, feels that the lost island has already sunk and that searching for the dragon's lair is a futile endeavor, devoid of realism. Yet, Luffy remains steadfast in his belief that the lost island can still be found. Wink. Look at Luffy. Nami exclaims anxiously. It's all right, Nami. I think we should trust our captain just this once. Anything is possible, Wink smiles. Nami places her hand on her forehead. But that island doesn't even exist on the map. Regarding how to assist the dragon in returning home, Nami summoned Usopp and the others. Upon witnessing the legendary Millennium Dragon, they were filled with astonishment and wonder, and Kia couldn't help but touch it repeatedly. The group began to deliberate, deciding to construct a raft to aid the dragon in its escape. Wink hesitated, wishing to mention the situation regarding the pet dimension. Ding. A limited-time mission has been issued. Protect the Millennium Dragon and help it escape from the Navy's warship. Reward: 1 level 4 Pokémon. Penalty: forfeit 3 random level 3 Pokémon. Given the existence of the pet dimension, you should be able to transport the dragon there. However, even the warehouse guardian has warned him of the risks involved. He cannot guarantee that unforeseen events won't occur. If an accident were to lead to the dragon's demise, it would indeed be a grave loss. Therefore, he refrained from speaking up. According to the original storyline, it should pose no issue as long as the plot details do not deviate too much. There is another matter. The port has now been sealed off by the Navy. How shall we proceed? What about the ship? Sanji's expression grew serious, fully aware of the dangers at hand. We will find a way, Luffy declared. Should we charge in? Zoro suggested, eager to push through headlong. We cannot be reckless. The dragon is still with us. How will we transport it? Nami thoughtfully articulated her plan, stating that the Mary would first need to navigate to the opposite side of the island. When nodded, acknowledging that the original work concluded in such a manner, which should pose no issue. Very well, it is acceptable for Nami to orchestrate this endeavor. Thus, Nami commenced the allocation of tasks. Usopp and Zoro were to man the ship, while Nami, Luffy, ABI's, Sanji, and Koya would guard the Dragon Lord. Meanwhile, the Navy had initiated their movements. A lieutenant, accompanied by a dozen sailors, sought the fleeing ABI's, arriving at the residence of Lord Boguden, where they followed the traces left in the kitchen to discover the hidden entrance of the Dragon Lord's lair. At that moment, a man with long purple hair and sunglasses appeared. He was Eric, a mercenary sent by the Navy S. Nelson, harboring a keen interest in the dragon bones. After a moment of contemplation, Eric directed the Navy to continue their search for the Millennium Dragon-esque trail, soon encountering Luffy and his companions. Oh my goodness, there are indeed quite a number of Navy personnel here. Usopp, with his long nose, gazed at the ranks of stationed sailors, his eyes nearly bulging in terror. At this juncture, Zoro and Usopp had hastened to the port, only to discover a considerable presence of Navy forces. They needed to devise a plan to stealthily cross the harbor. Zoro, having an epiphany, fashioned a breathing apparatus from a bamboo tube and submerged, circumventing the Navy. Upon witnessing this, Usopp stealthily joined him, hoisted the sails, and successfully reclaimed the Mary from the clutches of the Navy. However, the naval vessels were far too numerous, pursuing them relentlessly. As the ship sailed towards the location designated by Nami, a fierce battle had erupted on the slope, guarding the Millennium Dragon. How could this happen? Nami, is your plan still viable? When looked towards the ever-increasing number of Navy personnel at the base of the hill, which now amounted to several hundred, it will undoubtedly succeed. It must. Nami calmly awaited the arrival of the Mary. When Kenning gazed gravely at the naval fleet, where a dozen makeshift cannons stood ominously, this situation appeared dire. How could I have forgotten about the artillery? Fire. Suddenly, the naval lieutenant commanded, and a volley of gunfire erupted from the ranks of sailors. I will not permit you to harm Lord Long. A BC rushed forward, arms outstretched, shouting fervently. Yet, bullets do not discriminate, and with danger encircling from all sides. Despair washed over a BC as the hail of gunfire descended. Get down. It's perilous. One could summon the flying mantis at once. The mantis unleashed the dance of the sword. It spun gracefully, its dual sides merging into a singularity, twirling rapidly. A barrage of bullets hurtled toward them, only to be deflected by the swift whirl of the sword dance. Meanwhile, Luffy stood resolutely at the forefront, absorbing the bullets that pierced his body. The force gradually waned until he became utterly motionless, instantaneously propelled backward. Eric, concealed among the Navy ranks, gazed at the ancient dragon with an insatiable greed, obscured only by his sunglasses, rendering his intentions invisible to the onlookers. He yearned for the lieutenant to unleash a cannonade upon them. Roar, roar, roar. The thunderous roar of several cannons erupted, targeting the mountainside and bombarding the entire region. Nami, cradling ABIs, covered her ears in distress. With only Luffy and the flying mantis present, the volley of cannonballs, numbering in the dozens, could not possibly cover every angle. The relentless barrage of cannon fire ravaged the high ground, reducing it to rubble and revealing the concealed raft of the dragon beneath. Eric, keen-eyed, spotted the raft trapped beneath the dragon and sensed something amiss. He began to survey the surrounding terrain and noticed a cliff resembling a long nose to the southeast. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. What a brilliant plan! To utilize the raft and the cliff's topography to facilitate the departure of the ancient dragon, who conceived such an ingenious idea. Eric then whispered to the lieutenant, who commanded his subordinates to redirect their fire toward the cliff. The long nose crumbled under the bombardment, heavy debris cascading into the valley below. Nami and the others turned pale. Without the inclined slope of that cliff, the raft would lack the momentum for a downhill surge, rendering their task of transporting the ancient dragon nearly impossible. Their plan was doomed to failure. Nami, leaning against the ground, felt tears welling in her eyes. Her expression steeped in despair. Huan was utterly flabbergasted. Damn it, this strays too far from the original plot. How could they possibly bring cannons here? If this continues, we might manage to escape unscathed, but the ancient dragon is at the mercy of this relentless artillery. When Ku bit his lip, striving to make a crucial decision. I have a method to rescue the Millennium Dragon. You all go first. Hurry. He shouted for Nami and ABIs to leave quickly, for in this situation, they were merely a hindrance. How could Nami trust this? She dared not gamble. Although the elderly dragon exhibited signs of senility, it was acutely aware of the Navy's intentions and propelled the raft forward with its own feet. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew stood upon the raft. Eric glanced toward the direction they were departing, precisely at the recently shattered cliff of Loneby Mountain, a sense of smug satisfaction blossoming within him. Ha! I shall see if you can indeed escape. Long Yi. ABIs wept, for should the dragon plunge into the forest below, Nami's meticulously devised scheme would be utterly foiled. And what would become of Long Yi? ABIs dared not entertain such thoughts. Yet, the precipice drew ever closer, and though Nami gripped the raft's ropes tightly, her heart was laden with guilt and remorse. Nami, there is still hope. Do not give up. Time was truly running short, when Ke had to make an attempt. The pet world is opening. Transport the Millennium Dragon. The raft barreled toward the cliff, on the verge of plummeting. Nami and the others felt nearly despondent. But when Ku understood that time was of the essence, he must first safeguard Long Yi. Regardless of the outcome of the small world, danger awaited them on all sides. Thus, it was better to seek fortune amidst peril. The pet world is opening. Transport the Millennium Dragon. An otherworldly force of repulsion initially drew the Millennium Dragon's gaze, awakening its eyes in shock as it looked into Ku's. It did not falter. Instead, it genuinely believed that these individuals could rescue it. The dragon's form gradually became translucent, like the fleeting beauty of a flower blooming on a distant isle, slowly dissipating from view, temporarily departing from this world. Ding! At this moment, the capacity of the pet's small world reached 10100, successfully transporting the Millennium Dragon into the realm. Splendid. It has truly succeeded. In the midst of ecstatic joy, the reactions of the crowd varied greatly. However, there was no time for contemplation as the raft finally reached the precipice and plummeted downward. Everyone plunged into the water, and when Ku, aware that Luffy could not swim, swiftly dove beneath the surface to pull him back onto the floating raft. Nami and the others, drenched and resembling drowned rats, were eventually rescued by Sanji. As when Ku gazed at the approaching Going Merry in the distance, a smile graced his lips. The plan was not a complete failure. On the slope, as he watched the vehicle tumble toward the cliff, the dragon's silhouette vanished like a mirage. In the distance, Eric's expression shifted from smugness to shock. How could this be? This was impossible. What had transpired? Where was the Millennium Dragon? At that moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of humiliation and betrayal. His face flushed with anger as he urged the lieutenant to summon the warship for interception. Damn it! How could I have been deceived? How is this possible? How did they make the Millennium Dragon disappear? Eric could never have imagined that someone from the Straw Hat crew possessed extraordinary abilities, carrying an entire world with them. Chase them. We cannot let them escape. Meanwhile, before Nami and her companions hastily descended the mountain, the Going Merry, helmed by Zoro and Usopp, was already navigating toward the location Nami had designated. She had instructed them to wait beneath that cliff, but why had the long-nosed cliff collapsed? Would anything happen to them? Usopp pointed at the cliff, a cold sweat trickling down his back, while the Navy pursuing them from behind was relentless. Damn it, we can't shake them off. Usopp cursed angrily. Zoro wore a serious expression, anxiously awaiting the success of Nami's strategy. As the raft came into view, approaching rapidly, Zoro and Usopp fixed their gaze upon it, unwavering. Relief washed over Zoro. They were indeed drawing closer. Yet, the cliff loomed ahead, causing Usopp to fret. Suddenly, the Millennium Dragon vanished right before their eyes. Did you see that? I didn't catch it clearly, but it seemed like the dragon was gone. Zoro and Usopp exchanged bewildered glances, utterly stunned. This was even more thrilling than witnessing the Millennium Dragon itself. This is absurd. The ship's mascot, Meow Meow, began to wail, seemingly sensing a ghostly presence. After Zoro regained his composure, he steered the Going Merry towards the spot where Luffy and the others had fallen. Dragon! AB's was heartbroken, her cries piercing the air as the dragon's disappearance left her feeling utterly drained, tightly embraced by Nami. The others wiped their eyes, struggling to believe what had just occurred. Such a colossal creature, simply gone without a trace. Stop crying. I have already secured the dragon. It is safe. Take care of yourselves. Win, plagued by Abi's sobs, could only shout in frustration. Naturally, he dared not claim to bear an entire world, at most. He could assert his ability to teleport living beings. Teleportation? You assure me you are not deceiving me? AB's ceased her weeping. As the makeshift raft floated upon the water, Luffy, Nami, and the others gazed at one with eager anticipation, awaiting his promise. If I deceive you, may I be cursed. If I lie, let thunder strike me. If I am untruthful, I shall never become a pirate. When raised his finger in solemn assurance to the group, his expression grave. This momentarily assuaged their fears and replaced them with hope. Lord Long is safe. It seems the ending is favorable. AB's finally broke into a smile. Indeed. Indeed. In dire straits, one must rely on one. Luffy laughed heartily, grateful for such a vice captain who alleviated many unnecessary troubles for the crew. Nami stole glances at Win, captivated by his composed demeanor, unable to divert her gaze. Just how many secrets do you harbor? I wish to uncover them all, she thought, feeling an undeniable desire to draw closer to him. His presence had already begun to tug at her heartstrings throughout their journey. The Merry began to approach the raft, while the pursuing Navy sought to encircle it. Chase them. We must not let that ship escape. Thanks to avoiding a collision with the mast, the warship remained operational. When urged everyone to board, we must depart swiftly. He looked towards the approaching Navy, his tone urgent. Hurry. Hurry. No need to panic. Usopp replied. It seems we must fight our way out, Zoro declared, unsheathing his sword, while Pidgey fidgeted restlessly on his shoulder. Breakthrough. We must fight our way out. Everyone nodded in agreement. Do not worry. Pidgey. Ascend and create a whirlwind. At this moment, when needed to maintain his composure, refraining from reckless actions alongside Zoro, he directed the two flying Pokémon to assist in generating wind. And they promptly began to flap their wings in the sky. The powerful gusts filled the sails, propelling the ship forward. Wow, our speed is truly increasing. Wind. You are remarkable, Usopp exclaimed. Ha ha ha, my grand strategist. In dire circumstances, look at one. Luffy beamed, his confidence in one unwavering. The Merry's speed accelerated, gradually distancing itself from the warship, ultimately evading it with deft maneuvers. Hooray, we've finally shaken them off. Usopp wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The two Pokémon returned to the ship, their fur ruffled yet weary, but their expressions were joyful. I am immensely grateful for your assistance, thank you. One expressed his heartfelt appreciation to Pidgey and Pidgeot. Pokémon, too, are living beings with emotions. One would never impose anything upon them against their will. Set sail. To the island of Lost. Nami took the helm, yet her heart was laden with unease. The Isle of Disappointment, a phantom island that existed not on any map. Where could it possibly be? Battleship Island. With the departure of the Straw Hat crew, the lieutenant and Eric could only watch helplessly as their quarry slipped away. Even now, Eric remained baffled by the disappearance of the Millennium Dragon, yet a new idea began to take root in his mind. Damn it! That band of pirates managed to escape so swiftly, the lieutenant muttered, his frustration directed at his ineffectual subordinates. "Do not fret. It may be best to let them flee for now," Eric remarked, pocketing his hands as he gazed in the direction of the departing Mary. "Look, they are willing to take such great risks to abandon this island. Do you not recall the legend associated with it? The location of the dragon's lair?" Eric chuckled. "What? Then they are," the lieutenant gasped. Eric adjusted his sunglasses with a sharp finger and replied, "We need only to monitor their course and wait." "Heh, the elixir of immortality shall belong to me." Meanwhile, Admiral Nelson of the Navy received intelligence reports confirming the reappearance of the Millennium Dragon. Did Eric intend to claim it for himself? The rotund man, his face slick with grease, had grown increasingly suspicious of the mercenary in sunglasses. "Order the fleet to set sail for Battleship Island at once. All ships engage." On the other side, aboard the Going Mary, Wenku was being incessantly pestered by a BC, causing him considerable distress. "Wenku, why not summon Lord Long? I wish to see him. I yearn to behold him," a BC exclaimed, leaping onto Wenku and tugging at his hair. "What on earth? What is wrong with you, child? You are utterly inconsiderate. The ship is scarcely large enough. And summoning him would leave no room at all." Wenku responded, a hint of irritation in his voice. "Without the raft, summoning Lord Long at this moment seemed rather inappropriate. Would it truly be wise to place him aboard the ship? I beg you, I sincerely apologize for my earlier behavior," a BC implored, her hands clasped together in earnestness. "Indeed, Wenku, perhaps we should keep him on the ship for now. It may be cramped, but we must acquire information regarding the dragon's lair from Lord Long." Nami, standing behind, added with a slightly grave expression. "The Island of Despair, a directionless and erratic island," left the Straw Hat crew utterly perplexed. "Exactly, Wenku. I too wish to have a word with Lord Long," Luffy chimed in, seated in the captain's chair and turning to face Wenku. "Very well. Do as you please." Wenku gestured for the crowd to vacate the deck, creating a spacious area as all eyes eagerly fixed upon him. The pet world reverberated with the emergence of the 1,000-year dragon. The blinding white light expanded, signifying the return of Lord Dragon to this realm. "Wow, this is truly extraordinary," Luffy exclaimed, removing his straw hat, his face a mask of astonishment. A sentiment shared by the others. It was not merely marvelous. It was nothing short of a miracle. Usopp's mouth fell agape, capable of accommodating a ball. "Wenku, is this teleportation also a gift from the Pokeball? Can it transport humans?" Sanji inquired, cigarette in hand. "Indeed, it resembles a spatial realm that can enclose objects. Regrettably, humans cannot enter," Wenku explained. "Even he, the master of this world, could only project his consciousness within, let alone any other humans. It was merely a paradise for flora and fauna." The figure of Lord Dragon gradually materialized, shifting from transparency to corporeality. Tears welled in Abyss's eyes. Her beloved dragon was truly present. "Lord Dragon, I've missed you so much," Abyss cried, leaping into the dragon's embrace, caressing it incessantly to confirm its safety. "So, how have you fared over there?" Wenku chuckled, having previously requested the Pokémon on that side to take good care of Lord Dragon. The dragon opened its eyes and regarded Wenku with profound depth. "Wenku, Lord Dragon says it is indeed beautiful there and expresses its gratitude to you," Abyss translated. "Well, that suffices," Wenku replied with a smile. "By the way, how do we reach the Lost Island?" Zoro inquired. Given that Lord Dragon was now advanced in age and suffering from senility, certain memories were likely elusive. Wenku remarked, having forgotten how the Straw Hat crew awakened Lord Dragon's memories in the original tale. "There will surely be a way," Luffy maintained his unwavering optimism. Usopp and the others huddled together to deliberate on matters concerning the Lost Island. As one observed the others deliberating, a profound sense of ennui compelled him to depart alone for fishing. Only Nami remained, casting glances at one. Upon witnessing his departure, she returned to the helm. Ding. Time-limited mission 2. Safeguard the Millennium Dragon Bird's departure from the Battleship Island completed. Reward, a level 4 fairy Pokémon. Shall the user claim the reward? The report from the warehouse has been delayed. Claim it, when calmly instructed as he settled down, fiddling with his fishing bait. Ding. Time-limited mission 2 accomplished. Reward, a level 4 Pokémon, Dugtrio. The reward has been recorded in the miniature space. From now on, any Pokémon acquired need not be stored in the miniature space. They can be directly transported to the pet world when suggested to the warehouse. Understood. The reward's destination has been altered as per the user's request. Adjustments will be made here at the warehouse. Regarding the quest for the Lost Island, One decided to rely on Luffy and the others, feeling quite fatigued and unwilling to take on the role of a caretaker. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew attempted numerous methods, ultimately recalling the Lost Island through a serendipitous event that revived the dragon's memory. The Lost Island, with the dragon's lair situated to the east of Battleship Island, was revealed to them through the directions provided by the dragon. Thus, the Straw Hat crew altered their course, while the observing Eric and the lieutenant received the same intelligence and adjusted their trajectory accordingly. As they journeyed eastward, the elusive Lost Island remained unseen. What is that? Smoke? Luffy, perched atop the ram's head, squinted ahead and suddenly discerned a nebulous shadow on the sea. Upon closer inspection, it appeared more akin to a mirror. Luffy prodded it with his foot. The Mary continued onward, gradually merging into this watery veil, leaving Eric and his crew astonished as they witnessed the dragon vanish. Followed by the ship's disappearance, strange occurrences unfolding before them. Unfazed by these phenomena, Eric was consumed by thoughts of immortality, convinced that if pirates could enter, so could he. However, the lieutenant, being more timid, watched as Eric commandeered a small boat to venture forth alone. Upon entering, the Straw Hat crew was immediately met with torrential rain and turbulent waves, yet eventually they encountered a tranquil expanse ahead. Look, ahead, Luffy exclaimed, pointing forward. The Lost Island. Once the stronghold of the Millennium Dragon lay before them. When rose to his feet, gazing at the distant ruins alongside the others, a sense of relief washing over him. At last, he had arrived at this forsaken isle. Moreover, he recalled that Eric would also be making landfall on this island. Winko chuckled coldly. Since this devil fruit user was to arrive, he ought to be eternally confined here, never again to take the stage. Upon the arrival of the Straw Hat pirates to this desolate land, they were indeed filled with skepticism. This island undeniably bore the characteristics of being lost, an untouched existence. Weeds and brambles thrived abundantly, while colossal stones lay strewn across various corners, and the remnants of decay continuously sprawled, forming a vast expanse of ruins. Wait. Perhaps this is not the Lost Island, Abi hesitantly suggested. What? We just barely navigated through that stormy sea. Usopp questioned incredulously. Do not utter such disheartening words. Let us observe first, Winko urged, pointing towards the mountain peak. From there, we shall surely witness the entire island's panorama. Indeed, let us heed Winko's words. Merely pondering here serves no purpose, Nami concurred. Luffy, with a grin, waved his hand and declared, let us go. Forward. The group ascended the mountain together. With Winko's presence, while Dragon was once again ensconced within the small world, causing Usopp to nearly kneel in reverence, wishing to regard Winko as his master. The narrative is both amusing and perplexing. However, one must not act recklessly. Usopp, you are destined to be the future king of snipers. Why must you torment a mere insignificant character like me? As the group ascended the mountain, they remained oblivious to the lurking figure of Eric, the man in sunglasses, who trailed behind, leaving scratches in his wake like the scythe's wind. Once I uncover the secret to immortality, I shall eliminate all of you, Eric thought darkly. His menacing gaze concealed by his shades, unseen by anyone. As the Straw Hat crew made their way to the summit, ABIs heard numerous whispers regarding the mysterious island. Thanks to her whisper fruit. Listen to me, everyone. The birds speak of a structure at the peak inscribed with dragon motifs. ABIs exclaimed joyfully. That must mean there is news of the dragon's lair, Winko chuckled, prompting ABIs to dash towards the summit with glee. That child. Winko shook his head while the rest of the crew followed closely behind, with Nyan persistently tapping Usopp on the head. Upon reaching the summit, they were greeted by murals reminiscent of a millennia-old dragon. Could this be the dragon's lair? Sanji pondered aloud. But where is the entrance? Zoro inquired, scrutinizing the surroundings for any means of entry. Luffy touched the mural, suggesting perhaps this is the entrance. Nami, however, was skeptical. And Winko reminisced about how the original story had described the door. ABIs noticed that a portion of the mural's claws was missing, revealing a small hollow that resembled the necklace Dragon had once gifted her. She decided to try placing it within. Suddenly, a rumbling sound erupted as the group unwittingly fell into a collapsing cavern, only to find more murals inside. It seems this is not the dragon's lair, Nami remarked, somewhat disappointed. Yet there seems to be a secret leading towards it, ABI suggested, prompting Winko to release Dragon once more to see if it recognized the place. After some investigation, they discovered that the original dragon's lair was still located on Battleship Island, a revelation that took Winko by surprise. Just then, a strange laughter echoed from above. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your information and discoveries. It seems it is time to eliminate you. Wenka squinted. Eric? What brings you here at this moment? As the figure leapt down, it was indeed the scythe man. Eric, is it you, the man in sunglasses? Nami questioned, recalling vividly how this individual had once commanded an artillery strike against them. Haha, so the Dragon's Lair still resides on Battleship Island. This will expedite my acquisition of the dragon bones for the elixir of immortality. Haha. As for you, I no longer require your presence, Eric proclaimed with a sinister smirk, brimming with arrogance. You are the scythe man, aren't you? Wenku inquired. Oh, you know me, Eric replied, perplexed. At that moment, Wenku felt a call from deep within, a summons from the flying mantis in the small world. Shall you come forth? Mantis, emerge. Wenku summoned the flying mantis, which, disregarding the astonished gazes of the Straw Hat crew, approached Eric. Do not worry, we shall observe from a distance. Eric is the scythe man, and the flying mantis wishes to test its mettle, Wenku stated solemnly, urging everyone to step back. However, for reasons unknown, ABIs suddenly broke free from Nami's embrace and dashed to Eric's side, ready to protect the Dragon Lord, causing Wenku's expression to darken. Luffy, bring her back. Eric has yet to kill the Dragon Lord. Do not complicate matters. Get her back now. All right, I will definitely bring her back. Luffy responded cheerfully, shifting his gaze. He saw the mantis already engaged in battle with Eric. You beast, what right do you have to fight? Eric challenged. The mantis merely stared at him. Since this human could wield a blade, it would indulge him in the dance of chaotic blades. Chaotic Blade Dance. The Flying Mantis Trilogy. Part 1. The Cross Dance. The flying mantis charged forward, seemingly striking wildly at Eric, yet it navigated with remarkable ease, and its speed increased exponentially. Swish, swish, swish. The scythe sliced through the air, the resulting currents chilling Eric to the bone. How is this possible? The speed is astounding. What kind of creature is this? Eric spun around, desperately trying to create distance, his fingers urgently intertwining as he slashed toward the mantis. I am a humanoid weasel. How can I not be a match for a mere beast? I refuse to accept this. Sighed Whirlwind. A violet blade wind surged toward the flying mantis. However, the mantis, still inexperienced, failed to evade and was grazed by the whirlwind. With icy eyes, the mantis regarded Eric as nothing more than a corpse. This injury only fueled its rage. Chaotic Assault, like the tides. The Flying Mantis Trilogy. Part 2, Shadow Assault. This was a medium-level combat technique of the flying mantis's chaotic blade style, indicating that this Pokémon had been the first to be influenced by the small world, having touched upon its path of mastery. The previous display had been the opening move of the trilogy. While it appeared chaotic, it was, in fact, a buildup of energy. The mantis could progressively triple its attack speed through its strikes. Now, it unleashed the second movement, Shadow Assault, which would only accelerate further, as the essence of chaotic blade techniques lies in their swiftness. Indeed, encountering the power of armament hockey may still result in defeat. Warehouse Cohen serves as a tireless commentator, akin to a referee. The scene is nothing short of astonishing, for the mantis truly embodies the essence of a master swordsman, fully immersed in its battle. In stark contrast, Eric is beginning to show signs of decline. The scythe dances wildly. At last, Eric unleashes the true power of the scythe fruit, fighting desperately, for the airborne mantis poses a genuine threat to his life. Yet, the mantis evades with agility, gathering strength for its most formidable strike. In the realm of the pet world, it has ultimately mastered a unique combat technique, and today, encountering another wielder of the scythe, it intends to strike with lethal precision. Damn it, I am left with no choice but to take a hostage. Eric leaps and performs a backflip, landing behind Abyss, who is still encouraging Lord Long. Out of the corner of his eye, Eric sees her, preparing to seize her. Abyss's expression shifts dramatically, bracing herself for the impending judgment. Abyss, you must flee at once. Lord Long will not perish. Run. Almost driven to the brink by this girl, one can hardly contain his frustration. Everyone else remains outside the battle circle while she recklessly dashes in. Who can she blame? You shall not pass. Rubber shotgun. Luffy rushes forward, placing himself in front of Abyss, his left fist crashing toward Eric. With a deft motion of his fingers, Eric conjures a tempest of purple wind, slicing through Luffy's left arm. Rubberman. Merely a trifle, Eric sneers. As he prepares to strike again, the airborne mantis comes charging in. When discern the sharp blade aimed at Luffy, repeatedly urging him to retreat, for with the presence of the mantis, at the very least, they would reach a stalemate. Do not worry about me, one. Allow you all to witness the fruits of my training acquired from the foul muck. Luffy, undeterred by the incessant flow of blood from his left arm, wore an even brighter smile, fueled by the anticipation of unleashing a new technique. He swiftly planted his feet firmly, gathering energy and bellowing, softening rubber body. At that moment, a pale violet mist enveloped his form, reminiscent of the earlier encounter with Gung Gue. As Wen's pupils constricted, a sense of foreboding loomed. At that moment, Eric evaded the relentless strikes of the praying mantis. Rolling forward with remarkable agility, his sharp claws aimed once again at the fleeing ABIs. "I told you, do not touch ABIs. Get away from her," Luffy shouted. Rubber machine gun. He positioned himself once more before Eric, unleashing a flurry of punches. "Aren't you afraid of getting hurt? Cyclone, strike from afar." Eric frantically slashed at Luffy's body, only to discover that this time, the cyclone, upon contact with Luffy, simply melded into him as if striking a mass of soft mud, inflicting no harm whatsoever. "What on earth is this, Luffy?" Usopp, observing the spectacle, could only express his astonishment with an open mouth. "Sanji, did you see that, Captain?" Zoro, hand resting on his sword, wore an expression of disbelief. "Don't ask, I saw it too. It seems the side's wind has no effect on him." Sanji swiftly extinguished the cigarette in his mouth. It's the softening properties of the toxic earth. While soil is indeed substantial, it can be classified into hard and soft types. Luffy has evidently tapped into the essence of soft soil. Coupled with his rubber fruit abilities, his defense has significantly enhanced. Only armed hockey or natural type fruits could counter him. "This genius is truly impressive," Warehouse Kuin mused, filled with admiration. Wenku gazed in astonishment at Luffy. What on earth had this young lad learned from the foul muck? The ability to soften his rubber body allowed him to temporarily transform into a pliable form, preserving only the hardness of his palms, rendering him impervious to sharp instruments. In other words, Luffy had achieved a state where both blunt and sharp weapons posed no threat. He had truly become invulnerable. "I have warned you not to touch Luffy at this moment," Wenku stated. A delicate lavender gas enveloped Luffy's arms and body, with no trace of it around his head or palms. "Aren't you a rubber man?" Eric glared at Luffy. "Indeed, I am a rubber man. But I have acquired a remarkable ability, allowing me to soften my body, even my bones," Luffy exclaimed, adjusting his straw hat and laughing heartily. Eric's forehead glistened with cold sweat. He never anticipated that he would transform from predator to prey. His side was undoubtedly powerful, yet Luffy's softened rubber body countered him, rendering his strikes ineffective, especially with a flying mantis lurking behind. "I can't believe that I, the illustrious whirlwind Eric, would face such a downfall," he thought. Regarding Luffy and the mantis, his expression growing increasingly composed. "I'm sorry. Please forgive me." ABIs rushed back, not wanting to see Dragon Lord harmed. "Next time, don't run off recklessly." "How will I save you then?" "Reflect on your actions," Wenku coldly admonished, leaving ABIs feeling aggrieved at being scolded. "The pet dimension is opening, transporting the Millennium Dragon," Wenku instructed as he turned to the Dragon Lord, who lay not far away. In an instant, the Dragon Lord vanished like a mirage, returning to the small world. ABIs let out a deep sigh, avoiding Wenku's gaze, and silently hid behind Nami, resembling a wounded creature nursing its injuries. "How did you accomplish that? Is this another devil fruit ability?" Eric turned to stare intently at Wenku, struggling to believe that someone could indeed whisk away the Millennium Dragon so silently and swiftly. "What are you?" he demanded. Wenku responded with a cold smirk, refraining from revealing too much due to the significance of the small world. Such information, if leaked, could invite calamity. Eric, sensing the gravity of the situation, remarked, "I should have known you wouldn't divulge anything. Your end is near," Wenku declared. Without a moment's hesitation, the flying mantis lunged forward, its scythe slicing toward Eric, who maintained a heightened state of focus, dodging its lethal strikes time and again. However, he was ultimately a fraction too slow, his wrist nearly severed. Blood splattered from his left hand. The searing pain penetrated deep into his bones, giving the seasoned killer Eric a taste of what it felt like to be on the brink of death. Ding! A limited-time mission was issued. Defeat the Scytheman Eric. Reward: Level 4 Pokémon Electrode with a 70 intermediate ability potion. Penalty: the user will lose half of their Pokémon. The battle was so exhilarating that the warehouse keeper could not arrive in a timely manner for the task. "How could I possibly be defeated by you?" The despair in Eric's eyes was perfectly concealed by his sunglasses. At that moment, the mantis moved, having successfully gathered its strength. The old blade was renewed. The Trilogy of Chaotic Blades. Part 3, the final chapter, The Turning of the Chaotic Blade. The scythe descended relentlessly. Time seemed to freeze at a single second. Yet the trajectory of the blade continued to move. The blade within the square arrived in a heartbeat. This was the essence of the chaotic blade, a speed taken to the utmost limit. Eric had no time even to blink, in the blink of an eye. He found himself kneeling on the ground, his chest riddled with wounds. In just 1 second, Eric's fate was sealed. In the distance, Zoro's pupils dilated. It was his first time witnessing such swift and ruthless scythe attacks. The rubber-headed hammer. Luffy's head rebounded like a balance beam, the ensuing force extraordinarily powerful. At that moment, Eric clutched his chest, continuously spitting blood, his eyes filled with despair. I do not wish to die yet. Bang. Boom. Eric's body was sent flying, crashing into the wall and creating a massive hole. As for Eric, the debris that fell upon him left his fate uncertain. Wink could not ascertain whether he was alive or dead. Ding. Timed Mission 2. Defeat the scythe-wielding Eric completed. Reward, Level 4 Electric Pokémon Shock Monster. A 70 intermediate ability potion has been collected into the miniature space. Phew. The mantis flew to Wink's side, exhausted. This trilogy had drained all its energy, and it needed to return to the small world to recuperate. Wink nodded and retrieved it. He was acutely aware that the scales of victory had yet to tip. They were merely in equilibrium at present, for outside awaited a fierce battle, with Admiral Nelson anticipating their arrival. Such is the nature of adventure, moments of tranquility interspersed with peril. The Straw Hat Pirates must forge ahead with unwavering resolve. After departing from the so-called Lost Island, the Going Merry set its course towards Battleship Island. Under a somewhat somber sky, as the pirate flag fluttered vigorously in the wind, the Navy's lieutenant awaited the emergence of the Straw Hat crew. Yet he was met with an agonizing delay in the appearance of Eric. The lieutenant dared not speculate on Eric's fate. His anxious wait, compounded by the Admiral's orders, forced him to momentarily abandon thoughts of Eric and pursue the distant Going Merry. Meanwhile, aboard the Golden Mary, Wink gathered everyone for a discussion. We are being pursued by the Navy, and both Chopper and Brook have yet to regain their strength. We must do our utmost to accelerate our ship's speed and remain vigilant against unnecessary troubles. Upon reaching Battleship Island, what are your plans? Nami inquired, her hands clasped behind her back. Fear not. We simply need to locate the dragon's lair before they do, and then we can aid Lord Dragon in his recovery. Luffy replied, adjusting his hat with a grin, while Nami tended to the gash on his left arm. However, Sanji, casting a grave gaze towards the direction of the Going Merry's course, sensed that matters would not unfold so smoothly. The crew followed Sanji's gaze, and before them loomed a bronze-hued warship. What is that? Usopp exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. The text remained silent, equally gravely gazing ahead. A faint chuckle reverberated as the little fish seemed to have entered the net. At this moment, seated in the center of the bronze-hued warship was Admiral Nelson. His presence here was to secure the ownership of the Dragon Bone. Despite his inability to walk normally due to excess fat accumulated from overindulgence, his sharp gaze signified that he possessed both intellect and ambition. Spread out and adopt the crane-wing formation. The naval crew within the small ship promptly activated the hatches, locking chains on both sides, interweaving in layers. Well done. This time, the Millennium Dragon shall surely be mine. The little fish cannot escape my net, Nelson exclaimed with excitement. Though he had yet to catch a glimpse of the Millennium Dragon, he believed that by sinking the pirate ship before him and capturing any one of its crew, he would eventually extract the whereabouts of the Dragon Bone. Meanwhile, the Mary, hindered by iron chains, lay exposed within the reach of cannon fire. The scene resembled a battle from a past life on Earth, the famed Battle of Red Cliffs, where Chow Chow employed iron chains to ensnare his foes. We found ourselves entirely surrounded by iron links. A gasp escaped Tia, her voice laced with alarm. We shall be besieged. At this moment, ABI's also expressed her unease. Let us jump onto their vessel and dispatch them. Then, we shall sever the chains. What do you think of this plan? Usopp chuckled. Usopp, you truly are a remarkable talent. Meow, this is a commendation from Meow. With a hand upon her forehead, she cast a glance at the old crow. The prerequisite is that you must be able to get there. When gazed upon a dozen warships of varying sizes, their cannons bristling ominously, Luffy found himself unable to shield against the relentless barrage of projectiles from all directions. The flying mantis, weary and drained of strength, could not engage in battle. Zoro, though capable of slicing through cannonballs, seemed to have limited options. Was there no choice but to charge recklessly? All right, let us rush forth. Luffy and Zoro wholeheartedly endorsed Usopp's proposal. At present, Wink finds himself at a loss for a viable strategy and decides to advance nonetheless. The air is thick with the deafening sounds of artillery fire. Bang, bang, bang. The cannonades are relentless, with the absence of the raft. The accuracy of the warships has notably improved. Several cannonballs narrowly missed the hull, only to be intercepted by Luffy and Zoro. Navigate around the densely bombarded center and head towards the flank, Wonko urged urgently. The Mary turned to maneuver along the periphery as the cannons from the opposing ships, due to the considerable distance, were unable to strike effectively, or perhaps they hesitated for fear of friendly fire. All right, let us charge forth with Captain Usopp. Usopp donned his goggles, while Nyan sharpened its claws, both preparing to bolster the spirits of Luffy and the others as they prepared to engage the enemy. Silence can be profound, and if it were a chain, it could certainly be severed by fire. Today, the winds are favorable. If we can draw nearer, we shall prevail. They merely have a denser array of artillery. Summon the fire dinosaur. In an instant, the fire dinosaur was transported, its tail ablaze with an intensified crimson flame. Ding! A time-limited mission was announced. Crush Admiral Nelson's conspiracy. Reward: 1 level 3 Pokémon. Penalty: none. Fire dinosaur. Once the ships draw closer, unleash your flames upon the warship with utmost precision, cautioned one. Yes. Yes. The fire dinosaur nodded in response. Damn it. Why haven't they been sunk yet? What are you all doing? Fire the gigantic cannon directly. At this moment, Nelson's demeanor grew anxious, his impatience becoming palpable. The naval soldiers hastened to prepare the colossal artillery. What is that? Usopp, the ship's sharpshooter, with keen eyesight, immediately spotted the slowly elevated giant cannon. This piece of artillery was unparalleled in both caliber and appearance. It was enormous. If it struck our ship, it would be utterly obliterated. Nami rushed to consult one for a decision. I cannot cut through such cannonballs, Zoro remarked, his pupils narrowing. Ha ha ha, do not worry. I will bounce it back. Luffy remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Change course. Adjust the sails. Nami commanded the crew, her faith in the rubber balloon's ability to deflect such a massive cannon wavering. At that moment, Usopp stepped forward. What is he thinking? An eye for an eye? I shall return fire. He immediately began maneuvering the cannons of the Going Merry, aiming them at the colossal artillery. A cannonball was launched towards the main cannon just as the Navy opened fire. Fire. Boom. Due to Usopp's unexpected gift within the giant cannon, it malfunctioned, bursting apart. And the ensuing shockwave knocked Nelson off his feet. What just happened? The naval soldiers rushed to remedy the situation. Haha. Did you see that? Captain Usopp. When I set my mind to it, I always succeed, Usopp boasted loudly. So do I. Without my efforts, this victory would not have been possible. Meow Meow also strutted with pride, exuding confidence. Well done. When praised sincerely. Now is the perfect opportunity. You must sever the iron chains and carve a path. Nami stated at that moment. I believe it would be best to use fire for now, when chuckled. Fire? Nami queried, perplexed. Indeed. Luffy, bridge the gap. We shall return shortly. When instructed Luffy. Very well. Rubber bridge. Luffy, with unwavering trust in one, constructed a bridge as one sprinted forward. The fire dinosaur gripping his back tightly. Shall we proceed? Sanji inquired. Shall I accompany Luffy while you remain here? Zoro resolved to follow Wanko, while Sanji and the others stayed to guard the ship. Upon reaching the deck of the naval vessel, they discovered a considerable assembly of naval soldiers. Wanko chuckled, Fire Dragon. Unleash a torrent of flames and let the inferno rage. Ensure the flames are directed towards the chains. Ya. Who? The Fire Dragon unleashed a fierce stream of flames. The roaring blaze, propelled by the day's wind, engulfed the warship. The inferno was so intense that hundreds of soldiers abandoned their weapons and leapt into the sea. All right. Let us move. Wanko beckoned Luffy to bridge the gap as they departed the naval ship, returning to their vessel. The fierce flames licked the chains, spreading towards the surrounding warships in the wind's current. Nelson shouted in desperation, reel in the chains. Pull back the chains. Damn pirates. My warship. It was imperative to safeguard his ship. To mitigate further casualties, Nelson commanded the fleet to abandon the crane formation, apart from a few warships that had been set ablaze. The remaining intact vessels hastily began to retract their heavy chains. Let us depart, Wanko urged, as they navigated through the gaps left by the retracted chains. Nelson must be in utter chaos. We must hasten our exit, he remarked to Nami. All right, let's go. Set sail. Luffy laughed heartily. The Mary sailed triumphantly through the sea of flames. When gazed into the distant inferno, feeling a slight sense of relief, this formidable challenge had been surmounted. Ding. Time-limited task 3. Foil Admiral Nelson's conspiracy completed. Reward: 1 level 3 Pokémon. Does the user wish to claim the reward? Not at the moment. Wen and the others were currently en route to the dragon's lair, and time was of the essence. They would claim the reward later when they had the leisure. Suddenly, One received a summons from the small world. Stop. Halt the ship. Do not proceed. One exclaimed, leaving the Straw Hats in a state of perplexity. We must head to Battleship Island now. Why should we stop the ship? Even the carefree Luffy questioned one. The text did not provide a feeble response. Instead, it directly returned the Millennium Dragon. Lord Dragon. ABIs rushed forward to embrace the Dragon Lord. However, at this moment, the Dragon Lord exhibited an unusual demeanor, fixating silently on the ominous sky above. The Windspeed dog from Wink has conveyed news that Lord Long, influenced by the enchanting realm of pet worlds, has been reminded of certain memories. Suddenly, Lord Long began to call out with fervor, his voice evolving from a whisper to a resounding roar, echoing far and wide until it resonated through the heavens. Miraculously, the overcast sky began to disperse. Look at those, Koi exclaimed, pointing to the creatures soaring from the clouds above, one after another. Ah, they are just like Lord Long. ABIs gasped in astonishment. A glimmer sparkled in Lord Long's eyes, his whiskers bristling with excitement. As the crowd marveled at these millennium-old dragons, the ship began to sway uncontrollably. Look, something is changing below, Usopp cried out. It's an island, Sanji exclaimed, his mouth agape, causing his cigarette to fall to the ground. At that moment, the verdant island of Puyu emerged like a mirage, gradually becoming tangible as it slowly ascended from the depths of the sea. I understand. It surfaces only once every 1,000 years. No one could possibly know of its emergence. And this very moment signifies the appearance of the dragon's lair, Nami said excitedly. The Straw Hat crew was fortunate to witness this rare convergence that occurs only once every millennium. Unlike the original tale where he met his demise by cannon fire, Lord Long's eyes shimmered with tears, for he had awaited this moment for 1,000 years to reunite with his kin and tribe. Returning home, even after a millennium, is not too late. Spreading his wings, he beheld such a grand spectacle in his twilight years, feeling fulfilled in his heart. ABIs wept. For the only transformation in Lord Long from the past to the present was the rebirth and solace found in his soul. One Ku smiled, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. It has been over 6 months since he arrived in this world. Countless times, he has dreamt of returning to his former home, yearning for another glimpse of his parents. Although this desire may be deemed extravagant, when Ku harbors no regrets. This pirate world still holds many adventures ahead. He must place the Pirate King's hat upon Luffy's head and protect his comrades. While one Ku contemplates his journey, the other members of the Straw Hat crew are filled with astonishment and curiosity at the peculiar sights around them, adding yet another chapter to their adventurous saga. There are so many strange rocks here, Usopp remarked, scanning the surroundings with intrigue. Perhaps that is a dragon's spine, if you observe the shapes of the rocks closely. Do they not resemble dragons? Sanji replied, crushing a cigarette but with a solemn tone. Now that you mention it, that could be true. But why are all the rocks shaped like dragons? Usopp still pondered. It is because they have been submerged in the sea for 1,000 years, transforming their bodies into rock, is it not? Nami responded. As the group continued their discussion, Luffy was engaged in conversation with Dragon and ABIs. One Ku discreetly wiped away a tear with his sleeve and approached Dragon with a smile. One Ku had more pressing matters at hand. Dragon Master, I humbly request a fragment of your dragon claw. May I be permitted to trim a piece of your nail? When Ku inquired, a hint of apology lacing his tone. In Dragon Master's eyes, a profound gratitude shimmered. He regarded Wen Ku as his benefactor. Without the sanctuary of Wen Ku's little world in recent days, he might have encountered far more troubles. Such a person, it would be unreasonable not to assist. Moreover, Dragon Master was genuinely generous, bestowing upon Wen Ku 2 discarded nail fragments. This left Wen Ku in a state of bemusement as he cradled the nails and placed them in his usual fishing spot. It appeared he had acquired an additional hobby, polishing nail powder while fishing. Wen Ku, what do you intend to do with Dragon Master's nails? Luffy asked, picking his nose. Play. Wen Ku tossed back a single word. Although the outcome was somewhat unsatisfactory, he had at least completed the task. Ding. Time-limited Task 1. Golden Level Hidden Task 8. Acquire the Millennium Dragon's Claw Powder. Collection of materials completed. Reward. An egg of an unknown level Pokémon. Will the user extract it or place it within the pet's little world? What precisely resides within this egg? How long will it take to hatch? Wen Ku was determined to uncover the truth about the type of Pokémon contained within. Typically, eggs produced by the warehouse yield Pokémon ranging from level 2 to level 7, with indeterminate attributes and types, and varying hatching times. The time to crack open the shell remained unknown. The more tenderly the egg was cared for, the stronger the bond with the user. Alas, Such inquiries yielded little knowledge. Was this the discourse of a warehouse system? However, since an egg had been acquired, it was incumbent upon him to take responsibility. One must diligently nurture and care for this precious entity. May I inquire, dear warehouse keeper, how one might incubate a spirit egg? I must confess my utter lack of experience in this domain. The methods for incubating a spirit egg are twofold. Firstly, through the warmth of your own body, and secondly, by means of the nurturing environment of a small world. It is advisable to employ both techniques for optimal results. While I comprehend the concept of utilizing a small world, I am less certain about the use of body heat. Wenku once harbored doubts regarding the ill intentions of Warehouse June, sensing a whiff of conspiracy in the air. Indeed, the initial method serves to enhance the bond between the Pokémon within the spirit egg and its user, without the aid of this first approach. The Pokémon contained therein may very well develop a disfavor towards you. The tone adopted by Warehouse June was peculiarly unsettling. From the text, it is evident that there is no room for hesitation, thus, one must take action. After all, being a mother is but a part of life, and one cannot truly perish from it. Very well, henceforth, I shall engage in fishing and grinding flour while tending to a child, embarking on a pastoral existence. As the imagination begins to wander, a sudden flash of light reveals a peculiar, yellowish round egg appearing before me. When picked up the egg, examining it back and forth. Has it been coated with something akin to olive oil? Why is it so yellow? Are you still not satisfied? Shall I fetch you a green one instead? Wenku shivered slightly, unable to suppress a nervous smile. There was no need for the color of forgiveness. As he pondered the method of incubating the egg with body heat, a thought struck him. He ventured into the cabin to retrieve a large piece of cloth. Wrapping the yellow egg securely and cradling it against his chest. Once, Zhao Zilong had bravely entered and exited the battlefield, carrying a doe in his embrace. Now, Wenku, graced by fortune, held an egg close to his heart. Wenku gently caressed the egg, its shell slightly coarse yet not detracting from its tactile appeal. From now on, aside from battles, we shall remain inseparable. You must summon your spirit and hatch a formidable being for me. With the auspicious presence of luck, grant me a Mutwo. Or a Pikachu will suffice, Wenku murmured to himself while fondling the egg. With the successful return of Dragon Master, the saga of the Millennium Dragon has reached a splendid conclusion. Farewell, everyone. Do strive for greatness. Abyss did not embark on adventures with the Straw Hat Pirates, as she had to safeguard the secrets of the Millennium Dragon's lair, which were her duty and mission. Farewell, Abyss. You will forever be our companion. Luffy laughed heartily, and the Straw Hat crew waved their goodbyes. Abyss's eyes shimmered with tears. Go forth, my friends. Cause a stir. Let this world be astounded. In the days following the conclusion of the Millennium Dragon, the Straw Hat crew found themselves somewhat subdued by Wenku's motherly antics, though they soon grew accustomed to it. However, Usopp and Meow Meow relentlessly mocked Wenku, causing him to feel somewhat melancholic during those days. The essence of being a caregiver meant eating while cradling the egg, sleeping while embracing it, even using the restroom while holding it. Until once again, the warehouse master delivered a message, urging Wenku to promptly claim his task rewards, which provided him a brief respite. Ding. Time-limited Mission 3. Foil Admiral Nelson's conspiracy completed. Reward. 1 level 3 Pokémon. Should the user claim the reward? The warehouse master had become rather humanized, reminding Wenku for the 4th time today, its tone revealing a hint of impatience. Have you waited long? Well, I do have a little one here, so let us claim it now. Wenku chuckled. Ding. Time-limited Mission 3 completed. Reward. 1 level 3 Pokémon, Happiny, has been transmitted to the pet world. Happiny, a marvelous Pokémon capable of healing. One recalled the permanent silver level quest related to Koya, pondering that perhaps the Chansey had the capacity to heal her. To establish trust, one decided to summon Chansey back and entrusted it to Koya, encouraging her to care for it tenderly. Koya was well aware that one was the most generous person aboard. Whenever the crew faced troubles, they would invariably seek one's counsel, and he adeptly managed to alleviate their concerns each time. As the warehouse king remained silent, one continued to navigate the days filled with both anguish and joy. Meanwhile, the Mary continued its voyage for several days, with Nami increasingly immersed in the art of navigation. They were nearing the Red Line, and Nami diligently charted the ship's approximate position each day, calculating the distance the Mary still needed to cover to reach the Red Line. What is the matter? Are we almost there? When suddenly interjected, cradling the egg as he inquired of Nami. Upon seeing him, Nami's furrowed brow instantly relaxed. She was more than willing to engage in conversation with one. Not yet, Nami replied with a smile. No rush. By the way, Do you seem troubled by something? When noted the slight fatigue etched on Nami's features. Well, I do have some concerns, Nami hesitated. Do share, perhaps I can assist you, when offered with a gentle smile, causing Nami's cheeks to flush slightly. Actually, I'm just a bit worried. Is the red line really just as depicted on the sea charts? Nami sighed, seemingly shaking her head in self-inflicted distress. When Ku was taken aback, recalling the so-called Red Earth continent. In the entirety of the world, there exists but one landmass known as the Red Earth continent, which divides the world into two parts. Furthermore, the Grand Line furthers this division, segmenting the world into four distinct realms, thus giving rise to the four seas of the East, West, South, and North. When Ku squinted his eyes, recalling that place, Mariewa, the domain of the celestial dragons. To access the new world, one must traverse through it in Fishman Island. Never mind. It seems you are unable to provide an answer either. Nami felt little disappointment. As a navigator, she understood that when Ku likely lacked comprehension of such matters. Let's convene and discuss this further, she suggested. When Ku remained silent for an extended period, which was his way of acknowledging Nami's words, Nami nodded, and upon her command, all members of the Straw Hat crew gathered in the ship's cabin, with the mascot, Meow Meow, attentively seated and listening to Nami express her concerns. According to the nautical charts, the entrance to the Grand Line may lie atop this mountain. Nami pointed to a specific landmark on the chart as everyone surveyed their surroundings. What? Are we supposed to collide with the mountain? Usopp asked, scratching his head. I can hardly believe it. This seems impossible. Yet, the canals depicted all lead to the mountain peak. How peculiar. Are we meant to climb it? This conundrum had perplexed Nami for several days. As a navigator, she felt somewhat out of her depth. What are you talking about? Regardless of whether there are canals, how could a ship possibly ascend a mountain? Zoro questioned skeptically. But the chart depicts it this way, Nami retorted. Throughout the exchange, Zoro and Nami engaged in a back and forth. While Luffy busied himself with his own amusements, Sanji smoked thoughtfully, and Usopp and Kaya conversed romantically in a corner. When Ku was completely distracted, presently reveling in the enchanting world alongside his Pokémon companions. Alas, Gungue, how dare you pilfer my precious spirit egg? As punishment, I shall confine you within a Pokeball for 3 days. Will you dare to do so again? Just as Gungue was about to escape, when Ku, besieged by the Pokémon, managed to navigate through a thicket and finally discovered the cherished spirit egg. Upon touching the eggshell, he found it to be rather warm, and his anger flared. Charizard, do you intend to roast my egg? When Ku lamented the child's lack of understanding, could such a powerful being, destined to emerge at level 6 or 7, truly be subjected to roasting? If you, a mischievous little rascal, find yourself hungry, I shall offer you my arm to gnaw upon. Charizard, with tear-filled eyes, appeared utterly aggrieved. When Kursin's heart softened, allowing it to embrace her pant leg, while the current position in her arms could only accommodate the precious spirit egg. At this moment, Kentaro observed the fire dinosaur greedily seeking when Ku's indulgence, feeling discontented within. He directly approached, yearning for an embrace as well. Oh dear, big horn bull, surely you need not seek an embrace too. As when gazed upon the ever-approaching figure of Kintaluo, he was seized by a profound terror, fearing that a mere collision would leave him incapacitated upon the ground. In an instant, he returned to reality, cradling the egg that had inexplicably materialized in his arms. Meanwhile, the other members of the Straw Hat crew continued their bickering and playful antics. You wretched woman, what I am inquiring is how you intend to hoist the ship aloft. If you are asking me, then who shall I ask in return? Perhaps you should bear the burden yourself, Green Algae Head. When shook his head in exasperation. A group of individuals, each one a source of concern, seemed to embody a myriad of youthful troubles. Such debates continued to be a source of amusement for the Straw Hat crew, who frequently referenced them in jest. During a subsequent period, inexplicably ominous clouds gathered, and the torrential rain rendered the Mary like a mere raft adrift at sea. Quick! Luffy lent a hand with the sails. When shouted, but Luffy delayed, eventually propelling himself upward with his rubbery arms. Ah, I see an incredible mountain, Luffy exclaimed, pointing ahead. We see it too. That red mountain must signify we've reached the Red Land. When and Nami exclaimed in unison, equally astonished as they gazed forward. Usopp looked up at the expanse of the Red Land, where the mountains ascended dramatically towards the heavens, nearly overwhelming him. Goodness. The clouds are so thick that the peak is obscured. Waves crashed against the rocks, and above the Red Land, a defiance of physics created an inverted water domain, with an extensive and profound influence. How marvelous. We are gradually ascending towards the clouds. Luffy laughed heartily from his perch atop the ram's head. This was the first time when Ku witnessed such a scene. as the ship ascended to heights that could only be seen atop the inverted mountain. The summit. We are nearing the summit. Nami pointed towards the horizon ahead. The wondrous intersection serves as a symbol leading to the Grand Line, as the ship veered forward, charging towards its destiny. The waters surged tumultuously, and the Straw Hat crew pressed onward, each pursuing their dreams. The great swordsman Zoro gazed intently ahead. Sanji exhaled rings of smoke that dissipated behind him. Nami's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination as she held the perfect sea chart. The brave warrior Usopp harbored lofty aspirations. Chopper, clutching his beloved Chopper, appeared lost in thought, dreaming of healing ailments and becoming a renowned doctor. When Ku smiled, driven by the pursuit of strength and the power to protect, I will become the Pirate King. One Piece is out there. Luffy grinned broadly, revealing his gleaming teeth. A new chapter has begun. As the Mary continued its descent, mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the view ahead. At this moment, Wink's expression turned grave as he placed the egg into the miniature world, anticipating the impending arrival of Labu, uncertain of the potential unforeseen events that might arise. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew remained oblivious until a colossal shadow manifested before them. What on earth is that? Usopp exclaimed, extending his telescope. Nami, there's a mountain ahead, Sanji shouted. Nami was taken aback, believing it to be impossible. They should have reached a new sea after passing Twin Cape. The Mary continued its advance, the shadow growing larger as the mist nearly dissipated, revealing its true form. Wow, it's a wall. A wall. Meow Meow, in a state of panic, jostled his coins, hurriedly picking them up. No, it's a gigantic whale. Sanji's pupils dilated in shock. What shall we do? It's too massive for us to defeat, Nami inquired. We'll navigate to the left. Full throttle. Hurry, push the helm. At that moment, Zoro noticed a gap on the left, perhaps a glimmer of hope for their escape. Usopp and Meow Meow strained to turn the helm with all their might, but unexpectedly, their force was too vigorous, resulting in the helm breaking, leaving the Mary's course unchanged. What? A failure in execution and a disaster in the making. Think of something, or we'll collide. Zoro and Sanji joined in to assist with the helm, knowing that a collision would spell danger. In a moment of desperation, Wink found no other solution but to utilize the pet miniature world. The pet miniature world activated, initiating the teleportation. Just as Wink was about to collect the items, Luffy suddenly burst into the cabin and fired a cannon at Labu, causing the Mary to halt abruptly due to the recoil. However, Luffy's prized seat, shaped like a sheep's head, shattered upon impact with Labu. My special seat, Luffy exclaimed in rare frustration. Oh no, Nami gasped in horror. Have you lost your mind, Captain? Zoro and the others were equally aghast. Wink's mouth gaped open, momentarily forgetting the need to transport Laboon. How dare you ruin my special seat? I shall defeat you. Luffy, unsatisfied, launched a rubber bullet at Laboon. The great whale finally took notice of the small entity on the surface, its eyes reflecting displeasure. You little creature. You've hurt me. A thunderous roar echoed through the skies as Laboon opened its cavernous mouth, forcefully sucking in the Mary, swallowing the vast sea. Captain, you fool. Transport Laboon. Open the pet world for me. Open it now. Winka stared intently at Laboon. Ding. The current emotional state of the great whale is highly unstable, significantly increasing the chance of transport failure. Would the user still like to attempt? The warehouse responded calmly. Transport. 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 Winko incessantly attempted the transport. Ding. Transport failed. Ding. Transport failed. Meanwhile, Luffy lost his footing on the deck and fell from the ship, using his rubber arm to propel himself outward. No more transport. If I'm going in, I'm going in. When Ku abandoned the transport, and with the whale's mighty ingestion, the Mary was finally consumed by Laboon. Ah, I cannot allow you to eat them. Wonka cried out. Luffy exerted all his strength, pounding against Laboon's exterior, while when Ku and the others found themselves inside the belly of the whale, seemingly gazing upon a new world. The verdant sea was vast, with a small island at its center, featuring rudimentary structures. Am I dreaming? Zoro observed his surroundings. What is the story with that house and island? Nami pointed toward the island ahead. Perhaps it's an illusion, Sanji remarked, taking a drag from his cigarette with a nonchalant smile. Suddenly, a sea king octopus appeared, interrupting their thoughts. If it's an illusion, why is there a king octopus? Usopp and Nami exclaimed in shock. The literary figures braced themselves, while Zoro had already sheathed his sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 3 fish arrows shot forth from the rear island, piercing through the king of octopuses, whose massive form crashed into the water with a thunderous splash. When squinted towards the houses on the island, The sound of footsteps, varying in rhythm, gradually approached, and a figure emerged from within. "Nanny, it's a flower," Usopp exclaimed, due to the vibrant colors blooming atop the figure's head. "No, it's a person." Zoro maintained his vigilance. "By the way, that old man effortlessly dealt with the Octopus King," Nami murmured. The man before them had a beard as white as snow, and his weathered face bore the marks of a life well lived. The atmosphere surrounding the elderly man was palpable, even as he donned casual attire. There lingered an indescribable aura that seemed to be suppressed forcefully. Dr. Kurokusu, undeniably the physician of the Pirate King. However, this tense silence was effortlessly shattered by Kurokusu's self-introduction. As the old man continued to peruse his newspaper, "My goodness! So we truly are inside the belly of a whale," Nami exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Is there an exit?" Kurokusu gestured towards a distant door. But why would there be an exit within a whale's stomach? Before Kurokusu could elaborate, the seawater began to surge and churn, the whale's gastric acid mingling to create a cacophony of unsettling sounds from below. "This water is corrosive. Just look at that old man's ship." Nami pointed to the small island beneath Kurokusu, revealing that its base was constructed of steel. Kurokusu explained that the upheaval was caused by the whale lava colliding with the red earth. "We must leave at once, or the ship's bottom will be in peril," Zoro proposed, while Wink, furrowing his brow, was preoccupied with a newly issued time-sensitive mission. Ding! Time-sensitive Mission 1. Assist Labu in overcoming its fears, thereby extending its will to live. Reward: acquire a fighting-type Pokémon move, with the reward dispensed in a 3-choice format. Penalty: revoke 3 level 3 Pokémon. Due to Labu's impact, Kurokusu ascended to help soothe its anxiety, while the Straw Hat crew sought a means of escape. "Help! Save me!" Wink. Suddenly, Luffy tumbled down from the passage above, followed closely by a man and a woman. One can observe Luffy plummeting and, fearing for his safety, immediately summoned the King Swallow, which soared forth to rescue the descending Luffy. "Alas! Alas! Do save us as well!" simultaneously cried out a blue-haired maiden who was also falling alongside Luffy. "Indeed! Below lies the sea of stomach acid," lamented a man nearby. From their demeanor, it became evident who they were, prompting the mantis to seize the pair. Upon encountering the airborne mantis, the two individuals exhibited a blend of curiosity and trepidation, tightly sealing their lips as they were thrown onto the deck of the Mary. Pirates. They were indeed pirates. The two exchanged glances filled with apprehension. Winka scrutinized them closely. One was Mr. Nine, and the other was the later Princess Vivi, now known as Miss Wednesday. Indeed, Vivi was quite pleasing to the eye, and it was evident that Sanji had already begun to exhibit infatuation. They too cast furtive glances at Wenku, for it was this dark-haired man who had summoned a peculiar creature to rescue them. "Wenku, thank you. You have saved me once again." Upon boarding the ship, Luffy embraced Wenku, nuzzling against him, leaving Wenku both amused and exasperated. Since he could not shake him off, he resigned himself to Luffy's closeness. Suddenly, a furious roar from above silenced them. Crocodile shouted in anger, "As long as I draw breath, I will never allow you to harm Laboon. Words fail to capture the essence of your prowess, which undoubtedly surpasses our own. It is absurd to suggest otherwise. The ability to vanquish the King of the Octopus with a single strike is a feat that none among us can achieve. By the way, who is this old man?" Luffy gazed upwards at Crocus, his brow furrowed in confusion. At that moment, Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday, who happened to be present, abruptly rose to their feet, sneering as they declared, "Slaying this whale is our mission. Today you shall not hinder our whaling." The duo brandished their cannons and commenced firing at Laboon. Crocus leaped into action, using his body to shield the cannonballs. "He is using his body to block the cannonballs!" Usopp exclaimed in astonishment. "How can this be? Is he protecting the giant whale?" Sanji, having initially believed Crocus to be a threat to the whale, now realized he had been mistaken. "Luffy." Winka squinted at Luffy beside him. Luffy, unable to tolerate their actions, leaped towards the two and swiftly knocked them down with 2 punches. "Mantis, retrieve Colokas," Wenku commanded, obeying Wenku without hesitation. Mantis pulled Colokas from the sea of gastric acid, while Wenku bound Vivi and Mr. Nine. Subsequently, Colokas realized that the Straw Hat crew were not the villains who harmed Laboon, and he recounted the entire story of events, detailing Laboon's past connection with the Brook Pirates. This tale dated back 50 years. The Straw Hat crew stared in astonishment. Who could have imagined that Laboon waited for the Brook Pirates for half a century? Thus, it had been ramming its body and calling out endlessly. Nami exclaimed in shock. Once the situation was comprehended, Colokas prepared to send the Straw Hats along with the Mary out of Laboon's body, revealing that he was the ship's doctor. Why not join us as our ship's doctor? Luffy proposed with a grin. Nonsense. I no longer possess the strength to embark on reckless adventures with you. Coloccus firmly declined. Coloccus opened the exit door, ushering all of them outside. Haha, we are finally out, into the real sky. Luffy laughed heartily. So we have finally reached the Grand Line, Nami stated. Hands clasped behind her back. They gazed at Laboon, whose body was scarred yet whose eyes remained clear and transparent, always yearning to see the red line. With the meaning of waiting now rendered futile, when Ku resolved to create significance for it, he finally understood the essence of that mission. Who knows when Luffy's promise in the original story would be fulfilled? When Ku did not wish for Laboon to continue waiting through the rest of its life. Coloccus. If you agree, I will take Laboon with me and help him search for Brook and the others. When Ku seemed to have made a decision. Indeed. When Ku possesses the ability to teleport animals, perhaps he can assist Laboon. Nami exclaimed with delight. Teleport? Coloccus scrutinized When Ku, filled with skepticism, finding it hard to believe his words. This seemingly endless promise. Indeed, and if Laboon continues to ram, it may truly perish. Perhaps When Ku could, Sanji suggested. Smoking a cigarette. Then let us give it a try. Coloccus, though hesitant, ultimately agreed, not wishing for Laboon to endure further torment. Wink nodded, making his way to Labo with the aid of Luffy's rubber bridge. If you can trust me, I shall certainly find Brook for you within my lifetime. This is a promise I shall uphold, he whispered gently while caressing Labu's body. Laba gazed at Wink, harboring a hint of skepticism. Come in here and familiarize yourself with this place, the pet world, transporting the great whale Labu. Wink exclaimed. Laba felt as though both his body and soul were departing from this realm, the sensation of traversing becoming ever more palpable, breaking the shackles of existence. His immense form gradually turned from solid to translucent, ultimately vanishing entirely from the waters. Even the seasoned Crocus was rendered speechless by this miraculous feat in the distance. Vivi and her companion stared at Wink in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. The Straw Hat crew, however, remained unfazed. They had grown accustomed to Wink's daily spectacles of transformation. Ding! At that moment, the capacity of the pet world reached 13,100, successfully transporting Labu into this new realm. Phew, it's done, Wink smiled at the onlookers. Is it truly so? Crocus inquired, his expression tinged with anticipation yet laced with doubt, fearing this might merely be an illusion. When Ku, still sensing the lingering doubt in Coloccus, promptly summoned Labu once more without uttering a word. At that moment, Labu's eyes sparkled with joy. Having comprehended When Ku's intentions and finally accepted the assistance offered, it was only then that Coloccus was wholly convinced. Haha, Labu has found a home, and I, with my weary bones, no longer need to live in fear every day. Coloccus was immensely delighted. This marked perhaps the happiest day he had experienced in decades. Words may be unnecessary. This Pirate King's physician has reached the venerable age of 71. He serves as the guardian of Twin Cape and is also a dear friend of Laboon. Taking Laboon away was indeed a rash decision. Young one, do not concern yourself with this old man, he said with a chuckle. I am uncertain of the impact your existence may have on this world. But one must pursue their endeavors with purpose and without regret. Do you not agree? Kurokasu remarked, his beard quivering as he smiled, when gently caressed the fabric. Nodding with a smile. As the Straw Hats prepared to depart, Mr. Nine and Vivi approached, pleading for passage to Whiskey Peak. It was hard to believe. They were undoubtedly not virtuous individuals, Kurokus remarked with a cold demeanor. Nevertheless, Luffy acquiesced to their request. While we appreciate your kindness. May I audaciously inquire as to who you are? Vivi asked Luffy. He turned to them and replied with a grin. I am the man destined to become the Pirate King. Kurokus smiled faintly. Both Luffy and When inspired an unwavering trust. Perhaps upon their next encounter, they would assume entirely different identities. Meanwhile, the merry-go sailed towards Whiskey Peak, and snowflakes began to descend from the sky. Why is it snowing all of a sudden? It was just so warm, Nami shivered. Yet Luffy insisted on building a snowman with one. This is you, When. Though Ku remained speechless. In order to not dampen Luffy's spirits, he offered words of praise for the straw-hatted pirate, much to the delight of the little captain. Haha, what you have is merely literature. It is quite hideous. Allow me to show you what a snowman truly is, what constitutes high art. Usopp mocked Luffy mercilessly, then stepped aside to display his own creation. Behold, this is the embodiment of the artistic vision of Lord Usopp, the Snow Queen. Quickly, When Ku, shower me with compliments. Usopp exclaimed with glee. It is indeed beautiful, Usopp. Yours is the finest, When Ku chuckled softly. No, When Ku insists that yours is unappealing. Mine is the best. Mine. Luffy, in a fit of whimsy, hurled a stick, shattering the head of the Snow Queen, igniting Usopp's fury. Thus, the two commenced a spirited battle amidst the snow. While Wenku shook his head and retreated to the cabin, cradling the egg in his arms, he increasingly sensed something amiss with it, an odd feeling growing within him. Every night, he found himself dreaming of swinging on a swing, with the peculiar egg present, now sprouted feet, incessantly calling him daddy. Wenku inexplicably shivered, sensing that events were unfolding in an irreversible trend. "Hey, is there no heating on this ship?" A sudden voice emanated from behind Wenku, revealing Vivi and the others wrapped in blankets. "Enough already, you're not guests." Before Wenku could respond, Nami began to shout at the line. Thunder rumbled ominously as Nami and Wenku glanced out the window. Initially, the sky was clear, but then it snowed, followed by thunder, indeed. The weather here was a complete mess, just as Kurokus had said. Nami was filled with concern. Possessing Kurokus's log pointer, she could not guarantee how many dangers lurked in these waters, as one had yet to utter a word. He poured a cup of hot water for Nami before retreating to his quarters, intending to follow Zoro's example and catch up on sleep. Unfortunately, he could not escape the chaotic scene as the Straw Hat crew hurriedly dealt with the tumultuous weather. At that moment, one was forcibly dragged from his room, with everyone incessantly calling his name, nearly causing him to collapse on the deck. "Win, help patch the ship's hull. Win, take the helm. Win, assist with the sails. Win, make me a cup of coffee." "Fine, I joined your crew for adventure, not to play the caretaker," Win thought, as he dashed into the cabin and then scrambled up to the crow's nest to tend to the sails. By chance, he spotted Zoro lounging nearby, nearly choking in exasperation. "I told you to wake up and work, you moss-headed fool." In a fit of frustration, Win kicked Zoro, burying him deep in the snow. After a flurry of repairs and patching up leaks, calm finally descended upon the ship, and everyone exhaled in relief. Nami, drenched in cold sweat, had learned firsthand the unpredictable nature of the weather in the Grand Line. Wenku, weary, lay sprawled on the deck, cradling the egg he had retrieved from his miniature world, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, "Why must they torment me? Look, Whiskey Peak has arrived." Usopp's voice rang out, prompting Wenku to lift his gaze and indeed behold an island shimmering in the distance. What an odd shape for an island, entirely adorned with cacti. With the arrival of Whiskey, Vivi and Mr. Nine departed, leaving Wenku aware that further troubles awaited him. Yet, he resolved to let go of such thoughts, prioritizing the present. "User, have you truly been neglecting the combat skills from your previous mission? I've reminded you 4 times today." Warehouse Goen's voice intruded at an inopportune moment. Wenku's recent procrastination had evidently vexed Warehouse Goen. "Let us proceed, shall we? It's a selection of 3, is it not?" Wenku reclined on the deck, preparing to embrace a new ability to soothe his weary spirit. Ding. Time-limited task 1. Assist Labu in overcoming his fears to sustain the hope of life. Reward. Learn 1 move from the combat-type Pokémon, Teddiursa. Immediately, Warehouse Goen presented 3 skill modules. Please select 1 skill from these 3 combat types, and the warehouse will derive and enhance a move suitable for you. The 3 options delighted Wenku. Having choices was indeed splendid, reminiscent of his shadow puppet doppelgangers. Module indicators. 1. Shared pain, connect with an ally. Entering a state of shared life and death. If one perishes, so does the other, yet both can share the damage taken. Drawback. High risk should one die. The other follows suit. 2. Super strength, augment your strength by 1 to 5 times, unleashing your full might upon your opponent. Drawback. After the effect ends, temporary paralysis of the body for 10 minutes ensues. 3. Eye for an eye, charge an attack, capable of doubling your power within 10 seconds. Drawback. None. Wenku furrowed his brow, acknowledging that, to be honest, all 3 selected abilities presented certain issues. The ability to share pain indeed carries inherent risks. It ought to be regarded as a supplementary technique, one that could mitigate the damage sustained by a teammate. However, the use of mighty strength would result in a brief after effect. Having encountered the ability Eye for an Eye previously in the Shadow Realm, Wenku felt quite dissatisfied with this selection. "Well, fine, warehouse keeper, I shall choose mighty strength," he mused, resting his forehead in thought for a considerable time before arriving at his decision. Ding. Mighty strength is being selected, and an enhanced version of the skill, Forceful Might, is being infused into the user. This medium-level combat technique hails from the realm of fierce combat. In an instant, a familiar warmth gradually coursed through his veins, reaching his mind. Consequently, an introduction to Forceful Might and its techniques filled Wenku's consciousness. After reviewing it, he smiled. finding it rather impressive. Forceful might, enhanced mighty strength, amplifies strength by 2 to 6 times, enabling the user to unleash their full might upon their opponent. Note, this ability proves remarkably effective against heavy objects, with a 100 success rate for objects weighing 100 pounds, a 90 success rate for 300 pounds, and an 80 success rate for 500 pounds, with subsequent weights accumulating evenly. If calculated this way, even 1,000 pounds should pose no challenge. One could believe that this ability outweighed its drawbacks. Although the 10-minute paralysis could not be altered, the gravitational force exerted by this technique was far more formidable. It bore a semblance to the concept of leveraging light to lift heavy burdens, yet it transcended that notion. The Pokémon teddy bear, inherently adorable yet immensely powerful, is a creature of extraordinary strength. Having captured the chaotic Pokémon and undergone the baptism of the warehouse's life-giving waters, its abilities would undoubtedly become even more formidable. One could contentedly withdraw his mind, observing the merry ship gracefully navigating along the inland river towards the heart of the island. Nami and Luffy were engaged in conversation, momentarily oblivious to Winka's presence. The text evokes memories of the original work. Whiskey, the Baroque workshop, Old Shacklock Dow, Robin. The situation grows ever more intriguing. A haze of smoke envelopes the inland river, obscuring visibility. As the Mary advances toward Whiskey, the entire crew senses an unusual stirring in the surroundings. Is it a person? Could it be a human? Sanji scans the area for the sudden shadows, and the Straw Hat crew remains on high alert. Damn it! Whatever monsters or spirits may come, let them approach. Today, I shall face them without reservation. Usopp trembles with his slingshot in hand. Wenko, however, remains silent. On the surface, Whiskey was a town that welcomed pirates, yet the reality was that it was a haven for bounty hunters. Furthermore, it served as a subordinate branch of Baroque works. And Wenko understood that conflict was inevitable. As anticipated, as the mist cleared, the Straw Hat crew discovered themselves surrounded by a throng of welcoming faces. They beheld the going merry, which was greeted as if it were a festive occasion, leaving Usopp and the others astonished. What on earth is happening? Sanji pondered, bewildered. Haha, they're welcoming us, Luffy exclaimed with delight. Be cautious, it could be a trap, came the warning. When cast a solemn glance around the ship, the Straw Hat pirates, valued at 93 million berries. This group of individuals, who concealed their daggers behind smiles, would pose an even greater danger if they became aware of one and his companions. To ensure the safety of their vessel and treasures, one summoned both Vaporeon and Manectric, instructing them to safeguard the going merry. He warned them that there might be intruders boarding the ship during the night. Manectric was to protect the vessel above, while Vaporeon was to keep watch beneath the hull to prevent any sabotage. Zoro, noticing one's preparations, nodded silently in agreement. As newcomers, it seemed that only Win and Zoro harbored suspicions about their surroundings. As the Going Merry docked, the townsfolk of Whiskey Peak gathered eagerly around the ship. Welcome. My name is Icarus, the mayor of Whiskey Peak, greeted a man with Western-style curly hair, smiling warmly at Luffy and his crew. Luffy felt a surge of happiness, prompting the entire group to stroll toward the town. One exchanged a knowing glance with Zoro, and they nodded in silent accord. Upon entering a tavern in the town center, Icarus began to host a lively banquet. The residents of Whiskey Peak were exuberantly hospitable, showering the Straw Hats with affection and insisting they partake in copious amounts of drink, singing and dancing as if celebrating a grand festival. Even Nami and Kaya, who typically abstained from alcohol, were coaxed into joining the revelry, let alone Luffy and the others. Ding! A limited-time mission was issued. Dismantle Baroque Works conspiracy aboard the ship at Whiskey Peak. Reward: a level 3 Pokémon. Penalty: none. The warehouse keeper declared this a trap. Wenko, with a cold smile, feigned drunkenness while playing dice and drinking with 2 townsfolk. The 2 townsmen exchanged subtle glances, their faces brimming with satisfaction. Stealing a glance at Zoro's composed demeanor while drinking, Wenko nearly erupted in laughter. Could these townsfolk truly rival Zoro in their drinking prowess? As the Straw Hat crew reveled through the evening, Luffy and the others eventually succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, in a nearby house not far from the tavern, the voice of Mr. Nine echoed within, revealing that Vivi and he were exchanging messages, despite our failure to procure food. We successfully lured a group of people to Cactus Island, baby. Vivi remarked with a smile, send this to the boss, let it vindicate us. Shortly after, Icarus and a sturdy woman with dark skin approached the pair, and the 4 commenced a discussion regarding the Straw Hat crew. You see, I have long since investigated their group, Icarus declared, producing 3 ancient, bronze-hued wanted posters depicting Luffy, when Ku and Zoro, 50 million, 28 million, and 15 million? Just on their appearances alone, gasped Vivi and her companions. To judge a pirate's capabilities solely by their outward appearance is indeed foolish. Hence, we must employ a cunning strategy and avoid direct confrontation, Icarus stated solemnly. We simply need to seize the treasures aboard their ship. If they are killed, the bounty will diminish by 30%. The government wishes to execute them publicly, so we must capture them alive. Icarus commanded Vivi and the others. Hey, excuse us. A sudden voice interrupted from above the four, causing Icarus and his companions to widen their eyes and turn towards the source. Before them stood a green-haired swordsman and a black-haired youth. We heard everything you two said when Ku and Zoro had finally emerged from the tavern, having followed Icarus here. And we're now privy to some valuable information. They would not allow such wanton cruelty to go unchecked. Aren't you both supposed to be drunk? Ku and Zoro exchanged glances, smiling at them in silence. Soon, a group of townsfolk emerged, glaring intently at Ku and his companions. There must be over 100 bounty hunters here, thought Zoro, surveying the scattered crowd of the Baroque works. Icolum and his associates were utterly astonished, for their organization's name should not have been known to pirates. Regardless, your plans will falter today. Let us see who will kill whom. Ku's gaze turned icy, a smirk gracing his lips. Since you have uncovered our secret, we must eliminate both of you, declared the Grand Summoner Ku, with a bounty of 28 million berries. And the swordsman Rorano Azaro, with a bounty of 15 million berries. Icolum could hardly believe his scheme had been so effortlessly unveiled, coupled with the exposure of Baroque secrets. Their organization was compelled to silence those in the know. Zoro and Ku chuckled. Let us see who will slay whom. Fire, Icolum commanded. I'll take the lead. Zoro vanished in a flash. You do your part. Manus of the skies, arise. Unleash blade dance. Ku summoned the Manus of the skies, and the blade dance instantly deflected the incoming bullets. Vivi's pupils dilated. It was that same insect from before. Meanwhile, screams erupted from the crowd of townsfolk, many already lying in pools of blood. The bird perched on Zoro's shoulder, Bibaru, was not to be trifled with, as it relentlessly darted about, executing air slashes without mercy. Continue the assault. Do not let your guard down. Mr. 9, Miss Wednesday, encircle Ku. Miss Monday, you and I will corner Zoro. They cannot possibly contend with so many of us. Icolum, known as Mr. 8, began issuing commands. Enough chatter. Shadow puppet clone. Ku pressed his hands firmly against the ground, and from within him surged forth 10 shadowy figures. In an instant, these 10 shadowy duplicates formed a circle, encircling Mr. 8 and his companions. The 10 dark masses on the ground dispersed like threads, weaving together to create a dense web. Mr. 8 and Vivi were astonished to find themselves unable to move, their eyes filled with dread. Could it be that Ku possessed the power of a devil fruit? Meanwhile, Zoro, recalling Ku's earlier words, began to test his sword. Indeed, the shadow puppets had immobilized them for 3 seconds, providing Zoro with the perfect opportunity to assess the practicality of his snow walk in the Sandai Kitetsu. If Mr. 8 and his group were to learn of this, they might very well be driven to despair. What? Are our lives mere playthings for your amusement? This night, without a doubt, would no longer be tranquil. Who is ensnaring whom? Fire! Fire! The bounty hunters, undeterred by superstition, regained their mobility and immediately opened fire. Dual sword style, eagle wave. Zoro wielded his renowned blades in a mesmerizing display, his strikes resonating with such force that they shattered the ground and sent nearby bounty hunters flying. Ku, I will deal with the enemies first. You wait for me here, Zoro declared with a grin as he departed. Ku could only smile wryly and ponder his role in this chaos. Since your brother has matters to attend to, I suppose I shall deal with you first. A sweet voice echoed from behind as a fist, imbued with the wind's fury, descended upon him. Boom. The literary prowess rolls like thunder, while the force of the fist stings the face with its might. Such immense strength. When turned to face the suddenly appearing Miss Monday, this robust woman, her skin a deep hue, was a portrait of muscularity. With the mere adornment of her brass knuckles, she shattered the ground beneath her, leaving a dent accompanied by fissures. No man's strength could rival mine. Come forth. It is hard to fathom that such a dulcet voice emanates from a woman of such imposing physique. Incredible strength. A weight of 1,000 pounds. The literary figure deftly evaded, narrowly escaping, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. If you are so eager, I shall use you as a subject for my new technique. Let us engage in a duel. Unleash the monstrous strength. In an instant, the muscles bulged, tendons coiled tightly. and with one hand, he seized Miss Monday's incoming left arm, executing a powerful shoulder throw. A resounding crash echoed as the black woman collapsed. The walls shattered by the tremendous force, burying Mr. Monday beneath the debris. My goodness, what immense strength, Mr. 8 murmured, feeling as if a thorn was lodged in his back. Such power was almost inhuman. Could this possibly be the pirate worth 28 million berries? Cold sweat streamed down Vivi's face. When Ku, though burdened with unspoken anguish, found himself utterly immobilized at that moment. His only recourse lay in the strength of his Pokémon for protection. Teleport. Jengar. Charmeleon. With a flicker of focus, 2 Pokémon materialized beside him. The summoner when Ku was once like that insect, and now he commands these peculiar creatures, Mr. 8 remarked in a low voice. Meanwhile, Zoro was engaged in a fervent battle. Bloodlust. Mr. 9. Staff of Perseverance. Mr. 9 felt compelled to quell Zoro's fervor and lunged towards him with a backflip. Ha ha. This is a metal rod. Be wary lest I shatter your sword. Zoro sneered, effortlessly dispatching Mr. 9 with a single stroke of his sword, sending him sprawling. Is there not a worthy opponent in sight? Zoro mused, growing increasingly bored, especially as Jengar wreaked havoc, eliminating a multitude of bounty hunters. Besides testing his blade, Zoro found little else to occupy his time. I am indeed a worthy opponent, Vivi proclaimed, dancing atop the large duck, Karu, while wielding a specially concocted perfume. With a cold smile, Vivi revealed her weapon, a perfume designed to render foes incapacitated, stripping them of mobility and defense. Prepare to face Baroque's retribution. As the scent wafted through the air, Zoro found himself kneeling, his body trembling, while Pidgey inexplicably shrank its wings and fell to the ground. When Ka furrowed his brow, sensing that he had approximately 2 minutes before his body succumbed to paralysis, he instructed Gungue to assist Zoro. Yoshi. It seems the final move is proving effective. The peacock spreads its tail. Vivi, with her pinky fingers adorned with peacock saws, activated them, causing the saws to spin rapidly before commanding Karu to charge towards Zoro. Hee. Gungue moved with remarkable speed, clasping his tiny hands together to unleash a dark shadow orb that struck Vivi mid-sprint, sending her flying several meters away, with nearby stalls succumbing to her weight. When Ku breathed a sigh of relief. Although the original narrative indicated that nothing significant happened to Zoro, the butterfly effect could not be disregarded. Therefore, he remained vigilant, ensuring absolute safety, even if it meant putting Vivi in a precarious situation. Zoro cast a grateful glance towards Wenku, when suddenly, an unpleasant saxophone sound pierced the air, causing Zoro to pale. He hastily dug a hole with his sword and escaped, just as a barrage of gunfire erupted from the ground. Useless. You must truly grasp the extent of my terror, Mr. 8 bellowed, only to be sent flying by a swift kick. Terror, my foot. I've longed to tear that hairstyle apart. At that moment, when Ku emerged from the paralysis, his body regaining autonomy after a long absence. Spotting Mr. 8, he swiftly approached. And before Mr. 8 could react, he yanked his curly hair, revealing a bald scalp beneath. When Ku was astonished at how easily it came off. The head wasn't too bad, rather shiny indeed. The literary figure leaped into the hole dug by Zoro, fleeing in a state of panic. Ah, the little pirate. I shall inevitably bring about your demise. My meticulously crafted hairstyle. Behind me, only the haunting echoes of despair linger. Upon emerging, Wink observed Zoro entangled by Mr. 9, while the disheveled Vivi threatened him. Glancing at the rotund Luffy, sprawled on the ground in deep slumber, Wink placed a hand on his forehead. Are you truly the captain? Can we not spare ourselves some worry? He exclaimed. Prepare to fire. Above them stood Mr. 8, having reattached his wig, with his tie connected to it. A simple tug revealed several small cannon barrels aimed at Zoro. Horn cannonballs. Boom, 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 boom. Damn it. This is nothing but a toy, Zoro shouted, dodging left and right, desperately swinging Mr. 9's body to shield himself from the incoming cannonballs. Horn cannonballs. Pigeon, unleash the air slash, Zoro commanded. The descending falcon executed a blade of air capable of cleaving the heavens, causing the cannonballs to explode mid-air. When Ku knelt on the ground, his left hand pressed firmly against the earth, and 8 shadowy figures emerged from his grasp, their movements elusive and inscrutable, advancing towards Vivi. Shadow puppets. Countless black threads pierced into Vivi's soles, rendering her motionless once again. Her pupils constricted, and the sensation of being utterly immobilized was profoundly unsettling. A suffocating feeling of being controlled. 3 seconds to determine her fate. You should leave. Cease troubling our straw hat crew, for I have no desire to extinguish your bloom. When Ka stated coldly, yanking the peacock chain from her hands. As the 3 seconds swiftly elapsed, Vivi regained her mobility, regarding Wenku with a complex expression. You don't intend to kill me? There is no need. As long as you do not provoke us, I shall spare your life. And convey to your employer not to meddle with us straw hats, or he shall face the consequences as well, Wenku replied sharply. Vivi glanced at Mr. 9, who lay defeated and smoking from the blast of a horn cannon, gritting her teeth as she hoisted him up and prepared to depart, casting a lingering, complicated look back at Wenku. A scream pierced the air, emanating from Mr. 8 above. Simultaneously, Zaro, using the elasticity of Luffy's belly, launched a strike against Mr. 8. Though he showed restraint, sparing the life of this mastermind behind the whiskey plot. As night deepened, apart from a few fleeing townsfolk, hundreds of bounty hunters lay sprawled in pools of blood, most of them clinging to life. At this juncture, Zoro and Wenku sat together, sharing some wine. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated beneath them. Ding! A timed mission was issued. Protect Princess Vivi's safety. Ensure she evades the pursuit of Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Reward: a level 4 fairy Pokémon. Penalty: none. Damn, what a hassle. I shall return shortly. Do remember to safeguard Luffy and the others, Wenku declared, finishing his last sip before departing hastily. What scheme is this fellow concocting? Are those individuals truly worth saving? Zoro pondered, glancing downwards and taking another drink. Meanwhile, Mississippi 5 and Mississippi Valentine of the Baroque Works approached to apprehend the designated fugitive, confronting Vivi and her companions. The injured Mr. 8, shedding his former demeanor, transformed into a traitor of Baroque Works. It turned out he was the captain of the guard from the Alabasta Kingdom, who had been protecting Princess Vivi and investigating the secrets of Baroque Works, infiltrating their ranks as an undercover agent alongside her. This revelation left Nami, who had suddenly arrived, hiding in the shadows, astonished by the tense standoff. I will not allow you to capture Princess Vivi. Horn Cannon, the original Mr. 8, known as Icolum, unleashed a full-force attack on Mississippi 5 and Mississippi Valentine. However, this only stirred up clouds of dust, inflicting little damage upon the two. Why do you still linger? Were you not instructed to depart? At this moment, Wenku descended to inquire of Vivi. Vivi, in a daze, cast her eyes about in confusion. The two individuals ahead captured their attention, their expressions grave. Two wielders of devil fruits, formidable opponents indeed. Suddenly, Mississippi 5 hurled her weapon, successfully incapacitating the attacking Icarlum, and subsequently sent Mr. 9 flying with an explosive force. When Curson felt a chill run down her spine, overwhelmed by a sense of revulsion, Mr. 5, instead of diligently honing his fruit abilities, was resorting to nefarious tactics. Do you truly believe you can escape? Princess Vivi observed as Mr. 5 began to pick his nose, casting a cold gaze in her direction. Do not underestimate me. Vivi, wielding the peacock chains, commenced a rapid spin, when cast a sidelong glance at Mr. 5, aware that his explosive fruit would detonate upon contact with that foul substance. Zoro, positioned above, gazed at Mr. 5 in astonishment, pondering the nature of this peculiar individual. Suddenly, when felt a hand grasping his foot, looking down, he discovered the bleeding Icolum. Great Summoner One, he implored, witnessing your formidable prowess, I humbly beseech a favor. The situation is indeed challenging. Even if you do not apprehend me, I must fulfill my duty. Both of them possess the formidable powers of the devil fruit, and I find myself utterly powerless against them. Therefore, I implore you to safeguard Her Highness, the princess. Will you? Icolum pleaded earnestly. Karu. Vivi was just about to mount Karu and ride away. Wink exclaimed, Vivi, bring along Gingue and Huakonglong. I shall follow shortly. The diminutive Gingue and Huakonglong leapt onto Vivi, urging her to flee ahead. Meanwhile, Mr. 5 and his companions paid Wink no heed, fixated solely on pursuing Vivi. Let go, old man. I promise you. No. You must vow that as long as you safeguard Princess Vivi and escort her to the eastern kingdom of Alabasta, a substantial reward shall await you. Indeed, we promise. A sudden voice from the alley interrupted, and Wink looked up to see Nami. A reward of 1 billion. Our Wink will assist you, Nami boldly declared. 10 billion. Icolum nearly fainted. What? So you are unharmed, Zoro remarked as he descended from above, addressing Nami. Nami believed such tricks would not ensnare her. Meanwhile, Wink continued to shake off Icolum's grip. Anxiously, he thought. I wish to rescue Princess Vivi just as much as you do. This is my mission's reward. So, will you oblige my request, Captain of the Guard? Otherwise, your princess is doomed, Nami said with a light laugh. Icolum clutched Wink tightly with one hand, while the other, driven by the promise of a hefty reward, covered his mouth, exclaiming incoherently, "Enough of this discussion. I shall go rescue Vivi." Wink broke free from Ikelim's grasp and sprinted in the direction Vivi had fled, summoning the kingfisher to aid him with its swift speed in pursuit of her. In that moment, Luffy awakened, his eyes wide at the sight of fallen bounty hunters. What on earth transpired while I was asleep? Meanwhile, Miss Monday, who had previously been bested by Wink, attempted to intercept Mr. 5 and his crew in their chase of Vivi, but unfortunately, she too was swiftly defeated. "Miss Monday," Vivi cried in anguish, watching her friends fall around her, her heart heavy with sorrow. "Are you not associated with Wink? I implore you, help save Miss Monday, please." Tears streamed down Vivi's face beneath her blue hair. Regrettably, Gungue and the others were bound by Wink's orders to protect Vivi, showing no concern for anyone else. One scratched its ear while another made a face, utterly indifferent to Vivi's pleas. Farewell, the fallen black sister gazed at the descending Miss Valentine's Day, a smile gracing her lips. "Ha ha, 100 pounds, 1,000 pounds. The air resonated with the disdainful voice of the light and airy fruit user. "Though you may not possess beauty, we pirates take pride in aiding others." A figure suddenly appeared beside her, the black sister's expression one of awe, as if a divine being had descended from the heavens. "That Wink." Vivi and the black sister murmured in unison, while Gungue and Huakonglong cheered for Wink, raising their voices in support. Wenka gazed apprehensively at the descending Miss Valentine's Day, his heart racing with trepidation. "Damn it, I have never attempted to lift over 1,000 pounds. The greater the weight, the lesser the likelihood of success. One misstep, and I could be crushed into a mere pulp." Yet, the daunting tasks continued to arrive. Just moments ago, he had received another one. Ding. Limited time mission 3. Rescue the black girl, Miss Monday, and become her hero. Reward, level 4 Pokémon Arbok with a 40 intermediate ability potion. Punishment, loss of the ability to lift heavy weights. How utterly foolish to issue such a trivial task. I distinctly recall that the black girl was not even in peril. "I care not who you are. Let us all be crushed together." Miss Valentine's Day remained unperturbed. Challenging fate. Let us see who will falter. Heavy lifting. One Ku roared, adjusting his body to its utmost potential, his muscles swelling to their peak. His eyes devoid of doubt, filled only with fighting spirit. "Let it begin." With that, when Ku leaped and delivered a powerful punch to the abdomen of the plummeting Miss Valentine's Day, a colossal force emanating from their collision. To everyone's astonishment, even Miss Valentine's Day and the distant observer, Mr. 5, lost their composure. Black Girl and Vivi stood in a state of stunned disbelief. Unleash it. Heavy lifting. Winka's full-force punch sent Valentine's Day hurtling away, leaving only a cacophony of anguished cries in its wake. Winka fell heavily beside Monday, shattering the ground and leaving fissures in its wake. His muscles swiftly reverted to their usual state, and he gasped for breath while casting a cold gaze at Mr. 5. "Do you wish to be like her?" The smoke dissipated, leaving only the anguished cries of Valentine's Day lingering in the air. How could it be that I, of all people, would suffer defeat? The parasol of Valentine's Day had vanished from sight, and at that moment, he clutched his abdomen, where a piercing pain radiated. His eyes widened in terror as he beheld Wenku, who stood in the distance, panting. How had he managed that? Even Mr. 5 wore a grave expression. It was the first time he had witnessed Valentine's Day falter in strength. "Who on earth are you?" "I am your father." "Who else?" Wenku retorted with a cold laugh, yet inwardly he lamented the fatigue and pain coursing through his body, akin to having flesh cleaved from bone. Moreover, his limbs felt paralyzed. "Gungue, fire dinosaur. Come here." Wenka summoned, and they rushed over in a flash. "Listen, you either leave, or I shall bring you down." Wenka narrowed his eyes at the two adversaries. Mr. 5 and Valentine's Day exchanged glances. Although they felt the urge to retreat, they dared not defy their boss's orders. "It seems you are intent on your folly," Wenku sneered, forcing his fingers to move slowly, careful not to reveal his inability to use his arms. "Gungue, use hypnosis." With a mischievous giggle, Gungue scampered over, its crimson eyes locking onto the two. Oblivious to the danger, they too gazed at Gungue, resulting in their minds becoming increasingly muddled. The hypnotic gaze ensnared them in a dreamlike state. "Dance. We must dance," they exclaimed, laughing uncontrollably. "What has happened to them?" Vivi and Monday asked in astonishment. "A form of illusion," Wenku replied coldly. "Oh, Wenku, what has happened to you?" Soon, Zoro, Luffy, and Nami arrived, all pursuing the unfolding chaos. The sight of Zoro and Luffy, battered and bruised, suggests that they have indeed engaged in a fierce battle. Luffy, please send those two flying. When urged, all right, rubber rocket. Luffy, placing his unwavering trust in one, unleashed his powerful attack without hesitation, banishing the peculiar duo. Dance, dance. Even as they ascended, they rambled on in a nonsensical manner about Valentine's Day. To their astonishment, the infamous Baroque agents, Vivi and Monday, found it hard to believe their eyes. Why did you save me? Vivi inquired. Hey there, miss. How about we establish a contract to ensure our collaboration? Nami chuckled. What collaboration? A contract? Vivi was utterly bewildered. Nami then recounted the tale of Icolum to Vivi, who remained silent for a considerable time, while it took 10 minutes to recover. When gracefully settled down, turning to find Monday gazing at her, admiration and gratitude shimmering in the depths of the dark girl's eyes, alongside a flicker of unique emotions. Goodness, Hercules. Surely you needn't go to such lengths. Ding. Time-sensitive Task 1. Obliterate the Baroque Work Society's conspiracy aboard the whiskey-laden vessel. Reward. A level 3 Pokémon. Will the user claim the reward? Ding. Time-sensitive Task 2. Ensure the safety of Princess Vivi. Reward. A level 4 Pokémon. Will the user claim the reward? Ding. Announcing time-sensitive Task 3. Rescue Miss Monday, becoming the hero of her heart. Reward. A level 4 Pokémon. Arbok, along with a 40 intermediate capability potion, has been securely stored in the miniature space. At this moment, the warehouse spirit reported all the good news in one go. That is the crux of the matter. Thus, I wish to claim the reward of 1 billion. You have witnessed their remarkable prowess, haven't you? Nami turned to Vivi, seeking her final opinion. Vivi appeared quite troubled, her exquisitely sculpted features framed by her flowing blue hair. She did not respond immediately to Nami's proposal, but instead began to recount the story of her nation and her covert operations within the Baroque. To construct an ideal realm, Nami remarked, the so-called ideal kingdom is nothing more than an elaborate deception. Even Alabasta is not the true objective. The ultimate aim is to acquire the ancient weapon, Pluton. In order to attain greater power, this weapon, known as the King of the Underworld, along with the 3 legendary weapons, Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus, harbors terrifying abilities. The existence of Pluton is documented in the historical texts found within the royal tombs beneath the palace of the Alabasta Kingdom, which explains why Crocodile has been coveting this land. I must hasten back to my homeland to quell the unrest and safeguard my people, Vivi declared with unwavering resolve. So that is the case, the Straw Hat crew nodded in understanding. Ding. A new mission has been issued. The Alabasta chapter is officially commencing. Will you accept the new mission? The warehouse keeper's voice echoed once more. I accept, Vivi nodded. Ding. Time-limited Main Mission 1. Safeguard Princess Vivi's journey to Alabasta and collaborate with the Straw Hat crew to quell the chaos and restore stability to the kingdom. Reward. A random choice of one ability from a level 1 to 5 Pokémon. Penalty. Erasure of the user. Ding. Time-limited Main Mission 2. Defeat Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, along with the Baroque works. Reward. A level 5 Pokémon. Penalty. Erasure of the user. Ding. Permanent Main Mission 3. Silver Tier. Explore the secrets of Pluton and recruit Robin to the crew. Reward. A permanent ability potion for the level 6 Pokémon, Wind King, with a 40% efficacy. Penalty. None. With a light sigh, Wenku found himself once again burdened with tasks. Upon regaining his composure, he could only hear Vivi utter the name Crocodile, as 2 vultures took their leave and Nami sat on the ground, withdrawn. There will be nearly 1,000 assassins pursuing us, Vivi remarked gravely. Perhaps we should reconsider our plans, Nami suggested hesitantly. Is Crocodile truly that formidable? Luffy inquired, perplexed. His bounty once stood at 80 million, and he has since ascended to the ranks of the warlords of the sea. Vivi responded with a sigh. This won't be easy. What does that matter? We will still ensure your safe return to your homeland, Luffy vowed to Princess Vivi at that moment. When observed Luffy's innocent expression and silently nodded. Subsequently, in order to ensure that Princess Vivi could safely return to Alabasta with the Straw Hat crew, Ikaram was willing to impersonate Vivi himself, diverting the pursuit of the Baroque Works assassins. Might I seek to harness a fragment of your power, Lord Wen? If I am to return to the kingdom of Alabasta, Ikaram sought Wen's counsel before departing, for one was renowned as a summoner. With the aid of Pokémon, Ikaram would likely find his journey considerably more secure. In the pursuit of humanitarianism, Wenkai decided to lend him the Colossal Vine for his own protection. While I can indeed lend it to you, there will be an additional cost, specifically for your personal safeguard. How does 10 million berries sound? At that moment, Nami stood beside Wenkai, gazing at Icolum with a smile. How could you? Ikelem's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief, and the Winkai felt a twinge of compassion. He was firmly grasped by Nami's hand. Ultimately, Ikelem acquiesced, and Winkai temporarily entrusted the colossal vine to him. Take care. Winkai smiled, understanding Ikelem's glance towards Vivi as he boarded the vessel and departed from the shore. Everyone's gaze was fixed ahead as Ikelem waved goodbye. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from an unknown source, and a powerful shockwave shattered Ikelem's ship, causing Winkai and his companions to narrow their eyes in shock. Ikelem! Vivi cried out, tears streaming down her face. Winkai, observing the billowing smoke before him, suddenly recalled that in the original narrative, Ikelem met his demise when Robin blew up the ship at their parting, though she did not kill him. Ding! At that moment, the colossal vine was in a severely injured state, and a message from Warehouse Lord inquired whether to teleport it away. Let us send it back to the small world. Winkai nodded. It is a loss of the beast to save a person, and a small sacrifice for a greater gain. Robin could not have been unaware of Ikelem's intentions. Thus, she had to destroy his ship to cover Crocodile's tracks while secretly rescuing Ikelem. In essence, she had never been aligned with Crocodile from the very beginning. At that moment, Luffy turned and firmly pressed down his straw hat, sprinting towards the tavern where Usopp and the others were inebriated. Winkai, we must leave, Zoro proclaimed, sword in hand, as Nami's log pointer had nearly stabilized, when nodded in understanding. He then observed Nami comforting Vivi, urging her to depart. Consequently, when instructed Gangue to discreetly protect Vivi and her companions while he went to the port to procure a vessel, the group hastily departed, gathering aboard the Going Merry. Luffy, displaying his fierce demeanor, grasped the old man's nose with one hand while seizing Sanji's leg with the other, all the while hoisting Kaya onto his shoulder. Nami, and when boarded the ship first, followed closely by Vivi and Zoro. Luffy, with a display of strength, tossed them aboard. The crew began unfurling the sails, preparing to leave Whiskey Peak and adjusting their course to continue their journey. On the deck, Vivi wore a troubled expression, lost in contemplation. How many assassins could possibly be on their way? Zoro approached, his demeanor calm and composed. Vivi paced, slightly calculating. The Baroque works likely has over 2,000 members. I've heard there are several strongholds nearby, similar to this town. Surely, there can't be 1,000 of them? Nami, sweating nervously, exclaimed. Can't we stay for just one more night? Why must we set sail? Stop the ship. We still want to have some fun. Meanwhile, Usopp, Sanji, and Kaya began to regain consciousness. Kaya, touching the bump on her head, held back tears, while the old man and Sanji berated Luffy and the others. Nami, visibly upset, helped Kaya to her feet, knocking the two troublemakers unconscious in the process. Wenku gazed coldly at the misty distance when suddenly, the warehouse keeper conveyed a message regarding the spirit egg. Without hesitation, Wenku's mind immediately entered the small world. What is it, warehouse keeper? Has something occurred with the spirit egg? Upon entering the small world, Wenku inquired, where the lush mountains and forests exuded an enchanting beauty. Just as he arrived, the great whale Laba swam over from the inner river. The small world, imbued with a touch of life's essence, had allowed Labu's scars to nearly vanish completely. At that moment, Labu appeared remarkably healthy, rushing over to nuzzle Wenku, who could only smile and shake his head in bemusement. Please, user. Hurry to see the spirit egg, it is good news, the warehouse keeper remarked with a hint of joy in his voice. Wenku, having calmed down Labu, proceeded to visit the incubation base he had meticulously prepared to see the spirit egg, which was essentially a nest of grandiose nomenclature. Inside the nest, the spirit egg emanated a faint glow, illuminating every part of its shell, particularly radiant in the shadows. Is this the golden legend? Wenku exclaimed, his eyes twinkling with excitement. What golden legend? The shell's luminous sheen indicated that the spirit egg had entered the later stages of incubation. The warehouse keeper, taken aback by Wenku's navet, patiently elucidated the situation. What should I do, nurse it? Wenku inquired. During this period, it is advisable for you to personally tend to the spirit egg. Do not set it free into the wild just yet. The little creature within has begun to express dissatisfaction with you. Do not provoke its ire. The warehouse keeper seemed to have already envisioned a rather grim scenario for Wenku, foreseeing his unfortunate plight. Wenku was drenched in cold sweat, pondering whether he truly had to embrace the role of a full-time caregiver. After indulging in whiskey for a couple of days, even the spirit egg seemed discontent. The ominous tone of Warehouse Lord only heightened his sense of foreboding. What else could he do but take on the responsibility of raising the child alone? Reluctantly, he sent the spirit egg back to the real world, his consciousness departing from the realm of pets. Meanwhile, a girl adorned with a hat was departing on a turtle. And as when Ku regained his composure, he caught only a glimpse of her silhouette, while those around him exchanged puzzled glances. Was that Robin? The document, however, was not delivered on time. Why would she extend her assistance to us, entrusting such a significant item into our hands? At that moment, Nami was scrutinizing the eternal pointer in her grasp. I have no desire for her possessions. I detest her. Luffy boldly stepped forward, snatching the pointer and crushing it to smithereens, which incited Nami's fury as she kicked him over. I refuse to allow that woman to dictate the course of this ship. Luffy was unusually serious in his conviction. Silence envelopes the scene. The quaint garden is fraught with peril. In this very place, the Baroque faction is poised to unleash even more formidable agents, ready to make their mark. They have previously ensnared the Straw Hat crew in dire straits, and now, with the situation deteriorating, they are left with no choice but to confront the impending adversity. The only thing Wink can do is strive to ensure the survival of each crew member. However, the battlefield is often a realm of sudden and unpredictable changes, capable of altering the entire situation and narrative direction, something that Wink, as a time traveler, cannot influence. Can I truly join your ship? I fear I may become a burden. Vivi glanced at the Straw Hat crew, her voice tinged with anxiety. Why do you say such things? What is destined to happen must be confronted. Just stay on the ship and be at ease, Nami replied, gently pressing her finger against Vivi's head. Wink gazed at the softly glowing yellow egg nestled in his arms. Sensing an inexplicable bond tethering them together, he caressed the eggshell and let out a quiet sigh, hoping that he could smoothly navigate his way into Alabasta. And then there were Chopper and Robin. This journey was destined to be extraordinary. Princess. Just as the Straw Hat crew was preparing to depart from Whiskey Peak, having dealt with Robin's situation, a robust figure called out urgently from not far below the ship. The crew turned to the source of the voice, discovering it to be Miss Monday. Unlike in the original tale, where she faced an uncertain fate after being defeated on Valentine's Day, she had been rescued by Wink. Now, returning to Baroque Works was no longer an option for her. She was reluctant to part with Vivi and simply wished to see if she could join the Straw Hat crew. The crew exchanged glances, and Vivi expressed her gratitude towards Monday for advocating on her behalf, which would also bolster the crew's fighting strength. Luffy had no objections, and they followed their captain's wish to take Monday aboard. However, as soon as she boarded the ship, chaos ensued. She incessantly pursued Wink, demanding his attention and calling out for Cocoa, which led to Wink neglecting his meals. Monday even went to deliver food to him. Oh, how amusing this is. It seems Wink has found himself in the throes of romance, Sanji remarked, recognizing that Monday's intentions were not entirely pure. What is love? Luffy asked, perplexed as he gnawed on a piece of meat. Sanji chuckled but offered no answer, while Nami, gritting her teeth, appeared lost in her own thoughts. Inside the cabin, Wink found himself in a perplexing situation. Warehouse keeper, please check Monday's affection level towards me. He was drenched in cold sweat, feeling utterly helpless as he locked himself in his room. A series of knocks echoed from outside. The affection meter began to spin, and soon the results emerged. Ding. At that moment, Monday's affection for the user stood at an impressive 97. Please continue your efforts, it indicated. Efforts, my foot. Wink lamented, feeling overwhelmed. Cocoa, I've prepared something delicious for you. Do give it a try. A sweet, soft voice called from outside the door. Although the voice was indeed pleasant, the visual impact was rather overwhelming. Cocoa? Wenku felt a sudden chill, unable to bear the thought. Hey May, you may go out for a meal. You needn't follow me every day. Tears streamed down Wenku's face. If it weren't for that mission to save someone, would he have bothered to rescue Monday? No. If you don't eat, I won't leave. Monday stubbornly remained at the door. Win, feeling utterly helpless, found himself at a loss for how to cope, merely venturing out to fetch meals. It was only on Monday that he finally mustered the courage to leave, albeit with a sense of trepidation. In the subsequent 2 days, Win made every effort to avoid Monday, while Black Girl consistently appeared, bringing food and eagerly hoping for Win to engage in games with her, such as arm wrestling or tug-of-war. Win can nearly frighten me to death. Sister, are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Can my petite frame possibly be compared to yours? Meanwhile, Nami has been feeling unusually restless these past couple of days. Although she typically presents herself as carefree, she is meticulous about the finer details. Deep down, Nami harbors a constant fear that one day, when Ku might impulsively agree to date Miss Monday, Wink felt that this situation was untenable. So she sought an opportunity to have a candid discussion with Monday. Little did she know that this news had somehow reached the Straw Hat crew, who gathered outside, eagerly awaiting Wink's emergence for an explanation. As she finally stepped out of the cabin, the crew's expressions were filled with a playful amusement. Nami, standing at the back, occasionally clenched her fists, unable to meet Wink's gaze, her brow furrowed and lips pursed, harboring her displeasure. What are you all imagining? I merely regard Monday as a sister. Wink smiled, albeit with a hint of irritation. This statement is indeed true. Nami inadvertently shouted, startling everyone around her. Wen nodded slightly. And Nami then revealed her smile once more, pondering the depth of a little girl's thoughts. All right, she's just my sister. As long as nothing is amiss. That's all that matters. Nami-san, what is truly troubling you? Vivi inquired with genuine concern, observing her dear friend. Nami, gazing at her close companion, hesitated to speak. Could it be? You cannot possibly be feeling. Suddenly, Vivi's eyes widened, her keen intellect grasping the hint of something significant. I am not. Typically the assertive leader. Nami rarely displayed such restraint, save for that one time with Arlong. Noticing the peculiar gleam in Vivi's eyes, she instinctively lowered her gaze. Sanji, I shall borrow your special kitchen for half the day to prepare some delightful dishes for you. You don't mind, do you? At that moment, Wen addressed Sanji. Go ahead. Wen-san, that is your designated time. Sanji dismissed Wen's words, still believing that Wen and Monday's companionship was a fortuitous match. Wenku, lost in thought, strode into the kitchen and retrieved half a basket of sago rice, beginning to grind it. Sago rice is a common variety found along coastal regions, reminiscent of the coastal areas of his previous life, also known as sandark rice. To his surprise, he discovered that this type of rice existed in the world of pirates. This rice, pure and glutinous, is rich in nutrition. Wenku decided to attempt making a dish from his former life, rice cakes. After a few hours spent in the kitchen, he emerged holding a large basin filled with white rice cakes, beaming at the ravenous crowd. Come, savor my culinary skills. You all seem to think I can only prepare fish. He distributed a dozen pieces to each person, who instinctively began to eat. Wow, so crispy, so fragrant. Usopp exclaimed in astonishment. What is this delightful dish? Vivi remarked, relishing the flavor. She had never encountered such a delicacy in her homeland of Alabasta, as rice cakes were not a common snack in the pirate world. Here you go, Nami. I'll give you a few extra. Wenku offered additional pieces to Nami, who instinctively recoiled as his hand approached. Wenku furrowed his brow, pondering what could possibly be troubling the girl. It had been quite some time since he last assessed her affections with the sentiment wheel. Previously, he had refrained from doing so. But next time he would certainly examine it thoroughly. Nami, without meeting Wenku's gaze, kept her head lowered, fidgeting in a peculiar manner. Vivi elucidated that Nami was feeling somewhat unwell. Wink advised her to rest well, naturally dispelling any doubts, before turning to face Luffy, who looked up at her with eager eyes. Here, take this. Wink kept only 10 rice cakes for herself, giving the remainder to Luffy. Huh. Luffy appeared confused. You eat more than I do, so I'll give you the bowl. The rest can be your snack. Wink chuckled in exasperation. Laughter erupted among everyone, while Luffy, unfazed, accepted the bowl without hesitation. By the way, Wink, when will you visit Monday with the rice cakes in hand? Sanji called out to Wink, and Zoro, picking at his toothpick, secretly found it amusing. Sanji, what are you talking about? It's no big deal. I'll eat these rice cakes. Wink truly held no fondness for Monday. After spending these days together, he merely regarded her as a sister. How had things grown so complicated? Frustrated and unable to express herself, Wink hastily departed. Haha, this must be the rice cake of love. Will Monday get to taste it? We shall see. Sanji laughed heartily at Wink's hasty retreat, misinterpreting her once again. Perhaps this was the only time he had bested her. What, after all, is love? Why would Monday desire it? Throughout this, Luffy's mind was elsewhere, munching on Wink's specially made rice cake, having asked Sanji this question more than once. It's just Wink's love. She will eventually be with Monday, marry, have children, and live happily ever after, he mused, feeling a sudden sweetness akin to his knightly spirit. Sanji, ever eager for chaos, openly remarked to Luffy, his mouth unguarded. Suddenly, a rice cake fell from Luffy's mouth onto the ground. Huh? He mumbled, his ears muddled by the sounds around him. Wink will be with someone else. Hey, everyone. It seems we're nearing the little garden. Usopp's excited voice rang out from the lookout, having just finished his rice cake. He had gone up to check the course ahead and spotted the shadowy outline of an island through the mist. At that moment, the waves crashed, and the Mary finally reached its destination, the ancient island, also known as Little Garden. After 2 days of travel, the Straw Hat crew had finally arrived. Meanwhile, in Little Garden, a vacation spot, a small girl with a ponytail and a pink hat exclaimed, "How boring." To a bespectacled boy, "What's wrong? Aren't you also getting used to this job? Why not enjoy this lovely time before we embark on our mission?" He replied with a smile. Besides, being able to relax like this is a privilege of high-ranking agents. He placed a cup of red tea on the table, the sunlight reflecting off its surface. "Have you seen the orders from the boss?" The girl handed him a piece of paper. Mr. 5 was defeated unexpectedly. "It's a pity, Mr. 2 was tea among them," the boy remarked with a hint of disappointment. "If that had been the case, you could have leveled up." "Sigh," the little girl remarked. A proficient criminal accomplishes their tasks through superior intellect, unlike Mr. 5, who cannot even harness his own abilities. "Since they have arrived, let me impart some lessons upon them." The glimmering glasses could not conceal the cold glint in her eyes. After 2 days, the Mary finally reached the Little Garden, also known as the Island of Antiquity. Entering through the inner canal, surrounded by towering mountains, the picturesque landscape of mountains and waters remained unmarred, with the pristine ancient forest laid bare before them. "Wow, this is the Little Garden," Usopp exclaimed, observing his surroundings with curiosity. "What exactly makes it so little?" Zoro inquired, puzzled. "Hey, Luffy, what's wrong with you?" Meow Meow asked, noticing Luffy unusually indulging in a rice cracker. Meow Meow was bewildered, as Luffy was typically the most exuberant person upon arriving at any island. What could be the matter today? Luffy sat alone on the deck, deviating from his usual voracious appetite, and instead savored the rice cracker in silence. The others paid him no mind, continuing their discussion about the island. "It doesn't seem to fit the charming name," Nami remarked slowly, chewing on her rice cracker while surveying the island with a serious expression. Vivi and Karu gazed around from the deck, remaining silent. Little Garden. Vivi had previously heeded Robin's warnings regarding this island, but ever since Luffy shattered the compass, the Straw Hat crew had no choice but to follow this route. "Do you think there will be monsters lurking about? Perhaps we should not linger and head straight to the next island," Usopp suggested, displaying his usual timidity. Nami disagreed. As she was not using a permanent compass, she needed to recalibrate the magnetic pole at each island. Additionally, Sanji needed to replenish the ship's provisions. "Look, there's an estuary." Kaya pointed towards a small inner river extending into the dense forest ahead. Thus, the Mary adjusted its course and navigated into the inner river. Behind the Mary, when Kai took a moment to breathe and began to observe the island around him, when squinted, acutely aware of the lurking uncertainties in this place. The quaint garden, reminiscent of the island of Taiku, remained untouched by time due to the tumultuous climate of the Grand Line, preserving its primeval essence akin to the age of dinosaurs. The island teemed not only with dinosaurs, but also with various colossal beasts, each remarkably immense in size. Among the giants inhabiting this island were the formidable Blue Oni, Doli, and the Red Oni, Broki, hailing from the land of giants in the New World, both of whom carried a bounty of 100 million berries, coupled with the unpredictable presence of Mr. 3 and the Golden Week from the Baroque works. This adventure was fraught with uncertainties. User, I wonder how many more times I must urge you. Quickly claim your previous task rewards, or I shall refrain from assigning you any future tasks. Warehouse Cohen exclaimed in a fit of anger. At this moment, when Kerr recalled that due to the recent exhaustion from crafting baby spirit eggs pouches and evading the dark-skinned girl, he had nearly forgotten the rewards previously obtained in whiskey. Despite the constant reminders from the warehouse keeper, he gently touched the spirit egg nestled within his pouch and sighed, pondering when it would finally hatch. Warehouse keeper, I wish to claim my rewards, when Ku addressed the keeper. Ding. Whiskey Storyline Limited Time Task 1. Disrupt the Baroque Workshop's conspiracy aboard the vessel where the user resides. Reward, a level 3 Pokémon. Would the user like to claim the reward? Ding. Whiskey Storyline Limited Time Task 2. Ensure the safety of Princess Vivi. Reward, a level 4 Pokémon. Would the user like to claim this reward? Bring them forth, I wish to claim them, he declared. Ding. The Whiskey Storyline Tasks 1 and 2 have been successfully completed. Rewards, a level 3 Pokémon, Venusaur, and a level 4 Pokémon, Floatzel. The rewards have been transmitted to the pet world, announced the warehouse keeper. One nodded, realizing that his Pokémon Legion had gained 2 formidable contenders. The illustrious Venusaur. The evolved form of the renowned Bulbasaur boasts remarkable prowess in the grass type. Meanwhile, the Whirlpool's Weasel was initially one of Ash's Pokémon from the Super Wish series, playing a significant role in aquatic environments. By the way, dear warehouse keeper, How many of my time-limited tasks have I completed? I should be eligible for a spin of the Grand Roulette by now. Details can be found in Chapter 25. I nearly forgot. As of now, the user has successfully completed 25 tasks, with the latest being the defeat of the scythe-wielding Eric. The user now possesses one opportunity to spin the roulette. Would the user like to proceed? The roulette comprises 5 primary categories: medicine, ancient history, food, evolution, and weapons. When the pointer lands on one of these categories, it will randomly dispense an item from that module. Let us proceed. I wish to draw abundantly this time. The 5 modules of the roulette, medicine, ancient history, food, evolution, and weapons are represented by the colors white, brown, yellow, gold, and red, respectively. The pointer whirled incessantly, and ultimately, to Wenku's anticipation, it halted on the brown module. Ding! Congratulations, user, you have obtained an ancient history tablet, with the reward consisting of a fragment that spans over a century, a tattered page from Joy Boy's diary, currently totaling 150 pages. In an instant, a weathered piece of paper appeared in Wenku's left hand, exuding an aura of antiquity. The densely packed text and peculiar symbols on it left Wenku utterly bewildered. Wenku's pupils constricted, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. Joy Boy, a figure that existed during the enigmatic blank century of human history, once left behind a historical apology text on Fishman Island. The mysterious man, Wenku, bore a serious expression. It is possible that he is one of those responsible for the creation or repair of Noah. However, it cannot be dismissed that Wenku might merely be speculating. Does he keep a diary? The original text does not mention any such records. It is hard to imagine that perhaps only Robin could decipher these ancient characters. Wenku flipped through the pages, his mind a blank slate. To be honest, the exceedingly hasty handwriting coupled with bizarre symbols was the true enigma. Unable to decipher the text, I reluctantly placed the tattered pages into a miniature space. When Robin boards the ship in the future, I shall present them to her for further examination, as they may contain significant secrets. Wenku found himself somewhat satisfied with the recent lottery, his mind retreating to observe the ancient island surrounding him. For now, he decided it best to focus on the current situation. The wilderness was eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. As he turned back to the deck, he discovered the Straw Hat crew in a state of panic, with Nami and Usopp shouting in disarray. What is going on? Wenku inquired, puzzled. Kaya informed him that a gigantic tiger had emerged from the forest, only to inexplicably perish right before their eyes, the culprit remaining unseen. Nami, in a fluster, exclaimed, "This is unusual. Something is amiss here. Why would the king of the jungle fall, drenched in blood? Haha, I've decided against landing on this island. What do you all think?" Usopp, drenched in sweat, declared, as Naya jumped onto his head and scratched him in protest, causing Usopp to wail in distress. "Indeed, we should remain on the ship and await the restoration of the magnetic force. Alabasta is our true destination." Nami attempted to regain her composure, casting a hopeful glance at Wenku, wishing for his support. Before Wenku could respond, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. "No, I must go on an adventure. I want to explore with Wenku. Charge." It was Luffy, who had been crouching in a corner, suddenly standing and grabbing Wenku's hand, eager to leap from the ship. Wenku was taken aback. "Hey, you fool, what are you doing?" Wenku exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as Luffy dashed into the forest recklessly. In no time, the two had distanced themselves from the anchored Mary. Nami and the others stood dumbfounded, unsure of what to do. "We can't leave them behind. We must follow the captain. If they go, we go too," Zoro declared, jumping from the ship first. Kaya, concerned for Wenku, followed suit, leaping onto the island after Zoro. "If it's an adventure, I'm eager to partake as well. Staying here will only lead to idle thoughts." Vivi, surprisingly bold, rode Karu and jumped down to pursue Luffy and the others. "Since we're going on an adventure, let us take some lunch." Usopp, "Come to the kitchen and help me," Sanji said, puffing on a cigarette. "Nanny, I never said I wanted to go," Usopp retorted in anger. "Go on, Usopp. Aren't you a man?" Kaya said, harboring her own desire for adventure. Realizing he couldn't lose face in front of his future fiancée, Usopp reluctantly agreed. Thus, only Nami remained on the ship, feeling abandoned. With a furrowed brow, she weighed her options and finally decided to disembark. She couldn't leave Wenku and her companions behind. Moreover, being alone on the ship was truly frightening. Suddenly, Nami remembered a book she had read about a small garden and hurried into the cabin to search for references. Meanwhile, somewhere on the island, Luffy crouched down. curiously observing a mollusk in the stream below. Look, Wenku, this shellfish resembles an octopus. Words fail me. Did you truly bring me here solely to witness primordial creatures? After his lamentation, Wenku began to scrutinize the cephalopod. It bears a resemblance to an ammonite. What a splendid specimen. He marveled. Upon witnessing Wenku's light chuckle, Luffy could not suppress his own laughter. Suddenly, amidst their discourse, they were startled by a cacophony of footsteps emanating from the southeast. Could it be Broggy and Dalton? Wenku pondered, his recollection of the plot details somewhat hazy. As they approached to investigate, they discovered a brachiosaurus grazing nearby. A dinosaur, exclaimed Wenku, marveling at the sight for the first time. Indeed, this was the land of the ancients, a realm where such magnificent creatures truly existed. Luffy, his smile radiant, shared in the joy of this discovery. Wenku, do you fancy it? I shall catch one for you, with my rubber arms. In his excitement, Luffy extended his limbs and clambered onto the dinosaur's back. Luffy, don't leap onto it, Wenku exclaimed, rubbing his temples. He truly felt a throbbing headache from Luffy's impulsive nature. Let's go, Wenku. Climb aboard. I see a colossal gaping hole in the mountain. Without further ado, Luffy used his stretchy arms to hoist Wenku up, leaving behind a chorus of panicked cries. You fool. I have acrophobia. Wen knelt partially, gazing at the diminishing expanse of the forest, his hands and feet trembling incessantly. He was deeply concerned for the sacred egg nestled within his pouch, determined to protect it at all costs. Fear not. Come closer, and I shall hold you. Together we shall revel in the splendid scenery, Luffy remarked with a smile. Wen cast a fierce glance, as if to say that the words spoken had taken on a distorted flavor, while still suggesting a shared appreciation for the beauty of the scenery. Below, Liang Long grew dissatisfied, vigorously shaking his head in an attempt to dislodge Luffy and the others. Wenku, unfortunately, plummeted from above. Alas! Save me, King Yin. In that moment of peril, Wenku urgently summoned the King Yin, who managed to grasp him just in time. The previous situation had been exceedingly precarious. Wenku was no longer sweating coldly, but felt nearly numb. Wishing only to distance himself from Luffy, fearing an inexplicable demise might befall him at any moment. Luffy, I refuse to play with you any longer. Go wherever you please. Wenku angrily shouted at the straw hat above. At that moment, Luffy resembled a child who had misbehaved, rendered silent and cowed by Wenku's outburst. As the sun sank towards the western horizon, Wenku, having distanced himself from Luffy, yearned for solitude for a while. Upon returning to the ground, he observed many living beings that were once fossils, sparking a desire to collect them. Warehouse Lord, may I place these plants and animals into my little world? Will it consume space? Indeed, it will occupy space. Although the current capacity stands at 100, only with your level advancement will it expand. The Warehouse Lord had no objections to augmenting the little world, but emphasized the importance of taking only the essential items. Wen nodded, embarking on a solitary exploration of this intriguing island. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest on the opposite side of the island, flowers bloomed amidst the thickets like distant stars. Should one dare to part the underbrush, they would uncover a Tyrannosaurus Rex, abruptly crushed beneath a pit. It turned out to be Miss Valentine's Day, relentlessly assaulting the dinosaur as a consequence of her previous failure in the whiskey mission. Despite her fervent efforts, defeating that individual remained an uphill battle. The sum of 28 million truly underestimated him. The usually silent Mr. Five abruptly broke his silence. Although the two had been tossed aside earlier, their injuries were not severe, given their employer's urgent directive. These two agents had no choice but to accompany the Straw Hat crew to the ancient island in order to report back to Vivi. No, I will not be outmatched in strength. I can exert even greater force, and he will surely be reduced to mere pulp. Valentine's Day recalled the black-haired man who had shattered her gravitational restraint with a single punch, her heart brimming with resentment and frustration. All right, let us first seek out Mr. 3 and the others, Mr. 5 said, shaking his head, his former arrogance dissipated. Valentine, too, recognized the gravity of the situation, and together they ventured deeper into the island. As Wenku continued to load ancient creatures, he encountered a saber-toothed tiger, its elongated fangs glistening amidst the foliage, retaining their luster. Ah, this saber-toothed tiger is magnificent. A transfer to the small world. Wenku muttered to himself, a smile gracing his face. Roar. Huh? The saber-toothed tiger. Perplexed by its inexplicable loss of mobility and the gradual fading of its sensory perception, found itself bewildered. In the next moment, it became transparent to the air, vanishing from the realm of pirates. Ding. The saber-toothed tiger has been successfully transported to the small world, which currently accommodates 100 creatures. Haha, Gungue. Remember to impart a lesson to the saber-toothed tiger, instructing it to behave in the small world, when Ku communicated telepathically to Gungue. Just as when Ku prepared to continue his adventure, a violent explosion erupted from the direction of Luffy, accompanied by the distant rumble of a volcanic eruption, undiminished in intensity. 1. Recalling the century-old duel agreement between Brokey and Dongli, sensed that a fierce conflict was imminent. Given that hostilities had already commenced, he could no longer afford to be ambiguous in his approach. He chose to linger in the vicinity, awaiting the arrival of Baroque's agents, ready to ensnare them all in one fell swoop. Ding. Limited time mission 1. Prevent Brokey from being defeated by Mr. 3 and thwart Mr. 3's nefarious schemes. Reward: 1 level 4 Pokémon. Penalty: randomly reclaim 3 level 3 Pokémon. Ding. Limited time mission 2. Safeguard every member of the Straw Hat crew to avert total annihilation. Reward: a substantial bounty. Penalty: randomly reclaim all high-level Pokémon, level 3 and above. The mind is a muddled mess. What is speedy fertilizer? Isn't it merely the nutrient used when cultivating fruit trees? In the realm of Pokémon's 4th generation, speedy fertilizer is entirely unsuitable for the soil of the Hoenn region, and one might wonder about its utility in the world of pirates. However, this reflects your limited knowledge. Although speedy fertilizer may appear mundane within the Pokémon universe, it transforms into something extraordinary when handled by a skilled attender. Speedy fertilizer has the remarkable ability to enhance tree survival rates by 50 in arid lands and accelerate their growth by 25. When Kujingi has comprehended the significance of Susufei, this Susufei is remarkably well suited for the region of Alabaston. In this desert kingdom, rain and oases serve as the fundamental gathering points for the populace, and Susufei can indirectly alleviate class conflicts. When Curson withdrew to the southern riverbanks to collect some rent. Meanwhile, in the Straw Hat crew, Luffy encountered the pursuing Vivi and Monday. Zoro crossed paths with Koya and Sanji, while Usopp teamed up with Nami. Mr. 3 and his companions also commenced their actions. The events unfolded at a leisurely pace. After an indeterminate amount of time, when Ku discovered an ancient ammonite in the southern river. Take it away, when Ku exclaimed with joy. Bang, bang, bang. Not far to the north of Wenku, a series of loud explosions erupted, followed by a return to tranquility. It appeared that this time, matters had become serious. When Ku's expression grew grave, it was time to support Luffy and the others, for their comrades were indeed in peril. Great King Yen, I implore you to take me back. Upon summoning the Great King Yen, its talons swiftly lifted Wenku's shoulders, propelling them towards Luffy's direction. Who is it? Who dares? At this moment, Luffy, trapped beneath a massive boulder akin to the original narrative, witnessed the treachery against Dongli while battling Brogy, and shouted in fury. How could this happen? Vivi's pallor suggested she had surmised the involvement of Baroque works. Meanwhile, Usopp, having lost track of Nami, utilized his agility to locate Luffy and the others. Upon seeing a giant fall, he was struck with profound shock. As Brogy realized Dongli had been ambushed, the veins in his eyes throbbed with rage. This century-old conflict had devolved into a farcical game, manipulated by unseen hands. For one so physically formidable, how does victory feel? Mr. 3, sipping tea from a distance, observed Brogy with a smirk. Then, wax from the ground began to flow, solidifying at Brogy's feet. What is this beneath me? Brogy struggled against the unyielding wax. What? You cannot break free. Is a giant truly so feeble? Mr. 3 feigned astonishment, while 3 other agents emerged beside him. It's you. Wenku. Allow me to dispatch them. Luffy recalled their encounter on Valentine's Day, exerting all his strength to escape, yet the weight of the boulder was insurmountable. Do not mention that person to me. This time, I shall claim your head worth 50 million before I deal with him. Valentine's eyes were bloodshot, his resentment reaching its zenith. Hey, Valentine, keep your composure, Mr. 5 interjected, frowning. Did you poison the giant's wine? Luffy accused Mr. 5, to which he unexpectedly acquiesced, further fueling Luffy's anger. Unfortunately, the oppressive weight of the boulder rendered Luffy immobile. Even utilizing his rubber body proved futile, as he had not yet mastered the advanced techniques of softening earth. Upon witnessing the 4 Baroque agents, Monday and Tuesday, without hesitation, exerted all their strength to shift the stone, only to find it barely trembled before remaining steadfast. Perhaps it was Monday who could expend breath in this endeavor, thus donning his finger claws to strike the rock surrounding Luffy. I shall confront you. Who shall falter? Remains to be seen. Peacock display. Vivi's chains whirled desperately, launching towards Valentine and his cohorts. Ultimate technique. Gunpowder Star. Usopp's slingshot released a barrage that ignited a massive cloud of dust, creating a tremendous explosion. You dare resist? Can you best our elite agents? Valentine scoffed, leaping forward. Meanwhile, amidst the swirling dust, Mr. Five's snot cannon struck Usopp. Per soul. A mountain weighing 10,000 pounds presses down upon you. Echoed Valentine's merciless voice above Usopp. Enough is enough. Like a gust of wind. Usopp was swiftly whisked away from the scene, leaving Valentine's Day in utter solitude. Even Mr. 3 and Golden Week, who were spectating nearby, were taken aback. Who could it be? Valentine's Day was profoundly dissatisfied with the failure of this strike. How fortunate that someone finally arrived. A voice echoed, causing a slight change in Valentine's expression. Wink helped the injured Usopp to his feet, casting a cheerful glance at the 4 members of Baroque Works. Fortunately, with the swift movements of the King Bird, Usopp was rescued. Wink. Kiki. The source of the voices was inconsequential. Wink remained fixated on the agents before him. You lot. A handful of devil fruit users conspiring against 2 hefty individuals. This is what Baroque Works is all about? He remarked, narrowing his eyes with a mock seriousness. Valentine's Day, Mr. 5. Have you forgotten the lessons of the past? Valentine's Day trembled involuntarily in fear, unsure why, but ever since that fateful contest of strength, Wink had become a haunting specter in her mind. The heavy boulder loomed over Luffy's lower body, rendering him immobile, yet he smiled broadly. The moment has arrived, and the outcome remains uncertain. At this juncture, within the small garden, the Straw Hat crew stands in confrontation with the Baroque Works. Wenku, help me defeat them. Though Luffy is pinned down by the weight of the rocks and unable to move, he firmly believes that Wenku possesses the strength to vanquish their foes. Indeed, we all have faith in you. Vivi and Monday also place their trust in Wenku. Go for it. Clean them up for me. Usopp shouted, his face covered in dust. Is it me again? Must I face off against this group of superhumans once more? As the protagonist finds themselves at a loss for words. They're unexpectedly summoned by a request from a diminutive realm. Ding. The user is instructed to have Kintaro and F. Sokut engage in battle against Miss Valentine's Day and Mr. 5. This practical exercise will not only enhance the comprehension of these 2 Pokémon's abilities, but also provide an opportunity to experiment with a combined technique. Combined technique? The protagonist is perplexed. A combined technique refers to a collaborative move executed by 2 Pokémon sharing a common trait, as explained by the assistant. One is a bull, the other is a dog? Pray tell, what commonality could possibly exist between them? Though one may critique, I still place my faith in the strategies devised by Warehouse Master. Compliance is all that is required. Kintaro, Windspeed Dog, step forth. Allow me to summon these 2 valiant champions. In this present day, Kintaro, having been nurtured within a small world for an extended period, boasts an increasingly thick mane upon his neck, adorned with 3 robust tails. And his forehead is marked by 3 brilliant points, enveloped in a haze of light brown gas. Windspeed Dog, too, is no ordinary creature. The transformation wrought by his small world existence has cloaked his entire visage in peculiar black markings. His body is streaked with tiger-like black stripes, while his long tail strikes the ground with a resounding thud, accompanied by a swirling crimson mist. For clarification, this gas represents the Dao veins, enabling a broader execution of various attribute techniques while enhancing their potency. Ah, beasts. The distant Baroque agents wear puzzled expressions, and Mr. 3, with a blazing torch atop his head, remains bewildered by Wenku's intentions. This Wenku indeed possesses a remarkable talent for summoning. Mr. 3 gazes at Wenku with a serious demeanor. What was once an infallible strategy, first vanquish the giant, then capture Vivi. A seamless chain of events has been disrupted by Wenku's unexpected entrance and unconventional tactics. Kintaro, engage Valentine. Windspeed Dog, Mr. 5 is yours, Wenku commanded, before rushing to rescue Luffy. Moo. Without hesitation, Kintaro charged forth, the brown gas swirling around him accelerating his movements, enabling him to unleash a self-motivating force. His muscles taut and sinewy, coiling like a dragon. Kintaro, filled with wrath, launched his horn at Valentine. Wenku, rather than face me, you sent a bull to humiliate me. Valentine seethed with fury, utilizing the light fruit to reduce her weight to mere digits, floating effortlessly above the impending collision. In her moment of triumph, Valentine felt her head struck as though by a heavy hammer, disoriented. The mind hammer technique concentrated her power upon her forehead, delivering a psychic blow that could induce mild dizziness in her opponent. Unless they possessed haki, they would surely succumb. Curse that ugly bull. 10,000 kilograms guillotine. Having suffered a setback without hockey, Valentine, incensed by Kintaro's blow, surged her weight to an astounding 10,000 kilograms, crashing down towards Kintaro. He dared not withstand the impact and retreated repeatedly. Boom. Valentine's descent stirred clouds of dust, creating a massive crater upon the ground. Once more. Moo. Just as a stalemate ensued between Valentine and Kintaro, Windspeed Dog and Mr. 5 were locked in an equally fierce struggle. Nasal cannon. Boom. 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 Nasal bullets. Boom. 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 Mr. 5 exerted his utmost effort to target the Windspeed Dog, yet its movements proved exceedingly elusive. Its rapid mobility, enhanced by an astonishing speed of the path, allowed the creature to dart about as if propelled by the very winds themselves. Initially, Mr. 5 could scarcely discern its shadow. After enduring several setbacks, he came to realize that the only opportunity for his attack lay in the fleeting moment when the Windspeed Dog charged forward. Thus, he refrained from squandering his energy and patiently awaited the dog's approach to strike. Meanwhile, the Windspeed Dog, far from foolish, incessantly altered its trajectory, diligently seeking out any vulnerabilities in its adversary. Luffy, are you all right? Wenka gazed at Luffy with concern. Luffy, who had initially felt a sense of pressure below, found that upon seeing Wenka's worried expression, his back no longer ached, and his legs felt free of pain. He could only respond to her with a foolish grin. Hey, can you move this boulder? Wenku inquired, acknowledging that Miss Monday was the true powerhouse, while she herself was merely an amateur. I can't, Kiki. This boulder weighs several tons. I've truly given it my all, Monday confessed, her head bowed, feeling that she had let Wenku down. What shall we do then? Usopp, supported by Vivi, voiced his concerns anxiously. After all, the four individuals before them were formidable opponents, and relying solely on Wenku made him fear that 2 fists would be no match for 4 hands. As he endeavored to recall the original narrative of how Luffy managed to escape, he found himself at a loss after prolonged contemplation. Having lingered in the world of pirates for over 6 months, his memory in this regard was indeed lamentably poor. Glancing around, he spotted Brokey, whose feet were ensnared. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Wasn't the red demon right there? If he could free him to shift the boulders, wouldn't Luffy be able to emerge unscathed? Wenku rose abruptly and strode towards Byakuya when, suddenly, a chilling wind swept from behind. His pupils dilated in alarm, prompting him to roll aside and create distance. Just as a colossal foot crashed down, shattering the ground beneath him. Oh, quite a quick reaction, aren't we? Came a mocking voice from behind. Wenku turned to behold a towering, colorful robot standing before him, nearly 4 meters tall, its head resembling the equine visage of Mr. 3. This sight left Wenku utterly astounded. This was the pinnacle of my artistic endeavors, the Wax Statue Champion's trophy. A robotic figure enveloped in a suit of wax armor. Mr. 3 exuded triumph. The wax robot, enhanced with the vibrant hues of the Golden Week, wielded even greater power than before. Champion Fist. A barrage of fists, swift as the wind, rained down upon Wenku, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Shadow Puppet Clone. With a reluctant display of skill, Wenku could not help but ensnare the robot's feet in the embrace of 8 shadowy figures, rendering it immobile. What? Mr. 3 exclaimed, astonished. As he witnessed Wenku disregard him and continue toward Brookie, Mr. 3's expression twisted with disbelief. How could this be? This was the Champion Cup. A wax statue capable of defeating a bounty of 42 million berries. How could it be immobilized? The potency of the shadow puppets diminished against stronger foes, and their grip lasted less than 2 seconds, yet it was sufficient for Wenku to dart away several meters. No, it won't do you any good to go there. I refuse to believe you can sever my waxen shackles. The hardness of these wax restraints rivals that of iron. Bang. Boom. Just as Mr. 3 prepared to charge at Wenku, he was struck from behind by an explosion. Turning to see, he found Usopp trembling with a slingshot aimed at him. Eyeball Man. Your opponent is the great Usopp. As long as I draw breath, I want to let you touch my cocoa. I am a princess. Do you dare to capture me? Mr. 3's surprise transformed back into calmness as he regarded Vivi, Usopp, and Monday with a hint of disdain. You 3? Do you truly believe you can defeat me? The battle had intensified, with Kintaro and Windspeed Dog successfully holding 2 Baroque agents at bay, while Usopp and his companions willingly drew Mr. 3's attention. Yet Wenku could not disregard the untested little girl, Golden Week. The bizarre color traps were truly unpredictable. Haha, if you 3 dare to approach, I shall dispose of these individuals. Mr. 3, now manipulating the Champion Cup, worried about potential changes in the situation, hastily expelled the bound members of the Straw Hat crew, Nami, Zoro, and Kaya. Usopp, in a daze, asked, Nami, weren't you eaten? Nami shot him a fierce glare, saying nothing. Originally, Mr. 3 intended to torment them slowly, but the situation had spiraled out of control. He commanded the champion cup, his hands spewing forth countless streams of wax, which mingled and gradually solidified into a towering structure. Atop the colossal tower, a pumpkin head spun, releasing a mysterious gas. Mr. 3 then hurled the three bound figures onto the waxen giant tower. Nami looked around and realized that her body was ensnared by the mist above, rendering her immobile. She immediately inquired of Zoro beside her, "How were you captured?" Kaya, unsure of how to explain, suspected they had fallen victim to Mr. 3's wax statue trap. "Welcome to my candle feast. You three will soon meet your end." Mr. 3 laughed heartily, mocking Vivi and her friends, who stood in stunned silence. The candle feast, a towering structure resembling an ornate cake, was designed to bind opponents, while the Halloween pumpkin at the summit would slowly release wax mist, gradually transforming adversaries into wax figures. In the distance, Wank observed the towering structure rising and subtly changing color, understanding that there was no time to waste. Clang clang, as one approached Brookie. He attempted to strike the shackles binding his feet, only to discover that this waxen chain was indeed as formidable as iron. It seemed that Mr. 3 was not exaggerating. "What in the world is this?" he exclaimed, filled with rage. "I shall slay that wretch." Brookie recalled the brotherly bond he had shared with Dongli centuries ago, now betrayed by the despicable Mr. 3, and he found himself unwilling to accept this fate. Fire Dragon. Teleport. A crimson creature, measuring about 1 meter and 30 to 40 centimeters, materialized before Brookie. The fire dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the wax. One understood that Mr. 3's Achilles heel lay in the fact that wax melts in fire. Currently, the fire dragon and other fire-type Pokémon like the Windspeed dog could easily counter Mr. 3. As the flames licked at the wax and chains binding Brookie, they gradually softened from their previously unyielding state. "Brookie, can you manage to break free?" When called out. With a forceful tug, Brookie found the wax beneath his feet had indeed softened, allowing him to extricate himself with ease. At last, "I am free," Brookie exclaimed. "Please, Brookie, help me move the boulder that is pinning Luffy." Win's request prompted the red ghost to nod, and with a single step, he approached Luffy and effortlessly pushed aside several tons of rock. "Yaha, I'm finally out," Luffy exclaimed with a broad grin. Mr. 3 had been monitoring the giant's movements, and upon witnessing Brookie's liberation, he felt a surge of disbelief that one could dismantle his chains. He hastily retreated toward the distant tower. After all, that was a notorious pirate from a century ago, worth a staggering 100 million belly. The red ghost glared at Mr. 3, his fury igniting as he brandished his battle axe and massive shield, charging toward him. "You coward! Where do you think you're going?" Mr. 3, in a panic, fled blindly, while Usopp seized the opportunity to join forces with Brookie against Mr. 3. Damn it! Damn it! My meticulously crafted plan has been ruined by this one." Vivi and Monday refrained from joining Usopp, their expressions grave as they stared at the towering structure, utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, as Luffy emerged, one let out a sigh of relief, oblivious to the looming figure of Golden Week behind Luffy. Rubber Gatling. Suddenly, a furious shout jolted one back to reality, narrowly avoiding Luffy's punch. "What in the world are you doing, Luffy?" one exclaimed, astonished. "When? I will defeat you," Luffy proclaimed, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around him. When, desperately trying to maintain distance to evade the onslaught, finally caught sight of the paint on Luffy's vest. 3 colors, black, green, and yellow. The treacherous black pigment, upon contact, could incite even the most loyal companions to betrayal. The friendlier shades of yellow and green would cause one to regard Miss Golden Week as an ally. When his pupils constricted, it was the Golden Week. This was troublesome. "You treacherous scoundrel! How could you, a woman, dare to show your face?" Wenku exclaimed furiously, yet still could not perceive the presence of Golden Week. Only Luffy continued his fearless charge, his singular target being none other than Wenku. "Vivi, find a way to sabotage the Candle Tower and rescue Nami and the others. The candles are vulnerable to fire. Leave the fire dinosaur to you. I shall confront Luffy." Wenku instructed, allowing the fire dinosaur to accompany Vivi and her companions. "Luffy, do you intend to harm even me?" Wenku shouted at Luffy. "Wenku." Luffy murmured to himself, his fist momentarily pausing, his face contorted in anguish. "No, I cannot unleash the rubber rocket cannon. Stop it now." After a brief halt, he resumed his assault, unable to halt this attack any longer. his hands stretched to their utmost limits, the power reaching an unimaginable peak. Regardless of how much gravitational impact it could inflict, Wenku was already acutely aware of the threat to her life. Being struck could prove fatal. Yet the speed of the rubber cannon was too swift, leaving Wenku no chance to evade. Wen has contemplated the countless endings of his own demise. Yet he never imagined that he might meet his end at the hands of Luffy. With a fierce determination, he proclaims, "With your extraordinary strength, I shall engage you in combat." Wenku's entire body relaxed as his explosive tendons bulged forth, delivering a powerful punch that collided with the rubber rocket launcher. Boom. Unsurprisingly, Wenku was sent flying, crashing directly into the spinning mist of the candle feast, inadvertently toppling the column supporting the pumpkin above. The column and pumpkin plummeted. And as Wenku smashed through a corner of the feast, he was pinned beneath the pumpkin, spitting blood repeatedly. "Ah, my oversized candle feast," Mr. 3 exclaimed in horror, witnessing the destruction of his masterpiece, nearly fainting in despair. In the chaos, he was caught off guard and had his left arm severed by Brook's axe. "You fool! The candle wall!" Mr. 3 shouted, utilizing his remaining right arm to erect layers of barriers with the champion cup to fend off the incessantly swinging battle axes. While Usopp maneuvered behind, assisting Brook with explosive stars and smoke stars. "Despicable scoundrels! You have betrayed us. I shall slay you." Brook seethed with rage, relentlessly swinging his axe. He recalled Wenku's advice to stay vigilant against the champion cup's wax flow traps, and to protect himself from further control. Kintaro and Wind Speed Dog dared not linger in battle, retreating towards the now-collapsed candle tower. The fire dinosaur wriggled free from Vivi's embrace and dashed toward the tower, its small figure dragging Wenku out from beneath the debris. However, Wenku bore a significant dent in his chest. Though he had never experienced the sensation of being crushed by a massive stone, he gasped in shock. Had it not been for his last burst of monstrous strength mitigating some of the impact, he might have met his end. Yet, the current situation remained dire, with his head growing increasingly heavy. Although the candle feast had collapsed, the pumpkin waxsmiths would no longer assail them, yet Nami, Zoro, and Koya remained immobilized by the waxen paralysis. The fire dinosaurs set ablaze the feast to rescue Nami and the others, while Wind Speed Dog and Kintaro provided their assistance. Wenku's shirt was severely soaked with blood, and her breathing became increasingly labored. With each word she uttered, her wound burst open anew, and ultimately, her vision faded to black as she succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, within the realm of the pet world, the spirit egg began to tremble inexplicably, as if in a state of urgency. The creature within the shell seemed on the verge of breaking free, yet despite numerous attempts, it was met with failure. Returning to reality, on Valentine's Day, they set aside the imposing tower and united their powers to confront a formidable common adversary, Brookie. Wenku. In the distance, the lurking Golden Week found it increasingly difficult to control Luffy, who, in his current state, had discarded his straw hat and was clutching his head, desperately resisting the entangling control of yellow, green, and black, calling out Wenku's name. Roar. Without Wenku, there would be no one left to embrace him. Thus, this time, I shall hold you. The fire dragon cradled the unconscious Wenku, tears of murky sorrow cascading down. After gently placing her in a safe spot, his gaze turned to Luffy and Golden Week, filled only with profound hatred. Suddenly, the fire dragon's body radiated a brilliant white light, enveloping him in a glow that made his form increasingly massive. Both sides momentarily ceased their hostilities, drawn to the blinding brilliance. "What is that?" Miss Valentine's Day questioned, holding her flower umbrella, hesitant to act. Brokie's battle axe was planted in the ground as he too turned to observe the dazzling light. Gradually, the white light transformed from solid to transparent, revealing the full silhouette of a colossal figure. Roar. Charizard, the fire-breathing Pokémon. After enhancements in the warehouse, it had reached nearly 6 meters in height, its skin a vibrant orange, with a creamy underbelly, surrounded by billowing crimson-orange gases. Its sharp claws gouged the ground, leaving deep scratches, while its enormous wings, almost 7 meters wide, unfurled toward the heavens, and its blue eyes regarded Baroque with a chilling intensity. Only when gazing at Wenku did a trace of tenderness flicker in Charizard's eyes. Dragon. How could there be a dragon in this world? Mr. 3 and Golden Week muttered in astonishment, while Valentine's Day and Mr. 5 hesitated to confront Brokey further, causing Baroque's 4 agents to momentarily retreat. Brokey's expression shifted to one of surprise before returning to his usual demeanor, yet his piercing, profound gaze betrayed no deception. The Straw Hat crew was equally astonished. Unable to fathom that the pet usually by Wenku's side was, in fact, a dragon, its appearance vastly different from that of a Millennium Dragon, yet exuding a more formidable presence. Ding! Congratulations to the user, the Fire Dragon has completed its second evolution. Ascending to a level 5 Pokémon, Charizard, and possesses one instance of Gigantamax mode. Does the user accept? At that moment, the warehouse spirit conveyed this message to Wenku. But alas, the unconscious Wenku could not hear a thing. Charizard snorted, a fierce blaze erupting from its nostrils. It unleashed a torrent of flames upon the candle tower. The searing heat incinerating the wax, simultaneously reviving Nami and the other's ability to move. It saved us, as well as Wenku. Nami suddenly recalled something. Suppressing the ache in her limbs as she sprinted from the fire, seeking out the prone form of Wenku. As Wenk gazed at Nami's desolation, tears fell from her eyes involuntarily. It was her own weakness that had led to such a dire situation time and again. Wenk, please don't die. I'm still waiting for you. Meanwhile, in the distance, Luffy's straw hat lay abandoned on the ground as he clutched his head, desperately resisting the control of the yellow-green-black fuel spread by Golden Week, shouting Wenk's name. The Fire Dragon stared at Luffy, its azure eyes wide open, launching sparks towards him. Tiny flames erupted in a dazzling display, scorching Luffy's upper body, incinerating his vest. Am I back to normal? Luffy suddenly regained his composure, recalling the battle moments ago. The incredulous look in Wenk's eyes, and the scene where he had sent her flying, igniting an unnamed fury within him. It was a pain distinct from Shank's loss of his arm, one that Luffy could neither articulate nor comprehend. You have insulted the duel of the giant and forced me to harm Wenk. Luffy picked up his straw hat and stood bare-chested. Mr. 3 squinted, left with only one hand, facing the red demon, realizing that his plans were truly unraveling. The Fire Dragon charged into the forest with all its might, intent on tormenting that woman, Golden Week. Just as Mr. 3 exhaled in relief, he was struck unexpectedly by a sudden, arcing punch to the face, causing him to spit blood as the champion Cupwax figure was sent flying several meters away. You were finished. Rubber Gatling. This was the result of Luffy's full-powered punch. Meanwhile, Mr. 5 was frantically devising a way to salvage the situation, completely oblivious to the impending attack from a swordsman. With a swift slice, the flames parted. Original destruction. Burning bird slash. Zoro descended from the flames, akin to a blazing bird, wielding his sword with precision as the blade, imbued with roaring flames, struck Mr. 5, sending him flying several meters amidst the scorching heat, his fate uncertain. I give up, I'm leaving. Sublimation. Upon witnessing her partner fall, Valentine panicked, preparing to flee, but was intercepted by Kentaro and the Rapidash. The Rapidash unleashed flames, transforming into a fiery wheel that charged forward, the high-temperature vortex shattering the floral parasol. Valentine's eyes widened as she floated in midair. A massive shadow descended from above. Her final vision was Kentaro pressing down toward her. An overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloping her. Ultimate impact. Boom. The deafening sound echoed as Valentine lay half-conscious, nearly crushed under the force of the bull's hoof. It was always you dominating. This time, even Kentaro. So what? In the dense forest, the Fire Dragon swept its enormous wings, obliterating the surrounding trees in search of the fleeing Golden Week. Finally, it spotted the silhouette of a young girl hiding in the air. Two pigtails adorned with a small pink hat, her anxious face racing through the thicket. The Fire Dragon recalled Wink's visage, its eyes turning cold and merciless, showing no concern for the delicate flower it sought to destroy, as it opened its mouth wide to unleash its most formidable technique. Purgatory. The flames shattered the earth, and no one could prevent the rapid cracking of the surface. Only the echoes of anguish cries reverberated through the forest, harmonizing with the roaring inferno. The champion's fist. In the clash between Mr. 3 and Luffy, Luffy propelled himself to the left, drawing strength from the ground. His feet struck the earth with such force that it fractured beneath him, as he leaped past the robotic adversary to the rear of the champion's cup. Rubber Volcano. Luffy delivered a powerful upward kick with his left leg, mercilessly launching the champion's cup into the air, a striking imitation of the volcanic inspiration from the Little Garden. The force of his attack splintering the rear shell of the champion's cup. Impossible. This was akin to the final blow of iron. Rubber Stamp. Luffy aimed at the shattered remnants of the rear shell and delivered a decisive kick, his sandal pressing against Mr. 3's back, sending him crashing into a sturdy tree. 3 or 4 large trees were reduced to splinters by the ferocious shockwave, and Mr. 3 was left utterly unconscious. Thus, the 4 agents of Baroque works collapsed entirely, and Mr. 3's scheme came to ruin. The battle concluded. The Straw Hat crew encircled the gravely injured Wanko, while Luffy anxiously gazed at Broggy, repeatedly asking, "Uncle, will Wanko die? Will he die? Will he die?" "It's all right. The lad is not dead yet, but he is indeed gravely injured. Luffy's assault was excessively fierce," Broggy replied. Utterly exhausted. Regardless of his giant heritage, he was fatigued from the duel with Don Krieg and the skirmish with the Baroque agents. Nami appeared haggard, her spirits unlifted by the battle. Luffy carried Wanko back to the Mary, urgently imploring Kaya to hasten Wanko's recovery, prompting Kaya and Chansey to commence treatment. Meanwhile, Sanji returned to the ship, having missed the entirety of the battle, yet he bore significant news for Vivi and the others. He had conversed with Mr. Zero, leaving the Straw Hat crew astonished. Additionally, he brought back the most crucial item, a permanent log post. This would enable the Straw Hat crew to avoid lingering on the ancient island and continue their journey. However, the expedition to Alabasta grew ever more enigmatic. Darkness. An endless world of darkness. When Ku found himself adrift without a destination, aimlessly wandering until he glimpsed a beam of light. As he opened his heavy eyelids, he realized he was lying in the familiar confines of his room. The sole memory lingering in his mind was of Luffy's explosive cannon. "Well, Coco, you're awake," came the voice of Black Sister beside him. A melancholic smile crossed Wanko's face as he thought to himself, "Perhaps it would be better if I were to perish." Just as he was about to close his eyes once more, that insufferable rascal jolted him awake, the echoing pleas ringing in his ears. "Wanko, forgive me. Forgive me. Wanko, I was wrong. I couldn't bear to see you go." Only Luffy would act this way, and Wanko felt numb to it all. "Stop shaking me. Cook me a meal, and I shall forgive you," Wanko retorted through gritted teeth. "I was previously fainted, and now I simply wish to sleep." "Must you disturb me so? Besides, you wouldn't even know how to cook, so you'd surely back down." However, the reality was quite the opposite. "All right, Wanko. I will prepare a delicious meal for you." The Straw Hat immediately dashed out of the cabin, chattering excitedly. Could it be that this fool truly intended to cook? The thoughts of the protagonist could not wander too far, for the warehouse keeper's repeated notifications arrived. Ding. Limited time task 1. Shatter Mr. 3's deception completed. Reward. A level 4 Pokémon. Would the user like to claim the reward? Ding. Limited time task 2. Safeguard each member of the Straw Hat crew completed. Reward. Sucrose fat, which has been safely stored in the miniature space. Ding. Congratulations to the user. Your Charmeleon has achieved its second evolution, transcending to become a level 5 Pokémon, Charizard, and possesses a single opportunity for Gigantamax mode. Will the user accept? Gigantamax mode. Is not Gigantamax a form exclusive to Pokémon from the Galar region? Could it be? Indeed, not only Gigantamax, but also forms X and Y exist. Typically, Gigantamax Pokémon are of level 6 or higher. Furthermore, the warehouse keeper advised the user to cherish this Charizard. It is truly exceptional. Wanko, though perplexed, pondered the complexities of the fiery dragon. Without dwelling too much on it, he continued his recuperation. Embracing the giant transformation mode, he decided to claim the rewards for Task 1 as well. Ding. Limited time Task 1. Foiling Mr. 3's schemes accomplished. Reward. 1 level 4 Pokémon, Sandshrew, has been transferred to the pet world. Sandshrew is splendid, especially when paired with the mighty Tyranitar. He felt a sense of satisfaction at the prospect of unleashing a landslide next time. Wanko was momentarily lost in thought when Luffy entered, balancing a large basin of food. "Wanko, I have prepared a delightful feast for you. To give it a try." Luffy's beaming smile stood in stark contrast to the unappetizing contents of the bowl. "Is this even edible?" Wanko inquired, bewildered. "Of course it is. Allow me to feed you," Luffy replied, scooping a generous spoonful and, taking advantage of Wanko's distraction, swiftly shoved it into his mouth. Ugh. Wanko rolled her eyes and exhibited spasms of her limbs. What an enchanting flavor is this? Luffy scratched his head, unable to believe he had failed once more, and scooped another spoonful. Wanko rolled her eyes again. "Luffy, you may as well keep it for yourself," she insisted, fervently declining. "I shall not partake. It is for you. If you refuse it, I shall discard it." Luffy, perplexed, sulked in frustration. Suddenly, with a resounding smack, Sanji landed a punch on Luffy's head, causing him to clutch his skull and scream in pain. "I detest the waste of food. If Wanko will not eat, you shall." Luffy pouted, presenting the dish before Wanko, his eyes brimming with yearning and hope. Wanko could only manage a bitter smile. For when it came to who dotes on Luffy the most aboard the ship, it could only be him. Gritting his teeth, Wanko unsteadily scooped a spoonful of food and slowly chewed it. "Ugh, Luffy, you need to get lost." "Ugh, damn it." After enduring torment for an entire morning, Winka finally decided to stand up and stretch his limbs in the afternoon. Unfortunately, he was oblivious to the situation surrounding the two giants. Speaking of which, where had Nami gone? Upon hearing from Vivi that Nami had been suffering from a fever for several days, Wink rushed over to investigate. He discovered that Kaya, Vivi, and Luffy were all present. Since boarding the ship, Nami had been feeling somewhat fatigued, and by the following day, she had begun to run a fever, which had now persisted for quite a while, causing Kaya to express her deep concern. Winka's expression grew solemn. Has it begun? The storyline of Chopper. Is it possible that you cannot heal her? Winka inquired. There must be a way to reduce her fever, is there not? He continued. Yesterday, I attempted to bring down her fever, yet the results were rather insignificant. It appears that Nami's condition is not merely due to a cold. A severe flu would not manifest so intensely. I suspect she may have fallen victim to a viral invasion, Guya expressed with deep concern. How could this be? One could hardly believe it. This should not be the case. Nami seemed to be perfectly well, Luffy questioned in confusion, yet one chose to disregard Luffy's inquiry. There remains a possibility, for the butterfly effect is at play. While the overarching narrative may still follow a singular path, its details have become riddled with inconsistencies, and the factors of instability are far too numerous. Even the ever-reliable warehouse Koen appeared serious this time. Isn't it possible to save her with a Chansey? Healing Wave and Healing Wish are undoubtedly Chansey's specialties. Cannot they cure her? When inquired of Kaya, we have not succeeded. All we could do was maintain her temperature at a constant level, preventing it from rising further. This is a viral infection, and even Chansey cannot provide a remedy. Kaya replied. What should we do then? Murmured Monday to himself. As he gazed upon Nami's anguished visage, one felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. He gently brushed aside her disheveled locks, taking a moment to truly regard her for the first time. There are a few medicinal remedies for treating viruses that I have encountered in medical literature, but regrettably, either the materials are insufficient or the conditions are unsuitable. I must seek out a nearby town to procure the necessary herbs to concoct a medicine for her, Kaya suggested to one. For he is the vice captain and thus a reliable individual to carry out such tasks. Nami, with a nod from Vivi, suddenly sat up from her sickbed and urged her to retrieve the newspaper from the drawer. Alarmingly, the defection of 300,000 royal troops to the rebels had completely reversed the situation, placing the Alabasta royal family in peril. As Vivi opened the paper, her eyes were filled with trepidation. At last, the uprising in Alabasta has come to light, Nami sighed, feeling a wave of intense dizziness that nearly overwhelmed her. Yet, the gravity of the Alabasta crisis eclipsed even her own health concerns. And please, refrain from mentioning my temperature. I am perfectly fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? Our paramount objective is to set sail for Alabasta without delay. We must return promptly. With that, Nami rose from her sickbed, determinedly stepping out of the cabin. Wenku furrowed his brows and followed Nami outside. Nami, go back and rest. Wenku insisted. I'm fine, really. You still have injuries. You should rest. Nami swayed slightly, appearing fatigued. Supporting her, Wenku noticed her reluctance, and his expression grew increasingly grave. Is it necessary to push yourself this hard? Other girls are exerting themselves, and what does my minor injury amount to? No. You must lie down and recuperate. I will set the course. He snatched the eternal pose from Nami's hand and carried her toward the cabin. What are you doing, you rascal? Nami questioned, her face flushed. Possibly from fever or embarrassment, or perhaps both. I'm ensuring you rest. Do you not trust me to steer? Wenku gently placed Nami back onto the bed. Seeing his stubbornness, Nami reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, Wenku said, his face serious, and promptly went on deck to rally the crew for work. I have decided. We shall treat the illness first, then reclaim the kingdom. Princess Vivi, will you accept this? He fixed his serious gaze upon Vivi. She, too, could not stand by idly and believed Nami's health to be paramount. Thus, the principle of prioritizing Nami's recovery was unanimously agreed upon by the group. The merry-go altered its course toward Magnetic Drum Island. As they journeyed, a sudden blizzard swept in, compelling the Straw Hat crew to don their winter coats. At that moment, only Wenku, Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp stood on the deck, with the others tending to Nami in the cabin. Hey, do you think a person can stand on the sea? Zoro remarked solemnly from the lookout. Usopp shrugged, dismissing it as a fanciful notion. How could anyone stand upon the water? Only Wenku's eyes deepened with thought, unless one were a master of the 6 styles or possessed certain abilities. He could not recall any pertinent plot developments. Could it be that a formidable foe was approaching? Zoro pointed ahead. and the others looked to see indeed a figure standing upon the water's surface. This individual had thick, wave-like lips and arms that hung low, almost to his knees. Wenku scratched his head, feeling a vague familiarity with this person from the original story, yet he could not place them well. "It's really cold today," Usopp remarked, rubbing his eyes and feigning calmness, to which Luffy agreed. It appeared the figure did not employ the 6 styles, suggesting they might be a user of special abilities. "Everyone, stay alert. This is not the time for jesting," Wenku warned, his expression serious. Increased buoyancy. Suddenly, the waters where the long-armed man stood surged, and a massive iron ship rose from the depths, its size dwarfing the merry-go by several times. Wenku's pupils constricted. Whose power was this? Could Magnetic Drum Island belong to Walpole? "Attention! We may be facing an enemy attack," Wenku shouted, snapping the crew from their astonishment into readiness. "Is that a watermelon?" Luffy exclaimed, astonished. The iron ship's appearance resembled a colossal sphere, with only the flag atop confirming it was indeed a vessel. Soon, the ship's metallic surface was forcibly pulled down, revealing the interior. "Oh no, it's a pirate ship." Usopp and Meow Meow donned their goggles. And now the mascot began to absorb the sniper's expertise, fully equipped. "Ha ha ha. Were you startled by the formidable vessel, the King of Bruce? A grand submarine assault sailing ship?" A piercing quack echoed from the pirate ship, exuding audacity. "Ding. A time-limited mission is announced. Ensure the safety of the entire ship, including the Mary, and thwart Walbo's sinister assault plan. Reward: learn a water-type move from the designated Level 2 Pokémon, Squirtle, with rewards distributed in a 3-choice format. Penalty: confiscation of all Level 3 Pokémon." The warehouse manager seized this opportunity to issue a new task. Teleport Charizard. Jengar. With the transmission from the warehouse, when understood completely, this was Walbo's pirate ship, and the safety of those aboard must be secured, necessitating utmost vigilance. Attack. Board the ship and seize the prize. From above, the original voice began to issue commands, and a large group of nearly 100 individuals prepared to descend onto the Mary's deck using grappling hooks. "Zoro, cut the chains." When commanded, "I dare anyone to try. Otherwise, I will end you." It was clear that this group was well trained, their weapons aimed squarely at one and his companions, their eyes glinting greedily upon seeing Charizard. "Captain, we have discovered a peculiar creature resembling a dragon." A grotesquely rotund figure climbed onto the Mary's deck, his eyes widening in disbelief upon seeing Charizard. Without hesitation, he swallowed the long knife in his hand, his chin incessantly chewing on the metal blade. "I was hoping to find a permanent log pose, but instead, I stumbled upon such a treasure. This must be worth a fortune, or if I devour it, this creature will already be counted as spoils." He displayed utter indifference to the threats posed by the Straw Hats. "Moreover, your ship and treasures are mine as well, but my stomach is too hungry to wait." The glutton scanned the deck, spotting the attractive railing, and bit through it, chewing noisily. "What on earth is this monster?" Usopp exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. Walbo's devil fruit, the Munch Munch fruit, indeed lived up to its name, and when fell silent. "You shall not consume my ship," Luffy declared, visibly displeased, preparing to strike, only to be halted by the soldiers aiming their weapons at him, which further fueled Luffy's anger. With 2 swift punches, he knocked down several nearby soldiers. "I won't allow you to eat it," Luffy shouted, charging towards Walbo. "Do you dare to resist? Fire! Fire!" A multitude of soldiers lined up and opened fire on Luffy. "We shall counterattack," when roared. Shadow Puppet Clone. 8 black shadows spread out like a dense web, rendering the surrounding soldiers immobile. Jengar, with its nimble form, darted in and out, swiftly taking down 8 or 9 soldiers. Original Wilderness. Ghost Slash. At this moment, Zoro unsheathed Enma, a swirling azure aura enveloping his left arm, his eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. This technique was inspired by the flash of the electroing. He leapt into the air, with the electroing beneath him, delivering a powerful downward slash with Enma. The force of the gust surged forth, instantly sending numerous soldiers flying, while the gun barrels aimed at him were severed by the sheer energy of the blast. One was astonished. Zoro's original swordsmanship, combined with his increasingly adept mastery of the path of pioneering, had evolved into a more diverse array of techniques. In the future, should he incorporate Haki, he would indeed become formidable. The Meow Meow warrior brandished a 5-kilogram hammer in each hand, darting beneath the soldiers' feet, executing a spinning assault that relentlessly struck their toes, filling the air with their cries of anguish. In contrast, Usopp, positioned as a sniper, was skillfully dodging bullets when he suddenly caught sight of the fire dragon. A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Fire Dragon, dear brother, grant me a ride. Usopp called out to Wind's Fire Dragon. The Fire Dragon, however, was solely focused on Wind and dismissed old Usopp's approach with disdain. Though present, it showed no inclination to engage, as it found these gun-wielding foes lacking in challenge. The soldiers, recognizing the Fire Dragon's rarity, intentionally avoided targeting it during their gunfire. I beg you, allow me to put on a show. Next time, I shall treat you to a delightful feast. Usopp climbed the mast and retaliated with his slingshot. What delectable offerings could you possibly provide? The Fire Dragon closed its eyes in meditation, remaining unimpressed. Next time, I shall have one prepare something delicious for you. Would that suffice? Usopp could no longer endure the relentless fire from the 7 or 8 soldiers below and invoked Win's name. The Fire Dragon opened its eyes, nodded, and with a powerful flap of its wings, sent several soldiers reeling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Usopp leaped down, catching hold of the Fire Dragon's neck. And in an instant, they soared into the sky. Your captain is no mere figure of empty reputation. I am Usopp, the Dragon Rider, captain of the Straw Hat Crew. His voice resounded with remarkable clarity, reaching Wind's ears below. Dragon Rider? Usopp? Winka gazed upward and beheld Lao Wu soaring through the sky atop his beloved dragon, venting his fury and cursing Usopp. I have yet to relish this treatment. And you have stolen it from me. What nonsense is this dragon-riding warrior? What absurdity is this captain? However, Usopp remained oblivious to his rant, for he was preoccupied with the dragon below, relentlessly firing his slingshot with increasing fervor. Ultimate technique. Gunpowder Star. Ultimate technique. Smoke Star. Ultimate technique. Chili Bomb. Though the extent of damage was uncertain, he reveled in the chaos, inciting a flurry of unrest among Walpo's subordinates, their morale diminishing swiftly. Meanwhile, Walpo had swallowed Luffy whole, leaving only his hands protruding. Upon discovering the rubbery texture was unyielding, combined with the softening rubber technique, Walpo found it somewhat bothersome. Get away from me. Do not harm Mary. Luffy's hands extended to their utmost, delivering a powerful blow to Walpo, who was sent hurtling backward. This spectacle left his crew in disbelief. With their captain dispatched, their fighting spirit evaporated, and they fled in panic. Begone! Do not let Usopp catch sight of you. Usopp dominated the skies, fervently shouting at the retreating ship, the king of bullies. This brief skirmish concluded with the Straw Hat Crew emerging victorious. Despite their triumph over Walpo's inexplicable assault, the Mary's deck suffered considerable damage. With nightfall approaching, they resolved to anchor and repair the ship. Nami's fever was temporarily alleviated by Chansey's efforts. Yet the root cause remained elusive, confirming a viral infection. That night, Sanji stood guard while everyone else rested near Nami, primarily to ensure her safety. At dawn, although the sea was still and calm, an inexplicable chill swept through the air, causing Sanji to huddle on the lookout. He had long been awakened by the sounds of hammering on the deck. Lowering his blanket, he looked down to see Usopp, and when commending the parts nod by Walpo. You two are up quite early, Sanji remarked with a smile as he lit a cigarette. Indeed, there are vulnerabilities that must be addressed first, Wenku replied. By the way, Wenku, how is your wound? Usopp, wearing goggles, inquired with curiosity from below. The wound on my chest has yet to heal completely, though the recovery is progressing satisfactorily. Moreover, at this juncture, Luffy is often unreliable, Nami has fallen ill, and while Vivi possesses intellect, she struggles to garner the respect of others. Consequently, the first mate, Wink, is required to oversee the ship's affairs. The waters in this vicinity have grown increasingly tranquil. At this moment, Vivi emerged, leaning against the railing with a grave expression. To be candid, Usopp diligently scanned the surroundings, noting that apart from the slightly cooler weather, the seas are indeed far more serene than before. This area is likely near Winter Island, which accounts for the calmness. A glimmer of realization sparked in Vivi's eyes. Winter Island, what is that? Usopp inquired, perplexed. Wink, having only a cursory understanding from reading the original text in a past life, shared a similar confusion regarding Winter Island. Vivi cleared her throat and began to elucidate. In meteorological terms, the islands of the Grand Line are categorized into 4 principal types: spring islands, summer islands, autumn islands, and winter islands. Each island experiences its own distinct seasons. Wenku nodded in agreement. It is essential for everyone to possess a modicum of nautical knowledge, particularly in relation to the grand maritime routes. Just as Wenku was about to pose another question to Vivi, the old warehouse keeper's message arrived, interrupting him. Thus, He had no choice but to defer his inquiries and address the matters at hand with the warehouse keeper first. Ding. Time-limited task 1. Ensure the safety of the entire ship. Reward. Learn a water-type move from the specified level 2 Pokémon, Squirtle. The reward will still be in a 3-choice format. Will the user draw the reward? The water-type move will undoubtedly prove useful in future battles. Drawing the reward is an urgent decision. Consequently, the warehouse keeper proceeded to list the 3 skills unique to Squirtle, akin to a dealer distributing cards. Users are invited to select one skill from these water-type options, and the warehouse will create an enhanced move tailored for the user. Upon careful examination, one may discern the following. 1. Water gun, a method of assault that unleashes a powerful stream of water upon adversaries. However, its drawbacks include minimal damage, rendering it primarily useful for disorienting foes. 2. Withdrawal into shell, a defensive maneuver that allows one to retract into a shell, thereby enhancing personal protection. Yet, this approach necessitates a suitable vessel, as external influences can be significantly detrimental. 3. Water tail, a fierce attack executed by thrashing a large tail, akin to tumultuous waves. Nevertheless, the principal limitation of this technique lies in the necessity of possessing a tail. It seems that my fortune is rather unfortunate indeed. One could chuckle bitterly, realizing that the Kamigame was not weak, possessing quite a few commendable moves, yet none had landed a hit. Warehouse Lord, I suspect you are leading me astray. The rewards of this task do not align with its difficulty, he remarked. The system had randomly assigned these 3 options, and if he did not choose, they would be retracted, never to return. The warehouse lord, slightly displeased, responded curtly, enough of the fuss. I shall select one. I choose the water gun. One could not need to ponder this. The first and second options were clear, and upon comprehensive reflection, the first option appeared to hold some utility. With a chime, the selection of the water gun commenced, infusing the user with an enhanced skill, water projectile, a rudimentary technique from the waterway. Rudimentary technique? He thought, dismissing the concern. He would make do with it. In an instant, a warm current, akin to a gentle stream, coursed through his veins and into his mind, where he absorbed the introduction and techniques associated with water projectile. After a brief examination, he found the technique was not as simple as it seemed. Water projectile, by absorbing moisture from the air, it manifests various water guns that unleash a powerful stream of water upon the adversary. Note, the form of the water gun is shaped by the user's imagination and is limited to projectile form, with damage being variable. As the form was dictated by the user's imagination, when Ko placed a hand upon his forehead, a thought dawning upon him. Could it be Warehouse Lord? If I were to manifest projectiles from my previous world, would that be permissible? He inquired tentatively. Theoretically, that should be feasible, but it is restricted to guns. And the manifested water guns would lack significant power. Haha, that would indeed be a remarkable ability, Wenku exclaimed joyfully. He could still recall a few firearms from his past life, such as the water gun Barrett, which, despite its limited power, held great practicality. This maneuver seemed quite promising. How could such a wondrous ability be classified as merely rudimentary? One felt that this could be considered a blessing in disguise. Just as his mind wandered away, he heard the boisterous shouts of Sanji from above. Alas! Look, there truly are islands ahead. Have we arrived? One raised his gaze to behold the drum-shaped island, his heart swelling with excitement. Winter Island, the erstwhile bastion of medical prowess. Nami shall be saved. An island? Is it truly discovered? Ah, indeed it is. Pristine and white. It must be a snow-covered isle. At that moment, Luffy kicked open the door and rushed out, his exhilaration ignited upon sighting the drum-like island. The ship, relentlessly navigating forward, entered a genuine realm of white, prompting everyone to don their cotton jackets as they surveyed their surroundings. So much snow. I am filled with joy. Originally clad only in a vest, Luffy was soon outfitted with a specially crafted white cotton jacket by one, who fretted over the possibility of him suffering frostbite. In the frigid 10-degree-below-zero weather, one found the cotton jacket to be a sufficient shield. The Mary set sail into the inner waters, finding a haven by a flowing waterfall to anchor. At that juncture, the warehouse overseer issued a time-sensitive mission. Ding! Mission announcement. Safeguard Nami's safety. Transporting her personally to the witch on foot, ensuring her delivery throughout the journey. Reward: 1 random Pokémon-type Devil Fruit. Penalty: retrieval of a Pokémon, approximately 10 randomly selected. Damn it! On foot. In truth, one had contemplated dispatching Charizard to deliver Nami. But the system had already anticipated such a maneuver. And what precisely is this Pokémon-type devil fruit? You shall learn after completion. It is a product simulated by the warehouse in this realm, and it is something you cannot afford from the level 4 shop. You must seize it. The warehouse overseer's voice laced with a hint of mirth. Very well. This journey will undoubtedly be exhausting. As the Mary docked, the Straw Hat crew was preparing to split into groups to seek a doctor when they were suddenly encircled by figures emerging from the island's periphery. No pirates are permitted here. Those clad in cotton jackets must be the island's townsfolk, armed with hunting rifles, warily eyeing the Straw Hat crew. As when Ku had just finished reviewing the assigned task, he found himself caught in an unexpected predicament, his expression reflecting his unease. To his astonishment, the island was inhabited, and the atmosphere had turned tense. Usopp, drawing his slingshot from behind, coldly addressed his companions, "You filthy pirates. Be gone. This island does not welcome you." Among the townsfolk, a figure emerged, commanding the Straw Hat crew to depart in a grave tone. "No, we seek a doctor. We have a patient aboard our ship," Luffy exclaimed loudly, prioritizing the safety of his comrades above all else. In response, the group opened fire, injuring Vivi, which ignited a powder keg of fury within the Straw Hat crew, causing Luffy to lower his hat with a murderous intent. To their shock, Vivi knelt down, a resolution that even when Ku had not anticipated. And even more surprising was that Luffy followed suit, kneeling beside her. When Ku's expression was grave, this situation caused her to momentarily doubt her own tolerance and compassion. Yet such concerns were now inconsequential. The pressing matter at hand was to resolve Nami's predicament. Ultimately, that group acquiesced to the Straw Hat crew's request, agreeing to lead them in search of a physician. "I shall carry Nami." After meticulously assisting Nami in donning her cold-weather attire, Winka lifted her onto her back and proceeded down the gangway. The others exchanged glances before following the leader of the group, embarking on the quest for a doctor, while Zoro and Monday remained to guard the ship. "We have but one physician here, and that is the witch, known as Dalton, the captain of the island's guard." He informed the Straw Hat crew regarding the matter. Dalton, when endeavored to recollect this character from the original work, who appeared to be a user of a devil fruit. Yet, due to the minor role, he could not quite remember the nature of the fruit. "What a peculiar island this is," Sanji remarked, puffing on a cigarette as he followed along. "This island remains nameless," Dalton replied in a subdued tone. Subsequently, they continued on their journey and encountered some extraordinary creatures, such as the hiking bear, which filled the Straw Hat crew with a sense of wonder. The majestic figure of the mountain bear stood tall at 4 meters, a true embodiment of strength, significantly surpassing the bears from its own realm. We journeyed onward to our temporary destination, the village Horn. Subsequently, Dalton recounted the tale of the witch, Dr. Kureha, along with her whereabouts. Upon hearing that she resided in a castle atop Drum Mountain, the crowd's expressions grew grave. "Surely, this is no jest?" Usopp, in his bewilderment, repeatedly sought confirmation from Dalton about the daunting height of the mountain. Furthermore, could a woman of over 140 years truly be capable of providing medical assistance? Sanji, too, felt a tinge of uncertainty. "No, it is perilous to delay any further," Nami interjected, her voice laced with concern. Though Chansey had managed to regulate her rising temperature, her feverish state could easily overwhelm an ordinary individual. "Then let us ascend the mountain to seek medical aid. Is there any descent, Vinsmoke, Usopp?" Luffy declared with conviction, having resolved that he, along with Vinsmoke and Sanji, would escort Nami up the mountain. Sanji extinguished his cigarette, lapsing into silence as he gazed out at the swirling snowflakes. Vinsmoke, too, remained quiet, having set aside thoughts of their mission for Nami's sake, and was prepared for the climb. After a few hours of rest, the trio readied themselves, with Vinsmoke steadfastly carrying the feverish Nami. Luffy took the lead, followed by Vinsmoke in the middle, and Sanji bringing up the rear. Their silhouettes gradually faded into the snowstorm, merging with the white expanse. "Stay safe, Kaya," Vivi whispered silently, as she and the others remained behind, wishing for their safe passage. The arduous trek left Vinsmoke slightly breathless. His stamina paled in comparison to that of Luffy and Sanji, and given his prior injuries, each step added another layer of perspiration beneath his coat. Carrying Nami, who struggled to maintain her composure against the fever, he encouraged, "If you feel too fatigued, you can rest for a bit." Nami offered no reply, gripping Vinsmoke tighter. "Vinsmoke, be cautious," Nami warned, her voice urgent as Sanji caught sight of a fleeting white shape mingling with the snow. His vision was no less keen than Usopp's. Suddenly, a colossal creature, nearly 2 meters in height, lunged towards them, its menacing fangs instilling fear. Winka's complexion turned pale. Goodness, there truly exists a carnivorous giant rabbit. However, this creature's size does not resemble that of the original story, does it? Wenku need not fret about the rabbit's escape. Sanji swiftly reassured Wenku and the others, delivering a powerful kick that sent the colossal rabbit soaring. Yet, the journey ahead was fraught with peril as more rabbits emerged, each one larger than the last. With the largest measuring an astonishing 4 meters in height, they surged towards them like a relentless tide. Rubber machine gun. Luffy unleashed his full force in an attack. Lamb meat decapitation whirlwind. Sanji executed a flurry of kicks, stirring up a flurry of snowflakes. After vanquishing countless rabbits, these creatures, resilient as ever, rose again and again. Damn it. There are too many. We must flee. This time, Sanji took the lead, with Wenku closely following, while Luffy provided covering fire from behind with his machine gun to ensure the safety of the team. Perhaps the phrase trouble seldom comes alone applied here, as the trio appeared on the verge of escaping the rabbit's relentless pursuit. Suddenly, a series of tremors began to swell, signaling that danger was drawing near, regardless of the cause. There is no time. Wenku, take Nami and run. Sanji's expression grew grave as he realized an avalanche was imminent. Wenku has indeed resigned himself to this stroke of luck. However, as he runs swiftly, he finds himself increasingly fatigued, and Nami's physical resilience is waning. This avalanche bears little resemblance to that depicted in the original tale. Once conceived, the plan can only be executed now. Warehouse Keeper. Utilize that level 4 Pokémon, Onyx, and administer the advanced ability potion that enhances its capabilities by 50%. Ding. Commencing the injection of the 50% advanced ability potion into Onyx. The available moves total 7, and it possesses a humanoid state, featuring moves such as Rock Slide, Harden, Bind, Rock Polish, Roar, Sand Tomb, and Dig. Does the user accept? Acceptance confirmed. Transform quickly. A radiant light envelopes the entire body, as if the bones are being restructured with a painful creaking, causing Wenk to sweat profusely. Sanji and Luffy, witnessing this transformation, are left in awe, while Nami, unable to move, opens her eyes in astonishment. This is Wenk, the embodiment of light. At this moment, Wenk's body is adorned with scales resembling massive boulders, and the 2-meter-long serpentine tail, protruding from the coccyx, still bears lingering pain. Wenk's eyes are pitch black, and a long gray horn protrudes from the forehead, adding an air of ancient majesty. Unlike the Whale Lord, the 50% enhancement allows Wenk to experience this form more profoundly. This is the true essence of Onyx. Boom. The transformation took merely seconds, yet the avalanche has already arrived. Dig. With its tail, Wenk embraced both Luffy and Sanji, plunging downward, and in an instant, a vast chasm was carved out. As they entered, the avalanche had already commenced. After creating the large cavity and proceeding a short distance, the cacophony gradually diminished. The avalanche came to a halt. Following the initial suspension of the avalanche, the accumulation of snow even affected the villages below. After the calm, a section of the ground began to sink. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted as a gray figure burst forth from the snow. It had been perilously close. It was Wenk emerging from beneath the snow, having evaded the avalanche's onslaught by burrowing underground. Observing the desolate surroundings, devoid of any trees, a cold sweat trickled down Wenk's brow. Unlike the animated portrayals, the formidable forces of nature in reality are truly formidable, as exemplified by the avalanche's tremendous impact, which would inflict severe injury upon contact. Now, it seems that there is no further danger. Sanji and Luffy would not encounter any mishaps due to this avalanche. Wenku glanced with a smile, then set Luffy and the others down, turning to face the two of them. What on earth? Wen's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. What has happened to both of you? Why are your eyes closed? Wen cautiously approached, gently testing their breaths. Both were still alive, fortunately. He vigorously shook their bodies, only to find them in a deep unconsciousness. Awaken. You too. Alas. Do not leave me here all alone. Wen could not awaken him no matter how hard he tried. He squeezed Luffy's face, stretching it like a rubber band, yet the fool remained unresponsive. You rascal. Your vitality is usually so tenacious. Why are you like this now? Are you playing tricks on me? Wen anxiously shook Luffy's body, but the lad merely lay there, eyes closed, indifferent to his pleas. Damn. I even made you a cotton coat. Is this how you repay my kindness? This narrative is utterly flawed. Was it not only Sanji who was injured? After all this effort to evade the avalanche, the situation is worsened. Why has Luffy collapsed as well? There is no other option now. Rise, rise, rise. With a sigh, Wen's entire form expanded to more than twice its size, his rock-like skin appearing even more ancient and robust. The text has no way to escape. Although it has withstood the avalanche surge, it is unforeseen that both Sanji and Luffy have been injured simultaneously. He must transport both Luffy and Sanji, along with the third injured party, to the witch. Fortunately, with the support of the colossal serpent form, he is currently brimming with strength, making it more than feasible to carry all three individuals. Wank, bearing the weight of mountains upon his shoulders, ambled forth towards the Chimney Mountain Castle, with Luffy's tail wrapped around his back and Nami resting upon him. During his journey, Wank stumbled upon several large rabbits buried beneath the snow, displaying his compassion. He excavated them from their icy prison, choosing to let bygones be bygones. These white carnivorous creatures, once fierce, now gazed at Wank with a newfound warmth reflected in their crimson eyes. Wank continued to tread forward, completely distancing himself from the site of the previous avalanche. At this moment, the surrounding ancient trees grew increasingly abundant. Phew, it has been quite a journey. I have finally reached the foot of Chimney Mountain. With success just a step away, Wank exclaimed, gazing up at the towering peak. A faint call emerged from his shoulder. Sanji, you're awake. How do you feel? Wank asked with delight. My body aches terribly. I may have been crushed by the debris, Sanji replied weakly. Wenku indeed acted with a degree of thoughtlessness. He had endeavored to widen the borehole, yet unexpectedly, the issue of compression still arose. Perhaps this is the reason for Sanji and the others' unconsciousness. You should rest for now. With me here, I will surely ensure you reach a physician, Wenku said with a gentle smile, his left shoulder steadfastly supporting Sanji's hand. Sanji offered a faint smile before closing his eyes once more to sleep, placing his unwavering trust in Wenku. As dusk approached, the wind and snow intensified. This was untenable. Wenku could not recall how Luffy ascended in the original tale. At the very least, with the sun setting and the snowstorm escalating, it was imperative to refrain from wandering aimlessly. We must find a place to rest for the night and set out at dawn. With that, Wenku's right fist transformed into a stone axe, striking with full force against the surrounding ancient trees, the resounding crack echoing as he felled two of them. The three individuals could momentarily set aside their concerns and devote themselves entirely to the task of excavating. Thus, a subterranean chamber spanning several dozen square meters was born. Meanwhile, a tree that had previously been felled was reduced to kindling, while another was employed to seal the entrance, effectively concealing their efforts. Wenku led the three individuals inside, where four people could comfortably fit without feeling cramped, leaving ample space in the center, perfectly suited for kindling a fire and allowing for movement. He chopped the wood into several pieces, gathering them into a small pile, and summoned a wind speed dog to assist in igniting the flames. The fire blazed brightly, casting warmth throughout the confines of the cave. Wenku gently laid Luffy and Sanji down, carefully placing Nami, who was on his back, onto the ground. At that moment, her face was exceptionally flushed, the warmth unabated. He sat down, momentarily setting her aside, only to be taken aback as the young girl suddenly opened her eyes. Nami struggled to rise, embracing Wenku, her words a mere whisper as she sought solace in his presence. Throughout their ordeal, she had fought to remain conscious, aware of the events unfolding around her. Nami slowly spoke, leaving Wenku momentarily stunned. Wenku, I have feelings for you. I wish to be with you. If I were to perish this time, I fear I would never have the chance to express this. Wenku remained motionless, a sudden melancholy enveloping his heart as silence enveloped him. In truth, he had contemplated this matter, for previously Nami's favorability had soared to a remarkable 90, a figure that had initially bewildered him. However, after enduring numerous experiences, he found himself harboring genuine affection for the young girl. After all, human emotions transcend mere data. Figures serve only as a measure. Enough of this, my dear. Rest well for now. I must stand guard for you all shortly. Wenku might have thought it was all nonsense stemming from a high fever, yet Nami nestled in his embrace, her flushed cheeks contrasting with the hope shimmering in her eyes as they locked gazes. With earnestness, she began to confide, I am not causing a scene. I am fully aware. From the moment you defeated Arlong, or perhaps even earlier, you captivated me profoundly. Throughout our journey with the Straw Hat crew, your unwavering dedication to each member has been evident to all. When listened quietly as Nami poured out her heart. Initially, I believed you were merely a pirate. To be honest, I had never held any fondness for pirates. However, the Straw Hat crew is undoubtedly an exception, as each member aboard strives fervently for their dreams. As for you, the last time you were gravely injured, it truly terrified me. Do you have any idea how desperate I felt in that moment? You seemed like someone who did not belong to this world at all. From the very beginning until now, I have been unable to see through you. Yet, none of that matters anymore. I am indifferent to what you possess or who you are, for reality has destined me to cherish you. Nami, despite battling dizziness and fatigue, felt compelled to express the sentiments that resided in her heart. Wenku's visage appeared relaxed, yet he could hardly fathom that Nami's affection had inexplicably ignited a fluttering within his heart. Did this fluttering signify that Wenku harbored similar feelings for her? Therefore, Wenku, I am acutely aware that once I depart from this world, I shall never again have the opportunity to express my feelings. I like you. What do you feel for me? Do you harbor any affection for me? Nami's words left her increasingly dizzy. The sentiments she had long yearned to articulate surged forth. The young girl was drenched in cold sweat, her trembling voice unwavering. Such a girl. Wenku, oh Wenku, what qualifications do you have to let someone down? Only after making a truly sound decision can Wenku finally open her heart. Do not utter foolish words. It is only when you are well that we can be together. Wenku gently arranged Nami's orange locks and placed her hat back on. This means you have agreed to my request. Wenku, truly, is this real? Nami's voice trembled, gradually becoming indistinct. She could hardly believe her ears. Was Wenku genuinely willing to be with her? Sleep now, my dear. I have promised you, but you must hold on and not succumb. Wenku caressed her head, encouraging her to rest. Nami obediently curled up, slowly drifting into slumber, a faint smile gracing her lips. As if all her ailments were nothing more than fleeting clouds. Wenku tossed several pieces of wood into the fire and observed the situation of Luffy and Sanji nearby. Upon confirming that they were unharmed, he finally felt a momentary sense of relief, concerned that the howling wind and snow might lower the temperature inside. Wenku settled at the cave's entrance, transforming into a colossal rock serpent to block the opening with his body. Wenku cast a glance at the slumbering Nami, then closed his eyes to rest. The night on Magnetic Drum Island was devoid of stars, with only the swirling snowflakes gracing the air. Yet, even the coldest heart could find warmth. The following morning, Wenku emerged from the cave with 3 companions. As they continued their ascent, he trekked towards the snowy expanse, oblivious to a pair of eyes observing him from a distance. After traversing several miles, nearing the foothills where the climb would commence, he pondered deeply, failing to notice the subtle changes in his surroundings. The renowned delicacy of the snow country, snow melting potion. At that moment, Walpole concealed himself within the white snow, mouth agape, preparing to swallow Wenku when he was unawares. Fortunately, Wenku remained somewhat alert, retreating swiftly to evade the giant maw. That was close. Fire Dragon. Teleport. Wenku instantaneously summoned his formidable companion to assist him. Haha. The little brat is quite vigilant. You jumped away before I could even bite you. The rotund figure emerging from the snow made Wenku's pupils constrict. Walpole. Who would have thought he would be here? Moreover, Walpole's 2 subordinates encircled him from the shadows. You wretches. Plotting revenge against me, the king, with an avalanche scheme. I trust you wouldn't mind facing execution. Walpole glared at Wenku, his mood sour. Wenku, burdened with his companions, found himself at a disadvantage. Furthermore, with the lion binding technique in play and facing off against a user of the swallowing fruit, he could not afford to underestimate them. Water Ballistic Barret Water Gun. Wenku attempted his new ability, conjuring the weapon Barret from his past life, albeit this time as a water gun, solidified from the moisture in the air. The bullets, formed from vapor, lacked power, but what could a sniper do? Walpole's subordinates continuously evaded the harassment from Barret, while the fire dragon unleashed sparks in the air, erupting in brilliant bursts, causing the snow on the ground to melt instantly due to the rising temperature. Well, let me have a taste. Walpole, not one to be slow, snapped his massive jaws, compelling Wenku to retreat repeatedly. Accompanied by his long-armed subordinate incessantly shooting arrows, Wenku found himself gasping for breath, his expression grave. With 3 individuals on his back, he could not fully unleash the power of the rock serpent, and the longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable it became. I believe your stamina can't keep up. Walpole sneered, having discerned Wenku's situation. His 2 subordinates continued their assault. Water Ballistic Gatling Water Gun. Wenku replicated the Gatling gun. The floating water gun's rotating chamber switched seamlessly, the azure weapon freezing into ice due to the rapid drop in temperature. Bang! Bang! Countless water bullets mixed with ice hurtled towards Walpole and his crew. However, they had gained experience, scattering to prepare their counterattack. The long-armed man let loose 3 arrows in unison, and seeing no escape, Wenku hastily reinforced himself, the arrows striking as if against stone, rendering them immovable. Just as when Ku faced imminent peril, several white figures rushed from a distance, positioning themselves in front of Walpole. Is it those carnivorous rabbits that are causing confusion? Walpole bellowed. What are you doing, Rebang? Are you obstructing the path? Why assist this individual? It turns out that the rabbit is named Rebang. One can observe that these large rabbits have come to assist him, suggesting that acts of kindness do hold some merit. Among them is a colossal rabbit, nearly 5 meters in height, which Wen Ku fortuitously unearthed following the avalanche. Its crimson eyes turned towards Wen Ku, conveying a subtle signal. Hurry and leave. Wen nodded, withdrawing his mind from the hovering fire dragon, and turned to sprint towards the foothills. Damn it, Laban, you have hindered my quest to slay the enemy. As Valpo and his companions prepared to pursue, a large group of Laban surrounded them, and a fierce battle ensued between the two sides. As Wen Ku sprinted onwards, he realized that Valpo had not pursued him. He then raised his gaze to the nearly vertical mountain face, swallowing hard as he summoned his strength to begin the ascent. The hardening of the great rock serpent made his fingers more resilient. Binding them tightly ensured that his body remained in a state of tension, allowing his strength to remain abundant for a brief period. I will climb. Nami, Luffy, and Sanji, wait for me. Wen Ku desperately ascended. As the saying goes, after despair comes hope. Even in the midst of snowfall, Wen Ku seemed to glimpse the dawn. Although the great rock serpent was fully unleashed, dragging 3 individuals up the mountain only to encounter Valpo once more, fatigue would inevitably set in. Perhaps 2 hours, perhaps 3, time flowed swiftly, and his physical energy waned increasingly. Wen Ku felt as if time stretched endlessly until he finally grasped the edge of the cliff above, taking a deep breath before climbing up. Upon arrival, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Before him stood an enormous castle, a sight that filled him with awe. Hurry, hurry. Wen Ku urged himself as he advanced cautiously. Just as he was about to gently knock on the castle gate, a sudden dizziness enveloped him, and darkness clouded his vision, causing him to collapse, with Sanji, who he had been carrying, falling beside him. Creak. The gate echoed as a peculiar creature, donning a pink hat and appearing more human-like than not, stood outside for a moment before unceremoniously ushering Wen Ku and his companion inside. Time passed, though its measure was indeterminate. Slowly, Wen Ku opened his eyes, his senses first assaulted by the pungent aroma of herbs in the air, which initially provoked a slight discomfort in his nostrils before he gradually acclimated to the scent. He found himself in an unfamiliar room, utterly alone. Lying flat on a wooden bed, the most striking feature of the room was a table laden with an array of unknown medicinal ingredients. How had he lost consciousness? The text is perplexing. However, such details have become inconsequential. It appears that Nami and her companions have already embraced the witch's healing. Ding. Limited time mission 1. Successfully protect Nami. Reward, 1 steel armor fruit of the Pokémon type. The reward has been recorded in the miniature space. At this moment, a message from the warehouse arrives. Steel armor fruit? As no one is present at the moment, I shall take a look. Wen Ku effortlessly extracted this fruit from the miniature space. Its appearance bears a resemblance to the devil fruits of the pirate world, taking the form of an apple adorned with intricate gray patterns. This Pokémon-type devil fruit functions similarly to the animal-type devil fruits in the pirate realm, with its transformation manifesting as a Pokémon. Does this not resemble a potion of abilities? Such a function inevitably reminds Wen Ku of the current ability potions and their similarities. Indeed, however, once transformation is achieved, all skills must be cultivated before they can be utilized. This singular fruit, once you reach level 4 and unlock the shop, will become an unattainable luxury. You are currently far too impoverished. Wen Ku finds herself at a loss for words. If I were to consume this fruit, would I become stronger? One may believe that possessing multiple skills is advantageous, particularly considering this is the armored bird fruit, while it may not rival the legendary phoenix fruit of this world. The characteristics of the armored bird are hardly inferior. I advise potential users to exercise caution. Once one consumes this fruit, they indeed acquire the ability to transform into an armored bird. However, this comes at the cost of severing ties with potions and pathways, limiting one's potential solely to the capabilities granted by the fruit. The warehouse guardian issues a warning. The discerning mind understands the distinction between what is trivial and what is significant. Unless presented with a fruit akin to the dreamer or the 3 pillars, he would not recklessly consume any fruit bestowed upon him. Is it possible that this fruit is meant to be admired rather than consumed? The text appears to express a sense of perplexity regarding the utility of a particular fruit, which is perceived as tasteless yet regrettable to discard, akin to a superfluous object. However, a realization strikes the narrator. Warehouse keeper, they ponder, would it be possible to bestow this fruit upon someone else? The response is affirmative, prompting a question about the narrator's thoughts. It is pointed out that the most significant weakness aboard their vessel lies in the disparity of strength. Usopp and his companions may possess potential for explosive growth later, yet currently remain inconspicuous. The narrator contemplates the possibility of granting this fruit to one among them. With a playful smile, when contemplated the fruit's potential, if it could enhance the strength of his companions, its worth would be justified. Could he ascertain the capabilities of this fruit? One was eager to witness its wonders. Steel-armored bird fruit. Upon consumption, one initially acquires the abilities of transformation and bodily lightness, while the later development of the fruit primarily focuses on armor enhancement. Steel-armored bird fruit. Upon consumption, one initially acquires the abilities of transformation and bodily lightness, while the later development of the fruit primarily focuses on armor enhancement. When nodded, acknowledging that this fruit possessed certain qualities, he subsequently withdrew his focus, returning the fruit to the miniature space. Rising to his feet, he felt a lingering weakness in his legs and realized that he had reverted from the form of the colossal rock serpent. As he approached the table, one observed that the herbs were not haphazardly arranged. Rather, they were meticulously categorized, each detail finely tuned. It was evident that the owner of these herbs had a keen attention to detail. Gurgle, gurgle, when gently caressed his belly. Ever since he had taken the potion of the great rock snake, his hunger had intensified. Coupled with the previous mountain climbing and battles, he was now ravenously hungry. Perhaps he should venture out to seek some sustenance. As Wenku prepared to push open the door and step outside, he discovered that it had swung open on its own. Standing before him was a diminutive figure, scarcely a meter tall, carrying an assortment of herbs. And Wenku's eyes lit up. He scrutinized the little one, realizing this must be the illustrious Chopper. "Ah, you're awake." Startled, Chopper stumbled backward and plopped down onto the ground. "Indeed, I am quite well, thank you. You are simply adorable," Wenku exclaimed, playfully pinching Chopper's cheek, which elicited a look of discontent from the little creature. Yet, Chopper regarded Wenku with a certain fondness, feeling that this man was the exception to his usual irritation. This man had once carried 3 individuals on his back and ascended a staggering 5,000 meters up the magnetic drum with his bare hands. Truly impressive. "By the way, what is your name, little one?" Wenku inquired with a smile. I am not little one. My name is Chopper," the young reindeer declared, scratching his head. Compared to the previous 2 humans, this one was remarkably gentle. The memory of the earlier men sent a shiver down Chopper's spine. "All right, Chopper, I shall take a stroll." "You may play," Wenku said with a smile as he walked away. This left Chopper perplexed. Wasn't this his home? Why did it feel as though it belonged to Wenku? Dismissing the thought, Chopper turned a corner only to bump into Luffy. "Deer meat. I want deer meat," he exclaimed. Of course, Wenku was oblivious to this, as he was now faced with a woman he had never seen before, who was enjoying afternoon tea with Sanji. "Wow, this old fellow dresses so stylishly," he mused. With only a handful of people in this castle, Wenku could surmise that this was indeed the famed witch. Though the wrinkles under Kureha's sunglasses were numerous, her silvery hair and voluptuous figure belied her age of over 140 years. "Wenku, you are up. Come over for tea and chat with the old lady," Sanji urged, gesturing for Wenku to join them. With a resigned smile, Wenku pulled out a chair and sat down. "Whoa, watch your words, young man." As Wenku had just taken his seat, he was taken aback to see Sanji vanish, his head instantaneously smashing into the wall. Such swiftness in his movements. Wenku was drenched in cold sweat. The boy was indeed remarkable. Kureha, gazing fixedly at the motionless Wenku, smiled mischievously. "I heard from Chopper that you should address me as Doriel, the healer?" Wenku cautiously inquired, mindful that he dared not call her an old hag, recalling how Luffy and Sanji had been kicked for less. "Oh, Chopper has told you that, has he?" Kureha chuckled. "Young man, would you like to inquire about my secret to eternal youth?" She seemed to be in a rather good mood, casually posing the question to Wenku. Yet, Wenku understood that this old woman's temperament was as changeable as the wind, and it was best not to provoke her, lest he face dire consequences. Given this, he deemed it wiser to pose some serious inquiries. "Healer, how's the orange-haired girl I brought back?" "Oh, you must be referring to that girl named Nami. She has been bitten by a certain insect and subsequently infected with a virus." Kureha elucidated the dilemma that plagued Wenku's mind. Casquetia, a parasitic tick dwelling in the humid, high-temperature jungles, is venomous. A sting can lead to various complications. It is far more than just a simple fever. Silence envelopes the situation, and it is no wonder that even the healing properties of the healing egg are rendered ineffective. Thus, we are confronted with the 5-day illness, which lies dormant for 5 days before erupting into its full severity. Had Nami delayed her arrival by just one more day, her fate would have been sealed. Correa speaks of this matter with a casual air, yet it stirs tumultuous waves within the hearts of Wonk and the standing Sanji. One can only count themselves fortunate. A minimum of 3 days is required for the ailment to be cured. I trust you can endure such a wait. Correa's gaze remains fixed on Wonk, and only upon receiving his assent does she divert her attention. May I visit Nami? Wonk inquires. Certainly, you may. Behind Correa's sunglasses lies a pair of perceptive eyes. Just as he prepares to proceed, a message from the little world comes through. Alarmingly, Wonk, your spirit egg has been stolen. You must hurry to investigate. The warehouse guardian typically knows Wonk's name. It only resorts to addressing him as Wonk under exceptional circumstances. What has transpired? Wonk ponders, positioning himself beside the corridor as he immerses his thoughts into the little world. As Wonk stepped into the realm, his eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. The miniature world before him was engulfed in chaos, with lightning dancing wildly and ferocious thunder rumbling like a tempestuous river, mercilessly ravaging the fragile domain. What on earth is happening here? Is it not due to the predicament of that egg? Hurry and go soothe it. The warehouse guardian urged Wenku to act swiftly. Wenku was truly bewildered, evading the erratic bolts of lightning, when he beheld Labu injured, alongside the other Pokémon, each bearing their own share of wounds. Naturally, this did not apply to the level 5 Gingchi and Charizard, who dismissed such trivialities with indifference. This provoked a sense of ire within Wenku. Why must so many of his beloved Pokémon suffer harm? If this continued, his prized Pokémon egg would no longer hold its esteemed position. Wenku had finally located his base, from which the lightning emanated. He witnessed an egg suddenly soaring forth. Indeed, it was flying. It dove into Wenku's embrace. Yet at that moment, the spirit egg was still discharging intermittent bolts of electricity. Golden currents coursed through his limbs, and the paralyzing sensation startled Wenku into a jolt. Bang! A slight dizziness accompanied the explosion, as wisps of smoke began to rise from his skin. This is electrifying, Wenku exclaimed, expelling a plume of black smoke. He gazed at the trembling egg in his arms, unable to summon any ire. Well, here you are, playing the victim again, but I see through your ruse. Wenku sighed lightly. It truly missed you. Thinking you were ignoring it, it staged a protest, testing the waters and probing your limits. The warehouse spirit remarked with a wry smile. If you weren't Pikachu, who would believe this? It's really shocking. Wenku turned back to gaze at the miniature world, which had been ravaged by golden lightning. However, there was no need for concern. As long as life persisted, the miniature realm would gradually restore itself. The warehouse spirit reassured Wenku. Wenku gazed helplessly at the spirit egg. Well, you have triumphed in your revolution. It appears I must keep you close by my side, for you cannot be left to roam freely. The spirit egg was returned to Wenku's possession, cradled gently in both of his hands. With utmost care, Wenku placed it into his belly pouch. Ever since the spirit egg's arrival, the pouch has been a constant companion for Wenku, and the spirit egg has grown accustomed to the warmth of its embrace. Wenku stood quietly at the back, observing Nami as she rose. The girl with orange hair seemed oblivious to Wenku's presence, preoccupied with her task at hand. What could this girl be up to? Wenku dared not disturb and quietly stood in the back. Warehouse Lord, may I inquire about Nami's affection towards me? Ding. The current affection gauge indicates that Nami's feelings for Wenku stand at 99. Users are encouraged to continue their efforts. Once it reaches 100, Nami will undoubtedly remain steadfast and loyal. As expected, Wenku withdrew his focus yet continued to gaze quietly at Nami, the two of them seemingly suspended in time. Ah, you both are here. No one anticipated Chopper bursting through the front door, nearly frightened into submission by the cruelty of Luffy and Sanji, and upon seeing Nami, he scurried away at a distance. Nami paused for a moment. 2 people? She turned around to behold the figure she had longed for, her man, Wenku. You're awake, Nami exclaimed with a smile. Yes, I came to see how you were faring, Wenku replied as he approached Nami and gently touched her forehead. It seems the fever has subsided. Nami's cheeks flushed slightly, her tone softened. What is it, girl? Wenku glanced down at the needlework in Nami's hands. His eyes filled with astonishment. Nami also dabbled in needlework? This is mine. Oh dear. You cannot look until it's finished. Nami shyly withdrew her sewing, reminiscent of the expression she had when she sought assistance from Correa, when raised his hands in a gesture of indifference. You said it yourself, from now on. You are my man, and you must take responsibility for me. Do not abandon me. Nami retrieved the fabric, lifting her head to fix her gaze intently upon Wen. The remnants of her recent illness evident in the bloodshot veins of her eyes. What misdeeds have I committed thus far? Could only smile wryly. But since Nami had spoken, he felt compelled to respond with a formal demeanor. In truth, he held a deep affection for Nami. The past 6 months had endowed him with experiences far exceeding those of his previous 20 years. As he accumulated such experiences, he found Nami increasingly captivating. If you're willing, I too wish to embark on adventures with you across the world. I shall not renege on the promise made that night. Very well. Nami replied with a radiant smile, leaving Wenku momentarily entranced, longing to draw nearer. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted their moment. We're back. The old hag is coming. The front door was unceremoniously kicked open. To their surprise, Luffy and Sanji had returned, with Chopper following closely behind, startling Wenku and the others, who quickly distanced themselves to alleviate the awkwardness. After Kureha had given Luffy and the others a stern reprimand, they finally settled down. Upon hearing Luffy's desire to invite Chopper aboard, the old woman shook her head with a bittersweet smile, recounting Chopper's childhood. The tale of Dr. Hiralik and Chopper's cherry blossom vow stirred complex emotions within Wenku and Nami. They learned of the little reindeer's hidden story. As the group engaged in conversation, a series of hurried footsteps drew near. Oh no, Dr. Doriel, Walpole is back. It turned out to be Chopper, who had transformed into a reindeer and rushed back to alert everyone. Is that so? Kureha chuckled lightly, casting a relaxed glance at Wenku. Nami, you stay here. The three of us will accompany the doctor to investigate. As they headed outside, Wenku noticed Luffy was not wearing a winter coat, and he inwardly chastised him. Quickly finding a white cotton coat to drape over Luffy. You're becoming increasingly careless about your own protection, he remarked. Luffy, hands on his hips, laughed heartily, patiently waiting for Wenku to adjust his clothing. All right, let us set off. Wenku smiled at the group. Behind her sunglasses, Kureha's eyes twinkled with amusement. There was something intriguing about Wenku. Chopper gazed at him, sensing a resemblance to Dr. Hiralik, whose tenderness and thoughtfulness resonated within Wenku. Wenku, return soon. Nami called out anxiously from her sickbed as he prepared to leave. Wen turned gracefully, a smile gracing her lips. We shall return shortly. Await my return, dear girl. Nami felt a warmth in her heart and nodded earnestly. At that moment, 3 figures stood outside the magnetic drum castle. Ha! This king has finally returned. The kingdom of Drum shall undoubtedly be revived. Warlord Walpole shouted exuberantly, harboring grand ambitions. As the heavy gates creaked open, Kureha and her companions emerged. The two parties merely 100 meters apart. It is you. And you, Dr. Kureha, the survivor. Your occupation of the king's castle is utterly unbecoming. I have come to reclaim what is rightfully mine, Walpole declared with an air of entitlement. This place is not meant for scum like you, Kureha retorted, arms crossed. While Wen narrowed her eyes at Walpole, remaining silent, the Straw Hat crew shared a glance with Walpole, only to be met with a fierce kick. This castle is not a place for you. I shall send you all flying. Rubber stamp. In the tense atmosphere, Luffy's stretching kick became the spark that ignited the conflict. Under the force of the powerful stamp, Walpole's corpulent form was sent staggering backward, leaving Kureha and Chopper in a state of shock. You dare lay hands on the king? One of Walpole's subordinates rushed to support him from afar, stammering at Luffy and the others. I have long wished to confront you. A bunch of scoundrels. When transformed into her giant serpent form, her appearance drastically altered, prepared for battle. This kingdom is not a place for outsiders to speak. A subordinate with an African visage, wielding black pom-poms, hurled one directly at Kureha. Enough of this. Your opponent is me. Sanji intercepted the incoming pom-pom with his foot, yet it stubbornly clung to his pant leg, refusing to budge. Wenku, after retrieving the spirit egg, rubbed his forehead, observing Sanji incessantly swaying his foot, and couldn't help but marvel at the peculiarities of these adversaries. The static electricity furball could certainly be considered a bizarre ability. Thus, Luffy engaged in fierce combat with Walpole. Wenku faced the long-armed man, and Sanji confronted the African man. The Straw Hat crew clashed with the trio of Walpole. Wenku is not the type of person to indulge in grandiloquent rhetoric. In the world of pirates, strength is the ultimate truth. I am still unaware of your name, he said, gazing at the long-armed man. Jess offered no further words, as 3 arrows were silently knocked to the bow. Wenku's eyes gleamed with excitement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In rapid succession, 3 arrows whizzed past Wenku's cheek. The arrows are incredibly swift. Quicksand hell. when Ku preferred to act decisively, unleashing a powerful assault to obliterate the lesser foes. He leaped into the snow-covered ground, relentlessly carving through the surface, as if drawing forth the very earth beneath. With a force akin to a raging tide, the surrounding rocks shattered, yielding to his might. The nearest combatants, Luffy and Walbo, found themselves struggling to maintain their footing, the ground quaking beneath them as if under the grip of an earthquake. A wielder of the devil fruit powers, Jess, bewildered, suddenly perceived a tremendous noise approaching with alarming rapidity. Boom! In an instant, the ground beneath Jess vanished, and he plummeted downwards, his heart sinking as he beheld the chaotic scene below, where snow and earth churned together like quicksand, ensnaring him. "Help me! Save me!" His cries prompted an African man to rush to his aid. Jess scrambled upwards, while the man, using an electrostatic energy ball, managed to pull Jess up. Both stared in shock at the swirling vortex of mud and quicksand below, realizing that Wenku was waving to them from a distance. They exchanged glances, wondering if Wenku was indeed a legendary user of a natural-type devil fruit. Meanwhile, Walbo had begun to showcase his prowess with the abilities of the Swallow fruit. Swallow Factory. Everything I consume becomes my flesh and blood. Straw Hat, you shall meet your demise today. Walbo's body transformed into a colossal form, emitting a dual steam burst, his house-sized figure towering nearly 4 meters high, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. "Incredible! He's become a house," Luffy exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, while Sanji dropped his cigarette in astonishment. "What manner of creature is this? I need you all." Walbo rushed towards Jess, devouring his 2 subordinates, initiating a miraculous fusion that even Wenku had not anticipated from the Swallow fruit. Regardless of the monstrosity that emerged, it elicited no surprise from Wenku. Chopper swallowed nervously, his eyes widening as he witnessed the iron door on Walbo's belly slowly opening, revealing a 2-meter-tall fusion being. Sanji's expression turned grave. "Haha. Behold the miracle of fusion. Jess Meramon." It was evident that the African man was named Meramon, and now their names had fused as well. "Is that a human pyramid?" Sanji remarked, his tension easing slightly. Only Luffy remained exuberantly shouting, causing Wenku a moment of headache. "The first decree of the Kingdom of Magnet Drum is that those who defy the king's orders shall face death. This is the law of the land. For this kingdom is mine." Walbo bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fervor, proclaiming his absolute authority. "And that quack's banner flies over my castle, which irks me greatly. Bring it down." Raising his right hand, now transformed into a colossal cannon, he aimed at the flag fluttering atop the castle and fired. Bang! The flag exploded into a cloud of dust, torn fabric scattering through the air, leaving Chopper wide-eyed in disbelief. "I will not permit you to desecrate that skull flag." Chopper transformed directly into his beast form and dashed forward, intent on striking Walpole. However, out of a moment of compassion, he refrained from attacking, only to be sent flying by Walpole's colossal cannon. Ding! A time-limited mission has been issued. Assist Luffy of the Straw Hat crew in defeating Walpole. Note: Luffy must be the one to deliver the final blow. Reward: 1 level 4 Pokémon. Penalty: randomly forfeit 3 level 3 Pokémon. A message from the warehouse keeper has arrived. As Wenku withdrew his mind, he beheld Chopper engaged in combat with Mon, while Luffy faced off against Walpo. "My name is Tony Chopper. Allow me to showcase my accomplishments." Despite sustaining some injuries, Chopper was not significantly harmed. The little reindeer produced a yellow pill, momentarily catching Wenku's attention. The blue wave ball, a temporary pill with a 3-minute effect. It is Chopper's exclusive creation, granting temporary enhancements in weight, jumping ability, fur, wrist strength, intellect, horn strength, and foot strength. It also serves as a medium for his 7 transformations. "I shall defeat you within 3 minutes." Chopper consumed the pill, chewing it vigorously. "Is that all you've got?" Furry fire arrow. Mon, armed with bows in both hands, aimed the flaming arrows at Chopper and instantly unleashed a barrage of fire. Foot strength transformation. Foot strength enhancement. Chopper instantly transformed into his reindeer form, charging at the hybrid with full speed. Mon, dismissive, considered Chopper merely a Zoan-type devil fruit user, equating his strength to that of Dalton, yet he was gravely mistaken. Weight transformation. Weight enhancement. Chopper shifted into his human beast form, causing the hybrid to lower his guard in anticipation of easily overpowering Chopper. Super Furry Ball, 4 great clubs. Mon produced 4 large clubs from behind, grandly named. Jumping transformation. Jumping enhancement. Chopper transformed once more, his leg tendon strengthening as he leapt over 6 meters, evading the hybrid's massive clubs. Defensive transformation. Fur enhancement. Chopper curled into a ball, absorbing the impact of the clubs against the ground. And when Ku knew that Chopper emerged unscathed, the remarkable 7 transformations astonished when Ku, prompting Luffy to be captivated, further contemplating bringing Chopper aboard. Even though the ship already had a doctor in Koreha, Chopper's playful nature intrigued him. Is there truly so much depth to Zoan-type devil fruit users? I refuse to believe it. The hybrid seethed with rage, swinging his clubs towards Chopper. Upper arm transformation. Upper arm enhancement. Chopper's rubbery form dissipated, his arms swelling to their fullest extent, delivering a single punch that shattered Jez Malaman's club. How is this even possible? This revelation left the hapless duo in disbelief, horrified by Chopper's astonishing transformation. No, I cannot accept this. Allow me to demonstrate the super furry ball, 4 battle axes. Defeating Snowstorm, the hybrid unleashed his ultimate technique, wielding 4 axes, relentlessly hacking at the snow, sending shockwaves that surged towards Chopper, obliterating the snow, and even leaving gaping holes in the castle walls. Yet, when Ku remained unfazed by such damage, instead marveling at Chopper's final intellectual enhancement, ensuring absolute victory by identifying the enemy's weaknesses, a truly exceptional support. But what of Walpo? When, with a keen sense of observation, noticed the absence of an individual. Alas, it seemed that Luffy and his companions were so captivated by the battlefield involving Chopper that they inadvertently left Walpo behind. Although this left Walpo rather displeased. He had his own agenda to pursue. Just you wait, he thought, his eyes brimming with madness as he stealthily made his way towards the castle. Oblivious to the fact that one was also heading in that direction, intent on retrieving the rotund figure. At that moment, the battle on Chopper's side was drawing to a close. With a powerful kick, he struck Malaman's chin, the sound of cracking bones echoing as the combined entity was sent flying, losing its ability to fight. Wonderful. Chopper is impressive. Now it's my turn. Huh? Where's that annoying fellow? And where has one gone? Luffy, rising to deliver a blow to Walpo, found himself bewildered by the absence of both the hefty figure and one. Meanwhile, one was in pursuit of Walpo, only to discover him in the second-floor corridor, chasing after his beloved Nami. Enraged, one's fury ignited. How dare you bully my wife? You iron-jawed scoundrel! I will not let you escape unscathed. However, upon reaching the upper level, he found himself utterly astonished. Who is this gaunt figure before me? Help! There's a bad person chasing me, Nami exclaimed, spotting Wen, her face lighting up with joy as she leaped into his embrace. Wen Ku was momentarily taken aback, still somewhat bewildered by Valpo's miraculous skeletal transformation. Did you really undergo surgery? If so, perhaps you could regurgitate the gum-gum fruit, and I would gladly assist you in the process. Of course, these were merely the whimsical thoughts of Wen Ku. Haha, there's no escape for you now. Oh, you're here too. Following a dazzling display, Valpo executed a backflip towards them. Falling stones. With a thunderous roar, a colossal boulder descended from the upper reaches of the castle, striking Valpo with tremendous force and leaving behind a cacophony of anguished cries. The resounding crash echoed as the falling stones sent Valpo hurtling away, ensuring the safety of Wink and Nami. Cradled in Wink's embrace, Nami's breaths, mingled with the chilling air, felt less frigid. I adore you like this. Let us never part. Alas, such moments are always fleeting. What on earth is happening? Exclaimed Luffy, who had rushed over, scratching his head in bewilderment at the sight of Wink holding Nami. What intriguing game are Wink and Nami engaged in? Wink, why are you holding Nami while playing? Luffy truly possesses a carefree disposition. Wink assists Nami to her feet, gazing at Luffy in exasperation, saying, You, of all people. Nami's face is genuinely flushed, her gaze lowered, lacking any semblance of her usual commanding presence. You are not permitted to continue your conversation. Focus your attention here. A familiar and furious voice echoed, causing Wink and the others to turn towards its source, Valpo. He was vehemently pointing at a metal door behind him, shouting, Ha ha ha. This is the armory. Only I possess the key to this place. I shall not spare you. Even if I forsake this castle, I will defeat you. His face contorted as he yelled. The key, are you referring to this? Nami queried, pulling a metal key from her pocket, leaving Valpo dumbfounded. Well, I have other methods, he exclaimed, and then he dashed frantically upstairs. Luffy, convinced that Valpo was his adversary, felt compelled to pursue him relentlessly. One person is more than enough, Luffy declared. Wink exuded an air of confidence, despite occasionally displaying a lack of common sense. Once he set his mind on something, he would undoubtedly pursue it. Miss Nami, how is your injury faring? The knight has arrived late. Sanji had also made his entrance, and with his alluring eyes fixed upon Nami, Wink felt an overwhelming urge to send him flying with a single punch had Nami not intervened. Nami chuckled at Wink's reaction, feeling a sense of satisfaction at his passionate response. However, she soon found herself unable to tolerate Sanji's poetic barrage of compliments, leading her to decisively bring him down to the ground. At last, tranquility ensued. They took a deep breath, only to be startled once more by a sudden cannonade. Boom, boom. As they raised their heads, a cacophony of cannon fire echoed from above, filling them with trepidation. Meanwhile, atop the castle, the scene had deviated dramatically. Walpo was unleashing his formidable shotgun cannon upon Luffy, causing severe damage to the upper tower. Yet Luffy remained undaunted. As 7 cannonballs hurtled toward him, he extended his body and launched his left arm. Rubber net. Enhanced softening rubber. A pale purple gas enveloped him, rendering his body as pliable as mud, nearly incapacitating him. Upon contact, the cannonballs sank into Luffy's arm, becoming lodged at his elbow, immobile. How is this possible? Walpo's eyes were bloodshot with disbelief. Was Luffy truly a rubber man or a mud man? Allow me to demonstrate my new technique. After expelling the cannonballs, Luffy's left arm began to spin and twist, contorting into a helix shape, surrounded by an even deeper shade of purple gas. Oh, why subject yourself to such torture? Walpo queried, perplexed. Hardened rubber deformation hammer. Luffy's twisted hand softened into a viscous form, continually shifting before gradually solidifying, his fingers melting away to leave behind a massive, hardened hammer. You're even more monstrous than I am. Walpo gasped in astonishment, having never heard of a rubber man capable of transforming his limbs. Thanks to the teachings of the stinky mud, I've learned to embrace the hard earth. Take this. Luffy leapt into the air, wielding his colossal hammer with agility and force, smashing the great cannon into scrap metal. Before Walpo could fully comprehend, another mighty blow landed squarely on his face, forcing a mouthful of blood from him. Crack. Such a sound could only arise from a fractured cheekbone. Now for the final blow. Rubber rocket cannon. Luffy's right hand was not idle, delivering a singular force strong enough to send Walpo flying. Bang. I made you a king. Now release me. His voice echoed increasingly distantly as he soared into the clouds, disappearing from sight. Outside, Chopper and the others witnessed Walpo crashing through the castle's pinnacle. It's over, Chopper exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. Indeed, it is over, Kureha remarked, leaning against the castle wall with a gentle smile. The dark reign of Walpo, the king of Magnetic Drum Island, had come to a definitive end. Ding. Time-limited Task 1. Assist the Straw Hat crew in defeating Walpo, completed. Reward, a level 4 Pokémon. Would the user like to claim it? Wink and his companions, still on the first floor of the castle, heard the announcement of the task's completion, and Wink finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let us hold off on claiming it for now, Wink decided, believing the reward could wait, as the warehouse keeper had sent him new messages following the task completion. Wenku, it would be prudent for you to remain in the little world for half a day and refrain from coming out, for your spirit egg is on the verge of hatching. Wenku, filled with astonishment, felt his pupils constrict. This had long been a source of great concern for him. And now, at last, it was on the verge of fruition. He promptly informed Nami and distanced himself from the crowd, making his way back to the Mary. Upon returning to his chamber, he settled cross-legged, allowing his mind to enter the miniature world. Indeed, within this small realm, the lightning danced erratically, leaving no trace of its passage. The other Pokémon had learned from past encounters and had taken refuge in a nearby cave. However, Labu, whose physique was rather large, could only fit half of his body within the cavern. Fortunately, the lightning was perceptive and did not strike Labu. I am truly sorry for the suffering you've endured because of this egg, Wenku expressed with deep remorse. Labu nuzzled against Wenku, conveying that he was unfazed by the ordeal. Wenku gently touched it and proceeded towards the nest. However, at that moment, the nest lay in ruins, enveloped in a golden sheen. Rather than merely suspended in midair, it appeared as though delicate golden clouds were supporting it, creating an illusion of levitation. Golden arcs of electricity continuously folded through the air, leaving Wenku in a state of awe. The hatching of the spirit egg was imminent, heralding the arrival of an electric-type Pokémon, a being of formidable power, embodying the essence of storm and thunder, a level 7 entity. The warehouse master was exceedingly excited. After all, he could count the number of level 7 Pokémon on his fingers, and while their rarity was significant, their strength was of paramount importance. Who could this be? Wenku gazed at the spirit egg beneath the tempest, sensing that the creature within possessed an overwhelming presence. The only electric-type Pokémon capable of such might, aside from Zapdos, was Pikachu. But was it Ash's Pikachu? This left him perplexed. Thunderclouds roared above. One half of the small world basked in clear skies, while the other lay shrouded in darkness. Wenku comforted his companions, patiently awaiting the emergence of the Pokémon from the spirit egg, for this would be his very first level 7 Pokémon. Moreover, he had nurtured this spirit egg for over half a month, feeling as though it was his own child. Beneath the clouds of thunder, Wenku awaited with bated breath. As time passed, the golden clouds and thunder grew increasingly intense, and the spirit egg trembled incessantly. The moment of hatching was drawing near. In tranquil anticipation, one cannot help but feel a sense of excitement for the emergence of their very first level 7 Pokémon. The crackling sound of the golden eggshell gradually shattering is distinctly audible. As the shell continues to fall away, the creature within straightens its posture, radiating a dazzling golden hue. Your calls are truly delightful. A playful smile adorned Wenku's face. Indeed, it was you. As the emergence of the shell-breaking creature caused the clouds of thunder to gradually dissipate, a delightful sight caught Wenku's eye. A moderately sized electric mouse. Its fur a resplendent golden hue. Beneath its elongated ears lay a pair of deep black eyes, while its cheeks bore 2 circular red electric sacs. Its tail, swaying gracefully, resembled a jagged bolt of lightning. Ding! A partner of unknown rank, Pikachu, was born, naturally equipped with the Z-move, Thunderbolt, with further techniques to be gradually developed by its user. Additionally, the warehouse generously provided the skill, human speech. It also granted a single instance of Mega Evolution. It seemed the warehouse was bestowing a grand gift. Oh, the electric rodent, Wenku mused, though he found himself perplexed by the meaning of this unknown rank. This particular Pikachu exhibited highly unstable prowess. At its weakest, it barely qualified as a level 1 Pokémon, yet at its strongest, it could rival a level 7 Pokémon. Thus it was temporarily classified as of unknown rank. Pika Pika Pikachu. The little creature nimbly propelled itself with its hind legs, expertly landing upon Wenku's left shoulder, its small claws clinging to his clothing, ensuring it would not fall. Did masters you transcend time and space to bestow you upon me? Wenku longed to embrace Pikachu, examining it with great care. Naughty Wenku. Do not provoke my ire. I shall electrocute you. Pikachu, who possessed the ability to comprehend human speech, seemed to sulk, feeling neglected by Wenku in recent days, and decided to impart a lesson. A surge of golden electricity surged from its shoulder, coursing through Wenku's entire being in an instant, alleviating his headache with a sudden jolt of vitality. Bang! A slight dizziness accompanied the electrifying sensation, causing wisps of smoke to rise from Wenku's skin. Phew! Thank you. Pikachu, Wenku exclaimed, as a puff of black smoke escaped his lips, the shock therapy having cured his headache. He deemed it a form of electric healing. Humph. From now on, you must treat me with utmost care, Pikachu declared, perched upon Wenku's shoulder like a regal little lord. Wenku, with an expression both amusing and perplexing, cradled Pikachu in his arms, preparing to return to the world of pirates. Wenku, I consent to share half of my affection with Nami. I shall take a leisurely stroll first, so as not to disturb you all. Pikachu, with a mischievous grin. Pikachu tiptoed away. Wenku, feeling somewhat helpless, found the little creature excessively mischievous, brimming with gossip. Subsequently, he withdrew his mind and summoned back the little Pikachu. From now on, I shall go nowhere. Your shoulder is my preferred seat, Pikachu declared confidently, with an air of entitlement. Very well, I shall heed your wishes henceforth. Wenku acknowledged, nodding. In the past, Z had behaved similarly, and he decided to mimic that demeanor. Upon exiting the cabin, Wenku allowed Pikachu to familiarize itself with the surroundings of the Mary, while he ascended to the deck. There, he beheld a breathtaking sight above Magnetic Drum Island. Akin to a divine spectacle, the snowy landscape of Magnetic Drum beautifully complemented the cherry blossoms, creating a harmonious contrast. The cherry blossoms adorned the mountains of Magnetic Drum Island splendidly. Remarkable, Mr. Shiralook, he exclaimed. Ha! Wenku, what are you doing standing there? Let us drink. Just as Wenku found himself lost in thought, Sanji approached with a bottle of liquor, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Wenku, eagerly dragging him along to revel and indulge. Brother, weren't you just about to relieve yourself? Sanji, caught up in the moment, disregarded his earlier intentions. As Wenku observed Luffy and the others celebrating Chopper's arrival with drinks and dances, he could only sigh in exasperation. Very well, let us partake in the festivities. Let us dance. In the dim light, one could observe the bashful Chopper, who, compelled by the spirit of the occasion, joined Luffy and the others in a lively dance, engaging in games and indulging in drinks with unabashed joy. Moments slipped by as they reveled, and before long, darkness enveloped the scene. Haha. Today, we have truly savored our libations. After emptying the bottle onto his companions, Winch slowly made his way toward the cabin. Amidst the night's embrace, he discerned a tall shadow standing at the cabin door. Who could it be? It's me. I've been waiting for you. I have something to say. Nami's voice echoed from ahead. What is it? Must you wait until Usopp and the others are asleep to speak? Winch, clutching the bottle, exuded the scent of alcohol. His eyes glazed with inebriation as he gazed at Nami. The shadow swayed, and Nami embraced him. This man had become one of the most significant individuals in her life. I miss you. When Ku was momentarily taken aback, then softly chuckled. Haven't we always been seeing each other? Besides, we are already together. That's not what I meant. The young girl replied, her cheeks flushed. She grasped Winku's hand and led him to the deck adorned with sheep's heads, where they both settled down. What is this? Winku inquired, noticing the vibrant yet unpretentious yarn creation in Nami's hands, standing out brilliantly against the white backdrop. Come, try on this scarf, Nami said, carefully wrapping the knitted piece around Winku's neck. Instantly, he felt the chill dissipate. How does it feel? Is it warm? Nami gazed at him with anticipation. It's warm. Winku replied with a smile, genuinely pleased with her craftsmanship. Nami's heart swelled with joy. Her skills were indeed commendable. When should we tell the others about our relationship? She murmured softly, leaning against Winku. She wished she could remain in his embrace forever, yet felt it necessary to inform the rest of the Straw Hat crew. Confident they would offer their blessings. Let us wait until tomorrow after we've sobered up. Everyone is tired today, Winku suggested, gently running his fingers through her hair. Acknowledging her youthfulness, Nami nestled closer, suddenly planting a kiss on his lips, her face burning with embarrassment as she anxiously awaited his reaction. Upon seeing him smile, her heart soared with delight. This must be what it feels like to be with a beloved, brief yet heartwarming. I'm sleepy. Wake me up in the morning, Nami murmured. As she chose not to return to her cabin this time, wanting to hold him close as she drifted off to sleep, fearing that separation would lead to restless thoughts. With a resigned smile, Winku leaned against the railing, hoping to provide a more comfortable resting place for her. Good night, Coco, Nami whispered, delivering a gentle kiss before contentedly closing her eyes. Good night. Time drifted by, and before long, Winku felt the weight of drowsiness upon him. Yet, he did not relinquish the bottle in hand, continuing to sip from it. His gaze wandered to the distant magnetic drum mountain, where the pink cherry blossoms adorned the sky, their beauty undiminished even by the falling snow. As a mere observer, he felt a profound connection to the scene. Chirurek, on the day the bomb was detonated. Even in my absence, my dream shall come to fruition. He was not a quack, but a hero willing to sacrifice, a pioneer. Amidst the lingering cherry blossom snow scenery, Winku paid no mind to his numbed arm. He gazed down at the sleeping Nami in his embrace, who clung tightly to him, and murmured softly yet indistinctly. The future. The following day, after bidding farewell to Chopper, Kureha, and Dalton, the crew set sail aboard the Going Merry, leaving Magnetic Drum Island behind. Life as a pirate continued at its own leisurely pace, and with Nami's burdens resolved, the Straw Hat crew prepared to embark towards Alabasta, fulfilling Princess Vivi's wishes. With Chopper's inclusion, Kaya insisted that he take her as his disciple, though the little reindeer vehemently disagreed. Ultimately, they settled on collaborating for mutual learning and growth, enhancing the medical capabilities of the Straw Hat crew, though that was a matter for another time. If Chopper joining the ship was significant, then Winku's relationship with Nami was nothing short of a thunderclap. The most dramatic reaction came from Sanji, who wept openly, clearly struggling to accept this harsh reality. No. Nami-san. Winku-san. Oh, why must you tell me this cruel truth? More than 90% of my motivation to join this crew came from Nami-san. Sanji collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Winku felt a twinge of sympathy for him, nurturing the thought of finding him a virtuous wife. However, upon catching sight of Wei Wei and Kuya, the old scoundrel dashed off, his eyes sparkling with infatuation. Bah, what a lecherous cook. My thoughts for you were in vain. The other crew members, aside from their astonishment, offered their blessings. Nami's cheeks flushed with warmth, while Winku couldn't contain his laughter. You too. You must be together. Sanji and Captain Luffy also began their antics, with Luffy inexplicably fuming. Winku patiently tried to reason with him. Yet Luffy remained disgruntled until Nami delivered a well-deserved thrashing, which temporarily quelled his ire. Of course, this did not signify the end of his anger. He would often erupt in sudden tirades against Winku, leaving him bewildered. As for Winku's Pikachu, it intrigued the Straw Hat crew even further, especially Luffy. Just after berating Wenku, he began to tease the little Pikachu. Wow, this ugly mouse of Wenku's is truly impressive. Luffy promptly scooped Pikachu into his arms, and Wenku made no attempt to intervene. Yet, in the next moment, his expression turned pale, filled with regret. Ah, I'm not a mouse. Thunderbolt. Pikachu, displeased by Luffy's demeanor, unleashed a powerful surge of electricity. Golden currents coursed throughout the Going Merry. Under the electric storm, Wenku and the others, nearly fried, were left in a state of despair, while Chopper wept openly, bewildered by the world of pirates. What on earth is happening to you all? Luffy scratched his head, gazing at the fallen crew members, perplexed by the scene before him. When cast a resentful glance at Luffy, that damned rubber body, rendering lightning ineffective, was utterly infuriating. How could you remain unscathed? I refuse to believe it. 100,000 volts. Pikachu, seeing Luffy unharmed, felt a tumult of emotions and continued to electrocute him. The incessant screams on the deck merged with the golden lightning. Perhaps this is the joy of being a pirate. After the commotion subsided, everyone grew accustomed to Pikachu's presence, accepting it as a member of the Straw Hat crew. On their journey to Alabasta, the crew engaged in their various pastimes or diligently attended to their duties. One, however, continued to focus on his primary task of fishing at the rear of the ship, with Nami occasionally bringing him fruits. This ship is nearing Alabasta. There's no time for games. Hurry. Nami's expression was grave, for their adversary was a formidable figure among the 7 warlords of the sea. Luffy and the others exchanged glances before following Nami, while one set down his fishing rod, with Pikachu resting on his shoulder. He paid it no mind and joined the gathering. I say, Alabasta? Chopper, new to the ship, was unaware of their destination. Alabasta is the country governed by Vivi's father. Currently, a villain named Crocodile seeks to seize control, Nami explained to Chopper. Crocodile is regarded as a hero in Alabasta by the populace, for he vanquishes the pirates threatening the neighboring towns. However, that is merely a facade, Vivi responded gravely to the group, when gently stroked his chin, contemplating Crocodile. Subsequently, the group conducted a general assessment of the Baroque Works organization, and Chopper appeared deep in thought, aware of the significance of their mission. The group recognized that frivolity could no longer be afforded. Enhancing their strength became of utmost priority. As one contemplated the sight of Usopp diligently crafting ammunition, a plan began to take shape in his mind. In the stillness of the night, while Luffy and the others slumbered, when tenderly tucked Nami into her blanket before emerging from the cabin, he made his way to the aft deck, gazing at the endless expanse of water, patiently awaiting the arrival of another. Why are you still awake at this hour? When? Came Usopp's voice from behind, revealing that he was the one for whom one had been waiting. Wenku smiled and, after exchanging a few pleasantries, delved into the main topic. The devil fruit. You possess a devil fruit, Usopp exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I intended to reserve this fruit for you. Wenku had his own rationale. The warehouse had replicated a Pokémon-type devil fruit, which boasted abilities that were by no means inferior to those of the devil fruits found in the pirate world. He had long contemplated who would be worthy of consuming this fruit and ultimately concluded that Usopp was its rightful owner. As a sharpshooter, Usopp, combined with the abilities of the armored bird fruit, could potentially dominate the skies in the future. This was the enhanced version of Usopp that Wenku envisioned. Gazing at the steel-armored bird fruit in Wenku's hand, Usopp was profoundly shaken, for this devil fruit could fetch a staggering 100 million berries in the market. Wenku, truly? Why would you bestow such a treasure upon me, instead of consuming it yourself? Usopp's legs trembled involuntarily, and his hands quivered as he held the apple-shaped devil fruit. I already possess the ability to summon. This fruit is better suited for someone destined for greatness. However, I must caution you that this is a Zoan-type armored bird fruit, and naturally, if consumed, one might find themselves at a disadvantage. Wenku smiled wryly, hands clasped behind his back. Usopp contemplated the fruit in his possession, weighing the pros and cons. On one hand, his dream was to become a valiant warrior of the seas. On the other, he felt an urgent need to pursue a higher echelon of power. Usopp was acutely aware that, despite holding the position of sniper in the Straw Hat crew, his strength did not measure up to his role. Luffy, Wenku, Zoro, Sanji, they were the acknowledged mainstays of the crew, while Usopp could scarcely dare to aspire to such prominence. Strength was something he would attain later. At present, he was far from being the sniper king. His bravado, often expressed through exaggerated tales, could not conceal the timidity that lay within. I have made my decision. I will consume it. I shall grow stronger. I too will possess the ability to protect the crew. After a prolonged silence, Usopp arrived at what he believed to be the most pivotal decision of his life, when nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed the armored bird. As for the development of its abilities, it would depend on old Wu's own fortune. How to consume it? Would it be swallowed whole, or in some other manner? Usopp held the fruit in his hand, perplexed. He took a bite and began to chew, swallowing it down. The first bite was crucial. When smiled faintly. All right. I shall eat, Usopp said cautiously as he took a delicate bite of the fruit's flesh and began to chew. Ugh, why does it taste like excrement? Stop your rambling and swallow it quickly. But, no excuses. Hurry and swallow. Under the starry night sky, the atmosphere aboard the ship was quite jovial. As they journeyed towards the kingdom of Alabasta, the Mary was rife with disputes, with everyone engaged in their usual bickering and playfulness. Yet, one merely wished to enjoy a moment of peace while fishing. However, after the Straw Hat crew encountered an underwater volcano, one's fishing efforts bore unexpected fruit, a heavily made-up man. Wenku appeared bewildered, while the man, with water dripping from him, stared blankly at him. To alleviate the awkwardness of the moment, Wenku directly pulled him up and scrutinized the slender figure. Are you human? Well, I inexplicably ended up on your ship. However, I am immensely grateful for your kindness. Otherwise, I would have drowned in the water. The oddly dressed man knelt down to express his gratitude to Wenku. It seemed reminiscent of a particular scene from a storyline. Wenku, unable to recall the details, decided to lead him to meet the Straw Hat crew. The group gathered around the man, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Wenku remarked, "It seems you cannot swim?" Luffy scratched his head in inquiry. The man shook his head vigorously and replied, "Indeed, I am a landlubber, for I have consumed a devil fruit." He then proceeded to demonstrate his fruit's abilities, transforming his face and body to resemble members of the Straw Hat crew. At that moment, Wenku's eyes widened in realization, "So it is you, Mr. Bon-clay. The powers of the clone fruit are truly remarkable. Upon consumption, one can transform into any individual they have memorized, while their left hand retains the ability to revert to their original form. Furthermore, it possesses the capacity to store memories, allowing the user to mimic any person they have previously touched. Fortunately, this individual turned out to be benevolent. Otherwise, in such a vast world, he could have wreaked havoc. Bon-clay, in a flurry of transformations, ultimately took on the likeness of Nami, lifting his clothing to flaunt, only to be met with a furious barrage from her. As she gazed at the expressions of those around her, she felt an overwhelming mix of humiliation and anger, wishing desperately for a way to disappear into the ground. Wenku approached to console her, and only then did Nami begin to calm down. How marvelous! Luffy exclaimed, eager to praise the novel spectacle before him. Thus, Xiaofeng led Luffy in a ballet dance, while Usopp, desiring to join in the merriment, relinquished his intentions of dancing with Xiaofeng upon seeing Wenku beckoning him over. When led Usopp to the other side of the deck, where they discovered Chopper and Meow Meow also present, compared to Little Feng gracefully dancing with Luffy on one side of the deck. It appeared that something significant was about to unfold on this side as well. Wink and Usopp silently observed Meow Meow and Chopper, who were engaged in a silent standoff, exchanging glances without making a sound. By the way, Usopp, how do you feel after consuming the fruit? Wink had come here specifically to ask this question. As for how I feel, it's hard to articulate. My body has undergone some changes, and there is a latent power within me yet to be discovered. Indeed, Wink. I must express my gratitude to you, Usopp remarked with a smile directed at Wink. In a moment of helplessness, Wink observed that aboard the ship, they were all brothers, and such politeness seemed unnecessary. However, even within the harmonious atmosphere, imperfections arose, exemplified by the sudden and vehement quarrel between Chopper and Meow Meow. Meow Meow had not appeared when Chopper boarded, as their timings had fortuitously misaligned. I shall tell you this. I am the true mascot of this vessel. That rogue captain has the audacity to bring a reindeer aboard to compete for my place. As an elder, I shall not permit such an affront, Meow Meow exclaimed, brandishing its paws in a mock display of ferocity towards Chopper. This spectacle only intensified the feeling of an impending storm for Wink and Usopp. Must you both be so serious? Wink inquired. Indeed, we must, Meow Meow retorted, casting a cold gaze upon the reindeer Chopper. Well, you are not unattractive, but you still pale in comparison to me. Baka, I am the ship's doctor, not some mascot. Chopper responded, evidently displeased with the feline. Regardless of whether it was a good cat or a bad cat, it insisted on adorning itself with a gold coin. Was the pirate world now flaunting its wealth in such a manner? Enough of this bickering. It's futile. You must take action to prove yourselves. Pikachu, perched on Wink's shoulder, leapt down and approached the two feuding creatures. "Greetings, Elder." "Greetings," they both exclaimed respectfully in unison. Naturally, when a jolt of electricity was involved, they ceased their quarrel, for they would be incapacitated by a mere shock. Moreover, both Chopper and Meow Meow held a profound respect for Pikachu's formidable electric prowess. Throughout the ship, only Luffy, Wink, and Nami could withstand its might. For the others, simply avoiding its wrath was the wisest course of action. There is no need for such formality. I find your conflict quite intriguing. Why not engage in a battle? The victor shall claim the title of mascot, Pikachu declared, when Ku and Usopp exchanged glances, while Meow Meow and Chopper scratched their heads in silence. "What is the matter? Have you all lost your courage?" Pikachu, hands on hips, gazed at Meow Meow and the others with a serious expression. "I disagree. I am the ship's doctor and have no interest in being a mere mascot." Chopper, arms crossed, found the notion of a mascot rather childish. "Oh, I see you are simply too timid. Your courage is as small as Usopp's." Meow Meow proudly lifted its head, casually referencing Usopp. Ahem. Usopp felt utterly embarrassed. Even a cat could casually mention this acknowledged fact, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. He silently vowed to prove them wrong. "All right, let us have a contest. If I do not teach you a lesson, then I, Chopper, am not a crew member here." This infuriated little Chopper, who clenched his fists, ready to show them what he was made of. Prepare to face the wrath of King Meow Meow's wild scratches. Meow, who would be afraid of you? I don't even need to consume a rumble ball to handle you. Chopper transformed into his beast form, towering over Meow Meow. "You are but a mountain. Today, I shall give you a good scratching." Meow, the mood of Meow Meow is quite complicated. I almost forgot about the incident involving the reindeer consuming the devil fruit. However, Meow Meow, the great king, is not one to be trifled with. Donning protective goggles and wielding a small hammer, he commenced an unrelenting assault. Eventually, a tussle ensued, and both Winkai and Usopp nearly succumbed to slumber, while Pikachu watched with rapt attention. "Perhaps one of you could be left auspicious and the other right auspicious," mused Winkai as he rubbed his forehead, feeling as though his mind were muddled with glue. Only Nami, Vivi, Monday, and Kaya remained above on the main deck, observing the commotion on both sides. One side danced with joy while the other indulged in their brawls, creating an atmosphere that was excessively lively. Nami's gaze occasionally flickered towards Winkai, her radiant smile unwavering. Meanwhile, Vivi, watching Nami, couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. At that moment, Monday's eyes glistened with unshed tears, grappling with the acceptance of Winkai's choice, yet ultimately wishing them a lifetime of happiness. Kaya cradled a Chansey, frequently glancing towards Usopp. Regardless of his peculiarities, he remained the finest in her eyes. Thus, the entire Mary was enveloped in a state of jubilance. The spirited skirmish between the two little mascots escalated, only to be quelled by Winkai. Nevertheless, Meow Meow and Chopper remained obstinate, and after a swift reprimand from Winkai, they finally settled down. Little Fong had also found his crew, departing from the Mary, unaware that his target was just moments away. The bond between Nami and Winkai continued to flourish, providing ample fodder for the Straw Hat crew. While Sanji often wept in the dead of night, perhaps due to the emotional toll Nami had taken on his fragile heart, yet, the following day, he would resume his pestering of Vivi. Monday concealed her affection for Winkai, no longer making it public, as Winkai continued to regard her as a sister. She accepted this brotherly bond, relishing his concern while maintaining appropriate boundaries, resulting in mutual satisfaction. With the arrival of the Sea Cat, it signified that Alabasta was imminent, prompting the Straw Hats to prepare thoroughly, especially considering the lurking presence of 2,000 Baroque agents in the shadows. The weather grew increasingly clear, and Winkai maintained his routine of fishing. Alabasta should be reached today. Reflecting on Nami's attentive care over the past few days, Winkai found himself hopelessly infatuated. He entrusted her with a giant vine and a Venusaur for her protection. With these two, along with the previous Squirtle, she now possessed 3 Pokémon to safeguard her safety. However, the one concern plaguing Winkai was his complete lack of financial assets. Moving forward, Nami would manage the finances, a responsibility he had come to appreciate. Perhaps due to their proximity to the desert, the fish became increasingly scarce, leaving Winkai to languish in boredom until interrupted by the warehouse's exclamations. "Damn it, Winkai, will you claim that limited-time mission reward or not? Otherwise, I won't give you another chance." The reason for not being able to draw is the desire to gather together for a joyous experience, yet unexpectedly, the warehouse attendant refuses to comply. "Draw we must draw. Wenka chuckled. Ding. Limited time mission 1. Please assist the Straw Hat Crew's Luffy in defeating Walpole to complete. Reward. A level 4 Pokémon, the Masked Ninja, has been transmitted to the Little World. A Masked Ninja? Wen vaguely recalls that it hails from the Fengyuan region. But beyond that, he knows little. When the time comes, he will summon it for a closer inspection. On the foredeck, Vivi and Nami are engaged in light conversation. Nami, is Wen truly as remarkable as he seems? Vivi inquired with a teasing smile. He is the finest person in the world, Nami replied. Her cheeks tinted with a rosy hue, feeling a surge of sweetness at the mere thought of Wen. Embarrassed, she deftly shifted the topic to future plans. Do you have any strategies to thwart the rebellion? Nami asked, her gaze fixed on the Mary as it drew ever closer to the desert kingdom. Vivi, momentarily taken aback by Nami's inquiry, recognized the weight of the question. After all, she is a princess. There are methods, though I cannot guarantee their efficacy. I can only hope the rebellion does not erupt prematurely, Vivi said, her expression grave. Observing her seriousness, Nami refrained from probing further, trusting that Vivi would find her own way to quell any unrest. As the current carried the Mary across the waters, the distant land beckoned the Straw Hat Crew to gather, and Vivi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Alabasta, we have finally arrived. Expanses of dune stretched before them, vast and boundless. With scorching sands beneath their feet, this was indeed a world of heat. The text can be compared. The region here seems reminiscent of the ancient Arab nations, with the scorching desert climate forming its essence. Naluohala is a town situated in the coastal area of our country. Weiwei is well acquainted with the prominent towns of her nation, and this particular town holds a notable reputation throughout the entire realm. Naluohala, Wen cast his eyes upon the distant Lohra, realizing that reaching the palace would require some time. At that moment, Pikachu perched upon his shoulder, curiously surveying the enchanting desert landscape. Karoo turned to observe the surroundings, and suddenly his gaze fell upon a familiar sailing vessel, marked unmistakably with the emblem of Mr. 3. Ah, ah, ah. The commotion of Karoo's exclamations captured the attention of the group, who followed the sound to behold the docked ship, signifying that the once defeated Mr. 3 had indeed arrived at Lohra. What? This fellow is still alive? Usopp inquired, hands on his hips, filled with perplexity. This is troubling. If he has arrived, we could easily be recognized, Zoro expressed with concern, while Vivi and Karoo shared the same apprehension. After disembarking, do not act on your own. Nami, understanding the gravity of the situation, cautioned as she surveyed the group. This time, as everyone disembarked, utmost caution was imperative. Except for Luffy, who was obliviously picking his nose, Nami's warning seemed to enter one ear and exit the other. The ship had been low on provisions in recent days, which had left the captain quite famished. The Mary docked along the coastline, and one and the others all disembarked, with Luffy brimming with impatience. Restaurant, I want to eat. The captain, Luffy, dashed ahead, racing towards the town, leaving the others behind. Should we not go after him? Chopper asked, considering that he was the captain of the ship. Luffy will be fine. There is no need for concern. He will find his way back eventually. Zoro replied calmly. Silent as a whisper, can the lost soul truly return? Thus, he summoned the King Swallow, hoping it would accompany Luffy and ensure his safety. Oh, the ground is unbearably hot. Meow the feline's paw was scorched, and with a startled yowl, it immediately scrambled onto Usopp's head. Is it really that bad? The ground doesn't seem so scorching, does it? Usopp scratched his head. Indeed, the earth was warm, but not to the extent of such a dramatic reaction. It is quite hot. Meow if it's too hot for you. Perhaps you should remain on the ship. I refuse. Meow enough already, let us not bicker. We must hasten into the town. As Wink observed the old man and the cat squabbling once more, he rubbed his forehead in exasperation. These lively spirits were far too restless. Subsequently, the group entered the city. Vivi noticed the bustling crowds within, the vibrant streets alive with commotion, her expression easing as she realized that the turmoil of the rebels had yet to reach this place. When Nami inquired about their course of action, Vivi hesitated for a considerable time before revealing her plan. To the northwest of this town lies an oasis called Yuba, which serves as the stronghold for the insurrectionists. I believe we must first go there to quell the unrest, but the narrative unfolds with an understanding that the Straw Hat Crew must traverse the desert to reach Yuba. Therefore, it is essential to prepare ample water, food, and additional supplies to successfully navigate the arid expanse. Nami presently oversees the situation. Concerned that Mr. 3 and his associates might recognize them, she assigned Sanji, who has not met them before, along with Chopper, to procure provisions from the market. Wank followed the crowd, and Warehouse Master sent over a task notification. As Wank perused it, he discovered it was the long-awaited hidden mission. Ding! The announcement of a limited-time Task 1, Golden Level Hidden Task 9. The final point: users are required to capture a desert lizard. The specimen must be preserved with a completeness of at least 95%. Reward: 1 opportunity for Pokémon evolution and a feature awakening agent. Penalty: the forfeiture of all Pokémon. Warehouse Master, what does the final point signify? The final point indicates the culmination of task divisions. It signifies that this golden level hidden task consists of a total of 9 segments, of which the user has already completed 2. Upon completion, the rewards are substantial. I urge the user to persevere. What is a feature awakening agent? Wank inquired with confusion. I shall divulge that information after you diligently accomplish the task. It is a product unattainable by users of the 4th tier shop, replied the Warehouse Master. Wank felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with the Warehouse Master's response. Yet there was little he could do. After all, he was merely an employee, so he resolved to focus on his duties. Where shall I search for the desert lizard? The situation may be unclear. However, as the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way, and what is destined to come will undoubtedly arrive. Having grasped the task at hand, one must simply fulfill it. Yet, amidst the clamor, the agents of the Baroque workshop, leveraging the esteemed name of Crocodile, have reaped substantial benefits, their numbers proliferating throughout the realm of Alabasta, inevitably complicating the challenges of the mission. One could exit his thoughts and follow the main group in search of that rascal, Luffy. In the meantime, Sanji returned, laden with various packages, reuniting with the others. They began donning the local attire of Alabasta, and at that moment, Chopper also made his return. The dancing girl. When gazed wide-eyed at Nami, her figure utterly stunning. Nami blushed, feeling that wearing such revealing attire was perfectly acceptable for her man to see. However, she couldn't help but question, what on earth are you staring at? In a fit of indignation, Nami delivered a punch that sent Sanji, who was gushing blood, flying. This lecherous old fool was completely oblivious to Win's presence. An affront Nami could not tolerate. Sanji, determined, scrambled back to his feet to flatter Vivi and Kaya, while also taking the opportunity to mock Zoro and Usopp's attire. Hey, Sanji, why don't you compliment my sister? Isn't she a woman? Win chuckled from the side, prompting Sanji to turn his gaze toward the muscular Monday. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Am I beautiful, Sanji? Monday asked, his large hand resting heavily on Sanji's shoulder, his tone grave. Not beautiful, too ugly. Beautiful. Beautiful. Regardless of Sanji's desperate attempts at flattery, a powerful uppercut from the black woman nearly dislocated his jaw, sending him crashing to the ground. When gazed at Chopper, who lay there listlessly, inquiring about the reason for its state, it turned out that Chopper's nose was overly sensitive, unable to tolerate the scent of the perfume. When contemplated for a moment, then removed the pouch that had previously housed the spirit egg, fashioning it into a makeshift mask. Wearing this should provide you with some relief, he assured, gently placing it on Chopper's face, which brought him a measure of comfort. Observing Win's kindness, Nami ceased her application of perfume and took hold of Win's hand, requesting that he craft a mask for her as well, further tormenting Sanji in a rather comical manner. With the objective of procuring supplies successfully accomplished, the group prepared to set forth towards Yuba, embarking on their desert journey. However, Luffy had yet to return, leaving everyone to search for him while they awaited his arrival. After Wank provided Pikachu with a sip of water, she began to fervently recall what the original character, Luffy, might be doing at this moment, perhaps encountering his brother Ace and crossing paths with Smoker. Nonetheless, she decided it was best to remain patient and wait. Meanwhile, the old crow and his companions scoured the area, only to stumble upon an unexpected guest, the Navy. This revelation left them perplexed, sensing something amiss, prompting them to hastily return and communicate their findings. The presence of the Navy cast a grave expression upon Wank's face. The bustling street behind them drew the attention of Nami and her comrades, who soon discovered that the Navy was apprehending pirates, and shockingly, the pirate in question was none other than their own Luffy. Goodness, you truly have a knack for stirring trouble. Wank, Zoro, I found you, Luffy exclaimed, waving as he sprinted towards them. The Navy, upon sighting this young troublemaker with companions, readied themselves to capture him as well. Following Luffy were a man clad in white, smoking a cigarette, and a boy sporting an orange cowboy hat. Wank's eyes widened in realization. The man in the white Navy uniform was indeed the previous smoker, while the other, undoubtedly, was the illustrious Fire Fist Ace, wielder of the Marimari no Mi, and Luffy's sworn brother. At the same time, Smoker caught sight of Wink, his heart racing with exhilaration. At last, I have found you. This time, I shall not allow you to escape. Ding. A time-limited mission was issued. Please join forces with Fire Fist Ace to combat Smoker and repel him. Reward: a bottle of soil planting water. Penalty: confiscation of the Sus's soil. Very well. Wenko urged Nami and the others to depart first, while he himself dashed towards Luffy and his companions. Wenko, come back. Do not go. Nami was restrained by Vivi, preventing her from returning, for Wenko had just instructed her, do not follow me. Haha. Wenko, this time I shall bring you to justice. White Fist. Smoker transformed his hands into smoke, and in a flash, the thick clouds surged towards the fleeing Wenko and Luffy. Shadow Puppet Clone. In an instant, 6 shadowy clones emerged, aiming to ensnare Smoker's swift smoke hand. Yet, how could Smoker allow such a convenience? He swiftly retracted one arm, while the other relentlessly pursued Luffy. Heat Haze. Ace unleashed a powerful punch, transforming his arm into a column of flames. The fierce conflagration surged forth, effortlessly intercepting the smoky barrier. In the ensuing collision, the smoke was sent tumbling downwind, directly dispersed by the flames. Remarkable. One cannot deny the formidable destructive power inherent in this natural-type fruit, capable of transforming any part of the body into flames, which can morph into any conceivable shape. Of course, the forthcoming magma fruit wielded by Akainu will undoubtedly surpass the abilities of the flame fruit. But that discussion can be saved for another time. At this moment, Smoker paused, diverting his gaze from Luffy and Wink, his expression grave as he fixated on Ace. Stop right there. You are smoke, and I am fire. Our powers cannot determine a victor, Ace remarked with a faint smile, turning to greet Luffy. This bond of camaraderie is something that perhaps only Luffy can truly comprehend, Wink mused, observing the harmonious reunion of the two brothers with a smirk. Such a doting brother. Soon after, a multitude of Marines surged forth, escalating the tension. Ace urged Luffy to lead everyone away in haste, while Wink declared his intention to catch up later, as he needed to settle some personal grievances. Reluctantly, the group departed, leaving only Nami, who cast a worried glance at Wink. Step aside. Poor gassed Ace. Smoker commanded in a low voice, a statement that Ace naturally rebuffed. Meanwhile, Wink stood tall, Pikachu poised on his shoulder, as the power of lightning began to manifest. Hey, you should be with Luffy, so hurry and leave. Ace's words prompted Wink to shake his head in defiance. Nonsense. I have a mission to fulfill. I cannot simply wander off. Are you willing to abandon your mission? Do not worry. I am merely here to assist you. Luffy, won't he say anything? Wink smiled reassuringly. Ace paused, then his expression softened, his gaze towards Wink deepening with intrigue. He is quite an interesting man. Then I shall not hold back. Ace exclaimed. White Hurricane. Smoker transformed into white smoke, hurtling forward with incredible speed. Water Bullet, Gatling Water Gun, Barrett Water Gun. Combination. Wink was undeterred, unleashing a new technique to counter Smoker. Even in the arid desert, moisture could be collected from the air, enough to generate a water gun. You two possess the powers of a devil fruit? Ace's smile remained. His curiosity piqued as he regarded Wink with surprise. A water-based weapon, a natural-type existence? Wenko remained silent, while the projectile of water served only to momentarily disrupt. The true assault lay ahead. Rocks. Fragments of stone inexplicably fractured from the Earth's surface, hurtling towards Smog. Such efforts are futile. Elemental transformations render one impervious to physical attacks. Flames erupted from Ace's hands, encircled by a fiery aura, as he bore down upon Smog, just as Smog intended to subdue Wenko first. He found himself ensnared by Ace's fiery fist, while Pikachu perched upon Wenko's shoulder surged forward, enveloped in a golden mist. You smoking rascal! Taste 100,000 volts! Pikachu exclaimed. The brilliant yellow lightning engulfed half the town, crackling chaotically through the air. Smog felt his body suddenly succumb to paralysis, his complexion paling as he gazed at Pikachu. This rodent? He thought, incredulous. Although the elemental transformations of the two seemed impervious to the 100,000 volts. Smog's body felt as though it had been hollowed out, his movement sluggish. While he sustained no injuries, the sensation was profoundly frustrating. Pikachu's 100,000 volts proved ineffective against him, yet the electric pathway had an impact within the world of pirates. The electric path possessed the ability to paralyze all devil fruit users. Of course, this paralysis was merely temporary. The stronger the adversary, the longer the duration of their incapacitation. Without uttering a word, when Wenko grasped Ace's hand and departed, leaving Smoker to watch helplessly as they took Pikachu and made their exit. The naive sailors stood by, utterly dumbfounded, as the trio vanished from sight. After they had gone, Smoker took nearly a minute to regain his composure, his mind in turmoil. Who exactly was that rat? In frustration, Smoker discarded the cigarette from his mouth onto the ground, feeling utterly humiliated by being subdued by a mere rodent. Especially with so many of his subordinates witnessing this debacle. He vowed, "I must capture you. Next time, I shall not allow you to escape so easily." Meanwhile, Wenku, still holding Ace's hand, dashed forward until they were out of sight, at which point he released Ace and took a moment to catch his breath. All right, that should suffice. Ding. Time-limited mission 2. Users must team up with Fire Fist Ace to confront Smoker and repel him. Mission accomplished. Reward, 1 bottle of planting water. The reward has been recorded in the miniature space. Pikachu, hands on its hips, gazed at Ace, proudly flaunting its prowess. That little mouse possesses quite the skill, Ace mused. Squinting at Pikachu, he feared that if struck directly by that bolt of lightning, he would fare no better than Smoker. The only viable solution was to separate the elements before being hit by the lightning, rendering Pikachu uncertain about its attack. Wenku exclaimed in surprise. "I never anticipated that Pikachu would be so formidable." "Not necessarily," he continued. "If it were combined with Conqueror's Haki, then it might indeed be impressive. Even if the opponent possesses only Observation Haki, they could effortlessly evade the lightning's trajectory. Pikachu is still not strong at present. It will gradually improve over time." The unwavering encouragement from Warehouse Kuin prompted Wenku to nod. The journey ahead is long, and one should not become overly complacent merely by defeating a user of a devil fruit. "You're truly a peculiar individual," Ace observed, scrutinizing Wenku. Despite having sailed the seas for several years and encountered numerous significant figures, he still found it challenging to decipher Wenku. "Not necessarily. Let us seek out Luffy." Wenku replied with a smile, leading Ace toward the Going Merry. Just as they rounded a corner, they encountered Luffy, who, in typical fashion, had lost his way once again. You are hardly a source of reassurance," Wenku remarked, playfully grasping Luffy by the neck and giving him a gentle tap. "Wenku, I worry about you all," Luffy grinned, his cheerful demeanor eliciting curiosity from Wenku. "It has been quite a while, Luffy," Ace laughed heartily. Delighted to see his brother. "Indeed, it has been several years, Ace," Luffy replied, as they clasped hands. The reunion of brothers filled with unspoken words that could not be expressed in mere sentences. "Well then, we should be on our way, yes?" As Wenku turned to leave, he was met with the forceful sound of heavy breathing behind him, and upon glancing back, he nearly fainted. What the devil? Is this a time for an arm wrestling match? Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the water barrel beneath them succumbed to the pressure exerted by both parties, shattering and spilling its contents onto the ground. Subsequently, Wenku lightly nudged the two of them, urging them towards the direction of the Merry. Along the way, Ace informed Luffy and Wenku of a few matters. First, he had boarded Whitebeard's ship and become a member of his crew. Second, he had come to Alabasta in pursuit of a man named Blackbeard. Wenku nodded, acknowledging that this was entirely consistent with the original text. As the trio continued their journey, noticing the two engaged in lively conversation, Wenku felt compelled to inquire about the nature of the soil planting water. This soil planting water was a premium product, fetching a remarkable 7,000 Pock coins in the market. Its singular efficacy lay in its ability to elevate the survival rate of fertilized plants across various regions to an astonishing 98%. In simpler terms, it served as the finest adjunct to the existing rapid fertilizer. 98%. When 100 saplings are planted in arid desert regions, it ensures that only 2 would perish. When paired with the rapid fertilizer, the survival rate becomes truly formidable. With great joy, what does this vast expanse of desert known as Alabasta signify? Upon returning to the ship, I shall present these 2 items to Vivi. Ding. A permanent task has been issued. Bronze level the Rapid Fertilization Project. In 1's lifetime, utilize the rapid fertilizer along with soil to cultivate water, ensuring that the green coverage of the Alabasta region surpasses 60%. Reward. Choose 2 types of fertilizer from the warehouse at random. The user will learn a random grass-type move from grass-type Pokémon of levels 1 to 6. Penalty. None. The Rapid Fertilization Project. Compared to the seemingly endless permanent tasks assigned by Koya, Zaro, and Hades, this bronze task is considerably more manageable. It merely requires time. Wenku could abruptly cease his task of perusing, and as for the exchanges between Luffy and Ace, they went unheard. The trio proceeded towards the coast, only to discover that the ship, Merry, had vanished without a trace, leaving Wenku scratching his head in confusion. Alas, where could they have gone? Hark! Ace noticed a group of suspicious individuals, clad in the garb of pirates, lurking in the shadows, indicating that matters were far from simple. While Luffy remained oblivious, Wenku was well aware. It appeared that the members of Baroque Works had commenced their operations. Oh dear, I see our ship. Luffy craned his neck and finally spotted a distant dark silhouette. Wink felt somewhat bewildered, questioning how your vision could surpass even that of Usopp. I initially thought it was a seagull. Rubber. Wait. Luffy, I am preparing to have Charizard transport me there. Rocket. Damn it. Luffy Elastic. Outstretched arm embraced Wink and propelled forward, creating a tremendous wave as they surged through the air, ultimately landing gracefully upon the Going Merry. Wink had fallen onto the ground in a most undignified manner, while Pikachu, as a consequence of their journey, wobbled unsteadily with each step. Haha, we have arrived, exclaimed Luffy, who was perched atop Wink, laughing heartily. Oh dear, Wink, are you all right? Nami pulled Luffy away and helped the overwhelmed Wink to his feet, expressing her concern. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy, Wink replied, clutching his head, his vision blurred with double images. Nami, embracing Wink, gently pressed his head. Nami-san, you have once again wounded the heart of a knight, Sanji muttered to himself, hidden away in a corner, indulging in a cigarette. As for Ace, he had his own means of reaching the Going Merry. He was well acquainted with the Straw Hat crew, and the etiquette he learned from Sabo earned him the admiration of Zoro and the others. Subsequently, Ace astounded them all by using his fire fist to assist Luffy in destroying a fleet of 5 ships belonging to a billionaire, which garnered immense respect and admiration from Usopp and the crew. They celebrated with drinks and games, reveling in the camaraderie as if no obstacle ahead could hinder them. The Going Merry continued its voyage, setting sail towards Yuba, the next destination. The waters of the Sandora River sparkled, yet this did little to alleviate the heat in the air. Rather, the land cracked and dried further, worsening the situation. On one hand, Vivi was deeply concerned for her father, King Cobra. In her eagerness to facilitate communication, she prepared to entrust Karoo with a message to traverse the desert. The Going Merry anchored temporarily, and after disembarking, Vivi placed the heavy burden upon Karoo. Karoo, this letter contains crucial information regarding the Baroque Works and Crocodile-S schemes, as well as my determination to return to Alabasta with my exceptional companions. Can you manage this? Vivi's expression was grave, yet she had faith in her steed's capabilities. Karoo's eyes flickered. He understood the difficulty of the task, but did not wish to disappoint Vivi. Wink contemplated for a moment, recognizing that Karoo's safety remained a pressing concern. Thus, he summoned the Digging King from the small world. Vivi, after all, Karoo is traversing the desert alone and may encounter desert bandits. I have instructed the Digging King to accompany Karoo closely, ensuring his safety, Wink remarked as he approached Vivi. That is truly wonderful, Vivi responded with delight. The journey was long and arduous. With Wink's Pokémon assisting, Karoo's safety was considerably enhanced. The group watched them depart, filled with confidence in their undertaking. Karoo was fleet of foot, capable of swift runs, while the Digging King possessed a remarkable skill in burrowing to locate water sources. Each had their strengths, complementing one another perfectly. Everyone boarded the ship, and the Melee continued its voyage. Yuba was the stronghold of the rebel army, and Wink was acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. Moreover, the transformation into a Steelix was nearing its expiration. The high-grade potion that sustained this form had been effective for a month, and today marked the 18th day. Thus, the Steelix form had less than half a month remaining. The sailing vessel, heavily reliant on the environment, was hindered by calm winds, resulting in sluggish progress. Time was slipping away as they journeyed. However, Wink was unconcerned about the Steelix, for he was devotedly crafting garments for the woman he cherished. As they prepared to cross the scorching desert, Vivi and the other 3 girls needed to don long robes to minimize sun exposure on their skin. The attire that Nami wore was meticulously designed by Wink, resembling a traditional qipao, yet adapted to incorporate local styles. This brought immense joy to Nami, who found that her craftsmanship resonated well with Wink. Meanwhile, Vivi and the others gazed upon her with a tinge of envy, but Wink remained indifferent, much to Nami's satisfaction. Sanji, the culinary virtuoso, harbored ulterior motives and produced 2 modest yet revealing garments for Vivi and Kaya, prompting Usopp to deliver a well-deserved reprimand. Wenku's attire, infused with elements reminiscent of ancient times conjured from the television of a previous life, garnered endless admiration from Luffy and his companions. earning him the title of Master Tailor aboard the ship. After a day of sailing, the Mary reached its destinations, and the crew prepared to anchor and disembark to commence their desert adventure. However, a group of peculiar little creatures appeared on the shore, obstructing the Straw Hat crew's path. These creatures bore shells akin to those of turtles, lifting their arms as if to showcase their muscles. Are they seals? Luffy pondered aloud, scratching his head at the sight of these strange beings. Ah, those are kung fu manatees, Vivi exclaimed, leaving everyone perplexed, including Wenku, who had only a vague recollection of the creatures. One of the manatees below waved its flipper and shouted at Luffy and the others, its expression uniformly serious. If you wish to come ashore, defeat me. If you dare not, return to the other side, cowards. Chopper translated word by word, while Meow Meow understood some of it, growing increasingly irate at Chopper's moment in the spotlight. Ding. A limited time quest was issued. Defeat 10 Kung Fu manatees and register this species in the pet world. Reward, level 3 Pokémon, Weezing, with a 50% intermediate potion. Penalty, randomly forfeit 3 Pokémon. The warehouse promptly relayed the message. Just as Wenku finished reading the quest, he widened his eyes to see Usopp confidently disembarking, only to be utterly defeated moments later. Oh no, Usopp. The manatees are formidable, Vivi cautioned, but before she could finish, Usopp was knocked down in mere 3 seconds. Too weak? He barely had time to utilize his devil fruit abilities. The speed of the manatee strikes was indeed difficult to articulate. Ha! Usopp, what happened to your face? Luffy laughed heartily, standing over a defeated manatee. No way. I'm going down too. Wenku exclaimed, leaping from the ship, and Nami made no attempt to stop him. Zoro and the others observed the manatee that had just been defeated by Luffy standing up and bowing to him, perplexed. If a Kung Fu manatee loses, it must bow to the victor, such is the tradition. Vivi explained this to them. With a shout, Shadow Puppet Clone, Water Projectile Barret Water Gun. Wenku, who had also jumped ship, swiftly defeated 10 manatees using his Shadow Puppet Clone and water projectiles. The 10 Kung Fu manatees lined up beside him. And after completing the task, Wenku turned to look at Luffy, astonished. My goodness, this fellow has over 40 manatees at his feet, and he is so much faster. Meanwhile, Luffy was animatedly practicing punches, with the manatees mimicking his movements in sheer delight. With a hand resting on his forehead, he turned his gaze away from Luffy and instead knelt down to observe the 10 small manatees beneath him, a sense of contentment blossoming within. These 10 little creatures would gradually learn their skills in this miniature world, and he believed that in the future, they would be able to accomplish many tasks for him. The characters, lacking any sense of restraint, were directly assigned names, Nyo-E, Nyo-Air, and so forth, collectively referred to as the 10 Brothers of Nyo. These 10 brothers saluted Wenku, acknowledging him as their master. As we prepared to traverse the desert, it became evident that they could not accompany me across the sands. However, I possessed a means to guide them to a new realm. After calming the 10 brothers of the sea cows, Wenku transported them to a miniature world for pets. On board the ship, Ace lowered his cowboy hat, his gaze fixed intently on Wenku. He watched with wide eyes as the 10 skilled sea cows vanished, deepening his conviction that this man was extraordinary. Yet for Nami and the others, this was a commonplace occurrence. It was well known aboard the ship that Wenku frequently summoned rare creatures, a fact known by all. Ding. Time-limited mission 3 complete. Reward, level 3 Pokémon, Weezing, with a 50% capability of intermediate potion, now recorded in the miniature space. 10 in total, neither too many nor too few. The mission was accomplished. In the future, these 10 skilled sea cows would contribute significantly to Wenku's numerous achievements, but that is a tale for another time. With the challenge of the sea cows behind us, the crew disembarked and prepared to commence their journey. Usopp, covering his face, also rose to his feet, while Wenku surveyed the situation with Luffy, finding himself in a dilemma. The number of sea cows under his command was simply overwhelming. The capacity of the vessel was somewhat insufficient, making it impossible to accommodate over 40 manatees. Nami and the others did not permit Luffy to bring the manatees along. Just as they found themselves in a predicament, Chopper devised a plan, sacrificing a portion of their provisions to ensure the manatees would not follow them into the desert. As the group ventured into the arid expanse, the scorching ground was laden with golden sands, and no signs of life were to be seen. However, to reach Yuba, they had no choice but to traverse this barren landscape. The desert of Alabasta was suffocatingly hot. Wink wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, sighing inwardly. This was his inaugural crossing of a desert, and the heat was overwhelming. Uncertain of how long they had been traveling, they were taken aback by a desolate sight ahead. Ruined walls and remnants of structures emerged from the sands, which the wind had swept away, revealing the vestiges of a once thriving city, now unable to conceal its desolation. The fall of civilization lies silent within the annals of history. Is this Yuba? Usopp inquired first, as the BB bird perched on his shoulder surveyed the surroundings. This is not Yuba. It is Elmaru, Vivi replied, her expression grave. She began to lead the group in a discussion about the reasons behind the decline of this once thriving city, formerly known as the City of Green. Along the way, everyone patiently listened as Vivi slowly unraveled the tale. It turned out that the Baroque works had sown discord among the populace, fostering distrust towards the king, which ultimately led to the city's demise. The listeners fell silent, their hearts heavy with a newfound understanding of Baroque's nefarious tactics, solidifying their resolve to defeat Baroque and save Alabasta. As they walked, the wind whistled through the ruins, creating an eerie sound that heightened Usopp and the others' anxiety. Ace, well-versed in the ways of the world, offered clarity. This haunting sound echoed the lament of Elmaru, as the winds, laden with yellow sand, relentlessly assaulted the Straw Hat crew. Nami was shielded by the others, yet she found herself blinded by the swirling sands. Once the conditions improved slightly, they dared to look around, only to witness Vivi kneeling on the ground, having unearthed a skull. We were born in a great desert nation, battling against nature for generations. Yet those who have fought to survive live in such misery. What right do they have to do this? Vivi wept bitterly. The decline of civilization, marked by suspicion and war as catalysts, has the potential to obliterate all forms of culture. Luffy, in a display of his discontent and fury towards Crocodile, forcefully shattered a crumbling wall, leaving those around him in solemn silence. When Ku gazed intently, recalling the urgent project amidst the encroaching sands. Speaking softly to himself, he murmured, "Perhaps there is still hope for Elmaru." What? Including Vivi, along with Ace, they all removed their hats and turned their attention towards Wenku. Wen took a deep breath. It was of no consequence. Apart from Ace, everyone aboard had witnessed Wen's remarkable ability to retrieve objects from afar, a manifestation of his skill in manipulating a miniature space. One can swiftly extract nutrient-rich soil and planting water from the miniature space, with the fertilizer weighing several hundred pounds, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound that startled everyone present. However, the planting water is merely contained in a large bottle held in hand. What can one accomplish with just this bottle? This is the first time that Wenku has brought the soil for cultivating water to the public, only to realize that this seemingly exorbitant price of 7,000 amounts to such a small quantity. What a fool! To plant a single tree, merely half a drop suffices. Within this container, there must be 100,000 drops. Moreover, with simple dilution, one could produce millions of drops. Just how vast is Alabastan? If utilized wisely, achieving 60% of the oasis is not an insurmountable challenge. Wenku nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the crowd, finding their dazed expressions rather amusing. The enigmatic creation seemed to elude Ace's understanding, leaving him bewildered by the depths of Wenku's secrets. Yet, this only brought an inexplicable sense of relief to Ace's heart. Given his nature, he would never harbor thoughts of suspicion. Such was the respect he held for his friend. What are these things, Wenku? Nami inquired first. Wenku meticulously elucidated the purposes of these two items, although certain obscure data and information regarding the warehouse lord were deliberately concealed. Oh, wouldn't that mean that speedy fat and soil planting water could fundamentally resolve the desertification issues plaguing Alabastan? Nami gazed with hopeful anticipation, awaiting Wenku's final affirmation. Wenku nodded, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Elmaru was saved. Suddenly, the ominous winds nearby seemed to recede, leaving behind only the tranquil remnants of the old city. Luffy laughed heartily. Throughout their journey, Wenku had become irreplaceably significant in Luffy's heart, embodying the essence of creating the impossible, which was the very reason for Luffy's unwavering trust and longing for him. Nami's eyes sparkled. Wenku had long proven himself as her man. His existence not only illuminated her world but also shone brightly for others. Ace smiled gently. During the days spent with Wenku, or rather, since forging friendships with Luffy and Sabo before setting sail, he felt a renewed desire for companionship. Every action of this man inspired an inexplicable faith. Vivi's tears flowed freely. Alabasta was saved. Usopp and Zoro gazed at Wenku, their expressions relaxed. Time and again, Wenku devised novel solutions to their challenges. And they never questioned the origins of the items or means of transportation, for their trust in him was unconditional. Subsequently, Wenku retrieved these items, planning to present them all to Vivi after the Straw Hat crew defeated Crocodile. Everyone's heart swelled with excitement. Nami firmly grasped Wenku's hand. pride radiating from her gaze as she looked at him. She too would not inquire about the origins of his treasures. Her trust was absolute. The group continued onward, with Elmaru receding ever further behind them. Yet one day, a new king would lead the people to rebuild the once verdant city. At that time, how could civilization be allowed to wither away? The arid climate continued to deteriorate, exacerbating the temperatures in the desert regions. The Straw Hats had long distanced themselves from Elmaru and had traveled countless miles toward Yuba. It was said that the sand dunes here were plentiful. I had thought the desert would be as flat as sea level. Climbing a dune was exhausting. The heat was unbearable, and Winka's parched lips were cracked from dehydration. Pikachu, adorned with a little hat, lay wearily on Winka's shoulder. Only Vivi, having grown up in this environment, was more acclimated to the heat than the other Straw Hats. There was no way around it. This was an ancient desert region, with some dunes towering over 300 meters. Vivi sighed and explained that was why she had urged everyone to prepare for hardship. Due to the scarcity of water, Luffy and Sanji frequently squabbled over it, which left Wenku and Ace with grave expressions as they exchanged knowing glances. Concern lingered in their hearts. After another day's travel, the food for the night was insufficient for the large group, forcing them to eat in small portions, much to Luffy's discomfort. After pondering for a while, Wenku decided to share half of his dinner with Luffy. "Are you out of your mind? You're not even full yourself, and you're giving food to this glutton," Nami exclaimed, her frustration evident as she punched Wenku on the head. Wenku smiled helplessly, unbothered by the emptiness in his stomach. Luffy, lost in thought, silently enjoyed Wenku's portion. Ace, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel an increasing fondness for Wenku. "Why is it so cold here at night?" Usopp inquired, shivering. "It's a matter of temperature difference. The desert can drop below freezing at night," Vivi calmly replied, adding, And what?" meowed Naya. "And there are numerous dangers in the desert, requiring constant vigilance against sudden natural disasters and human factors." Wenku embraced Nami, nestled closely together with everyone as they drift into slumber, hoping for a night devoid of troubles. A group of individuals shivers like fools, for the desert night is indeed mercilessly cold. Wenku embraced Nami tenderly as she drifted into a serene slumber. He leaned against Monday and Sanji, gazing at the twinkling stars scattered across the night sky. Perhaps due to an empty stomach, Wenku found himself restless, and upon noticing Ace also wide awake, their eyes met in a silent understanding. The two seemed like longtime friends, their hearts attuned as they communicated through shared glances. A gentle smile graced Wenku's lips as he closed his eyes. As dawn broke the following morning, the sky began to lighten. The distant sand dunes swayed gently in the breeze, the lingering chill still present, though softened by the dawn's embrace. Wenku slowly opened her drowsy eyes, a slight headache pulsing through her mind. She could only recall that she had felt no inclination to sleep the previous night, and it was only after painstakingly counting sheep that she managed to doze off for a brief moment. Indeed, her slumber had been unsatisfactory. Pikachu, perched on her shoulder, also rubbed its little eyes. It, however, had enjoyed a restful night. Wenku noticed the absence of Nami in his embrace, indicating that she had already risen. Consequently, he too got up, hearing the sounds of an argument emanating from the nearby sand dunes, Wenku approached to investigate, only to discover that Vivi and Luffy were embroiled in a dispute over a scorpion. Eventually, the scorpion managed to escape from Luffy's grasp. With a hand upon my forehead, "I find this morning to be quite disconcerting. One cannot help but wonder how things will unfold when Luffy eventually ties the knot." Chopper, rising early as well, owing to his reindeer constitution and heightened auditory sensitivity, began to twitch his ears, sensing an ominous sound approaching. A grave expression crossed his face, urging everyone to remain vigilant. "Is the wind rising?" Ace stood up, a smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the surroundings, just as uncertainty loomed over the group. A single utterance from Vivi prompted them to swiftly seek refuge among the rocks. "A tempest. A sandstorm is imminent." Wenku's expression shifted slightly as he expanded his body to 3 times its original size, resembling a small hill. He directly burrowed into the ground in his great rock serpent form, allowing everyone to follow him into the tunnel while he cloaked the entrance with his body. The storm's fierce winds failed to inflict significant harm upon Wenku. After the tumult subsided, the surroundings returned to normal, and he retracted his form, allowing the Straw Hat crew to emerge. Ugh! Ugh! Usopp and the others emerged with faces covered in dust, spitting out sand from their mouths. Wenku felt a twinge of regret. After a brief rest, they continued their journey, initially uneventful. Luffy had taken charge of their luggage, but it proved too burdensome, causing him to lag behind the group. Unfortunately, This foolish boy unwittingly encountered the charade of the deceitful great dune birds, who misled Luffy and absconded with their belongings. Believing the white birds were genuinely injured, Luffy pursued them in hopes of having Chopper treat them. However, Vivi quickly identified the ruse and explained the existence of the desert's trickster birds. "Well, we've been deceived," Luffy exclaimed in frustration. Sanji was furious. For their supplies for 3 days had been taken. Without them, escaping the desert would be nearly impossible. "What shall we do?" "My food," he lamented, recalling that only a single pack of cat food remained in the luggage. It seemed all hope was lost. Just as Luffy and Sanji quarreled, Luffy suddenly spotted the silhouette of the great dune bird and dashed away from the group in pursuit. "What is he up to now?" Sanji groaned, his head pounding. His mood soured by Luffy's antics. With no other choice, they could only wait. Nami leaned against Wenku, drifting into a light slumber, as Wenku remained attentive. Anticipating Luffy's return, after all, he was the captain. Boom, boom. Time passed, perhaps 15 minutes, perhaps 30. A series of thunderous sounds approached from the direction Luffy had departed. "What is happening?" Vivi inquired, puzzled as swirling sand obscured her view. Usopp donned goggles, managing to catch a glimpse of the unfolding scene. It appears to be a monster." He cried out in terror, tears welling in his eyes as he momentarily forgot he possessed the powers of a devil fruit user. As the sounds grew ever closer, a striking sight emerged before them. A colossal purple lizard, flicking its serpentine tongue, was pursuing Luffy relentlessly. "Haha, Sanji, I've brought back some meat," Luffy proclaimed, riding atop a camel, utterly unconcerned about the impending danger. Rather, he reveled in the thrill of the hunt. Wenku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was that not a colossal lizard? Haha, his hidden mission had finally materialized. "Luffy, bring him over. Bring him to me," Wenku shouted as he sprinted towards Luffy. "Ah, Wenku, I'm back," Luffy exclaimed, flashing a bright smile, his mouth watering at the sight of so much meat. "Ah, keep your distance. Pika Pika," Wenku shouted a reminder to Luffy, while Pikachu perched on his shoulder leapt into action, charging towards the great lizard. "Thunderbolt, Pikachu." The powerful golden lightning surged forth, slicing through the air like a blade, enveloping the lizard in a crackling embrace. Before the scent of charred flesh could even manifest, Wenku intervened. The lizard collapsed with a thundering crash, convulsing, its once vibrant purple scales now charred black. Pikachu halted its discharge midway and scampered over to Wenku. Seeking comfort, the mission necessitated it. The life of the colossal lizard had been spared. "I don't care. I intend to capture this lizard. Luffy, you find other meat." Wenku called out to Sanji and the others approaching from afar, immediately teleporting the giant lizard without further ado. "Ah, Wenku, you are quite domineering," Sanji exclaimed in frustration, but Luffy, seeing that it was Wenku's decision, was less perturbed. Suddenly, a cacophony of screams emerged from behind, as Vivi and her companions cried out in alarm. Sensing impending trouble, Sanji rushed back, while Wenku remained still, awaiting the rewards for his hidden task. Ding. The user has successfully captured a desert lizard. Current capacity of the Pokémon mini-world, 88,100. Ding. Time-limited task 1, golden level hidden task 9. Final point, capture a desert lizard completed. Reward, 1 opportunity for Pokémon evolution and 1 feature awakening agent. The evolution has been stored for the user, and the feature awakening agent has been secured in the miniaturized space. Now, you must tell me what the feature awakening agent is, Wenku demanded. Feature awakening agent. It allows the designation of one person or creature to acquire a random attribute related to a Pokémon's characteristic linked to the specified target's daily life. Note, this characteristic, akin to abilities, can be awakened multiple times, but cannot exceed 3 in total, referred to as the first, second, and third characteristics. Feature awakening cannot coexist with the abilities of a Pokémon-type Devil Fruit. The warehouse manager provided a brief explanation. Feature awakening agent. 1 characteristic. Can designate an individual linked to daily life. Rather than using it for himself, Wenku contemplated bestowing it upon Nami. As she currently lacked a weather rod and her strength was not very formidable, placing her at the lower end of the team's combat capabilities. Even with the support of Squirtle and others, it was insufficient. If it's not enough, then let us enhance it. Warehouse manager. Directly apply the feature awakening agent to Nami. Without further ado, Wenku was determined to treat Nami well. Ding. The feature awakening agent is being injected into Nami's body, awakening her first characteristic. The warehouse manager is gradually analyzing. One can patiently await. My dear, I shall ensure that you grow stronger as well. Ding. Nami's first trait has successfully awakened. Irrelevant weather. This introduces a characteristic for the third generation. Effect. Exclusive title of the Pirate King's Navigator. The weather's influence on her sensory perception is enhanced by 20%, granting opponents a 70% chance of losing their meteorological observational sight. Furthermore, with her mind attuned to the climate, she can ensure an even more flawless manipulation of the weather in the future. After the awakening agent bestows Nami her first trait, one contentedly withdraws her mind and approaches Nami and the others, discovering they have just endured a skirmish, having dispatched another desert lizard at the hands of Sanji and his crew. Although their belongings remain elusive, the presence of this large lizard promises a hearty meal for everyone. Remarkably, the rocks here serve as natural grills. Sanji skewers the lizard meat with wooden sticks, placing it upon the heated stone surface, allowing it to cook to perfection. As for the camel brought by Luffy, it was recognized by Chopper, who recalled that it had inadvertently stumbled into the rebel base while they were procuring supplies and later assisted it in escaping, thus earning its gratitude. However, for a saddle-equipped camel, being the mount for Luffy and his companions displeases it greatly, prompting Chopper to translate, "I am a rugged camel who cherishes freedom. I sincerely thank you for rescuing me in my time of peril. While I may allow riders, I shall never carry a man." With a playful chuckle, Wink remarked on the camel's distinctive personality, dubbing it an old lecher. "Are you not carrying us? A good beating would surely tame it." Sanji and Luffy had just finished their skewers of meat when they commenced a collective assault on the camel, leaving it sprawled on the ground, its dignity shattered. However, the camel soon regained its composure, refusing to yield to Luffy and his friends, prompting them to pummel it once more. Kaya, feeling pity for the creature, tenderly stroked its back, causing the camel's eyes to sparkle with affection, much like Sanji's. Nami, observing Wink's amusement, quipped that it seemed the girls had found a camel to ride, eliciting a resigned smile from Wink. "Let us name it Eyelash," she suggested. Nami, accompanied by Vivi and Kaya, approached the camel. Though the three girls bore a considerable weight, the gallant camel, embodying masculinity, effortlessly bore them and prepared to bolt. "Wait, lustful camel, why not take my sister along? You have a penchant for carrying women, one more wouldn't hurt. It's just a bit of extra effort. And I doubt it would faze you," Wink called out from behind. Eyelash turned its head, glancing at the lonely Monday, its expression shifting slightly. "Hurry, let me mount." Just as the dark-skinned girl reached for the saddle, she noticed Eyelash drooping its head, displaying a lack of enthusiasm. It seemed the camel could not accommodate so many passengers. Nami hesitated, contemplating whether to disembark and allow Monday a turn. The camel appeared increasingly reluctant, almost rolling over in protest. "You." The dark-skinned girl realized the futility of her situation and urged Nami to ride the camel instead. Nami refused, opting to hold the reins from the ground. Such a lascivious camel. The situation was both amusing and exasperating. Luffy and his companions trailed behind Nami and her group, incessantly chattering about the lecherous camel. As they progressed, due to the rapid pace of the creature bearing the three girls, the pace quickened. The girl, with no choice, hurried to keep up. Meanwhile, the men, who had initially managed to stay with them, found themselves delayed when Luffy, succumbing to thirst, consumed a cactus by the roadside, behaving as if possessed. It was only thanks to Chopper's tranquilizing efforts that Luffy fell into a slumber, but this caused a considerable delay. The footprints of the camels ahead had already been obscured by the shifting sands, leaving them directionless and unable to locate Nami and her friends. To their dismay, Ace had also vanished. Meow, the cat, having caught up, reported that Ace was nowhere to be found, leaving everyone bewildered. Wink was grave, lost in thought. Losing someone in the desert was perilously dangerous, especially under their current circumstances of food and water scarcity. "Let us head towards Yuba for now. If they see we haven't followed, they are likely to reach Yuba first. Zoro, you and I will carry Luffy. We must depart immediately," Wink suggested. And the others reluctantly acquiesced, taking it one step at a time. "Why is this fool so heavy?" Wink thought, breaking into a sweat after merely a short while of carrying him. Zoro remained silent, equally burdened. Before long, the troublemaker Luffy gradually regained consciousness. And once he was back to his usual self, the group, including Wink, reprimanded him. "Boom, boom, boom. Wait, don't kick him yet. I think I hear something." Usopp remarked, having caught distant, thunderous sounds, initially suspecting a desert storm, yet instinctively sensing it was something else. Wink halted, and the group collectively moved toward the source of the sound. Climbing the sand dune, they surveyed their surroundings, and the booming sound of shifting sand grew ever closer. In an instant, from an empty horizon, a pirate ship emerged into view. The ship, loud and chaotic, traversed the sands, having journeyed at least 100 kilometers. Can a ship really sail on sand? Wink gasped in astonishment. Usopp, unresponsive, donned his makeshift binoculars and spotted Nami and the others bound by ropes on the ship. They've captured Nami and the others. Usopp shouted in alarm. Nanny! The group could hardly believe it, but the only course of action was to rescue them. Water! I need water. Luffy, ever oblivious, was the first to react, using his rubbery arms to latch onto the ship's mast, pulling himself toward it and inadvertently snapping their wooden mast in the process. What an idiot! Usopp, transform and fly over to check it out, Wink exclaimed, face-palming, and began running toward the ship, his concern mounting as he called out to Usopp beside him. All right. Usopp had long desired to test his abilities, and this could be considered his debut in battle. When he mentioned it to the Straw Hat crew, they were taken aback, as Usopp became the third devil fruit user aboard the ship, following Luffy and Chopper, which filled him with pride. His transformed body shimmered like armor in a silver hue, with wings nearly a meter long, their interiors a deep crimson. Usopp's face was elongated and pointed, his long nose forming a beak, revealing sharp teeth at the corners of his mouth. His hands retained their humanoid form in silver, while his feet transformed into enormous claws, making his overall size considerably larger. Await my good news, he declared. With his lightweight transformation, which eliminated unnecessary mass such as air, fat, and heat, he significantly increased his speed and reduced his weight. As he flapped his wings, the combination of his lightweight form allowed Usopp to soar swiftly, reaching his destination in the blink of an eye. The crew aboard the ship looked up in awe as a large bird flew overhead. Usopp! Nami exclaimed in delight, having witnessed his transformation and recognizing it as Usopp's bird-beast form. Listen up, everyone on the ship. I advise you not to provoke trouble. My purpose here is solely to rescue those bound nearby. If you do not comply, I, armored Usopp, will ensure a river of your blood. Usopp glared menacingly at the burly, dark-faced giant beside Luffy, who appeared fierce with his rugged features. Seeing the giant's intimidating demeanor, Usopp sensed the challenge. As the crew remained silent, he continued to flap his wings and initiated a long-range assault on the giant. Rapid Smoke Star, he called out as his body grew lighter, allowing him to ascend higher, armed with his slingshot, and he began firing downwards. The smoke bombs he released enveloped the area, creating chaos amidst the crew as the swirling sands only exacerbated the situation. Stop it, Usopp! Luffy and Nami shouted, covering their mouths and noses as they sneezed in unison. Calling out to Usopp above. We, the Sand Pirates of Barrel.A, have a saying, but since you are rather ruthless, I shall refrain from sharing it. Also, my name is Barrel.A, the captain of this ship, and I humbly request you cease your attacks on us. Barrel.A, despite his fearsome appearance, spoke with a sincerity that conveyed a certain warmth. As Usopp assessed that the commotion had reached a suitable conclusion, he awaited the dispersal of the smoke before reverting to his human form and landing on the deck, where Wink and the others had also boarded the ship. Barrel.A promptly ordered his subordinates to untie the ropes binding Nami and the other girls, suggesting a truce between the two parties. Your captain Usopp is truly formidable. I, as a pirate captain, feel rather inadequate in comparison, Barrel.A remarked, pointing at Usopp as he addressed Wink and the others. Captain? Wink and the others were taken aback. What exaggerated tale was Usopp spinning this time? Following the reconciliation between the Barrel.A pirates and the Straw Hat crew, the group engaged in conversation with Captain Barrel.A. It turned out that they had captured Nami and her companions solely for the sake of camel eyelashes, intending to feast upon them. When one of his subordinates mentioned that there was no wood left on the ship to repair the mast, Wink and the others turned their gaze towards Luffy, prompting him to scratch his head in confusion. This revelation brought the crew to tears, for without timber to mend the mast, the ship would become sluggish, making it nearly impossible to reach the nearest village in a timely manner. Their lives were at stake. The only hope lay in Amelia's oasis, where wood was surely abundant. If they could procure some timber from there, a glimmer of hope would remain. After a moment of contemplation, Barrel.A devised a plan for their escape. Where shall we go? He pondered. Perhaps I should make the journey myself, Luffy declared, stepping forward. After all, it was his recklessness that had damaged their mast, and he felt a sense of responsibility to rectify the situation. Barrel.A cautioned that the shifting sands could render the journey perilous. However, Luffy was undeterred, and Wink believed that with careful navigation, they would likely encounter no significant issues. Ding! A time-limited quest was issued. Retrieve wood. Venture to the Melia's oasis and bring back a certain quantity of timber. Reward: the ability to learn one grass-type move from a level 3 grass-type Pokémon, still adhering to the 3-choice template. Penalty: forfeiture of all currently possessed grass-type Pokémon. The warehouse keeper had issued the task, and it was imperative for them to undertake it. I shall accompany Luffy, Wink proposed. Though Nami was the first to voice her objection, only to be drowned out by Luffy's exuberance. With Wink's resolute stance on the necessity of the trip, Nami reluctantly acquiesced, but not without fervently urging Wink to exercise caution. Bang, 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 with the sound of 3 small boats hitting the ground. These sand sleds became the perfect vessels for transporting wood. Luffy and Wink eagerly struck the specially crafted sand sleds. The buoyant hulls paired with sails serving as the common mode of transport for pirates navigating the desert. Saba and Rasha will accompany you to the Melia's oasis. Rasha is, after all, our crew's foremost expert in maneuvering sand sleds. You will be paired in twos. What are your plans? Barabarusa inquired of Luffy and Wink. Rasha? Wenku was perplexed about the whereabouts of Lasha when suddenly a metallic dart whizzed past him. Startled, he ducked, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Who could it be? He glanced in the direction from which the dart had come. A short-haired girl, adorned with a petite parasol, performed a backflip off the boat and landed deftly before him. With a graceful hand, she retrieved the dart embedded in the wooden vessel, casting no glance at Wenku, but instead focused her attention on Wei Wei and Monday, insisting that they join as well. It appeared that this exquisitely featured yet untamed girl was indeed La Sha. So, are we to be a party of 4? Wenku sought confirmation once more. Wei Wei wore a serious expression, while Monday, being half Alabastion and having previously undertaken missions in the desert during her time as an agent, possessed a rudimentary understanding of sand manipulation. Indeed, it will be me and Saba. That straw hat and that woman, you, and that dark-skinned woman, La Sha had already delineated their roles. Wenku's head throbbed painfully, perplexed by the circumstances. Yet, for the sake of the task, he had no choice but to comply. However, he felt joy on Monday, cherishing the brief moments spent with Wenku, which brought her immense happiness. Enough is enough. If you harbor any inappropriate intentions, don't blame me for informing your wife. Pikachu feigned a threat. Wenku observed his Pikachu had already allied with Nami, filling him with sorrow. Did he truly have ulterior motives regarding Monday? He pondered Nami's thoughts on the matter. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned girl remained oblivious, eagerly seated on the sand sled, her excitement palpable despite her serious expression. After the groups were formed, the 6 of them set off on the sled under everyone's watchful eyes. Several times, Vivi and Monday struggled with the controls, nearly capsizing. As they grew more accustomed to the sled, they gradually maintained a steady pace. However, that girl, Lasha, seemed up to no good. She suddenly altered her speed and rammed into Vivi and Luffy's sled, sending them tumbling into the quicksand below. Wenku's pupils dilated as he squinted at the short-haired girl. This was dire. Vivi and the others had plunged into the quicksand. Monday's expression turned grave, and Wenku's heart grew heavier. If Lasha dared to harm Luffy and Vivi in any way, he would not spare her. He could not tolerate any deliberate attack against his comrades. Just as their worry escalated, fortunately, Luffy, using his extendable arms, successfully escaped the quicksand, bringing relief to Wenku and the others. Later, as the 6 took a break, they learned that Lasha was once a friend of Vivi's, and the two had shared a bond in their childhood. Lasha had been waiting for Vivi's arrival, hoping for the king's rescue, but alas, it was not to be. Wenku remained silent, his grievances regarding the short-haired girl having dissipated like smoke. He comprehended the agony of waiting, a helplessness that gnawed at the soul. I'm sorry, Vivi, he murmured as tears streamed down her face once more. She understood that no amount of tears could mend the reality of the oasis slowly fading away. After a brief respite, the group rose to continue their journey towards the oasis. Upon reaching their destination, they found that the lush greenery had nearly vanished. Vast expanses of yellow sand engulfing the surface, reminiscent of Elmaru, leaving behind only traces of the city that once thrived there. Is there still hope for this nation? Lasha pondered aloud, gazing at the desolation. There must be hope for this country. Vivi suddenly embraced Lasha, her voice resolute. For we have Luffy, Wenku, and the Straw Hat crew. Crocodile will surely fail, Baroque works will undoubtedly falter, and the land of Alabasta must still be saved. Among the ruins of the oasis, the group discovered scattered timber, which they proceeded to transport back to the sand sled before embarking on their return journey. As Wenku cast a final glance at the ruins, he sighed inwardly, hoping that in his lifetime, through the nurturing of soil and the swift growth of flora, these lost oases could be revitalized. Ding. Time-sensitive task 4. Wood gathering completed. Reward. Learn a level 3 grass-type Pokémon move, Spike Cactus. Will the user learn it? As the sun dipped below the horizon, the journey ahead remained long, and when Ku felt he had ample time to delve into his fourth ability, 3 templates appeared as usual for his review. 1. Rooting, establishing roots in the earth to gradually recover from injuries. Drawback. The caster is immobilized while rooted. 2. Cotton Puff, adhering soft spores akin to cotton to the opponent, thereby reducing their speed. Drawback. None. 3. Spiked Arm, vigorously swinging an arm adorned with spikes for an attack, with a chance to cause a recoil effect. Drawback. None. This time the choice was indeed intriguing. Each of these skills shimmered with potential in Wenku's mind, making the selection a perplexing dilemma. After weighing the pros and cons, the second option was swiftly dismissed. After all, he already possessed the Shadow Puppet clone, which could effectively seal. The immobility of the first option also posed a significant problem. Therefore, he opted for the third choice, as even his formidable strength had its limitations. And he sought a truly effective melee technique. Ding. Selection of Spiked Arm is underway, infusing the user with the enhanced skill, Floating Rain. Spike Barrier, a medium-level combat technique from the Drought Grass Path. Without hesitation, Wenku immersed himself in the content, unable to contain his excitement. This ability is truly remarkable. It is said that Wenku has acquired his fourth ability, Floating Rain, Thorny Barrier. He perused the introduction to the technique. Floating Rain, Thorny Barrier. It generates floating vines that envelop the entire body, forming a temporary armor. The arm vines are adorned with thorns, and if one is pierced by these thorns, it inflicts substantial damage. Note, substantial damage can bypass the elemental intangibility of devil fruits. This barrier serves both as an offense and a defense. Incredible, this ability. Although the power of the thorns is modest, a punch delivered in this manner would undoubtedly be unpleasant for any user. This technique resembles a miniature version of armament hockey, albeit with significantly less potency. Such a punch pales in comparison to a bullet. Nevertheless, when combined with the immense strength of the Bojin, there remains a chance to deliver a commendable amount of damage. As Wenku exited his contemplations, he discovered that the sand vehicle they were aboard was nearing its destination, with the ships of Barabara visible in the distance. Upon arrival, everyone promptly disembarked to begin transporting timber, realizing that dusk was approaching. They prepared to repair the mast by the following day. Wei Wei and La Sha took the opportunity to reminisce. As night fell, after a day of labor, the Straw Hat crew temporarily sought refuge aboard the Barabara vessel for the night, planning to depart the next day. However, in the dead of night, Wenku and Nami found themselves together, as Nami had matters to discuss with him. "What is the matter, Nami? Aren't you going to sleep?" Wenku inquired. Is there something you haven't told me?" Nami sighed, probing gently. "Something?" Wenku replied, somewhat bewildered. Her fragmented words left him perplexed. "Isn't it because you're hiding something from me?" Nami embraced Wenku from behind, parting his lips with hers for a brief kiss. This time, the auburn-haired girl did not lean languidly against him, but instead focused intently on her partner. "What are you referring to?" Wenku chuckled lightly, still somewhat confused. Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed his mind, and he laughed nervously, hesitant to respond. Could it be that his wife had discovered his secret stash of money? On the Mary, he had secretly collected and hoarded 100,000 berries. Given Nami's fervent enthusiasm for wealth, should this information come to light, even 10 Winkes would not be sufficient to quell her wrath. "Why haven't you told me already? You make me ask," Nami insisted, holding on to Wenku, determined to wait for him to divulge his secrets. Wenku felt a cold sweat trickling down his back as he contemplated revealing the truth about his hidden funds. "What secret stash? I wanted to ask if you found a way to enhance your body somehow?" Nami inquired earnestly. "Enhance? Have you felt something?" Wenku replied, acknowledging that he indeed had enhanced her abilities previously, not out of forgetfulness, but because he deemed it unnecessary to inform her, as it was a minor matter. Observing Nami's skeptical expression, he began to emulate Usopp, fabricating a tale of mutual abilities, claiming he had shared a portion of his own capabilities with her. Naturally, he could not disclose the existence of his hidden funds. Initially astonished, Nami soon recalled Wenku's penchant for achieving the improbable, and her mind settled. It turned out that earlier that afternoon, she had been able to discern the climatic conditions within a radius of several hundred miles, even managing to utilize this knowledge to faintly detect the presence of nearby creatures. Well, the text is astonishing. To be frank, there is a hint of opportunism here, however. Upon closer reflection, the potential for the awakening of the observation hockey remains. Is it truly time for such an awakening at this early stage? It seems rather premature. One must remember that we are merely in the second chapter of Alabasta. It is unlikely she has merely amplified the possibility of awakening, while the primary influence still lies within her unique traits. At this moment, the warehouse master steps forward to elucidate. Winka nodded, but soon. Nami delivered an even more astonishing revelation that left him utterly flabbergasted. What? Squirtle has evolved? When did this happen? Winka exclaimed in disbelief. Just this afternoon. While you were out gathering wood, the little fellow inexplicably underwent evolution. However, it appears far more mature than before. Don't believe me? Let me show you, Nami said, observing Winka's skepticism. With that, she tossed out a Pokeball, and a brand new Pokémon materialized before Winka's eyes. Unlike Squirtle, this creature was entirely adorned in a deep indigo hue. A pair of wing-like furry ears sprouted from its head, while its eyes gleamed a rich brown. Each side showcased small fangs, and a series of evenly distributed deep blue spots adorned its body. Its tail swayed gracefully, reminiscent of two undulating waves. Winka squinted and confirmed repeatedly. Indeed, it was the evolved form of Squirtle, the second-tier Pokémon, Wartortle. But why was that? Could it evolve in the course of everyday life? Winka could hardly believe it. There must be some underlying reason for Squirtle's evolution. Wartortle leaped directly onto Nami, reclining to rest, having grown indifferent to issues of belonging. Both Winka and Nami were mere objects of its loyalty. Winka, wake up. What is the matter with you? Wake up, Nami exclaimed, realizing that Winka was lost in thought. She repeatedly slapped his face, unaware that he was engrossed in a conversation with the warehouse keeper. Warehouse keeper, what exactly triggered Squirtle's evolution this time? Winka inquired. It primarily stems from Nami. She is, in a sense, half-owner of Squirtle, as you are aware. Remember Zaro and Luffy's dream of Pokémon? This reflects a method by which Pokémon receive influences from outsiders. Nami has acquired an affinity for water-type elements within her body, directly benefiting from her connection to Squirtle. Affinity for water-type elements? The affinity is determined by traits. A human possessing water-type traits can share elemental energy with nearby water-type Pokémon, thus increasing the likelihood of evolution. The warehouse keeper elaborated patiently, while Winka grasped only part of it. In essence, it was a fortunate occurrence, suggesting that placing this Pokémon with Nami was a correct decision. Suddenly withdrawing from his reverie, Winka was struck by a piercing pain in his cheeks. A fiery sensation accompanied by numbness, leaving him at a loss for words. Ah, what is happening to me? Winka exclaimed, touching his cheeks and realizing one side was swollen, the other even more so. He had been thoroughly slapped. Ouch, you nearly scared me to death, Nami exclaimed, tightly embracing Winka, who trembled, pointing incredulously at her. My dear, why did you strike me so ruthlessly? Oh, Winka. I thought you were unresponsive because you had lost your mind, so I resorted to this drastic measure, Nami replied, her face flushed, recognizing that she had indeed been too harsh this time. Nearby, Pikachu, witnessing Winka's pig-like visage, rolled about in laughter, clutching its belly, nearly bursting with mirth. Such actions will bring consequences. First, your secret stash is exposed, then your face gets swollen. Winka lamented, his mood plummeting. All right, I was wrong, my dear. Will a kiss on your swollen cheek make it better? Without hesitation, Nami leaned in and kissed the inflamed area, her pallor reminiscent of a child caught misbehaving, lacking any trace of her usual domineering demeanor. As one can observe, Nami has indeed taken such a turn in truth. This girl often resorts to such tactics of feigned softness, and thus, I have reluctantly chosen to forgive her. By the way, regarding that hidden stash of money, oh dear. I am certainly not one to be stingy. My affection for you is boundless. Witnessing Winka in such a state, Nami felt a pang of sympathy and decided to refrain from mentioning the matter of her private savings any further. However, do inform me next time you make a purchase. Should I discover once more that you have concealed your funds, well, you know me, I cannot predict the extraordinary actions I might take. Nami nestled in Winka's embrace, softly issued a warning. Alas, this night is filled with a brilliant array of stars, yet Winka bears a countenance of torment, is heart-heavy, marking yet another sleepless night. In the world of pirates, 1. Hockey, observation hockey. This ability allows one to keenly sense the presence and strength of others, once mastered. It enables the user to discern the location, number, and forthcoming actions of enemies beyond their line of sight. In Skypiea, this is referred to as the Heart Network. Armament hockey. This augments personal defense, akin to an invisible armor. It can also evolve into offensive power, allowing the user to contend with those possessing devil fruit abilities, even enabling contact with the tangible form of Logia users. In Wano, it is known as Flowing Cherry Blossom. Conqueror's Haki. This allows the user to intimidate or render foes unconscious through sheer willpower. However, if mismanaged, it may inadvertently affect those in the vicinity. Conversely, should one achieve a higher level of mastery, it can exert a formidable pressure. This rare form of Haki is possessed by only one in millions, signifying the potential of a king above others. Unlike the previous two forms, Conqueror's Haki cannot be honed through training. It can only be strengthened through the growth of the user themselves. Levels, divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced. 2. Devil fruit abilities are categorized into three main types: Paramecia, Zoan, including two rare categories, mythical and ancient. Paramecia devil fruits. These grant the consumer unique abilities that alter their physical form. Notable users include Luffy, Buggy, and Magellan. Zoan devil fruits. This category consists of three types: standard, ancient, and mythical. Users possess the capability to transform into human, animal, and hybrid forms. Notable users include Chopper, Dalton, and Sengoku. Logia devil fruits. The defining characteristic of these fruits is the ability to elementalize one's body, rendering physical attacks ineffective. Only Armament Haki, see Prism Stone, and the Dark fruit can interact with the tangible form of Logia users. Notable users include Smoker, Ace, and Enel. 3. Additional system of this book. Detailed introduction. The Tao Veins, based on the 17 attributes of Pokémon: water, normal, fire, flying, bug, grass, steel, fighting, ground, poison, electric, rock, ice, dragon, dark, psychic, and ghost. They represent a unique form of energy, distinct from mere intimidation, that envelopes the practitioner in a gaseous aura. This aura allows the wielder to execute various Pokémon techniques corresponding to these attributes, enabling humanity to harness the powers of Pokémon. The author whimsically elaborates that this classification has led to the establishment of 12 primary Tao Veins and 31 secondary Tao Veins. The 12 primary Tao Veins, ranked from strongest to weakest, are Life Tao, Creation Tao, Nirvana Tao, Dragon Tao, Thunder Tao, Fairy Tao, Wilderness Tao, Water Tao, Poison Earth Tao, Fire Tao, Dark Tao, and Brawl Tao. The 31 secondary Tao Veins, also ranked from strongest to weakest, are categorized as follows: water, splitting water, wave surge, normal, time, space, fire, flame, nether, flying, bird flight, swift bird, bug, insect nest, human bug, grass, drought grass, surf grass, steel, extended steel, source steel, fighting, frenzied combat, chaotic blade, ground, earth, rock soil, poison, venomous, electric, lightning, thunderclap, rock, hard stone, ice, spring ice, frozen seal, dragon, great dragon, evil dragon, dark, demon, malevolence, psychic, super ability, ghost, shadow, bloodsucker. In the current chapter, Luffy acquires the Poison Earth Tao, and Zoro gains the Wilderness Tao. The protagonist has 4 major abilities: Shadow Puppet clone from the Shadow Tao, Forceful Strength from the Frenzied Combat Tao, Water Bullet from the Water Tao, and Spike Barrier from the Drought Grass Tao are introduced. The following morning, after a tense period of repairs, the Barabara pirate crew successfully resecured the new wooden mast, alleviating their most pressing crisis. Subsequently, the Straw Hat crew bid farewell to Barabara-sa and Lasha. Vivi assured Lasha that she would fulfill her promises one by one, and Lasha chose to trust Vivi, continuing to wait for the rebirth of their nation. Afterward, the group continued onward, following Captain Barabara's advice to replenish their supplies in a village called Waterwell. Along the way, they encountered Ace, who had just come from Waterwell in search of them. From Ace, they learned that the counterfeit rebel army led by Camus in Waterwell was boasting brazenly, nearly causing Usopp to lose his composure. What? Is there someone who can brag better than me? No way, I must confront him. The crowd was left speechless, nearly driven to exasperation by this individual. Usopp, having gained the powers of a fruit, had become increasingly arrogant. Subsequently, Vivi implored Luffy to probe the character known as Camus, to ascertain whether he had ever considered the welfare of the local populace. To their surprise, the Straw Hat crew's inquiry unveiled Camus' integrity. Though lacking the strength of a hero, he harbored a childlike dream of protecting the villagers, a dedication that was commendable despite his deceitful actions. After Luffy and his companions resolved the situation with Camus, they continued their journey towards Yuba. Along the way, Ace encountered a man adorned with a scorpion hat, who claimed he intended to capture him, though there were ulterior motives at play. This too was a tale of dreams shared between two children and their father. Once the conflict was resolved, Ace could not locate Blackbeard and returned empty-handed, preparing to depart from Alabasta and bid farewell to the Straw Hat crew. As he took his leave, Ace fixed a serious gaze upon Wanko, urging him to look after Luffy and not to disappoint those who cared for him. He then departed gradually, framed by the setting sun. One cannot help but lament the uncertainty of when they shall next encounter Ace. The impending war that looms on the horizon shall not claim Ace's life. After all, he is not only Luffy's brother, but also a cherished new friend. As they continue their journey towards Yuba, they traverse an expanse of barren desert, devoid of life, with only the scorching sun suspended in the sky. The drought is indeed a calamity, and the people of Alabasta flee whenever possible, with desolate homes being a common sight. As the journey continued, he found himself somewhat dehydrated, his mind slightly muddled. Unexpectedly, Luffy experienced yet another hallucination, resulting in him, along with Zoro and Chopper, losing track of Nami and the others once more. How could he have also lost his way? When Ku found himself at a loss, perhaps due to the sweltering heat. Subsequently, several individuals took respite in an unnamed valley. Utterly fatigued, when Ku and Zoro settled down, only for the ground beneath them to suddenly give way, causing both to tumble into an abyss, leaving only the frightened BB Niao shrieking in the air. After their fall into the pit, when Ku felt a throbbing in his head as he surveyed the vast surroundings. His heart filled with astonishment. What manner of place is this? Zoro rose, scanning the area with curiosity. The two wandered about until they halted before a stone tablet. Strange inscriptions, Zoro remarked, yet the more one could gazed upon it, the more he sensed something amiss. Is this the essence of historical text? In deep contemplation, one may vaguely recall the original work, The Kingdom of Alabasta, where Luffy, Zoro, and Chopper, while traversing the desert, accidentally fell into a mysterious abyss, within which lay a fragment of historical text. Upon a closer inspection, the inscriptions on the stone tablet appeared to be crooked and perplexing, reminiscent of the fragmented diary pages he had previously acquired. One might wonder why, after a century, the art of penmanship could not have been upheld. It raises the question of how many secrets remain concealed by those who fervently safeguard them. It seems that the arrival of Robin is still awaited, for she possesses the expertise to decipher these ancient scripts. Archaeology is indeed her forte. Ding. A time-sensitive quest has been issued. Explore the ruins, uncover a fragment of historical text, and, following the warehouse's guidance, reconstruct the disarrayed stone tablet. Reward: a drop of the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh's essence, level 6. Penalty: none. At this moment, Chopper and Luffy had also descended, focusing on their observations of the surroundings rather than attending to Wank. Now, the user is instructed to search for stone fragments in this ancient ruin, as per the warehouse's directives. Surely, one must be jesting? Collecting stones hardly qualifies as a task. Wank's spirits dampened. However, with the warehouse's commands reigning supreme, Wank had no choice but to rely on this intelligent navigation system to scour the corners for stone fragments. Pikachu proved dependable in this crucial moment, following Wank and shouldering stones to build a pile. The historical text lay adjacent, creating an undeniably awkward situation. Time slipped away, and after an indeterminate duration, Wank dusted himself off and wiped away the beads of perspiration. Phew, this is truly exhausting. Yet, to his delight, he finally completed the task. Wank, following the instructions of the warehouse master, discovered all the variously shaped stones buried at the site of the ruins. Upon counting, there were exactly 108 stones, neither more nor less. Assemble these stones. The command of the warehouse master was unequivocal. Ah, brother, this is not the historical text. There are over 100 stones. Until when must I piece them together? Wank lamented, stricken with a severe headache. I shall teach you how to assemble them. One could only nod, piecing together fragments of information. Meanwhile, Zoro, Chopper, and Luffy had seemingly vanished, perhaps lost in the vastness of the ruins, engrossed in their exploration of this forsaken world. After all, they were a trio prone to losing their way, and Chopper was unable to guide them effectively. One could disregarded their opinions and chose to heed the counsel of Warehouse June, embarking on the task of piecing together the stones. Pikachu followed suit, attempting to move the stones, though its diminutive size rendered the endeavor rather challenging. This task could not be accomplished in an instant. Much like the historical text, the stones bore no inscriptions and relied entirely on Warehouse June's assistance throughout. At last, as when Ku placed the final stone, a grand triangular monument, distinct from the historical text, unveiled itself before his eyes. What could this be? Wenku was taken aback to discover that it was a complete stone monument devoid of inscriptions, when suddenly he noticed a groove in its center. Before he could ponder further, a notification announcing the completion of his task resonated. Ding. Time-limited Quest 5. Explore the ruins and the chaotic stone monument has been completed. Reward. A drop of blood from the level 6 legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh. The reward has been retrieved by the warehouse keeper. Please catch it. A small vial abruptly materialized in the air, descending swiftly, and Wenku deftly caught it in his hand. He examined the drop of blood closely, observing that within it swirled murky strands, seemingly harboring some form of energy. As one pondered, he flipped through the pages to discern the significance of this drop of blood. The Phoenix King's blood, derived from the accumulated essence of a level 6 Pokémon, was shrouded in mystery regarding its effects and applications. What purpose does this chaotic pile of stones serve? Why am I unable to comprehend it? One found himself utterly bewildered, perceiving this task as somewhat superfluous, merely accumulating a heap of stones in exchange for an unknown reward. The warehouse keeper remained silent, steadfastly withholding any revelation about the properties of this enigmatic blood. Wenku squinted, harboring a modicum of suspicion within. The enigmatic warehouse keeper seemed to be concealing something profound. His silence was not born of reluctance, but rather an inability to articulate. Although the Phoenix King ranked at level 6 within the repository, there is no doubt of its status as a divine beast. Under different circumstances, it could very well ascend to level 7. The true crux lies in the Phoenix King's miraculous ability to resurrect the deceased. This drop of essence has merged with the Phoenix King's path of rebirth, even grazing the very essence of the life force. I can only divulge that this marks the inception of an opportunity, and it also signifies that the time until Wenku's demise draws ever closer. An opportunity, indeed? Wenku was indeed unaware, yet he was overwhelmed with joy. This was splendid news. The warehouse had once again succumbed to a state of stagnation. The warehouse spirit had shown unparalleled benevolence towards Wenku. Should Wenku ever find himself in a dire predicament, he hoped that this drop of the Phoenix King's blood would save his life. This ancient relic site marked the inception of the warehouse spirit's meticulously orchestrated plan for Wenku. With the nameless triangular stone tablet finally assembled, Wenku had ostensibly completed his task here, yet another question arose in his mind. Warehouse spirit, if what you say is true, will I indeed return here in the future? Certainly, you shall return. However, this is a desert region. Relying solely on yourself, you will undoubtedly lose your way. There are no notable landmarks here. What shall we do? The warehouse spirit suddenly recalled this critical dilemma. You have constructed this, yet lack the means to return. Does that not render it futile? Just as Wenku found himself at a loss, Pikachu had already nestled on his shoulder, taking a brief respite. It was not adept at moving stones and had grown weary after a long day, while Wenku, in a moment of folly, had neglected to summon a few Pokémon for assistance, instead toiling with just the two of them. Exhausted, are we? Wenku tilted his head slightly, trying to make Pikachu more comfortable. At this moment, the warehouse spirit conceived an idea. I can utilize my current authority to procure 2 positioning stones from the level 4 shopkeeper, but you must commit to regular repayments. Accruing debt without intention to repay is a matter of life and death. Ultimately, the warehouse spirit resolved to exploit loopholes to grant Wenku an advantage. 2 black stones, transmitted from another realm, gradually transformed from transparent to tangible in his hands. Here they are. 2 stones, pitch black. How are they to provide positioning? You must strike them. These stones require a tap to function. If the warehouse spirit were human, he would surely be sweating profusely. Must I truly strike them? One was left utterly astounded, taken aback by the astonishing maneuver executed by the warehouse master. The text describes the act of striking 2 stones against a wall, whereupon the black stone emits a radiant glow, while the other stone reveals peculiar red veining that remains dense and undispersed. With this, the positioning is deemed successful. Subsequently, 1 black stone is to be placed here, while the other is taken away. Regardless of where one may wander, these 2 positioning stones will react, and by following the direction of the veining, one can accurately return to this spot. After completing the task, Wenku inquired about other matters. Is there still a proprietor at the level 4 shop? Of course, that old woman. I have once again requested her assistance on your behalf. You must remember to repay her, or else you shall certainly suffer after attaining level 4. The warehouse keeper sighed. How much does the positioning stone cost? The price of the positioning stone is indeed a matter of significance, and Wenku felt quite helpless. The positioning stone, it possesses the ability to locate anything. From the heavens above to the depths below, without exception. The shop's price, 2 pieces for 1,000 POC coins. Given the short time frame, I hope you can settle the account within 3 months, the warehouse keeper responded. 1,000 POC coins. What is the conversion rate? Wenku inquired. In the world of pirates, the current conversion is 1 POC coin equating to 10,000 berry. 10 million berry. For just these 2 worthless stones, she demands 10 million. Is this not extortion? Wen, in a fit of rage, nearly felt his liver succumb to the strain. Given the current extraordinary circumstances, with imminent peril looming, there exists little time to pursue financial gain. Were it merely a matter of 1,000 belly, he would have sold Pikachu to gather the requisite funds, thus settling his debts. However, the demand escalated to an astonishing 10 million in mere moments, leaving him perplexed as to where he could possibly procure such an amount in so short a time. Upon reaching the Alabaster Royal Palace, perhaps he could muster the courage to approach Princess Vivi's father for assistance, as they had accompanied her on this arduous journey, and while their contributions might not be plentiful, their efforts were noteworthy. With a plan forming in his mind, Wen's anger began to dissipate. Though he felt a twinge of apprehension regarding Nami's inevitable inquiries about the exorbitant sum he sought, yet this wretched stone could scarcely be valued at 10 million. Nami would undoubtedly share this sentiment, leading him to consider withholding the truth from her altogether. Coincidentally, Pikachu had just awoken, prompting Wen to disclose the matter of the positioning stone to it. This is a secret best kept from my sister-in-law, he thought for Nami. Being of an age approaching the onset of menopause, had several decades still ahead of her. Pikachu, hands on its hips, began to analyze the situation. Your mind seems to be muddled. One moment you refer to her as sister-in-law, and the next as Nami. What is this hierarchy? Do you look down upon me? You should address me as elder sister. Wenku wore a facade of solemnity. All right, he said, echoing the light laughter of Pikachu. He then approached the triangular stone monument, sought out a patch of earth, and buried one of the black stones within. Alas! Wenku, where are you? Came Chopper's adorable voice from behind. Not one to lose his way, he had followed the scent to find Wenku after exploring the ruins. As for Luffy and Zoro, they too were not far off. After a brief wait, Luffy and Zoro miraculously reunited with Wenku. Not wishing for Luffy to employ his rubber powers to carry them away, Wenku decided to call upon the might of Pokémon. Charizard, come forth. Wenku summoned Charizard, whose massive form effortlessly bore the weight of the 4 individuals. With a powerful roar, Charizard soared towards the opening from which Zoro and Wenku had fallen, passing through with ease. At last, we've escaped that peculiar hall, Chopper sighed in relief. Haha. We are finally safe. Luffy laughed heartily, gazing at the diminishing opening below. Charizard, I know you're not fond of the desert climate, but please endure just a little and help us locate Nami and the others. I beg you. Wenku gently stroked Charizard, hoping it would survey the skies above. With a joyful roar, Charizard's affection for Wenku was unmistakable. Do not inquire further, it is simply affection. The reason for not using Charizard earlier was its fire attribute, which was ill-suited for the desert climate, as the sweltering heat would hasten its dehydration. Roar? Roar. As Charizard ascended through the air, its keen dragon eyes finally spotted several small black dots moving slowly across the sea of yellow sand, while sweat streamed down its brow. As the Charizard could no longer endure, Wenku hastily summoned it back to the small world once the 4 descended. He remarked to Luffy and the others. If we head east, we will catch up with Nami and the others. The quartet promptly set off in pursuit of the main group. After approximately an hour, they successfully reunited with Nami and the Straw Hat crew. However, the journey was arduous, and traversing the vast desert proved increasingly challenging, with fatigue etched on everyone's faces. Heavily affected by the harsh desert climate, Wenku, take a look at this piece of paper my brother gave me. It's blank. What does it signify? Luffy inquired. Producing a sheet of white paper from his pocket, a parting gift from Ace before his departure, the others gathered around, eager to share in the intrigue. Yet they could not discern any meaning, nearly getting caught in a mishap with the eyelashes. Wen's expression turned grave. Among those present, only he, a traveler from another world, comprehended the significance of the paper before him. This was no ordinary parchment. It was a paper of life, impervious to both water and fire. Crafted from the essence of the host's own nails, it symbolized the vitality of its owner. Typically torn and given to loved ones or friends who were about to part ways, with the torn pieces possessing an innate attraction to one another. Treasure this, Luffy. It is a gift and a token of concern from Ace, Wen smiled, choosing to remain silent on the matter, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Brother Ace. Not allowing you to perish is the best outcome for you both. The air in the desert was thick, as if time itself had become unaware of the countless transformations it had undergone, from their original town to the arduous journey through the sands. The Straw Hat crew had lost track of the number of days they had traversed. However, one could estimate the duration of their journey, thanks to his ability to transform into a giant serpent. Approximately 9 days remained until the conclusion of that transformation, indicating that their crossing of the desert had nearly spanned a week. They had already lost too much time, and moreover, he had yet to fully indulge in the capabilities of the giant serpent form. Wink could not help but sigh inwardly. Everyone, after witnessing that rocky formation, we should soon arrive at the oasis of Yuba. Let us press on. Vivi pointed towards the prominent rock formation ahead, invigorating the spirits of the group. Ah, we are almost at Yuba, Luffy exclaimed with childlike exuberance, and Wink secretly felt relieved they had finally arrived. However, as the group traversed the rocks and advanced further, they quickly realized that the situation was far from favorable. Vivi's pupils constricted as she beheld the once familiar Yuba city now besieged by a sandstorm. The pervasive yellow sand swallowed the landscape, obliterating the verdant splendor that the oasis had once exuded. The fierce winds and swirling sands threatened to engulf the modest town, while Vivi and her companions found their vision obscured by the relentless grit. In an instant, the amount of sand that had swept through was immeasurable. After a considerable time, when the wind subsided and tranquility returned to the surroundings, the group gradually regained their sight. How could this be? Vivi's heart trembled at the sight of the once vibrant oasis now in decline, a place that held her childhood memories rendered into such despair, causing her features to tighten in distress. My heavens, this is dreadful. It resembles that of Elmaru, Zoro remarked gravely, while Chopper covered his eyes with his wings, unwilling to witness such a sight. Isn't this the city of the oasis, Miss Vivi? Sanji inquired, for it starkly contrasted with Vivi's earlier descriptions. Vivi too found it incredulous but maintained her composure, analyzing the situation and attributing Yuba's plight to the elevation of its terrain caused by the encroaching sands. Silence enveloped the text as it grappled with the discomfort of such an outcome. Despite the fleeting prosperity, there was no assurance of restoring another oasis. The sound of shoveling echoed in the stillness, interrupting their thoughts. A man, his back turned to them, diligently scooped sand, his voice raspy and revealing the long absence of water. He then began to narrate the reasons behind the decline of Yuba over the years, explaining how the rebel forces had shifted their main focus to Katalea. Katalea? A group of individuals exclaimed in astonishment, with a hand on his forehead. He lamented the futility of his efforts. After much toil, it all amounted to nothing. Was not Carteria the very city from which Chopper was abducted? To put it plainly, the rebel forces now found themselves at the starting point of their journey. Subsequently, this elderly man, no, he should rightly be referred to as the Old Master, was reunited with Vivi, revealing his name to be Dado, her uncle. The group that had departed the royal palace to establish Yuba now consisted solely of the venerable Dado. Alas, with 3 years of drought, Alabasta teetered on the brink of collapse as countless social tensions escalated. This oasis city had become a victim of both nature and human folly. Nevertheless, old Dado remained steadfast in his endeavor to dig wells. Even now, the Straw Hat crew gathered closely, observing him in silence. Luffy yearned to offer assistance, but was restrained by Wink. Thus, the group decided to momentarily set aside their concerns, for fatigue had indeed set in after their arduous journey. They sought refuge in a warehouse within the city, where they began to succumb to sleep. Nami, too weary to keep her eyes open, swiftly drifted into slumber, seemingly dreaming of something sweet, a gentle smile gracing her lips. After covering Nami and the others with their blankets, I finally emerged to accompany Dado. At that moment, Dado continued to shovel sand, his movements persistently repetitive. Allow me to assist you, old man. When Ku rose to his feet, for he was still encased in the formidable form of the onyx, and his digging abilities lay dormant, not to be squandered. Young man, are you offering your assistance? Perhaps it would be prudent for you to rest instead. This is not suitable. Oh no, do not dig. How will you assist? A monster. Without a moment's hesitation, when Ku transformed and swiftly delved into the earth, startling Duochuo. This marked Duochuo's first encounter with the long-tailed monster, and one could only imagine the strain on the old man's heart. When Ku descended several meters deep in one breath, finally encountering the damp soil. Remarkably, at such depths, even a well pump would struggle. One could hardly fathom the effort required to wield a shovel. It was truly admirable to witness Duochuo's determination. Now that the task was accomplished, when Ku promptly emerged from the depths, reverting to his human form. Duochuo gaped in astonishment, his words lost in confusion. Old man, are you truly that frightened of me? Surely your country has individuals capable of transformation. My presence is but a mere addition, Wenku chuckled. While his words held truth, Duochuo hesitated. Oh dear, I have already excavated a passage for you. Do take a look at the hole I've dug. I shall retire now. Utterly exhausted and in need of rest, Wenku declared before turning away. Duochuo had more to say, but upon noticing Wenku's departure, he fell silent. Wenku returned to the warehouse and found a pile of withered grass lying in a corner. At that moment, a new message from the warehouse echoed. Ding! The third phase of the training camp has commenced with a new training mode. Will the user choose to participate? Warning! This mode bears resemblance to the second phase with the Stone Sentinels, yet presents a greater challenge and inherent risks. If the user lacks confidence, it is advisable not to attempt it. The training camp? It had been quite some time since Wenku had casually thrown in his Pokémon for some training. He hadn't anticipated a new training session today. He recalled vividly the second round in the training camp, where he faced the 3 Stone Sentinels, Qi, Qing, and Hong, each possessing enhancements in strength, speed, and defense by a factor of 10. That terrifying hour remained etched in his memory. However, as his own strength increased, the second phase of training became somewhat easier. He wondered what adversaries awaited him in this third phase. Please designate 6 Pokémon from your current collection for upgrading and enhancing the flexibility of their traits and energy pathways. Designate 6? Indeed. Choose the 6 that the user holds in highest regard, as a fierce battle is about to unfold. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Wenku chose to deploy Charizard, Gengar, Venusaur, Heracross, Arcanine, and Scyther, 6 illustrious Pokémon. Pikachu, feeling weary today, would not be burdened with battle. The 6 Pokémon stood proudly, their spirits high. With the exception of Charizard, the other 5 champions had been dormant for some time, and now, as they prepared to return to the fray, their inner fervor reignited. As the scene shifted for Wenku, he found himself no longer in the initial, desolate white expanse, but rather in a new realm. He and his 6 Pokémon stood upon a narrow pathway, shrouded in mist, with an uncertain future ahead. 7 pathways lay before them, each poised for solitary combat, with a time limit of 1 hour. Human nature often harbors a sense of vigilance towards the unknown. At that moment, Wenku gazed across the mist-laden pathway, pondering the concealed adversaries lurking within. It was time for the user to commence the draw from the lottery box. Suddenly, a red lottery machine materialized out of thin air, filled with nearly 100 colorful balls of varying sizes, each devoid of any markings. What was this lottery box? And why were rewards being dispensed before the game had even begun? Wenku was perplexed. Within this lottery box were nearly 100 Pokémon traits from various regions. If one were to draw 3, they would win the training camp. From those 3, one would be granted as a reward. The process seemed akin to offering a sweet date before delivering a blow, an unconventional form of encouragement that Wenku had never encountered before. Wenku chuckled softly, contemplating the whimsical nature of the warehouse master. However, this also subtly indicated the formidable difficulty of the training ahead, as even the warehouse master was compelled to issue rewards to bolster morale. Thus, Wenku decided to partake in the endeavor, hoping to test his luck. He shook the container 3 times, and 3 spheres emerged from the opening, levitating gracefully above his head. To his astonishment, familiar words began to materialize on the surface of each sphere. The first green sphere revealed chlorophyll, the second blue sphere unveiled moisture-laden body, and the third yellow sphere displayed lightning rod. Yet, the effects of these traits remained unarticulated, merely hovering in the air, while the shaking machine dissipated, vanishing entirely. Now, it is your turn to shine. I must caution you. These giants are the very embodiment of your Pokémon's weaknesses, and you must exercise caution as well. To perish within the training camp carries dire consequences. A sentiment conveyed coldly by the warehouse master, as if he had forgotten Wenku's existence. Very well. The literary atmosphere thickens with tension, while the dragons, their expressions grave, keenly observe the mist ahead. The distinct sound of footsteps resonates, growing ever closer from the distance. The pupils constricted in disbelief. Could these truly be giants? This was no mere harbinger of ill fortune. 7 monstrous beings, each nearly 5 meters in length, emerged simultaneously from the mist. Their bronze forms were entirely cloaked in scales. And these giants bore no eyes or nose, only a gaping maw that occupied nearly 2/3 of their visage. They occupied 7 platforms, and upon each of their heads fluttered a banner, billowing majestically in the cliffside breeze. In their grasp, they wielded colossal axes, each adorned with eerie patterns that radiated an aura of lethal intent. What, indeed, were these creatures? As Wenku gazed upon the scene, a sense of disorientation washed over him. These 7 titans, embodiments of malevolence, were mere lowly creatures within the confines of the 5th-tier battlefield governed by your superior authority. However, to your current self, they represented an insurmountable challenge. The warehouse keeper took a moment to elucidate the situation to Wenku. Each malevolent titan possesses the ability to master 5 random Pokémon moves corresponding to their attributes. Allow me to remind you that the titan before you currently wields the following moves: Deceit, Critical Hit, Ambush, Crunch, and Night Slash. With that, the warehouse keeper's words barely faded when the titan charged towards Wenku, brandishing its colossal axe, stirring a chilling wind in its wake. What a predicament! Wenku barely managed to react, hastily rolling away from the spot, where the ground lay shattered into splinters by the might of a colossal axe. This was a surprise assault, doubling both attack power and strength. I need not say more for you to comprehend. Shadow Puppet Clone. 8 dark orbs instantaneously erupted from within Wenku's shadow, ensnaring the advancing footfalls of the malevolent giant as if spun from countless strands of spider silk. Perhaps due to the formidable strength of the giant, the 3 seconds of immobilization could only hold it for a fleeting second, and in an instant, it regained its momentum, leaping forth with an unstoppable surge. Wenku could retreat yet was unable to prevent himself from plummeting off the narrow walkway. He finally comprehended the rationale behind selecting this precarious path. Within such a confined space, it was most advantageous for the giants to unleash their potential, while individuals like him, undergoing training, posed an undeniable threat. This hour was more perilous than facing the stone statues. Wenku could no longer concern himself with the predicament of the other 6 Pokémon, for he was now struggling to ensure his own safety. In light of this, the Water Ballistic 98K Sniper Rifle, the Water Ballistic Barrett Heavy Sniper, the Water Ballistic SSG-08. He assembled a tri-barreled sniper rifle. In an instant, 2 exceptionally renowned sniper rifles from his past coalesced in the air, merging to form an even more formidable heavy sniper. Bang! Wenku, armed with a novel strategy, retained a modicum of confidence in the formidable power of his weaponry. Alas, the water bullets, aimed at the colossal titan, demonstrated impressive penetration yet proved futile, merely causing the behemoth to stagger back a few steps, its armored scales remaining unscathed. With a thunderous roar, the titan adopted a steadfast stance, as immovable as a mountain, its empty eyes amplifying Wenku's unease. Despite the notion of parity, Wenku harbored no such belief. The titan's calm demeanor only deepened his trepidation. The precariousness of the situation loomed heavily, as it became evident that he was no match for this giant. Suddenly, the titan began to advance, its movements slow yet deliberate. In a moment of unwary relaxation, it surged forward with astonishing speed, swinging its colossal axe with the force of a tempest, an unstoppable onslaught. By the heavens! It's too swift. A treacherous ambush. Wenku seethed in fury, opting for a desperate gamble. Channeling his immense strength, his muscles swelled, armor of spikes enveloping his arms. With a resounding impact, he struck, redirecting the titan's axe with a calculated blow. In a swift motion, he ducked, narrowly evading the devastating swing. The titan, likely taken aback by the diminutive figure's strength, found itself unprepared for Wenku's lightning-fast counterattack aimed at its abdomen. The force of the punch, enhanced by the spikes adorning his fist, collided with the titan's midsection, propelling it backward with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed as the titan, nearly 5 meters tall, toppled onto the walkway, shattering the wooden planks beneath it. Regrettably, it did not plummet from its perch. After a prolonged silence, the titan cautiously rose, its scales still intact. Yet the recent blow had instilled a sense of caution within it. It bellowed in fury, though its feet remained hesitant, unwilling to advance further. Due to the side effects of the extraordinary strength he had exerted, Wenku's body once more succumbed to paralysis, rendering him immobile. However, his unconventional tactic did yield a certain effect. While the outcome was indeed significant, one can only ponder the consequences should it return once more. Wenku exhibited a facade of fearlessness, yet internally, he was beset by worry. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, the menacing giant remained hesitant, failing to advance. Instead fixating on Wenku. Though it lacked eyes, one could sense its gaze upon him. This giant seemed to be a bully at heart. Rendered immobile after the recent water projectile assault, which could be interpreted as a moment of gathering strength for a surprise attack. However, Wenku was no longer inclined to believe in its deceitful tactics. How amusing. It turned out that this lumbering oaf was nothing more than a fa-ade of strength. 4 out of its 5 moves were ambushes, indicating it was not a formidable foe. The earlier encounter, where Wenku's strength had slightly surpassed that of the giant, revealed the latter to be a cowardly bully, intimidated by greater power. At this juncture, the warehouse master remarked thoughtfully. Wenku then glanced in 6 different directions. Noticing that his Pokémon were performing admirably, Charizard dominated the skies, effortlessly defeating the giant. Venusaur ensnared it with parasitic seeds, binding it like a sack. Arcanine executed speed tactics, skillfully maneuvering around the giant. Gengar, employing its deadly song and shadowy illusions, managed to mislead the giant into erroneous attacks, buying precious time. Heracross exhibited formidable strength, charging forward with its horns, managing to toss the giant several times, while Scyther, though in a precarious position, managed to hold its ground with a combination of Swords Dance and its innate abilities. Ding! An hour had elapsed. And congratulations were in order for the user and their 6 Pokémon for successfully completing the training camp upgrade. The notification echoed like a heavenly melody in Wenku's ears. With the conclusion of the training camp, Wenku and his 6 Pokémon returned to the pirate world. As long as they emerged unscathed, it would be a resounding victory. Along with their exit, 3 ability orbs, Chlorophyll, Rain Dish, and Lightning Rod, materialized. Their effects were as follows. Chlorophyll. In sunny weather, it absorbs solar energy, doubling speed. Rain Dish. In rainy conditions, it ensures gradual healing for injured bodies. Lightning Rod. It attracts lightning, remaining unharmed while accumulating the electric power to unleash a devastating strike once it reaches its peak. Given the significant weather dependency of the first 2 abilities, it was evident to any observant individual that Lightning Rod was the superior choice. Wenku promptly selected the yellow orb, setting it aside for future use. Ding! Having chosen the Lightning Rod, the 3rd phase of the training camp was thoroughly completed. And the remaining 6 Pokémon were teleported back to the pet dimension. You've all worked hard. Wenku embraced each Pokémon in turn. Though Charizard was too large for a full embrace, prompting him only to hug its leg. Subsequently, they were all transported back to the small world. And Wenku withdrew his consciousness. Glancing at the peacefully slumbering Pikachu beside him, he smiled gently, yet he couldn't shake the odd sensation of perspiration on his back. When the inner mind remains in a state of constant tension, the body instinctively responds to external stimuli, as explained by the warehouse master. Wenku nodded slightly, utterly exhausted. And with a gentle closing of his eyes, he fell into a deep slumber. At the break of dawn, it was none other than Pikachu who roused Wenku from his slumber. As he rubbed his eyes, the blurred vision revealed the cheerful smile of Nami. "Coco, you're awake," Nami exclaimed, her lips moist and her cheeks still tinged with a faint blush. I am awake," he replied. Wenku scratched his head. Feeling the dampness on his neck, Nami proactively offered him a small mirror, and upon glancing at his reflection, he was utterly astounded. 2 prominent purple hickeys were clearly visible, glistening with saliva. Were these marks from his kisses? How long had she been in it? Yet, he had risen late today, on previous occasions. He would have woken early and avoided such marks. "What? I declared to everyone that you are mine. Is there a fault in that? No one can take you away. Do you not like it?" "Well, that's not the case," she replied. "My heavens," Wenku mused, surveying the warehouse, which appeared deserted clearly. Luffy and the others had all gone out. Those conspicuous purple marks on his neck made him feel somewhat bashful. "From now on, I shall continue to mark you. If you do not love me, then I shall cease, and do not speak to me again. Choose between being a stranger or a lover. The decision lies with you." The commanding image of Nami had all but vanished, and her nickname, Little Wildcat, was fitting, particularly in the open-minded pirate world where many women were both strikingly beautiful and spirited. In that moment, Nami resembled a small kitten nestled against Wenku. Her delicate hands wrapped around his waist, both feeling quite at ease amidst the haystack that served as their makeshift bed. It may be somewhat abrupt, but if it pleases you, then so be it. If you wish to mark me, then go ahead, Wenku said gently, brushing Nami's hair aside. He was entirely willing to embrace Nami's quirks while adhering to his principles. This made Nami blush even more, further solidifying her belief that Wenku was the sole purpose of her existence. At the tender age of 17 or 18, she was blossoming into the season of first love. Just as the two were engrossed in their affectionate exchange, a series of faint sounds emanated from outside the door. Pikachu, sensing something amiss, quietly tiptoed toward the entrance. "Pika? Pika? Pika." Upon peeking out, Pikachu was met with the large face of Meowth, far too close for comfort. "Well, you scared the life out of me," Meowth exclaimed, promptly fleeing, for the guilty conscience was evident in his frantic demeanor. Boss, a cat is eavesdropping. It's that rascal Meowth. Pikachu returned, hands on hips, brimming with indignation. Enough now, they are all Pokémon, so what's the point of quarreling? Nami, we should be on our way. Wenku said, helping Nami to her feet while wrapping her scarf around his own neck. Hand in hand, they ventured outside. The sun shone brilliantly, and the heat remained unyielding. Wenku spotted his companions in the distance and led Nami toward them. As they approached, their friends were packing their belongings. Amusement evident in their expressions upon noticing Wenku and Nami. What delightful mischief were you two up to in the warehouse? Vivi inquired with a smile. Nami's face flushed, resembling a ripe pomegranate. While Wenku felt beads of sweat trickling down his brow, this was a challenging question to answer. Speak. Where did you kiss him? Usopp shouted, relishing the chaos. Wenku and Nami's expression shifted dramatically upon spotting the feline creature, Meow Meow, hiding behind Usopp, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. Before Wenku could rush forward, Nami had already taken the initiative, delivering a thorough beating to Meow Meow and inadvertently to Usopp as well. Cries of anguish echoed intermittently, while Sanji, having procured a small cloth from an unknown place, dabbed at his nose, tears glistening in his eyes. Nami-san, your actions have truly saddened the night, he lamented. Only Luffy and Zoro exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered by the discourse of their companions. Indeed, a realm dominated by the staunchest of men. After Nami had vented her frustration, she spared Usopp and Meow Meow, allowing them a chance for reprieve. Just as the group prepared to return, Old Master Dado presented Wenku with a cup of subterranean water, a token of gratitude for his assistance in excavating. Thus, the Straw Hat crew resumed their journey. Though a core member found himself at odds, Luffy, choosing to sit upon the ground, declared his refusal to continue onward. Vivi and the others turned to gaze at him, perplexed. Only Wenku understood that Luffy had entered a moment of profound simplicity masked as wisdom. Luffy, what troubles you? Vivi inquired, dismounting her camel to approach him. This boy, often perceived as stubborn and naively foolish, undeniably possessed an innate charisma that shone through in many circumstances. Luffy was indeed a paradox, both simple-minded and complex. It was no wonder he was destined to become the king of the pirates. I'm done, Luffy stated with unwavering resolve. What does that mean? Vivi still struggled to comprehend. Luffy, we have no time for your emotional turmoil. Rise and let us continue our journey, Usopp echoed, equally bewildered. The leader of the rebel forces was Kusha, Vivi's childhood friend, and she maintained an optimistic outlook regarding the rebellion's resolution. Thus, returning to seek out Kusha might yet yield a glimmer of hope. Usopp and the others could not fathom Luffy's sudden change of heart, while Wenku merely smiled. My aim is to defeat Crocodile. Can thwarting the rebellion truly impede Crocodile's plans? Therefore, reaching Kataraya is ultimately futile. Luffy, in a rare moment of clarity, began to analyze the situation. Wenku nodded, his words striking with precision. Subsequently, Vivi and Luffy engaged in a dispute, yet in the end, she chose to trust Luffy. The group reached a consensus and set forth towards the rain base, where Crocodile was known to linger, determined to press on. They journeyed northward, directly aiming for the mastermind, Crocodile. The rift between Vivi and Luffy was but a trivial matter, quickly resolved as the tension dissipated among them. Although the journey from their current location to Rain Base would take merely a day, it proved to be an arduous day. The mischievous Meow Meow, upon seeing Usopp refusing to share water, resorted to striking him on the toe with a small hammer, causing Usopp's nose to run with tears. Next time, you wild cat, I'll take the gold coins from your head and sell them for myself. Usopp, already weary from exhaustion, was further incensed by Meow Meow's antics. Enough, Meow Meow. I shall send you back there, Wenku suggested, not daring to specify where that was, yet Meow Meow understood intuitively. Thanks. You too, Captain. May you wither from thirst. Long-nosed one. Meow Meow was then teleported back by Wenku, leaving Usopp with a tinge of envy. Wenku pondered deeply, contemplating to whom he should first bestow the lightning rod. He found it somewhat unnecessary for himself, as Luffy's rubber body did not require such a feature. After much deliberation, he concluded that Nami would be the most suitable recipient. After all, she would eventually possess the weather staff. And this trait of the lightning rod would not only shield her from electric shocks, but also enhance her offensive capabilities. Thus, he requested the warehouse keeper to transfer the lightning rod to Nami. Ding! The characteristic orb began to infuse into Nami's being, awakening her second trait. Unbeknownst to her, she merely felt a fleeting sensation of tingling pass through her mind before returning to tranquility. Ding! Nami's second trait has been successfully awakened. Lightning rod. It attracts lightning to itself without sustaining harm, instead accumulating the retaliatory electric power, which can be unleashed in a moment of tremendous force once it reaches its peak. That's splendid, Wenku mused with a gentle smile. Now, Nami possessed her first trait unrelated to weather and her second trait, the lightning rod. The warehouse had a stipulation that a human could acquire a maximum of 3 traits, which Wenku kept in mind. Journeying northward, he learned from Vivi that Rainy Town was renowned as the gambling capital of Alabasta. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Perhaps he could procure 1,000,000 berries there to settle his debts. Once I have sent Crocodile flying, I shall indulge in a grand feast, Luffy proclaimed vehemently, leaning on his crutch, while Vivi's expression shifted upon hearing him. As a day passed, Wenku's great rock serpent form was left with only 4 days remaining. Fortunately, the Straw Hat crew finally beheld the town they had longed for. We have finally arrived, Luffy exclaimed joyfully, eager to rush into Rainy Town for a hearty meal, while Usopp's eyes sparkled with excitement as he recklessly headed towards the tavern. These 2 rascals. The literary narrative is somewhat perplexing. On Monday, Wenku continued to bathe in the allure of her eyelashes. Despite her robust physique, she had lost some weight. Previously, during their journey through the desert, Koya and Choba had engaged in discussions about medicine and various subjects, seeking to quench their thirst through such exchanges, a strategy that evidently proved successful. Now, in the midst of rain-soaked surroundings, it was undeniably uncomfortable to refrain from drinking. Smog remembered that the original text contained a segment where he might encounter her. If all went as anticipated, he believed they would indeed cross paths once more. Of course, Pikachu regarded Smog with indifference, having witnessed the latter's earlier misadventures. The rain-drenched streets were bustling with activity, vendors were incessantly trading, and gamblers frequently caused disturbances with their brawls. Truly a city that lived up to its reputation as a gambling mecca. At that moment, the warehouse master transmitted new task notifications, though there was a palpable weight in his tone. Ding. Announcement of limited time task 1. Evil, utilize your own abilities to sabotage the rain feast traps. Note, any assistance from others will be deemed a failure. Reward, 1,000 poke coins. Penalty, curse of the wind, mental weakening. Ding. Announcement of limited time task 2. Evil, you must not engage with devil fruit users before sabotaging the traps. Note, you may refrain from taking action yourself. Reward, 3,000 poke coins. Penalty, curse of the wind skill lock. What sort of tasks are these? Wenku exclaimed in astonishment. The tasks currently presented included real-time tasks, permanent tasks, and hidden tasks. This new issuance, however, represented a 4th category of freshly unearthed tasks. These 2 tasks were not issued by me. They were released by that individual above me. A malicious task that you absolutely cannot fail. The curse of the wind is indescribable, the warehouse master insisted. Who is this individual? Wenku inquired, bewildered. Once you unlock 5th level permissions, you will learn of their identity. Just understand that this task must not fail. Do you comprehend? Otherwise, you will be in grave danger. The warehouse master spoke with urgency, as he could not divulge too much to Wenku, given that she was only at level 2, and her permissions were severely restricted. Very well, misfortune cannot be avoided. Regardless of who wishes to do me harm, I shall confront it, Wenku resolved, dismissing further contemplation as she withdrew her mind. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew sought refuge in a shaded area to rest. Nami instructed Wenku to return with some water, while Luffy and Usopp, 2 eager children, were excitedly prepared to accompany her. The trio discovered a quaint tavern, where Luffy and Usopp hurriedly clamored to enter for a refreshing drink, with Wenku closely trailing behind. She removed her scarf and adjusted her attire before stepping inside. The purple marks were still quite pronounced after a day had passed. There was no sign of improvement. One could only say that Nami's sharp tongue was formidable. Water. I want water. 5 buckets. Luffy and Usopp banged on the bar, prompting Wenku to place her hand on her forehead in exasperation. Could you 2 be any louder? You're behaving like children. Wenku inadvertently glanced at the man and woman idly seated to his left, his pupils constricting in surprise. Could it truly be Smog and that woman named Dasky? Goodness. In such a vast world, to encounter you both once more, this must be fate. Wenku found himself teetering on the brink of existential doubt. Furthermore, he could no longer remain in this tavern. Wenku quickly covered the mouths of the shouting Luffy and Usopp, preparing to stealthily lead them away. However, they both bit down on Wen's hands. Ouch! These 2 rascals. Their bites are quite fierce. At that moment, Wen's palms were bleeding from their bites, and nearby, Smoker and Tashigi glanced towards the source of the screams, glaring at Wen without uttering a word. Wen, you 2, Take the water and go. I'll hold them off. Before one could finish, Luffy and Usopp grabbed buckets of water, each carrying 2 as they dashed out. You Smoker, are you coming for more? Pikachu leaped down, pointing at Smoker and demanding an explanation. Tashigi, gather the navy. Pursue the Straw Hats. Smoker instructed the motionless Tashigi, who suddenly snapped to attention and rushed past one. Smoker and one exchanged glances, neither making a move. Initially, I aimed to capture the Straw Hats, but I find myself intrigued by you. One, Smoker said, enveloped in smoke. I shan't converse further, we must depart. One called to Pikachu, urging him to flee, but Smoker was determined to prevent their escape. Launching a white punch that elicited gasps from the surrounding patrons, Pikachu, undeterred, unleashed a chaotic surge of electricity that formed a golden net aimed at Smoker. White smoke elementalization. Smoker instantly dispersed his form, evading the electric net. However, Pikachu had no intention of lingering, and as the net was cast, he made his escape alongside one. Damn it! Smoker pursued one, having shifted his focus from capturing Luffy to seizing one. If he were to fail in capturing one in this lifetime, it would seem as though his existence would be devoid of joy. Winka sprinted towards the rendezvous with Nami and the others, his face pale yet weary from exertion. He glanced back at Smoker, who was relentlessly pursuing him, his mind rife with curses. If it weren't for the malevolent mission he was entangled in, would he truly need to evade him? With the float mist, thorny barriers, and shadow puppet clones at his disposal, could he not engage in a battle? This time-limited task was indeed peculiar. Pikachu, attack incessantly. Pikachu stalled for time, and while Smoker hesitated to cross through the lightning, he remained steadfastly in pursuit. The two sides engaged in a relentless back and forth, caught in a stalemate. Due to the constraints of the malevolent mission, when Cook could not recklessly strike at those endowed with devil fruit abilities, only Pikachu and Smoker exchanged minor blows, with Smoker cautiously probing. Still puzzled as to why Wenku refrained from counterattacking. If Wenku were privy to Smoker's thoughts, he would surely respond with indignation. Naturally, if he could retaliate. Smoker would have already been left with a bruised visage. Both malevolent tasks bore the curse of the wind, and upon seeing the names, Wenku understood that these were no ordinary challenges. As when dashed forward, Smog closely followed. Upon reaching the corner ahead, they were met with shouts resounding in the air. Seize them. Do not allow these pirates to escape. Nearly 100 naval officers pursued the Straw Hat crew, with Luffy and Usopp having rejoined the group, while Nami and the others incessantly hurled insults. Goodness gracious. The literary discourse cannot be disregarded. As she joined the group, Nami caught sight of Wank returning, and her demeanor shifted with astonishing swiftness. Moments ago, she had unleashed a torrent of ire upon Luffy and his companions, her words lingering in the air like echoes. Yet, in an instant, she transformed into a demure young lady. It was simply unacceptable for her to run with such bashfulness. Wank reminded them, then took Nami's hand to continue their escape. Nami wore a sweet smile, blissfully unaware of their current predicament. Ugh, those despicable scoundrels. Zoro was the first to retch, and Wink cast him a disapproving glance. I believe we cannot shake them off. Perhaps it would be best for us to split up. Sanji proposed, and the others readily concurred. Wink swiftly pulled Nami along as they dashed westward, while Smoker had set off in pursuit of Luffy, leaving Wink unpursued. After a series of deft turns, Wink managed to evade the Navy's relentless chase, only to encounter a group of sand raiders, brandishing photographs in their hands. Indeed, it was them. They must be eliminated. Wink's expression turned grave, indicating that this was indeed the work of Baroque. After all, the rain-soaked ground was the territory of Crocodile. They were not Logia users. I shall simply unleash my wrath upon you. Pikachu, you handle the one on the right. I shall take care of the one on the left. When released Nami's hand and charged forward fiercely, lunging at the group of over 100 agents to his left. A bunch of fools. Shadow puppet clones. 10 groups of shadows merged into the ground, dispersing into countless strands resembling a spider's web, effectively ensnaring the feet of these individuals as if glued, rendering them immobile for 3 precious seconds. Floating mist. Spiked barrier. When Ku found himself ensnared by tendrils of grass, engaged in a fierce struggle against the group of agents. The sharp spikes of his fists penetrated deeply into their flesh, eliciting intermittent cries of agony. Meanwhile, Pikachu unleashed a torrent of violence. Flashes of electricity surged forth in rapid succession, swift as lightning, leaving the assailants dazed and disoriented. A staggering 10,000 volts. The golden bolts of lightning cascaded down, their roar obliterating any trace of dust. In the eyes of the agents, only one image remained, engulfed in gold. It was not a vision of paradise, but rather a descent into hell. Death. The charred remains plummeted to the ground, some unrecognizable, others shattered. Their blood desiccated by the electric surge, leaving no trace of their final expressions. This was the power of 10,000 volts, illuminating half of the rain-soaked ground, and profoundly shaking Wenka's very soul. The situation here is somewhat challenging, yet we have successfully dealt with the agents. A group of individuals now lies on the ground, groaning incessantly. They have departed. Wenk, accompanied by Nami, continued to run towards a predetermined location. The entrance to the rain banquet was situated at the heart of the lake. Although Wenk was unfamiliar with the route, Nami, well-versed in the area, guided him there. Shortly after, Usopp and Kaya approached from the east, while Monday came from the west. And Zoro arrived alone. The group had gathered, with only Vivi, Luffy, and Sanji still missing. Wasn't Vivi just with you? Usopp inquired of Zoro. I don't know. I let her go ahead, Zoro replied, uncertain, only aware that Vivi had managed to escape. Then she must have already entered, Usopp asserted confidently. Wenk furrowed his brow, but chose to understand Vivi's choice and refrained from dwelling on it. Haha, I'm here. Hurry inside. Luffy's exuberant voice echoed from behind them. As they turned, they not only spotted Luffy but also Smoker. That smoke user is here too, Usopp thought, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Wenk cast him a sidelong glance. Come on, brother, you are a devil fruit user too. At full strength, even the armored bird might not falter against the smoke fruit. Let us go. We must move. Wenk called out to everyone as Pikachu leapt back onto his shoulder. The group hastily followed Luffy into the venue, with Smoker trailing behind them. That scoundrel. Once inside, I will be the first to send him flying, Luffy declared, his gaze fixed determinately on the Rain Banquet Palace, charging in headfirst. Inside the palace, a massive crocodile loomed overhead, and as they dashed forward, the internal space expanded, adorned with opulent decorations. No running in here. A group of agents suddenly appeared, brandishing guns and firing at them without hesitation. Shadow puppet technique. Original wilderness. Eagle wave 100 cuts. Seizing the moment while the agents were immobilized, Zoro drew his sword and struck with precision. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of gray-white waves erupted from his blade, sweeping through and toppling countless agents, sending waves crashing against the surrounding pools. Well done. Zoro has grown even stronger. With a subtle smile, glanced meaningfully at Zoro. At this point, he should have already acquired the ability to cut through iron. Crocodile, come out here, Luffy shouted as he forcefully pushed open the grand doors of the palace. To his surprise, the hall was even larger, resembling an immense gambling arena. Countless individuals were engrossed in their games, completely indifferent to Luffy's boisterous calls. Nami, in frustration, delivered a punch that left Luffy momentarily dazed, urging him to silence himself. After all, Crocodile still maintained his facade as a celebrated hero of Alabasta, and the numerous patrons within the gambling den could easily misinterpret any hostility towards him. What shall we do then? Luffy's anxiety was palpable. He longed to strike Crocodile with a single blow. Without Vivi present, no one truly knew what Crocodile was like, Zoro remarked, unusually contemplative. Perhaps we should split up and seek ideas for a plan. It is unwise to disperse one's strength on the enemy's territory. Seeking separate paths is not a prudent choice. Damn it. One Luffy, one Wanko. Their reckless wandering makes it challenging for me to pursue. At this moment, Smoker has arrived, his eyes gleaming upon spotting Wanko's figure. Run. Wanko, with narrowed eyes, wishes to avoid the sight of this smoke user, while the others hastily rush forward. To their astonishment, they are met with VIP treatment. What could be the connection between them and Crocodile? Smoker, witnessing the glossy black door ahead automatically swing open to grant them passage, feels an unsettling trepidation. After all, the adversary is one of the 7 warlords recognized by the government, possessing abilities akin to his own as a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Who knows what trials await on this journey? As they evade the smoke user, the passage narrows, revealing 2 diverging paths ahead, marked left for VIP and right for pirates. Should we venture left or right? Luffy, with his notorious lack of direction, finds himself bewildered by the fork. Well, since it says VIP, let us head left. Without hesitation, Usopp makes the dash to the left. No, we are pirates. We ought to take the right path. Luffy swiftly counters Usopp's suggestion. And upon realizing that the captain favors the right, Usopp decides to follow his lead, dismissing his previous words as mere folly. When Kursen was perplexed, should she abandon the road to her left? Something felt amiss. Perhaps she should send out a Pokémon to scout ahead. Both paths could be explored simultaneously. In an instant, she summoned the agile Gungue. Pikachu, Gung-Gue, let us venture to the right, while you two explore the left path. Hee. It is imperative. Pika Pika. The two Pokémon leaped onto Wenku's shoulders and dashed towards the left. Smoker, observing the two little creatures scurry by, paid them no mind, while only Nami regarded Wenku with admiration. Her man certainly knew how to keep a backup plan. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew turned right, only to abruptly discover that they had reached a dead end, and Smoker had also arrived at this location. What was going on here? Wenku was utterly bewildered. Suddenly, the floor beneath them gave way with a resounding crash, and everyone found themselves plummeting into the abyss. Behind them, Pikachu and Jengar turned to witness the group falling into the void. They hurried over, crouching down to peer into the unfathomable depths below, exchanging anxious glances, unsure of what to do next. Meanwhile, the 8 individuals, including Smog, continued their descent, surrounded by an all-encompassing darkness, leaving Wenku clueless about their whereabouts. It was over. At this moment, Wenku was suffering from a severe headache. The trap was merely a trivial matter compared to the 2 malignant tasks. Suddenly, a bright spot appeared, growing increasingly larger until they passed through it, ultimately falling into a pre-prepared cage. Smog was fortunate, serving as a cushion for those who fell, including Koya and her companions, all of whom were gently caught by Smog. Subsequently, everyone slowly rose and checked one another for injuries. What an ingenious trap, Luffy remarked, his expression grave. Indeed. There was no other choice, Usopp concurred. Nami angrily struck the two, causing Wenku to break into a cold sweat. Truth be told, he too had foolishly rushed in and fallen victim to the trap. Wasn't he that akin to slapping himself? Surprisingly, Nami did not scold Wenku. Instead, she praised him for having the foresight to leave Pikachu and Genghis outside, commending his wise and decisive actions. In the eyes of lovers, there is much to behold. Such is the essence of romance. Words may falter, leaving one at a loss for expression. Ding. Time-limited Mission 1. Malevolent. The attempt to dismantle the Rain Feast trap utilizing one's own abilities has failed. Consequence: the Curse of the Wind, mental weakening, has been imposed upon the user. At this moment, the voice of the warehouse keeper carries a tinge of sorrow. Indeed, the inaugural time-limited mission has met with failure. This marks the first instance of failure in all the endeavors since the journey began. However, one cannot place blame, as the conditions of the tasks were undeniably stringent. Wenku, enveloped in regret, suddenly felt a throbbing in his head, accompanied by a persistent ringing in his ears. It was as if a malevolent force was tearing at his very soul. The intense sensation of detachment and the excruciating headache caused a tumultuous upheaval within him. With a sudden gasp, a mist of blood erupted from his mouth, splattering onto Nami and eliciting a startled cry from her. The curse of spiritual debilitation, a relentless erosion of 30% of the user's vitality and mental acuity, leading to enduring headaches, insomnia, and other debilitating after-effects. Duration: 1 month. What the hell? Wenku was suffering from an excruciating headache, appearing dazed and disoriented, which alarmed everyone around him. Smoker gazed at Wenku with a furrowed brow, feeling utterly helpless. Just moments ago, this individual seemed perfectly fine, yet now he was in such a state. Fear not, everyone, Wenku reassured, forcing himself to concentrate as the others fixed their eyes upon him, and his gaze remained relatively clear. You frightened me to death, Nami remarked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Wenku chuckled softly, suppressing his dizziness to wipe away her tears. This is not a pleasant sight. Everything will be all right. Despite his reassurances, they continued to encircle him, while Luffy remained transfixed by the bloodstains on the ground. Truly, what a stroke of misfortune this was. Alas. The lamentations of the text echo through the air, as an unforeseen second piece of ill tidings arrives. Ding. Due to the prerequisite of the time-limited Mission 2, evil, the failure to dismantle the trap has similarly resulted in the failure of this task, with the penalty of a Curse of the Wind skill restriction now imposed upon the user. At this moment, the voice of the warehouse keeper resonates with despondency. By the heavens, who could be so merciless? In her heart, when Curson cursed vehemently, while he could distinctly sense that many of his abilities had been curtailed. The Curse of the Wind skill locket has effectively restricted the user's current capabilities, including the Great Rock Snake, Floating Mist, Spike Barrier, World Transportation, and Potion usage. Duration: 1 month. When Curson felt as if her spirit had been extinguished, it appeared that the only skills she retained were the Shadow Puppet technique, the Shadow Clone, and the Water Projectile. The inability to access her miniature world indicated that her Pokémon within could not be summoned. Furthermore, the only Pokémon she had remaining outside were Pikachu and Gunghost, both of which had seemingly not been recalled. To make matters worse, she was unable to utilize any potions, and they found themselves deep within enemy territory. Wenku sensed that this crisis seemed deliberately orchestrated to ensnare him. Could it be that individual? Who exactly is this person? Suddenly, Wenku recalled the mention of that individual by the warehouse master during the task briefing. At that time, the warehouse master had also exhibited a palpable wariness towards this enigmatic figure. One can discern that the curse of this wind has lingered for a month, leaving a profound impact. Now, as the rebellion in Alabasta looms, Crocodile has initiated his plan to seize the nation. In this moment of crisis, where shall I turn? Wink surveyed the surroundings, certain that Crocodile had reported on Luffy and his companions, believing that we were devil fruit users from the very beginning. Thus, this cage is forged from sea stone. Nami clung tightly to Wink, her face stained with tears that Wink could not wipe away, all the while battling dizziness to comfort her. At that moment, as Luffy was lost in thought, Smoker approached him, cigarette in hand, and swiftly knocked him down with a strike of his jutty, alerting everyone around them. Only Wink understood that Smoker was in no position to harm Luffy. Observing Smoker pressing lightly against Luffy's chest, rendering him immobile, he muttered to himself, "Sea stone. A peculiar stone that exists only in certain maritime regions, akin to the solid form of the ocean, serves as the prison bars of the Navy. Crafted from sea stone to prevent devil fruit users from escaping. Therefore, this cage is also constructed from sea stone, isn't it?" Usopp exclaimed in astonishment. "Otherwise, I would have escaped long ago. Moreover, I suspect Wink's bloodshed is also a result of the sea stone." "Yet I have never witnessed a devil fruit user bleed due to sea stone," Smoker replied. "The text does not express verbal communication. Yet finding an excuse to indirectly respond is permissible, especially as one truly requires time for adjustment. It is no wonder that I have felt utterly powerless from the very beginning, as if my limbs were feeble and lacking strength. Everyone seems to have an epiphany. Finally grasping the current predicament. You might as well conserve your energy." A deep, resonant voice emanated from the direction of the office, prompting all to turn their gazes toward its source, which consisted solely of a desk and a chair. Crocodile? The luxurious seats faced away from them, clearly occupied by someone. Crocodile Smoker withdrew his hands, his expression grave. "Nanny." Luffy struggled to rise, fists clenched as he gazed at the towering figure before him. Beneath the fur coat, Crocodile sported slicked back hair, a prominent scar running across his face, and an earring adorning his right ear. A cigar hung from his lips, and the golden hook of his left hand gleamed brightly. The sight of him filled Smoker with disdain. He had hoped to avoid the Shichibukai. Yet fate had conspired to bring him face to face with the old sand. "Smoker, my dear brother, still as mad as the rumors suggest," Crocodile chuckled. "From the very beginning, you never considered me one of your own. Hey, let's settle this," Luffy shouted, moving closer to Crocodile to touch the sea stone cage, only to collapse in exhaustion. Crocodile, with a cold smirk, turned his gaze toward the seated Wink, inquiring, "You are not a devil fruit user, are you?" The summoner Wink's remark silenced the surroundings, causing Smoker to frown, while Wink squinted at the old sand, seemingly understanding the situation. "You have meticulously studied the information about you. Your bounty is far from the meager 28 million. With such a myriad of abilities, one cannot consume that many fruits. It is certainly not in line with the Navy headquarters' claims. So what secrets do you possess?" A peculiar light flickered in Crocodile's eyes. He was confident, believing that apart from Whitebeard, he could see through anyone else. Yet this small fry from the East Blue intrigued him. Wenku merely smiled. "Certainly unwilling to speak about the warehouse matter. Feel free to speculate, Crocodile." Noticing Wenku's silence, Smoker felt a heaviness in his heart. "It matters not. For I understand your reluctance to speak. Ultimately, you will all meet your demise, and soon, a distinguished guest shall arrive." A smirk played upon Crocodile's lips. "A distinguished guest?" Zara was perplexed. "Indeed, my partner has gone to fetch her." Crocodile seemed to eagerly anticipate her arrival, when endeavored to calm his own breath. Yet it would be an exaggeration to deem it a dire crisis, for he possessed the extraordinary strength to unfasten the stone prison of the sea tower. All he needed to do was conquer the dizziness that plagued his head during this interval. Suddenly, the ground quaked, startling the assembly present. Crocodile's expression shifted from astonishment to apprehension, bewildered by the unfolding events. "Do you have reinforcements?" His demeanor transitioned from mirth to gravity in mere seconds. The Straw Hat crew exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Only one maintained a smile. If it were not Sanji, then it must be Pikachu and the others, evidently. They were not entirely defeated, for that group still fought valiantly. As one surmised, Pikachu and Jengar were presently launching a full-scale assault on the Rain Feast. while the panicked spectators had long fled. An array of agents rushed to support Rainfeast, making a beeline for the instigator. Little did they anticipate that they would be vanquished by a rodent and a rotund specter, Jengar. Puzzled? Thunderclaps echoed. Thunderclaps resounded. Was it the arid climate of Alabasta that rendered the thunder weak despite its frequent occurrence? Even so, the diminutive bolts of lightning striking those agents rendered them pale within seconds, followed by their collapse and convulsions, ultimately leading them to a realm of ecstasy. Jengar charged back and forth, delivering shadow punches to their groins, wails reverberating throughout the hall. Open fire. Eliminate those two. The agents, despite being the elite of billionaires and millionaires, struggled to adapt to the combat style of Wynn's two companions, though they found themselves in a dire predicament. Pikachu advocated for a strategy of long-range control, while Jengar favored a hit-and-run approach. Observing the agents' relentless entanglement, they dared not linger, for their current mission was to rescue Wynn, not to engage with these inept adversaries. They darted away swiftly, leaving the agents spinning in confusion as they scurried through the corridors in search of Pikachu and Jengar. Meanwhile, the duo had already discovered a space akin to a warehouse, initially intending to hide before departing. Suddenly, Pikachu noticed a ventilation shaft above, his eyes sparkling with realization. I recall that the ventilation can lead anywhere. Let us escape through here. It is safe and allows for easy passage. What do you think? He suggested. Jengar, amused, agreed. Excellent. Once I electrocute that crocodile and rescue my dear one, I shan't bear the surname Pikachu. Jengar, follow me. Pikachu hastily squeezed into the passage, while Jengar scratched his head, reluctantly following suit. However, the passage proved too narrow, and his rotund form became stuck. Jengar wore a pained expression, seeking assistance from Pikachu. If only you had heeded my advice to eat less. You must trim down. For now, I will push you out, and you can hold them off while I handle the office alone. Pikachu, with an expression of displeasure, forcefully pushed Jengar away. Per Jengar, with a tearful visage, felt the disdain of Pikachu and scurried down the corridor to vent his frustrations. The sounds of lamentation echoed persistently, yet Pikachu paid no heed, turning instead to delve deeper into the passage. Meanwhile, our attention shifts to the crew of the Straw Hats. Regardless of the tumult above,